Woo! What is up, L.A.? It is a beautiful morning here in sunny Southern California, and
it's dark outside.
You don't know that. You're inside, Rod, so you wouldn't know. You are now listening to D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports, and our phone number 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, you can take us anywhere on the go with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, if you're just driving around beautiful L.A. and listening to us on 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can also join us right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. We got so much to talk about. Boy, we got so much to talk about. We do have to break down, of course, last night's Dodger game. Yes, we will talk about tonight's Dodger game. Those of you that missed it yesterday, we had Dodger manager Dave Roberts live on our show, and of course, we will replay that interview today at 7:30, so look out on the 7 o'clock hour. We will be replaying our interview with Dave Roberts, so very excited about that. And that's it. That's all we're going to talk about today. There's nothing else that happened.
It's a wrap, y'all.
D-Fish, what'd you do last night? Just nothing, right? Absolutely nothing? Certainly not watch a Game 4 where everything went kablooey.
Yeah, I'm still processing what I experienced last night.
Dear God. I haven't decided yet. Have you decided?
Not fully. I probably need to watch it again. I mean, especially now, like, I've always watched games from, kind of an analytical perspective. Even when I played, it was still like a coach in terms of how I watched games.
Yeah.
But now from this position, on the show, I'm watching games, and I still have the player-coach hat on.
Uh-huh.
But then I'm also tking about how am I going to talk about this
Dude,
on
this
the
is
show.
The day. I feel like this is the day, Raj. Listen, this is a very player-friendly show. We defend players on this show.
You do. You're two former players, athletes at the highest level. Get it.
Today I'm turning on De'Aaron Fox. It's happening. And I'm getting D-Fish to do it with me. I'm bringing this man down to hell with me because De'Aaron Fox ruined my night, and I'm sorry. I normally wouldn't do this. But we won't get to that yet. It is going to take me 4 hours of today's show to convince D-Fish that I am right and De'Aaron Fox has ruined everything. I know I can get him. I know I can get him.
It's going to be tough because he's a lefty. So
it's not. I know it's going to be tough because I like De'Aaron Fox, but today I don't. Oh man. Well, so much to break down. We will break down as the show goes forward. Was it the greatest comeback in NBA history, or was it the greatest collapse in NBA history? Depending on how you look at this game, but if nothing else, it was the most incredible game you could have probably ever watched. Our text thread, I think, really says it all. In fact, I'll just bring up our text thread real quick. This was us talking in the first quarter of the game, and it was just, D-Fish says, I really was not expecting an absolute blowout like this. And I agreed. But when we got to the half, I wasn't feeling comfortable, even though it was a 25-point lead. I just wasn't feeling good. There was something about it going like, I feel like I've seen this story.
You called it.
I feel like this is great. Then I immediately text the group, 15 points, huh? I really don't feel comfortable right now. And that was going into the fourth quarter. I was right. I hate that I was right. But man, was I right. You know why I'm mad I was right? It's not because I dislike this Knicks team, because it's impossible to dislike this Knicks team. This is like the grouping of the nicest grouping of basketball players like ever. I hate Knicks fans so much. I hate them so much. And if you need any proof of it, go look at how they treated Wemby and the Spurs going back to their hotel last night. Things being thrown at Wemby. Something actually hit Wemby last night. But, dear God, OG Anunoby.
Yeah, man.
That might be go down in history as one of the great NBA Finals plays of all time. And let's go ahead and play that sound for you.
OG, did you see a lane to attack when...
That's a great play. Raj, fix your fat fingers. Wrong OG play. Raj will find it, don't worry. But OG with the hand of Og, everyone is saying this morning. That's the meme going around. The missed three shot by Jalen Brunson, tipped in by OG.
Did you
And, of course, what was your takeaway just on that play alone? Because I was shocked how OG had such an easy lane to get in there. It almost looked like it was the seas were parted for OG to get to that ball.
Yeah, I mean, in the NBA now, man, it's, crashing the offensive glass, which we talked about yesterday when we talked to manager Dave Roberts, and we talked about analytics. Mm-hmm. And we talked about how obviously in baseball they view it a certain way and make decisions. In basketball, analytics has kind of helped create a new kind of like high emphasis on offensive rebounding as a way of creating additional possessions and getting the extra shots on goal that we talked about. And so now players are trained to crash the offensive glass. When I played it, we used to talk about getting at least 2 guys back, sometimes 3, depending on who you were playing. Now teams send 4 guys to the offensive glass. It's just a way of wanting to get the ball back. And so Anunoby's trained to do that, in addition to in a late game situation with time running out, there is no transition defense to get back to. So he's free to just run and get to the front of the glass as best he can. Second part, the reason why NBA teams try not to put 2 guys onto 1 is because it creates those lanes. Mm-hmm. And so you have to double team Jalen Brunson in a one-on-one situation, even though it was Wemby, and we can talk about the pros and cons of that. But when De'Aaron Fox left OG Anunoby to go get the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands, Jalen Brunson shot the ball instead of passing it. And so OG Anunoby just had a free run to the glass. I think Dylan Harper and maybe one other guy would have had to figure out a way to try to box out, OG Anunoby. But he was coming at such an aggressive rate. I don't know if anybody would have been able to get in front of him. But for that ball to go in, because he crashed so aggressively and almost like jumped too soon.
Because it almost looked like he caught it behind him a little bit.
He hung in the air. It was like that was destined to happen, dude. Man. It's crazy that play happened.
All right, well, Raj, did you give your fingers a workout, get them a little thin?
They warmed up now. They ready to go, baby.
Let's hear that play.
Let's go flat for Jalen Brunson. Allow him to operate at the top, 101.
Brunson gets it, fires up a 3. Shot no good. The chip, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106.
Of course, that will be the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. And boy, I just, everything about this. And of course, Jalen Brunson in this game, yet again, doing what he does in the fourth. When he just starts going in the fourth quarter, I was screaming at my TV, just screaming at my TV. For the love of God, just put every human body on that man. Stop it. Just I'll let anyone else be. I would have, if I'm a Spurs fan, I would have been happy with anybody else doing it. Just at that point, I was like, fine, let Cat nail every 3 humanly possible. Fine, let anybody crash the ball. Just stop letting Jalen Brunson do this to you. And by the way, 36 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 12 of 25 shooting. Just. Man, this team just won't go. It seems like they're the team that feels the most comfortable, not just coming back from behind. They love getting their asses blown out in the first half of games for some reason. And then they just keep coming back from 20 down. 29-point comeback. It's unbelievable. Like, I never felt comfortable at any point for the Spurs. And I remember I was watching with my mom, and I kept telling her, I'm like, you need to stop saying these things. She's like, no, it's Cody, change the channel. It's at 29. It's game's over. I'm like, you have no idea what you're saying. I feel what's about to happen because all of a sudden, Garden started waking up once that crowd started getting into it. And then when it got down to under 10 points, I knew this was over. I knew the Knicks were winning this game.
Yeah, you could feel the momentum shifting in that the Spurs couldn't quite figure out what to do consistently on the offensive end to break, just the rhythm a little bit. But more importantly, they couldn't really figure out how to stop this Knicks team. The tough part about Jalen Brunson and his scoring ability is he's comfortable making 2-point shots. And it's not the shot that, most teams even want players taking at this point. But he's comfortable getting to his spots and making tough twos. And it just keeps the scoreboard moving for the Knicks. It's like, a team in football, right? There are teams that score touchdowns, and then there are teams that they can make field goals and then blend a touchdown in here or there, and you look up and it's tied. And you're like, well, hold on, this team scored like 3 touchdowns. And it's like, well, yeah, they also scored 3 touchdowns, but they mixed in 2 field goals along the way, and they won the game. Mm-hmm. And it's like when you play the Knicks, Jalen Brunson is making 2-point shots. It's like they're scoring every time. Like if a football team scored 3 points every time they touch the ball, they're still going to end up scoring quite a few points.
Quite a few.
And it's like that with Jalen Brunson, where last night it wasn't so much him draining threes that kept the Knicks in the game. It was the twos. And then Stephon Castle got into foul trouble, and then that made it even more difficult for the Spurs to slow him down because he's their best on-ball defender on Jalen Brunson, and he couldn't really defend him as well in the second half because he was in foul trouble. And so it was just tough to see it unfolding. Like I've said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I want to see great competition. The one thing I hate the most is watching athletes kind of just fumble opportunity that way.
And there was
because you may never get an opportunity again to tie an NBA Final Series up 2-2 and get that much closer to winning a championship. It literally may never happen again in those guys' careers.
Yeah, and the worst thing, what the thing that bugs me about it, it's not that they've blown the opportunity, it's how they've blown the opportunity. The first comeback game of the series, then, of course, the pass into the back of Castle, which, that photo is going to live in infamy for years. And now last night's game, this absolute collapse. But, man, before we get to the collapse of the game, let's stay on the good vibes for the Knicks side, because I have a feeling if OG Anunoby ever pays for a meal in New York City again, this is a crime. And by the way, let's go ahead and listen to OG after the game, because he was feeling some good vibes. Let's put it that way.
OG, did you see a lane to attack when Jalen puts the shot up? Like, how do you know where you want to go?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the shot went up. I was free. There was no one boxing me out. So I just went in there for a tip dunk and ended up just tipping it in.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And also just the excitement that he had. Actually, he even sat down right when they sat down. Like the first thing he said was like, yeah, it was an exciting day. I'm excited. And I think all you all are too. And even the press corps yelled, woo! Like, yeah, they were excited. They just saw something they had never seen before. Larry David stormed the court at one point. Like, it was absolutely madness and chaos. But the one thing that really confused me was kind of how the whole sequencing even began, though. When they first got the ball back, Alvarado got the ball, and it looked like he kind of went back into the backside of the court. What happened there? Because the whistle blew, and I didn't understand how it wasn't a foul.
I think they awarded the Knicks a timeout.
Okay.
Before, because he was getting fouled right at that half-court moment, but I think they awarded the Knicks a timeout, which was smart by Mike Brown, because Alvarado was dribbling himself into, like, what we call in basketball that coffin corner, like the line. It's right over the half-court line. There's nowhere to go. And if 2 players box you in there, you can't go back because the half-court line is there. You have the sideline there, and then you have the 2 defenders. So it's almost like you got 4 guys on you, which is why we call it the coffin corner. And so I think the Knicks got the timeout before the foul happened, even though it was almost like simultaneous. He was getting fouled, and they got the timeout awarded. Now, the play with Alvarado was very close to being backcourt, but the rule in basketball is when you're going over the half-court line, your body and the basketball have to fully cross the line in order for it to be in the front court.
Okay.
And if you remember the play, Alvarado's body went over the line, but he kept the ball behind the line. Then he dribbled back behind the line, but it's technically not backcourt because the ball has never crossed the line. So it's like if a guy ran in the end zone, but he left the ball
out of the end zone.
We've seen that. We've seen
many times. Deshaun Jackson. It was a wild sequence, and of course we won't get to it yet because the sequence that happened right before that was
oh boy,
definitely problematic. That we will definitely get into, but it was a wild game. The Knicks fans going crazy, and you know what? I mentioned it yesterday because when we were breaking down the game, we called our shot, right? We both kind of thought it was going to be a close game. And then, of course, until I saw Wu-Tang was performing, and I'm like, oh, never mind, Knicks are going to crush. Wu-Tang might have really helped this team. And hear me out on this, because they did perform. And the Garden was not electric at the half. The Knicks fans were not happy. They were being a little too quiet for Wu-Tang's liking. And it was very clear. They were like, what is going on? Like, no one's into this. So at the very end, who was it? Was it Redman? One of the members immediately just looked at the crowd and was like, get up. Knicks in 5. I don't care what any of you say. It might be Knicks in 5.
Wow.
It was unbelievable to see that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to have to go look that up, bro.
Crowd woke up because of that.
And they still started the third quarter down by
like 25 points.
Yeah,
and just what an unbelievable comeback. Can you remember seeing any comeback like that in any sport ever? Like this was a bludgeoning in the first half. What, nearly 80 points scored by the Knicks by the Spurs in the first half. What, 23 in the second half? Just
shot 60% in the first half. You're not winning against a team shooting 60%, Fish.
Yeah, no, and especially the way they shot the 3 in the first half. I mean, they were clicking on all cylinders.
Oh, well, they weren't shooting it well in the second half.
So, as a former coach, that is a topic, Fish. So, you're shooting open threes. Now, they were open threes. They were nailing them in the first half. And, of course, the criticism, and me being a Celtic fan, especially this current, they shoot too many damn threes when they're winning. But, as a coach, you know, I know he was getting criticized, Mitchell, but do you let them continue to shoot open threes? That's been a criticism, but that's what got you there. Like, at what point do you say, damn it, take it to the hole? You know, post up, Wemby.
Yeah, no, I think throughout the second half, you have to play the same style of game. Some teams get into trouble when they start to play not to lose as opposed to playing to win. And that's really sometimes how the momentum continues to shift towards the team coming back, is because they start to play a little more tentative and they pass up on certain shots along the way. However, last night, I personally feel like with about 5 or 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, the Spurs were still shooting one-pass threes. That's different.
That was the thing that was driving me nuts, because it was fast possessions.
Yeah, that was where I started to get concerned because they were still – the comeback had already started, but they were still up by 12 or 13, and they would come down the court, run a quick pick and roll, one pass, and yes, the guy was open, but at that point in the game, there is only a certain amount of possessions left. And if you're the team up by double digits, you want to try and be mindful of, like, the time is the only thing that can beat you at this point if you manage the possessions the right way. And there were a couple possessions they did shoot open threes, but they were just too quick to my liking in the scenario that they were in.
And it was 8 in a row. Like, they just kept doing it over and over, and just watching that lead slowly just drain away. It was like watching someone bleed out, and there was nothing anyone would do. That was the thing. It wasn't that there wasn't something they could do. It was like there was nothing none of them would do to stop this from happening. And that's the adjustment. I kept screaming, call a timeout over and over again as they just kept dwindling down the points. What adjustment would you have suggested making in that scenario?
Yeah, you don't want to burn too many timeouts, especially in these type of games. If you notice, and this even goes back to the Kenny Atkinson conversation with the Cavs, like, you want to have probably 2 in your pocket, you know, as you get down into those last couple minutes. Yeah. Just to be able to try to manage the game, whether it's an offensive or defensive situation. you want to have those timeouts in your back pocket. In the moment, and obviously hindsight 2020 is easy for us to say from here. There's a point where you have to force yourself or the team to like get something at the rim, right? Get to the free throw line, like be aggressive, still getting to the basket and not just settling for threes. And so, on teams that I played on teams that I've coached, like, yes, you want your players to still play freely and not be afraid to go win the game. Like, you want them to have the courage it takes to win the game. But there are times where you have to be intentional and say, okay, we're calling play number 1 or play number 7, whatever the play call is. But this time when we run it, throw the ball inside. This time when we run it, make sure we get to this option. So take away the first option. Don't throw it to that guy. Look for the second and third option this time when we run it, because we need to get the ball moving. We're settling for too many quick shots. Mm-hmm. Easy to say from here, man.
Guys, you heard from us. We want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. Is it the greatest comeback in sports history, or was this the greatest collapse in sports history? Well, we want to hear from you right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, get in the chat at The Fan LA. Coming up, no more Cy Young for Ohtani. Did Ohtani have a bad outing on the mound last night?
The sky is falling.
Oh, my God. What a nightmare for everyone here in LA. We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan. It It is D. Fish and Decker with you guys for the next 4 hours. And yes, we got plenty to react to today. Oh my God, plenty to react to. Just off of last night's Game 4, incredible game. The greatest comeback of all time, or the greatest collapse of all time, depending on how you look at it. Of course, we want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, throughout the show, we are giving away Sparks tickets again, so write that number down, 855-975-2326. We will let you know when it will be time to call in for those Sparks tickets. Not to mention, yesterday we had Dodger manager Dave Roberts on the show. And if you missed it, don't worry. Not only can you go back on the Odyssey app and listen to it, go back on YouTube and check it out. We're going to be replaying it today right here at 7:30 a.m. So be mindful of the 7 a.m. hour as you can hear our interview from yesterday with Dodgers manager Doc Dave Roberts. Speaking of them Dodgers, they dropped one last night. A tough one, in fact, to the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the worst part was it was a game where Shohei Ohtani started. And those are games I think Dodger fans don't want to waste, lose out on. Now, Ohtani had himself a pretty damn good day at the plate, homered again, another single into center, but was robbed a home run. And he did start this game on the mound. Now, that's where the question becomes, how was Ohtani's day? Well, those of you who are wondering, Ohtani's ERA has officially gone over 1. I know. This is real, D-Fish. He walked into the game yesterday with a 0.74 ERA. He walks out of the game with a 1.06. God, pathetic. And we've been talking about this guy like he's a 4-time, should be 5-time MVP.
You lied to us, Decker. You lied to us.
I did. I'm sorry for lying about how great Ohtani was because he had the gall to give up 3 runs in 7 innings pitched. Yes, this was a quality start.
Send him to the minors.
Quality start from Shohei Ohtani. 6 strikeouts. Gave up a 2-run double in the 7th inning. Couldn't get out of the 7th, so he ended up making
people
it.
Out there like
there really are. There really are. Dude, D-Mac and Reiter are like this.
Really
yeah, I saw. Was it D-Mac last night that tweeted out, like, we got to make adjustments. 1, who's we? 2, I know you ain't talking about the Dodgers. And 3, what are you people talking about? He's the greatest player who ever lived. It's unbelievable. He had a great game. All right, I apologize. He didn't have a great game yesterday. He had a solid game yesterday. He had a very solid outing. Again, any game where you pitch over 5 innings and only give up 3 earned runs is a good outing. And he left with the lead, which unfortunately did not hold. The bullpen in the 8th inning absolutely gave it up. There was Jack Dreyer who gave up a 2-run home run. And sadly, the other pitcher that came in, Kyle Hurt, he just did not have the command. In fact, asked about it after the game, put the game squarely on his own back, saying, I couldn't get ahead of hitters. I was struggling with the zone. And what happened. And it turned out Tyler Callahan, young cat, had his first major league home run yesterday. First off of Shohei Ohtani, then later comes up and hits a 3-run blast. This man has 2 career home runs. Both happened yesterday. 1 against Shohei Ohtani. Pretty good day.
Yeah, he can retire now. He can shut it down now.
How cool would that be? Like, especially if you were a young cat that, like, maybe... Say you don't play a lot of years. Say this is his only year that he really gets an opportunity. He could say for the rest of his life, his first home run was off of a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, I mean, possibly, ultimately one of the greatest to ever do it, if not the. When people really look back on the game, the history of the game, and to be able to say at some point when he's a dad, maybe he already is, or a grandparent, an uncle, whatever, like to be able to say, I hit my first home run against, this guy. Like, they said he was the best ever.
Like, you know how it goes, dude. It's hard to get up there. Like, in any sport, obviously. But I didn't accomplish much in my baseball career, in my major league career. In my 11 years of playing, I got like 2 months in the show, and I barely played.
You still play professional baseball?
I did, but
it's okay.
But I mostly pinch hit, right? But there is one thing I did in my career that I'll hang a hat on, and I will tell the grandkids about it. I'll tell everybody about it until I'm blue in the face. I won an MVP award over Mike Trout.
Oh!
Not a lot of people on earth can say that.
Deck,
I did.
Oh, my
Deck,
goodness.
we are trying to get to the dugout, to the golf spot.
Uh-huh.
So you got to stop talking about his more home runs than Mike Trout, bro.
You're missing the point, though. This is going to get us in
No, it's
to
not.
Mike Trout's golf course. Yes, it is. Hear me out. Because what I'm gonna do is we're gonna tag team this together. We're gonna go to Mike together, and you're gonna be like, listen, I'm D-Fish, and he's gonna be like, well, obviously you're in, and then I'm gonna say, I'm Cody, and he says, give me back my award, and then I present him the award. You know how like Nobel Peace Prizes are given to Donald Trump? I'm going to give him my MVP award as an honorary award, and then he'll let me golf at his new golf course.
You trying to rub it in his face, Fish?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm offering him a peace prize.
That doesn't sound very peaceful at all.
No, not at all. Take your ass out.
I try to listen. It's not that I bring it up every time I see him. I do, but that's not the point.
He coming to the peace table with a nuclear bomb in his pocket.
Guys, he's Mike Trout. He's better than all of us.
You want to remind him of the worst moment in his career? He let you win an award.
The man has won everything since.
He ain't taking you nowhere, Decker.
Dear Mike Trout, this is your good friend Cody Decker. I love you. You're one of the greatest center fielders who ever played the game. I will give you back that AZL MVP award, and I don't know, I'll watch your dogs or something. I just want to play at your golf course in Jersey. Why can't I play at it?
Mike, hey, I don't know what Cody Decker's ever done or said to you, but please.
I love Mike.
This is just we just work together. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, no. This is my guy, Derek Fisher.
Send me the invite. Send me the invite.
We're
please.
best friends, and we go everywhere together. This is what we do. Anyways, the Dodgers lost last night. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So what does this raise his ERA to then, Tony?
1.06. Horrid.
What about the whip?
That's a good question. I have to actually look that up. But
it was the reverse.
I'm assuming good.
It was the reverse of the night before, right? Where the Pirates had Skeens in,
and then the bullpen gave it up.
Yeah, so that's what happens sometimes in sports, man.
Well, we got a rubber match tonight. We got Mitch Keller pitching for the Pirates. You got Justin Robleski back in with the Dodgers. And by the way, Robleski, who's been having an amazing season with the Dodgers. I think he's got 8 wins, only 1 or 2 losses. Not to mention on top of that, he's got like a 2.6 ERA. We even brought his name up to Dave Roberts last night because we were talking about the lazy narrative of everybody getting paid, where it's also been the next up guys. Unfortunately, last night it was some of those next up man up guys that gave up the game in the bullpen. 3 runs down in the bottom of the ninth, Shohei Ohtani comes up, hits a 2-run home run. Would have been his second, but there's left fielder robbed a home run earlier in the game. Listen, the Dodgers are still rolling. They're well in first place in their division. The Arizona Diamondbacks are playing some good baseball too. But they're still 8.5 back. The Padres have fallen off a cliff because they've lost 8 of their last 10. But the Diamondbacks, even though they're a good team, they've struggled as their last 10 games as well. It's going to be an interesting season. The Dodgers have everything humanly possible to win forever.
Yeah, and we're talking about that whip. His whip yesterday was a 1.35. It is now his season whip. I'm talking about Ohtani. And if you don't know what whip is, it's walks and hits per innings pitched. It's up to an astonishing 0.84. Oh, my goodness. It's over.
I think we just need to take him out of all of. He's no longer an MVP candidate.
We need to make adjustments.
That's right. The Dodgers need to make adjustments. If there's one thing Dave Roberts needs to do, he's to sit down, really look himself in the mirror and have a heart to heart.
Yeah, you need to answer for that, D-Mac. And of course, you can hear D-Mac and Reiter on 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
What adjustments?
They already made a trade in our World Cup pool, by the way, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
They did?
Yeah.
I made one. I made one live on the air yesterday, and I feel really good about it.
All right.
By the way, those of you that haven't seen it yet, make sure you follow us at The Fan LA. We're talking about our World Cup videos that we posted yesterday. We all did a blind test and blind taking out of a hat on who our teams are. Hey, your boy got Spain. Shortest odds in the whole thing, and Reiter was not happy about it.
Yeah, they're good. I picked France to win it all, but I do love Spain. Cucurella on the left and Yamal and everybody up front and the right. I love Spain and their young talent. And, of course, they won the Euros a couple years ago. You know what the Euros are, right, guys?
Yes.
Yes, of course. No. So
They're people that live in Europe.
Yeah.
Well,
that's how I always refer to them. Hey, have you met the Euros?
They did, but they're exciting. But I love France, and I love their talent, and it's going to be a great World Cup.
By the way,
kicks off today in Mexico City. It's going to be a fun game.
Well, make sure you follow us at The Fan LA and all socials, because we have some videos coming your way where we also not only did the blind picking of the hats, we had to go into another room and pick up the flags of our countries.
Oh, yeah.
And that was an interesting sociological type of experiment, because remember, I got Spain. I know what the Spain flag looks like. However, all the other teams in this tournament also have basically the Spain flag, so I had to spend roughly 30 seconds deciphering which one was Spain. I got it right, but I'm not positive everyone else got all of their flags right. So let's find out who here at The Fan is a little dumb.
That's a rough way of putting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Just
not
from a guy that
changing my
got
words.
1 out of 3, but mine.
Who got 1 out of 3?
I did.
You got 1 out of 3.
Well,
this guy's running this shit.
Norway
man.
and like the Sweden. I got them confused. I picked the right teams, but they were back. I don't know. Sorry, you have to go to the video and see.
Well, check it out. Go follow
You'll
us
understand.
at The Fan LA and find out. Guys, we had maybe the greatest comeback, not just in NBA history last night, but possibly sports history, which got us all thinking, what other comebacks are the greatest in sports history? We're going to discuss when we do Top 5 right here in the new 97.1 The Fan.
pushing Will Smith right now with his neck situation to make sure he's ready to go. The things that me, the front office, we're all aligned with, because I know that people get frustrated, Glass is banged up, Snell's banged up, but the goal for us is these guys got to be optimum, once we hit September, October.
Coach, we try to spend a little time, talking to our youth, sports people, parents, coaches, etc. And, people would, I'm sure you'd like for people to pay $1 billion to get any type of nuggets they can get from Dave Roberts. But, high school coaches, softball coaches that are driving around.
Two truths and a lie.
I am going to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy.
That's right, gentlemen. You saw it. I saw it. We all saw it. One of the most amazing comebacks that I've seen. But, gentlemen, it got me to thinking, and we got to do this, yes. What are your top 5 comebacks in sports, Fish? Your top 5 comebacks in sports.
Sorry, I was writing down all the times we came back and beat teams.
Goodness
my list
gracious.
is pretty long here, guys.
Oh, my.
No.
That was a good one.
With all seriousness.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Sox being down to the Yankees.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Down 0-3.
0-4 in 2004.
Yeah, down 0-3 is like we haven't seen that in basketball yet. It's coming. But that was unbelievable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like 4 straight wins.
Celtics almost did it against the
they almost
Heat,
did.
right?
They blew that game 7.
They did. Yeah.
It's going to happen. But
okay.
I'll start with that one.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going the 0-4 Boston Red Sox. And it wasn't just that they did it back down 0-3. Everything about it was just magical. One, you had the Farrelly brothers making a movie literally behind the dugout with Jimmy Fallon for Fever Pitch that they had to change, which really was, and they had to change the ending of the movie because the team went on a heater.
Crazy.
Then, of course, you had everything from the previous year. Make no mistake, the Red Sox blew it to go to the World Series the previous year against the Yankees in New York. Remember Aaron Boone's home run? That thing stung so hard for Red Sox fans to cut to 1 year later when the Yankees are even better because now they got Alex Rodriguez. And the Red Sox have no way of coming back. Most incredible thing I'd ever watched as a baseball fan. I was in high school. Unbelievable. It's magic, that Red Sox team.
What you got number 4, Fish?
I'm going to stick to sports as well on...
I hope so.
There are comebacks that are also not in real life.
That's right. That's right. So this is life comebacks, bro.
All right.
That's why I said that.
Yeah.
The Cavs down 3-1 to the Warriors in 2016.
Oh, the LeBron and the
LeBron with the block
and the Green. Draymond Green
got suspended. Game 5.
Oh, the block.
Yeah, but
against
LeBron,
Iguodala.
Yeah, and then Kyrie Irving on that right wing, buddy. Big time 3 made.
Yeah, it was over Kevin Love. No, he wasn't. Love was on the team.
It was over Steph.
Steph tried to shoot over Kevin Love at the end, but that was a great one. That was a great 3-1 NBA. Okay, I like that. What you got? What you got, Dad?
My number 4 in 1994. There was a very, very, very important hockey tournament, specifically here in Los Angeles, and Gordon Bombay took his young team over there to Los Angeles to play in the Junior Goodwill Games, and this team USA took on Iceland, and you know what? Iceland had their number.
Yes,
but you know what Gordon Bombay did?
What Gordon did?
He said in the halftime, after the second period, you know what, guys? we need to be ourselves.
Yes.
So you know what the Team USA did?
What'd they do?
They took off their jerseys and put on their real jerseys. And the Mighty Ducks emerged to beat Iceland in the Junior Goodwill Games in 1994. Also, you know, the knuckle puck from Keenan Thompson.
Sure.
Hard to beat it.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely really happened.
That's tough, man.
Fourth greatest comeback in the history of sports.
I like it, Fish. What you got? Of course, we are honoring the NBA Finals' biggest comeback ever. Last night with the Knicks defeated the Spurs. So I'm getting the guys' top 5 comebacks. What you got, Fish?
I got I don't know which Super Bowl number it was, but when the Patriots were down 28-3
Hard to beat it.
to the Atlanta Falcons, I thought the game was a wrap.
Same here.
Just there's no energy in the building. Which Super Bowl games can be that way because it's not really all the home fans, the normal fans. It's
not.
More of a corporate event type of thing.
100%.
So I thought the Patriots were done, and they made that comeback, man, and got the win. So, yeah, Patriots over Falcons.
I have visual aids to agree with you because this is now the Spurs logo.
Oh, boy.
Because of last night's game.
And if you're listening on radio,
yes,
he is showing the Hawks.
This is a Hawks logo that has added a spur to it.
Ooh.
Because, boy, oh, boy, did the Spurs pull Atlanta Hawks last night in a way that I never thought I'd see again.
Is that your number 4?
That is my number 3.
All right, you guys. They're number 3. Learn to count. Got to carry the 1. All right. So that means we're on number 2.
We are on number 2.
All right, your number 2 comeback, Fish.
I'm going with that game last night, brother.
Oh, okay.
Dude, hard to say no.
Man, that's an instant sports comeback story of all time. And there are going to be movies made about that game last night. And the crazy part about that happening last night is, like, think about the sheer amount of TV and film stars that play in movies and TV shows where you have to write what happened last night. It's fictitious.
Yep.
It's not even real for a team to come back from 29 points down in a finals game that way. Never happened before.
Unbelievable.
That's number 2.
Speaking of which, we mentioned yesterday, Ben Stiller has been shooting with an iPhone a potential documentary for HBO. I now cannot wait to see this documentary because he's got courtside shots of last night's comeback game. Ooh. It's going to be unbelievable. My number 2 greatest comeback in sports history.
Sure.
1994, 45-year-old George Foreman winning the world heavyweight title against Michael Moorer after a 20-year absence of winning the title, losing it to Muhammad Ali. It's one of the most amazing things that ever happened, especially if you look at the fight. George Foreman is not exactly the most mobile, agile guy.
He was
at
losing
that point.
on the cards.
And what did he do? One punch, baby.
Yep.
It's all it took. Caught him with one punch, world heavyweight champion.
Straight down and shoot. Boop, little left, showed him a little left, and followed it up with a straight right hand. Knockout. It was over.
And then I bought like 10 grills.
All right, yay. Rest in peace, George Foreman. Rest in peace. Okay, Fish, what's your number 1 comeback, sir?
Number 1 for me, I had to pick from a really long list, as I said earlier. But, Lakers, 2002. Down 26 points to the Sacramento Kings at the Staples Center, now currently known as Crypto.com Arena.
I remember. And,
I
remember it vividly.
Shout out to my guy Big Shot Bob for knocking down the 3, left side of the top of the key area.
I'll never forget it.
Staples Center goes crazy. Series is tied up 2-2. And, the rest is history. Finished off that 3-peat that year. And
it's a lucky shot.
Dodgers are going.
Didn't seem like a lucky shot. Seemed like it was planned.
Something he do. Something Bob do here and there.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I remember Bob turning around looking at the camera. He seemed to know it was going in.
So, that's number 1 for me.
All right. That's a good one, Fish. I love it. That's a good one. Your number 1 comeback.
I'm sticking with my boxing motif.
Oh, okay. More boxing. I love it. I ain't mad at the boxing.
1982. World heavyweight champion. Rocky Balboa was beaten.
Yes.
Beaten, humiliated. His wife was hit on by Clubber Lang.
Clubber Lang.
You name it, this guy just did it. And he's a killer, Rock.
Yes.
He's a killer.
And I think it was the first time that Rocky been knocked out.
He's never been beaten.
He's been
beaten, but never knocked out.
Never knocked out.
No, because he was, he was a good old fashioned. He was a 500 fighter before he took on and won that title.
The Italian stallion.
Boy, oh boy! But you know what he learned?
What he learned?
He learned how to come back. It's not just coming back.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to find the eye of the tiger, as his new trainer Apollo told him.
Right, and he was also boxing wasn't the number one priority. He was into other things and being a celebrity. He lost his way.
He was doing Visa commercials.
Yeah.
He didn't understand how to fight.
He had
anymore.
that little robot servant.
So you know what he needed to do?
What did he
needed to get on the beaches of LA with some real short shorts with Carl Weathers and do some sprints.
Yes.
And you know what he did?
What'd he do?
He took out Clubber Lang in the fourth round.
Fourth round?
You know, you're staring him down. You ain't bad. What? You ain't bad?
And wasn't Clubber whooping him in the first 2 rounds?
Like it was nothing. Kicking his ass. And what did he
Lord
do?
of mercy.
He just woke Rocky up.
Yeah.
What a comeback.
Raj, that was some incredible hype man work right there.
That's why they call me the hype man, bitch. That's why they call me the hype man. Hey, but I got a question from the crowd, from the live studio audience. They said a fun question. If they make a movie about last night, who's the main character? Is it Brunson or Wemby? Knicks versus everyone? Who you got? Who's your main character, Fish? While we got 2 minutes left in this segment.
Ooh,
it's a good question.
Last night's game, the main character is Taylor Swift.
Boy, you're boy, way to piss off everybody.
All right, on the court, Fish. On the court.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
No, I think OG Anunoby has to be the main. He has to be like the main character, but he's not the A-list superstar in the movie. Mm-hmm. But the story is really about his journey.
Okay.
It's kind of like Denzel in The Equalizer 2.
Okay.
Where he's the main character, but it's really about the kid's journey that he saved basically from being on the streets, getting involved in the gang stuff, the shooting with the guns.
Right.
It's really about his journey. Denzel just kind of is Denzel. Mm-hmm. But OG Anunoby is really the guy. He was the star last night. I think the movie has to be about him.
That'd be great. Or you could pull a whole swerve the way we did with Game of Thrones. You thought Jon Snow was gonna get the Night King? No. Sister just pops out of nowhere. So maybe the whole thing is Jalen, and then the hero at the end being OG. Because honestly, that's kind of the world we lived in last night. I was expecting that Jalen Brunson shot to go in.
Yeah, true.
And then what? OG out of nowhere, man.
Because OG's had moments with Anne Hathaway that were a big deal. You know, people talked about. Mariska Hargitay is telling OG how
you did it. You did it, Fish.
Absolutely amazing.
You did it. You angered the people. You angered the people with your Taylor Swift thing. We love you, Fish, but Taylor Swift, please don't turn 97.1 The Fan into Entertainment Tonight. Damn it, Fish. You're ruining the channel.
Oh, man. Sorry for the engagement, guys.
All right, guys. It was the greatest comeback or the greatest collapse of all time, and we will discuss right here on 97.1 The Fan.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. 2 teams left, 1 trophy.
Jason Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We want to hear from you today, guys, because our phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN. It's 855-975-2326. And, of course, join the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And we've got a poll going. We want you to jump into that poll. Best comeback of all time. Was it the Knicks last night, Rocky Balboa, the Mighty Ducks, or Patriots versus the Falcons? Go down there at The Fan LA and vote on YouTube and join the chat. And, of course, we want you to be a part of the show. And, of course, we're just going to go right to that game, the incredible comeback that was. Or was it? Because when we opened up talking to the show, we really only kind of talked about the positive vibes on the Knicks side. We didn't get into the darkness of it all. And I did mention at the top of the show, this is the day. This is the day I'm going to drag D-Fish down into hell. This is the day I'm going to get him to go up. Not after someone, because I don't feel like anybody from this game should be gone after. Can't stress that enough. But held accountable? Maybe a little bit. I want to look over at De'Aaron Fox a little bit, because I got to say, as much as I've loved De'Aaron Fox on this team and have appreciated his career all the way back into the Sacramento days, De'Aaron Fox had himself a real rough one last night, because De'Aaron Fox turned over the ball at very unique times last night. He missed a lot of shots, especially in the second half. And then really the final 10 seconds of the game, D-Fish, I would love you to kind of take me through it and make it make sense, because he gets that ball with 8 seconds left, and immediately just rushes to the rim to try to get a fast break layup, gets blocked by OG Anunoby. By the way, that block by OG, the tip-in was so big that everyone has completely forgotten the block that happened just 6 seconds earlier. This game was won by OG Anunoby on both sides of the court in the final 10 seconds of this game. But what were your thoughts on De'Aaron Fox going to try to make that layup as opposed to dribbling out, maybe taking a foul and a couple of shots?
That's the risk reward, man, of trying to make, a late game play. It wasn't the smartest, the smartest play to make, but I was in a very similar situation. 2010 NBA Finals in Boston, series tied 1-1. We get a rebound. We're up. We're up by 3 points, 4 points, something. Pushing the ball up the floor just to make sure we get the ball over the timeline without an 8-second count. And I see a clear path to the basket, and I just push the gas and go. Mm-hmm. And I made the basket, got fouled, et cetera. We went on to win the game. But had I missed, I could have been in the same scenario that De'Aaron Fox is in today.
So it's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
It just is. And, for us here, we definitely can break it down and say it wasn't the smartest play to make. He should have dribbled it out. He's a really good free throw shooter. He's a great clutch time player. Mm-hmm. And so in that situation, get fouled, make 2 free throws, put the team up by 3, and the series is probably tied up 2-2. But he thought he could get there. OG Anunoby made a great play. And, we have new sports history now.
We really do. But that wasn't all that happened with him last night either. Like, there was another turnover that was really big. He made a pass to literally no one with 3 minutes to go, and that just went in. Another turnover. There was another one where he had the ball and seemingly kicked it very far into the stands. I mean, he was having a little bit of a rough go. And here's what Charles Barkley had to say post-game after last night's debacle for the Spurs. I mean, I agree. I don't know if it was the dumbest play ever, because you make a point. You see that lane for yourself. I can understand it's hard to see. But there is this stat that I found very interesting from De'Aaron Fox yesterday. Fox had 44 touches in the second half, the most of any Spur. Only 5 touched the paint. San Antonio scored 0.38 points per chance out of his touches. He shot 2 of 6 with 2 turnovers when defended by OG. No one for the Spurs attempted more than 6 shots against any matchup. just a real rough second half for the guy. But listen, as much as I want to sit here and only point at De'Aaron Fox, Wemby had a chance too. He gets fouled and misses 2 free throws with 1 minute to go. That changed the game.
It did. De'Aaron Fox is still dealing with the ankle that caused him to miss games in the conference finals. So he's not at his normal level of explosiveness. He's not able to really attack the paint as you broke down with those numbers. He's not getting to the paint at the level that he's accustomed to. That probably contributed to why when he saw an easy lane to the paint, he tried to take it because he hasn't been able to get there with the ankles. The Wemby free throws, I really genuinely felt like that's the first time I've seen him impacted by the moment. He's made some other plays, even the turnover in the other game. Like, some of those things kind of can happen. You can have a glitch, you can have a brain freeze or whatever. But at the free throw line, you're in complete control of that process. And he's so phenomenal at slowing his breathing down, which is really important to late game free throw shooting. And he doesn't dribble the ball. He goes through his pre-shot routine. He takes those big, deep breaths. And when he missed the first one, I was like, man, that's tough. But missing 2 free throws, dude. Phil Jackson used to say to us, it's like a turnover. And so for the Spurs to be up 1, miss 2 free throws in a row is basically like turning the ball over up 1. And then now the other team comes back and has a chance to score on you. So it's almost like you give the other team a 2-for-1 situation when you step up and miss those free throws. And so, again, it's easy to, De'Aaron Fox will be the talk for a lot of people. There'll be a lot of sound bites around his decision. But the 2 free throws from Wemby.
Huge.
I thought, again, the shot selection with 5 or 6 minutes to go in the game, some of the one-pass possessions, the early threes that the Spurs shot without really making the Knicks defense work. They don't necessarily have a bunch of one-on-one advantages, but there are times where you need to be intentional about what offense you're running to force the defense to have to work some.
In watching those free throws, and it was the first time I felt like I was, because you could kind of see it in Wemby's face. When he missed that first free throw, that was the first time I looked at Wemby's face and saw not no confidence, but somewhere like a little doubt. It looked like there was some doubt. I saw him go through his routine, breathe, but there was something in those eyes that didn't look like that, like cool, laid back, like ready to go and kill Wemby. He looked like he was on the ropes about to take that second shot. And it was just kind of fascinating to see. Also, the aspect of the Garden. Here's the thing. What is it like to go into a real hostile place trying to make those free throws, especially a place in the Garden where it's really deep in the back, going back there behind the thing, and just every single noisemaker and foam finger and everything waving in front of your face? How do you actually dial that in and focus on the rim?
To the first part of your question, it's so much fun. It is so much fun.
Especially if you can silence them.
Oh my gosh, man! It especially once you've been in the league for a little bit, like going into road buildings and road crowds and just taking their hearts out is like the best part of the job. It really is. And so I never carried the responsibilities, the amount of energy that the best players have to carry into games. That was not my role for the teams that I played on. So I don't know exactly what it's like to be Victor Wembanyama, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Steph Curry in the fourth quarter after you've basically carried the team to this moment, and what it's like to have to lock in and focus in that situation. But I mean, Steph Curry's a 90+% free throw shooter for his career. When you can shoot, you can just shoot. And guys that can shoot normally make those free throws. Wemby's obviously a really good shooter. But yeah, something didn't quite flow well for him with those two. And the only thing you can think is that mentally there was a question of whether he felt like he was thinking about the moment, thinking about the situation, and rightfully so. I mean, this is his first time as a NBA player being in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's still a human being, even though we call him an alien. So you are going to have those scenarios, and I just think the Spurs it's finally kind of catching up to them, where they're not playing basketball throughout the course of the game like they are inexperienced, but we've seen in certain moments,
we've seen the youth kind of pop its head out.
Does pop out, and they still have a chance, obviously, to win Game 5 and put a lot of pressure on the Knicks to have to win Game 6. That's what you hope for, of course, as a fan as well. But that inexperience has shown itself in some of these late game situations.
I mean, just literally, and not figuratively, literally one thing changing in both of these games. The Spurs are up 3-1 right now. That's the craziest thing about this series. None of this has been blowouts. This has just been back and forth battles, and they have been so fun to watch. I know it's 3-1. This doesn't feel like a 3-1 series right now.
No, and I think the Spurs feel that way. And I mean, the Knicks, to their credit, I believe they're a team that has found a consistency in their style of play, and it's really difficult, man. Please help me understand in baseball if it changes when you're down a bunch of runs and you're going up to the plate as a batter, like your mentality of like you're trying to hit home runs now to score runs instead of remaining disciplined as a batter.
It's actually a phrase we use all the time when guys are pressing at the plate. They'll be like, yeah, you're trying to hit a 5-run home run right now, and you're never going to hit a 5-run home run, my guy. You got to chip away. And by the way, speaking of that chip away mentality, watching the Knicks chip away very, very, almost strategically, as if this was their game plan all along. Our plan is to be down 30 points.
Yeah, they have an ability in their makeup, in their mindset, to just chip away at it. And ironically, Mitch Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, and some of the sound that they play before the games or at halftime or on the bench when he's kind of trying to help the team get their focus back, he reminds them all the time, we don't need home runs. Mm-hmm. Just hit singles.
Well, speaking of Mitch Johnson, let's see what he had to say post-game last night. Not for nothing, because I know this is not what I should be focusing on. That voice does not match that body, right? We all agree on that? We all agree.
I had to double check.
I'm just saying, like, that guy sounds like he's doing like soul man music.
I thought it was
radio.
Charles Oakley.
Yeah, he's like, I want him to be like, yeah, we got some Marvin Gaye coming up here in a little bit.
He too light skinned to have that rough of a voice.
I mean, it's a beautiful voice, though, man. Yeah. What are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on his performance as a head coach? Obviously, the argument that, no adjustments were made, and I definitely agree with you. The 8 threes, especially the one like pass threes that just were happening really, really quick. But it was kind of what got them to that point where they did score nearly 80 points in the first half. I mean, when do you stop that bleeding? When do you make the adjustment? When do you know is the right time to be like, all right, guys, this is clearly not working anymore. We need to adjust our game plan.
It's tough when you're coaching a young team that they're also trying to figure themselves out, too, in these moments. Wemby is trying to learn how to be a finisher of these games in terms of, when the Spurs need a basket just to calm things down, right? You like in the conference finals a couple of times, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander made some buckets and like at times motioned to the bench, like, everybody calm down, bro. I got this. Mm-hmm. And Wemby is still learning, like, when he catches the ball, where he catches it, what is his go-to move going to be? How is he going to get to his spot and get the shot that he wants, not just kind of settle for a shot that is available? And I thought he did that again last night during that run in the fourth quarter. Same left side of the floor. He caught it kind of mid-post isolation, and he just kind of settled for a mid-range pull-up jumper that wasn't It didn't look like that's what he wanted to actually do. It was just kind of like, I could shoot it. I'll just shoot it. And you're not going to make as many shots in those type of scenarios. So for Mitch Johnson, really other than De'Aaron Fox, who played the finishing role, clutch time role for the Sacramento Kings, none of these other guys have been in these situations before as closers. So Mitch Johnson is also learning on the fly, okay, well, what plays do I call to put somebody in position to be successful? Because De'Aaron Fox doesn't have an advantage necessarily, isn't moving as well in terms of his ankles and lateral movement and quickness. And then Wemby doesn't necessarily have a finishing package yet. I was, after the game goes off, the post game still on ABC, former teammate of mine, Tracy Murray, is on, and he was talking about how Wemby doesn't have a go-to move yet. Like, he doesn't have a package of like, okay, between the legs, has he slide to the left, pull up jumper. Okay, between the legs, has he slide to the left. Okay, crossover back to the right, get to the elbow, pull up jumper. The best scorers in the world, they have that. They get to spots on the floor, and it's done. There's nothing you can do. And so, and as he's learning how to do that, that's what really calms things down when teams are going on runs. As a teammate of Kobe's in the 2000 NBA Finals in Indianapolis against the Pacers, Shaq fouls out early in overtime. And we're having this back and forth game with the Pacers, and Kobe ends up with the ball a couple times late in that game, and he made some pull-up jumpers. He made it look so easy, so calm, got to his spots on the floor, and he did that. It's that same thing, like, everybody calm down, bro. I'm here. I got us. And when you have one of those guys, yeah, buddy, that's how it goes down. And in the NBA, those are the guys that win the championships. It's Michael Jordan, it's Magic Johnson, it's Kobe Bryant, it's Larry Bird, it's Steph Curry, like on and on. It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Like, they have those finishing moments.
And it's just not Wemby yet.
Not yet. Mm-hmm. And so, and to the Spurs' credit, like you said, they're still like 3 plays away maybe from being up 3-1.
It's crazy.
Even though they don't really have a closer yet. He's learning how to do that. He's learning is he going to be able to get away with certain moves or certain things? You're not going to get foul calls in late game situations. Big guys are never going to get a fair whistle because the assumption is that he's so big, he's so tall, he's so long. He may not get a foul call that he's expecting. So these are all things the Spurs are learning in real time, and it sucks to be a Spurs fan. It's making for great TV, though, in terms of the comebacks and the way these games are finishing.
It really is. And seeing that crowd alive the way they were last night, I mean, you got to get chills watching that. But what do you guys think? 855-97-LA-FAN. Mitch and Callie, talk to us. You are on with D-Fish and Decker.
Good morning, my Hall of Famers. How we doing today?
Chilling.
We're good. You sound like you're doing good.
Did you have a long night, my guy? It sounds like you might have.
I'd be honest. I gave up on the Knicks. I don't have a dog in the fight. The San Antonio is so lucky, especially with the draft choice. It's gotten so lucky. At least the Lakers make shrewd trades. I turned off after the first half. They went up by 30, maybe more. I mean, the Knicks just weren't hitting anything. But Brunson reminds you he's like Allen Iverson, but not as fast, 2.0. Wemby is kind of like Will Chamberlain. Believe it or not, and he's tall, which is hard to believe, but he's not as athletic. I mean, Will Chamberlain was a specimen. And he's got to get like a skyhook, or I think his most sure shot would be a dunk. I don't know if the Knicks would just push him to the three-point line, or he couldn't get through. And my only comeback and remember is the Chargers, blowing a 27-0 league. I think it was to Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah, dude, that was awful. But I'm a Raider fan, so to me it was hilarious.
That was Trevor's best game of his career.
Really was. That game might have gotten him paid $300 million, Mitch. So I really, really appreciate the call, man. And you're right, man. this Knicks team, man, just the way they're coming back is absolutely nuts. And I look forward to talking more about this game because we haven't even got a chance to even get into the final play of the game. I'd love to ask you questions about that because it seemed like a little bit of a mess. But, guys, yesterday we had Dodger manager Dave Roberts joined the show live, and those of you that missed it, you can check it out on the Odyssey app. Of course, you can check it out on YouTube, but you know what? We're just going to play it for you right here next on the new 97.1 The Fan. You know him, you love him. He is arguably the best manager in Major League Baseball. He has been helming the Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third.
the team win, that's a good day.
Coach D. Fish here, man. We really appreciate you joining us, man, especially as you get locked in for the second game of the series tonight. Talk to us about like your experience as a player and how, as you transition into managing and coaching, how that's really influenced how you lead your guys now.
Well, I'll tell you, Fish, it's like I love playing. Playing and actually I enjoy managing more than I did playing. And I say that because playing, you got a very micro look at life and performance, because a lot of it is about you and your individual performance. And yeah, you want the team to win, and you were a point guard. I was a leadoff hitter, so you're setting the table for guys. But still, you're still looking at individual performance. As a manager, you have a chance to set the culture, really impact lives, and get a different, wider lens. And so when we win championships, I can really now appreciate how many people were involved in winning versus, you both know, when you play, you only think that everything revolves around the players. And that is the most important piece, but you just have more of an appreciation for everyone else. So for me, honestly, my body feels better now that I'm not playing too. So that's another bonus. And I sleep a lot better too.
Of course, we are being joined right now by the great Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Doc, you mentioned you like managing more than you liked playing. What have you learned during your tenure as a manager of this team? Because you know how it happens early on. You lose late in the playoffs, and everybody's calling for your head, and then you get past that, and everybody's like, "What? That wasn't me. I never would have said that about Dave Roberts."
Right. Yep. I'll tell you this, though, and honest admission, I will say that I've learned, because I think that it's like with anything, you're trying to learn the job as you do something new. And for me, I took too much to the analytics in the postseason early. And I think that it's like, I really do believe that the analytics has a place in the game. I really do. And to be fair, analytics have been part of the game forever. But now you just have words and ways to quantify it more. But I think that for the long haul, the marathon of a season, the long game, it is by far, it's the way to go. It is the long view. But I think to win 11 games in the postseason, it's just about people. It is. And I think that you got to get uncomfortable. It's not always going to look right, but I think at the end of the day, to win championships, you got to bet on people. And I think I've done a much better job of that, in recent years.
Coach, talking about championships, your team going for a three-peat, a third straight title, and how have you guys framed that in the dugout, in the clubhouse, in terms of going for three straight or just staying focused on day-to-day building habits?
You know what? I think it's day-to-day building habits, because I think, Fish, we can't win the World Series here in June. So it's like, let's take care of business. And I try to equate it to like the Bulls, let's say. The Bulls were trying to win, 60 games or whatever it was to get to their three-peat or whatever they were trying to chase, right? And then once they got to the playoffs, then they're focused on the playoffs and winning it. So like right now, all we're trying to do is just win as many baseball games as we can, and with a certain longer view of the postseason. But honestly, right now, I'm not thinking about the playoffs at all right now, or a three-peat.
We are speaking with the great Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, joining D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And Doc, you mentioned that long view. And it's been so fascinating to watch so far this season, especially the handling of how you've been handling Dave, specifically Shohei Ohtani's pitching routine with his hitting routine, and how much of that is collaboration with you, with Shohei, with the front office, and making sure this long-form view comes to fruition when October does come around.
Last night, Shohei took 5 at-bats. We were blowing those guys out. After the 7th inning, I said, hey, go upstairs, get treatment. Alex Call's going to take the next at-bat in the 9th inning, the DH spot. So that's a marginal win for Shohei. But those are little things that I'm trying to be mindful of, And so for the long view, for tomorrow or for today, for him pitching, but also just little things that you can sort of help. So yeah, if there's certain innings or certain things that I could kind of be mindful to take care of Yoshinobu or, Freddie Freeman to make sure he's ready to go, or not pushing Will Smith right now with his neck situation to make sure he's ready to go for October. Those are things that me, the front office, we're all aligned with. Because I know that people get frustrated, Glass is banged up, Snell's banged up, but the goal for us is these guys got to be optimum, once we hit September, October.
Coach, we try to spend a little time, talking to our youth, sports people, parents, coaches, et cetera. And, people would, I'm sure you'd like for people to pay $1 billion to get any type of nuggets they can get from Dave Roberts. But, high school coaches, softball coaches that are driving around or listening this morning, anything you could offer just in terms of working with young people right now and their love for the game of baseball and maybe how to think about just helping them keep that love and passion going.
Yeah, I think for me, I think I understand the showcases. I understand travel ball. I just think that there needs to be the fun of it and not just all the competition. You're playing different positions. You're playing wiffle ball in the backyard on July 4th, with the barbecue. Because with the wiffle ball, you're having fun. The wiffle ball's moving all over. You got to manipulate the wiffle ball to hit the ball. You're not just trying to showcase for scouts or play travel ball. So I think that it's like just going out there. I like the idea of playing different positions because young kids change, their bodies change. They got to be able to catch ground balls, track a fly ball, and I like the bat to ball, and I love wiffle ball. It's just a fun game. So I think for me, it's just, I know everyone's having fun and that they think everyone's going to be Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman, but I do think that the love of the game so these kids don't burn out, I think is really important.
We are speaking with Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Doc, you mentioned the fans' frustration with an injury here. You mentioned Snell and Glass now, of course. But the thing I've been saying on this show since we've launched in the last 3 weeks is that lazy narrative of all the high-priced guys with the Dodgers, yet the guys that are really stepping up are the low-price guys, the Andy Pajes of the world, your young catcher who has come up here, Dalton Rushing, and doing incredible work there. The Robleski, Sheehan, all these guys that you may not hear on ESPN and every day.
Not getting paid.
Yeah, it's everybody. How do you manage that with your farm system, knowing that the next guy up is just as good as the guy you already had up?
That's the thing is, I think we do a really good job of, and you didn't mention Edwin Diaz, who has barely pitched for us this year, and it's like there's a lot of money on the table that's in the training room, on the training table right now. But it's like, you get guys like Henriquez step up and, obviously Jack Dreyer and just different guys that are just doing it, man. And I think the thing that I love about this club is, and I know that every team says it, you guys both know, it's the next man up. And everyone says it, but honestly, we really believe it because nothing against the guys that aren't active, but it's like we got to keep moving on. And that's just the way we do things. And so I do think it gives guys, the young guys in the farm system to come up. We've created a culture where it's like they feel like they can kind of impact things. Like this is Alex Freeland's second time up here, third time up here, and now he looks like a legitimate major league player because he's cut his teeth a couple times, right? Mm-hmm. And so we've done a good job of that stuff, and that's something, as you said, that lazy narrative is just about the money. No, man, we draft late every year because we finish at the top of the food chain and winning championships. And then we develop these guys and we sign international players. So we do a lot of good things on the development side.
Doc, talk to us. You got to sneak on some World Cup action here pretty soon, right? Are we going to see, some fandom here? Is Japan coming in? What do we have going on with the World Cup? I know the dugout, the clubhouse got to be lit up before the World Cup.
There's got to be some battles going on in that clubhouse.
No, it's all about Latin America and Europe, man. I'm telling you, Asia, I don't know, man. I think Team Japan is behind the curve. I don't know. But I'll say this is that we go to New York, and I was talking to a good friend of mine. I think the World Cup final is in New York when we're there, and there might be a double dip on my part where I see a World Cup game, and then I got it's either the Yankees or the Mets for the nightcap. So that could be like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. So
yeah,
so cool.
I love soccer. I appreciate it, but I'm not like a fanatic. But when you see the best of the best, as a fan, as a sports fan, that's like once in a lifetime. You just can't miss those opportunities.
Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, joining us here. Quick question for me, Doc, real quick, because I want to paint a picture real quick. I want to take everyone back, and I want to really take D. Fish back to the year 2014. I was just sitting there in spring training, just a young whippersnapper there in big league camp with the San Diego Padres, and in case you didn't know this, D-Fish, the Padres at the time had a big basketball hoop right outside of the locker room. And there was one guy that came out there with a pretty nice jump shot. Doc, how's the jump shot?
Hey, my jump shot was like Fish's jump shot, dude. I'm telling you, man. I had that same lefty stroke, baby. I'm telling you, I could distribute, but I could shoot the rock. So it's funny is that we used to have this we used to have like a 3-point contest, and we used to get teams of 3 players, staff, and I love putting on the players, man. So I won 2 years, won that 3-point contest with my team. So you get some street cred, man, when you can shoot the rock and keep up with them players.
Especially when you beat Will Venable, who did play college basketball. That was the best part.
I see Will Venable this weekend, so I'm going to remind him of that one. You got that right.
Please do. Please let him know that I reminded you of that so he can send me an angry text.
Jack.
Well,
absolutely.
Doc, the legendary Dave Roberts, listen, we cannot thank you enough for taking time out of your day over there in Pittsburgh. And truly, what you have accomplished and what you will continue to accomplish with the Dodgers, you're nothing short of an inspiration to everyone in L.A., Doc.
No, Deck, I appreciate you, and I go way back, and you two, man, are pure class. So I appreciate you both, and all the best, fellas.
That right there was yesterday's interview with the legendary Dave Doc Roberts of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And D-Fish, I'm telling you, one of these days, we got to get out to a court, you and Doc. I just want to see a game of horse. Just that's it. He's talking of a big game with his 3-point jump shot.
If he's a lefty, he can shoot. So I do need to be careful about this one.
All right, guys. Well, coming up, how close is Wemby to actually being suspended? We will discuss as D-Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. That's right. Let's bring in the hype man, Raj. It's time to find out if B-Fish and I want to hit it or quit it.
That's right, boys. And it was fun listening to that Dave Roberts interview again with you guys. Good job, gentlemen. Good job. We got to get Fisher and Dave Roberts out there on the horse court. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed. Lefty on lefty crime.
That's right. That's right. You got to turn that down a little bit there, Decker. There you go. Hey, guys, you are excited about the World Cup, which starts today.
Yeah,
hit it or quit it. Put your flags up, Fish. Show the people on YouTube. Yeah. You can watch on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you guys
want.
At
the Fan LA.
Yep. See, these are the teams that he has. You know what flag that is?
Well, me. This is Spain.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I was talking to Fisher.
Sorry.
It's not your turn.
This is Germany.
Yes.
Nice.
That's your favorite team. That's your favorite.
That's my favorite. This is my mid team, which is Morocco.
Yep.
Yep. And then this is my long shot team, Turkey.
Okay, you got Turkey, so you need those to go far. So, okay, sorry. Who do you have, Fish? Or, excuse me, Decker?
Oh, okay. Yeah, Decker. Spain. I got Spain, baby.
You got
shortest
one of the favorites.
Odds in the tournament. And then I got Team USA.
Hang on, let's do a verbal song for who he has.
Support the U.S. That's the way we like it.
Okay,
we like it.
Get ready. Go, Decker. Oh, boy.
We're going to get our asses kicked. That's
on.
awful.
Come on, man.
And then, of course, I have Scotland as my long shot, and I love me some Scotland. And, yes, I did trade yesterday. I traded a better team to get
Senegal,
Scotland.
right?
I traded Senegal for Scotland. So do I. But the reason why I wanted Scotland, I just like Scotland so much. Such a beautiful place. And you know what? Brock likes Senegal a lot. So I thought it was a fair trade.
Yeah, they got Mendy in goal, who won the Champions League.
Bill Reiter was not happy about this, by the way. He's like, why would you do that?
Nicholas Jackson.
And I'm just looking at him like, buddy, they're both long shots. I'm just taking the country I like. That's all.
All right. And sometimes that's what it's about in the World Cup. Just roll with who you like. With who you like. So, you know any German, Fish?
Do I know any German? Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Hey!
I know swear words.
No, it's a family show, Decker. No one asked you.
You can't tell. It's a different language.
Yeah. All right.
My older. So funny story. Real quick.
I know. Tell me why you know the German like that. That's a great story.
My older half brother was born in Germany because my mom was there with her husband that was stationed in the military.
Okay.
And then his son.
Yeah.
Was also born in Germany because he was playing professional basketball in Germany.
You're practically German.
Check you out.
You're practically German.
A little something we didn't know about Fish up there holding secrets. All right. We're going to bring you some, what did he eat? Those brats or
bratwurst?
Yeah, bratwurst. Yeah, bratwurst and beer.
They love beer over there.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Oktoberfest style.
Yes, they do. All right, guys. Let's see. LeBron James. He says the Knicks had an advantage starting the series in San Antonio. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish. Because they could come out and steal a game.
I hit it for a veteran team, yes. For a veteran team, you start out on the road.
Yeah.
You're getting, like, game one is the one you really intend to send the message that, like, you might have home court advantage, but we're the better team.
Got you.
We're the more experienced group. So I from LeBron's lens, this makes a lot of sense to me. So I hit it.
All right.
I'm going to hit it too because
go ahead, hit it
even if they had the home court advantage, MSG historically has not been a home court advantage for the Knicks, considering that stars go there and have their star games at MSG.
Yeah.
Kobe, LeBron, Reggie Miller with the choke deal. Like, I don't know, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he was there. I remember it.
Yeah.
You do too.
Yeah, of course.
So I'll hit. I'm with LeBron on this one.
Okay, all right. Hey, now speaking of the game, NYPD, they banned spontaneous gatherings outside of MGM ahead of the game. So how about banning spontaneous gatherings outside in New York the way it is, Fish? What you think?
Raj, we're going to have to get this right now because we got Kalshi and we have DraftKings.
G.
So we got to say MSG.
M.
What did I say?
S. Doesn't matter. It's not important. It's important that it's MSG.
Yes. That's what I meant.
Sending us some checks.
There's a lot of letters in there together. All right.
I hit it because
all right.
clearly fans in New York have a difficult time containing their passion and excitement for what's going on. Like showing up to the hotel and throwing things at visiting players.
Dude, what are you guys doing?
8 people got arrested the other night. Spurs fans getting attacked.
Mess.
Like, yeah, you have to do this. Basically, it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
because the city should be able to go crazy for their team that hasn't won in 53 years. But I'm on board with banning spontaneous gatherings to limit the violence.
I'm with the banning of spontaneous ones as well, but this has also been really convoluted because now you got Madison Square Garden, Jimmy Dolan fighting with the mayor of New York City over whether or not the watch party is allowed or not, which was approved, and then Dolan canceled it. Just a complete mess. That being said, you're never going to stop Knicks fans from gathering in we saw last night because they're going to gather in that city no matter what.
Yeah, true that. Hey, guys, let's see. Wemby is issued a flagrant, and he's 1 point away, and a point you get for flagrants, from suspension. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish.
I quit it on this one. I feel like the play last night was the most accidental play that he's been involved in.
Completely, right?
But that was still upgraded to a flagrant foul. And I felt like in the moment they were just doing it because of the other plays.
That's what I thought,
that had not been upgraded to a flagrant foul. And they felt like in the moment they wanted to get out of Madison Square Garden alive after the game. And so therefore they upgraded it to a flagrant. And I was like, that's the most I was thinking he was going to get a technical foul for an elbow flail. Not an upgrade to a flagrant foul. I understand the contact was above the head and neck, but that to me that was the most accidental incident that he's been involved in the whole time.
Completely agree. So much so that he better be able to cold cock somebody in this next game and it not be called.
All right. Well, that already happened. He already cold cocked someone and wasn't called. Okay, damn it.
He can do it again.
All right. Hey guys, last one for me. Angel Reese. She out rebounded the Sky starters all by herself in her return to Chicago. That's right, Chicago Sky is the name of the team if you're keeping track at home. And by the way, we have some Sparks tickets to give away later, so make sure you keep listening. Yes. But hit it or quit it, Fish, on out rebounding the whole damn starters on the other side.
Yeah, I hit it on this one, man. Cody, let us know from your experience, like when you played against your former team, especially if they traded
20
you away.
It's the best.
Right.
Nothing
about
makes
20
me
of them.
There were. I bounced around a lot. That's not an insult. It meant many teams wanted me.
That's right.
Yeah, but
and 19 didn't anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm all over this. She's a rebound machine anyway, but especially against your former team, and they got the win.
Yep,
I love it.
I'm with it too. How many of them were me bounds?
Oh, yeah. We got to talk about that one time with Fish, the me bound.
I'm just curious.
That's the thing. I'm sorry.
I want to make this abundantly clear.
Yes. Fair.
I am a supporter of the me bounds. I don't care how you get them. I just care that you get them.
All right.
And she got them.
All right.
And she beat her old team. There's nothing better than pouring cold water all over your past team, man. It's the best.
Agreed.
All right. Well, guys, we had ourselves a Game 4 last night. Not just any Game 4. This may go down in history being titled the Game 4 when it comes to the sports world. Of course, we're going to talk about it. Was it the greatest comeback of all time, or was it the greatest collapse of all time? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, LAD Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Join us, will you? And give us a call right now, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Talking all things sports right now, and obviously we're talking a lot about the NBA Finals, Game 4. Join us in the chat. The chat has been live all show long. Earlier on the show, of course, we replayed our interview from yesterday with Dave Roberts and everything in his wisdom going forward with the Dodgers. Obviously, the Dodgers dropped one last night in tough fashion. We will discuss that later on the show. Also, give us a call later on the show. We'll let you know when. We are giving away Sparks tickets today.
Yes,
and
sir.
you definitely want to go and see the W here in Los Angeles, California. And let's be real clear, dude. What a game last night. It was an incredible game that at no point did I feel comfortable in. And there's a very specific reason I didn't, because I was rooting for the Spurs for multiple reasons. One, I wanted this series even. I want 7 games out of this series. I'm still inclined to think we may get 6. I'm still inclined to think we're coming back to Madison Square Garden. I want 7. I've wanted the Spurs to win this, not because I dislike this Knicks team. In fact, I really like this Knicks team. But if there's one thing that we have seen these last couple of nights, them Knicks fans can really show their ass, huh? They really can really show how stupid they can really be. Because last night, they go and harass the actual Spurs at their hotel, throwing things at Wemby as he's trying to get in his hotel. Security had to grab Wemby and rush him in to not get attacked by New York fans. New York fans attacking Spurs fans on the streets of New York. Quite the opposite experience, because I believe I saw a couple people tweeting out, I went to game 1 and 2 in full Knicks garb in San Antonio. They couldn't have been nicer and more accommodating. Yet, a little bit of the opposite over there in New York City. So that's why I'm rooting against the Knicks. Has nothing to do with the play on the court, because Jalen Brunson's amazing. Cat, I've said everything under the sun of how much I love Cat. And man, OG Anunoby. You can name any name you want. OG Anunoby is the name on everybody's lips today, and it's all because of this play. Hit it, Raj.
For Jalen Brunson, allow him to operate at the top, 101.
Brunson gets it, fires up a 3. Shot no good. The chip, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106.
The memes going around the internet, the hand of Og, they're trying to call it. OG with the tip in, and you mentioned it earlier in the show, what a tip it absolutely was, because it wasn't just that it was a crazy tip. He picked it up from behind him to get it in. It was astonishing. And by the way, at no point did I think Jalen Brunson wasn't going to sink that 3.
That part, that part, man. Wemby was guarding him. De'Aaron Fox was coming over to double team him, but that speaks to the belief that Jalen Brunson has in who he is.
So he can still take that shot.
Yeah, buddy, you can run over here if you want to. I'm shooting it over a 7'5" guy, and with you coming away.
He's legit different.
Yeah, man. And but credit Anunoby for not, giving up on the play and just standing around watching the ball in the air. A lot of players would have done that. Crashed the offensive glass, and just he hung in the air, and the ball almost got by him. So he was so explosive in going up, and he tipped it, and it did not look like the ball was supposed to go in.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like, okay, he got a hand on it. He's pushing it towards the basket, but then it went in, and I was just I could not believe what I had just watched, man, happen to the Spurs. It was difficult to watch, just as a sports fan, as a former player, as a coach. It just you hate that, to see somebody go through that experience. Obviously, it's bedlam in New York City. The Garden's going crazy. Some of that is fun too, but man, that opportunity for a lot of guys, may never get to the NBA Finals again. Number one, and number two, you may never have the opportunity again to be tied up 2-2 in the NBA Finals and be 2 wins away from winning a title.
Absolutely wild. And what's crazy about that OG play is that's all anybody's talking about with OG. And I don't blame them, obviously. It's the most incredible play ending of a Game 4 Finals game I think I've ever seen. That being said, he made an even better play roughly 8 seconds earlier on De'Aaron Fox blocking that layup, which would have given them a 3-point lead. And take me through that, D-Fish, because I've gone back and forth in my head because I freely admit De'Aaron Fox did not have the greatest night in the world. He had a couple of rough little spots, but also I can acknowledge he's been playing banged up. He's not playing at his normal speed, and he's given everything he's got out there. He did have a lot of touches in the second half of the game. Didn't shoot great, but we were talking about that fast break going there and whether or not that was a good decision or not. We played a clip earlier of Charles Barkley saying it was the worst decision ever made. But after the game, he gave a quote saying, I just saw the opportunity to go up by 3, so I decided to take it. What is your thought in that exact situation? I mean, I get it. You see the basket, take it, but you also have 8 seconds left, and you just got the ball back.
Yeah, I think in that situation, if you're a good free throw shooter, you probably, you want to ensure that you're going to get points in that possession, and you want to ensure that, you don't, even if you happen to miss the shot and it doesn't necessarily get blocked, but that now the opponent is going the other way, in transition with the possession, in particular when you're only up 1. I talked earlier about a similar scenario that I was in the finals 2010 in Boston, Game 3, but we were up by more points than just 1. So even though I rolled the dice and took the risk of going to the rim and trying to finish the play, and I made it, got fouled, etc., but the risk-reward ratio was still more in our favor because even had things not worked out for me and the team in that possession, we still would have had the lead by 4 points or 5 points, whatever we were up at the time. And even had Boston gone back down and scored, we still would have been in control of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But in a scenario where you're only up 1 point, you can't take the risk of letting the other team get that ball back only still down 1 point.
Yeah.
That's where the mistake was made in that moment. But, you got to live on the edge, man, in here tonight. We just talked about Jalen Brunson's courage to take that game-winning shot.
Huge.
Over the top of Wemby with a second guy coming to double team him. No, I'm not passing the ball in this situation. I'm Jalen Brunson. That's how you have to think in these situations, and you have to be willing to live with the make or miss, criticism and or celebration. You could be the hero, you could be the villain. That's how it goes. And De'Aaron Fox, a lot of people have things to say today.
They definitely do. Like you talk about the villain. Yeah, De'Aaron Fox has been made out to be the villain. Now, I do not think he's the villain of this story because I think, Wemby can take some blame. I think a lot of people can take blame. But I will point out this stat. Fox had 44 touches in the second half, the most of any Spur. Only 5 touched the paint. San Antonio scored 0.38 points per chance out of his touches. So not exactly the numbers being on his side. And also I want to point this out. Game 1, Spurs led by 14 points. They lost that game. Game 2, Spurs led by 12 points. They lost that game. Game 4, they led by 29 points. They lost that game. They should have swept this series, man.
That's what it looks like. And which is good and bad for everybody, right? Mm-hmm. Because it means they can win the series, right? We've talked about this here on the show, man. Like in the playoffs, all that matters is that you win the game in front of you. As long as there's still a series, just win the game in front of you. We talked about the top 5 greatest sports comebacks.
Yes. Top 5, you doing it again, Fish?
Nah, we're not going to do it again. We're just going to bring up one example. We
talked
about
Rocky Balboa is the example we're going to bring up.
The Red Sox being down.
Oh, yeah, 0-3.
0-3. Well, the only way to get another game on the schedule is to just win Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, they won Game 4. They're down 3-1. Okay. All you can control now is give yourself a chance to win Game 5. oh, they won Game 5. And then you just kind of stack it that way. And so when you talk about the fact that the Spurs have almost dominated the series to some degree in terms of maybe total minutes played ahead of the Knicks, they've probably dominated that stat. So if they win Game 5 somehow, regardless of the score, there's nobody on earth that believes they're not capable of winning Game 6.
True.
So then if they win Game 6 and you go back to San Antonio for Game 7.
It's anybody's.
It's anybody's game. So the way they lost is absolutely horrendous. But if they win Game 5, same way when they went to New York and won Game 3, you saw how the narrative changed?
Yes.
You saw how the leverage, the conversation around, the Knicks will still win the series, but they're not favored by as much now.
And I saw that first half. Trust me, it entered my mind going, oh, maybe the Knicks have lost their fastball a little bit. Maybe that game the other day really kind of hit them a little harder than we expected. But then the second half happened.
That was the Madison Square Garden magic right there last night, man.
It was something.
That was insane.
Unbelievable to watch. And we just mentioned the villain of the game that everyone's trying to make out to be De'Aaron Fox. Well, that hero of the game, OG Anunoby, here's his head coach, Mike Brown, on that final play of the game.
It's unbelievable. The tip, how he had to control it and tip it in from. I mean, like I said, that has to be the most iconic shot in the history of New York basketball. I mean, I'm not you guys know better than me, but it was just unbelievable. Jalen played the whole half. OG didn't, but we rode those guys, and they did a fantastic job of trying to play both ends of the floor, trying to play fast while trying to give it to us defensively.
Yeah, and it was an unbelievable play. My favorite shot of the game, that shot that they have of the camera above the basket that's showing down at everybody? Yeah. First, it's that shot because obviously seeing a sea of black jerseys with just one white jersey jumping just slightly higher than everybody else to make this tip, but also the look in the faces of the players as it happened. I think it was Cassell who just, his eyes, you could literally see his face and his heart break.
Devin Vassell.
Yeah. There was something about that just, it looked like his heart broke as that ball went through the basket. It's an incredible shot. I recommend anybody checking it out. But on top of that, this almost was an absolute disaster for the Knicks in the exact same way, man. Like, really, really close. I give you Exhibit A, Mr. One Josh Hart. Josh Hart, today, what we're saying about De'Aaron Fox was 10 seconds away from being Josh Hart today. Because Josh Hart had a fast break and made a really bad play, missing a wide-open layup, getting the ball back in the Spurs' hands with, roughly 20, 30 seconds left? It was not a lot of the game left in that time. And here is Josh Hart after the game explaining that play.
Can you describe what it's like just to be part of a game that people will probably remember forever?
It's neat. Obviously, at the end of the day, we got to go out there and finish the job. And we can't be complacent or happy about this because, like I said, they're going to come out Saturday, in their spot, their fans, and that's going to be a battle. But this game was crazy. Like I said, I got a special shout out, for OG, man, because he saved me, at least for this game, a lifetime of, regret. So, yeah, man, shout out to him.
It would have been a lifetime of regret. Knicks fans would never have let him live that down.
Had they still won the title, yes, it would not have, been for a lifetime. Like it would have been for 3 days though. That's for sure.
It would have been a rough 3 days for Josh Hart.
Yes,
no question.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh man, good stuff right there. Well, you heard what we said. What do you guys think? 855-97 LA fan. Ryan in the IE, talk to us. You're on with D Fish and Decker.
Hey, morning, gentlemen. I had a quick question for you guys. The Knicks are one game away. they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. If the Spurs had won, right, we'd be talking about a championship team that's, I think the average age is like 22, 23 years old. If OKC had repeated, we're looking at, is this going to be another dynasty? What do you guys think it means to the league if the Knicks win? Is this a one and done, or does last year's Eastern Conference mean something, the way that they're taking out the Spurs? I'll take the answer off the air, but wanted your guys' thoughts on what this does to the rest of the league.
Absolutely. Appreciate the call very, very much. D-Fish, what do you think of that?
That's a good question, to be honest. I don't know if we've thought of the Knicks as like this team that could kind of run the East for, the foreseeable future.
Because the East is kind of wide open, it seems, like the last couple of years. Because, the Spurs not the Spurs, sorry, the Celtics last year were injured, so we got what we had out of that.
Yeah, the Pacers are real, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Tyrese Halliburton's back next year, and I think the Pacers are going to get a pretty good draft pick in the Clippers trade for Zubats. The Pacers are real in the East. The Celtics, as they finished second in the East this year.
Detroit kind of blew it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I think everything is one and done at this point in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so hard to manage the salary caps, the rosters, the luxury tax. We had some conversation about Mitchell Robinson being a free agent this summer.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get paid to go probably somewhere else. But also the Knicks, Jalen Brunson's on a really friendly deal for a franchise player. So they may have a little bit of flexibility to keep this team together more than we think. If they can keep their team together, yeah. I mean, there's no reason they can't be back in the Eastern Conference Finals next year.
No question.
They defend well. They move the ball. They got a superstar player. And Jalen Brunson's a below-the-rim guy. So some of those, lower body injuries that some of the taller, longer guys have experienced, I mean, other than Halliburton maybe, he doesn't run into as much. And so assuming Jalen Brunson's healthy, the Knicks kind of always will have a chance to come out of the East, man.
And we can finally throw away that, he's too small to lead this team to a title now because he's showing it big time and then some right now.
Yes, he is. It is not the size of the dog, buddy.
By the way, I got to ask you about this because this has been driving me. The final play of the game, the very final play of the game, the inbound pass that was going over to Castle. What were your thoughts on that play and that call? Because listen, I didn't know this at the time because I was waiting to see a replay afterwards. I think the excitement in the Garden was just so crazy, and they wanted to get all the celebrations and all the post-game interviews that they didn't really show a replay of what exactly happened at the end of that play, at the very last play of the game, with 6 seconds to go. And we just watched a replay just now at a different angle. It's very clear that Cat actually tipped the ball with his fingertips, which is why the pass was so off.
Correct. Yeah, I thought, watching it live, I just thought he had made a bad pass.
That's what I thought too.
That was short, because Castle actually did have an advantage. If the pass was on target, he did have an advantage to the rim. This was a great action. He was wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And again, one, we didn't even really talk about it last night because they never talked about it on air. Two, the clock should have gone out by the time Castle got the ball because once Cat touches the ball, the clock starts.
Yeah.
The clock operator in the Garden never saw Cat touch the ball.
And we watched it live. We didn't really see it either.
We didn't see it either. We just thought the pass was off target. But the action was great, actually. It was a really good drawn-up action by Mitch Johnson because you have Wembanyama setting the back screen knowing that Mitchell Robinson is not going to switch off of Wemby. So Wemby sets the back screen on Castle. He had the advantage. And again, guess who was involved defensively? Josh Hart.
Mm-hmm.
So I had Josh Hart.
Been a real bad couple days.
He gave up an offensive rebound, and then he would have been involved on that lob play for the game winner. But credit to Karl Anthony Towns for being active. A lot of teams also, in terms of Mike Brown and the coaching staff, putting a guy on the out-of-bounds player.
Mm-hmm.
Some situations, coaches don't put a guy on the ball. But you've seen in recent years coaches putting, especially guys with length, taking the ball out to try and disrupt or get that deflection that Cat ended up getting. And then you've also seen a lot of teams offensively put a bigger guy taking the ball out because you have 6'11" Karl Anthony Towns defending Dylan Harper. And so then that's advantage to Cat as far as disrupting those passing angles.
Well, I got to ask you this because it's in the chat. And Jeff Fetterman asked the question because we're talking about that inbound play right there to finish the game.
Our boss, Jeff
Fetterman.
Oh,
has got a
That's
very
what
good
you
question.
doing on the chat. You need to be doing work, making money for the network.
Hey, you be quiet. This is an important question. We got to get to the bottom of this
we got to
question.
make sure our answer is correct as well.
Who was that play drawn up for with the 0.4 left to go for the game winner?
Not me, Jeff. Not me. I was.
Wait! We can't give that away. We're gonna tease it. You want to find out what this actual answer was? You're gonna have to just stay on and listen, because coming up, do the Dodgers need to make adjustments? And who exactly was that damn play drawn up for? We're gonna get to the bottom of it right here live on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker with you for just another hour and a half right here on your morning commute in Los Angeles, listening to 97.1. And, of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. We, of course, been talking a ton about the NBA Finals. Game 4 last night, one for the ages. And that's one thing about these playoffs that have been so great, D-Fish. I feel like we've watched 4 games, these playoffs, that we could say have been like the most incredible game possible, because game 1 of the Western Conference Finals was astonishing, and then game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals was astonishing, and the Knicks just keep coming back and back from down. It's unbelievable to see, especially when you really take into account that they've come back to win all 3 of the games in this actual series. Game 1, come back from 14 down. Game 2, from 12 down. And game 4, cannot believe I'm saying this, from 29 points down, D-Fish. Just unbelievable stuff. But the chat did ask some very important questions, and a lovely young listener named Jeff Fetterman did ask, as we were talking about the final play that was drawn up by Mitch Johnson, that was tipped by Cat, the question became, who was that play drawn up for or designed for when he hit the 0-4 game winner?
Now we're going to discuss.
Now we can pay off.
Okay, let's pay it off. Who did you steal the ball from?
Yeah, who did you pay off?
Who did I pay off? I paid off Gary Payton, actually.
Really?
No,
Glove?
GP, man. GP. In those situations, a lot of times sometimes the coach and players like end up trying to force the ball to the best players. Mm-hmm. Your best players are always going to be involved in the action, either as screeners first and then scorers, or scorers right away. The play last night, Wemby was a screener, even though he's their best player. Stephon Castle was open, ball got tipped by Karl Anthony Towns. In 2004, Robert Horry, who was a former teammate at that time because he was on the Spurs. So as Gary Payton was taking the ball out, Kobe goes towards half court. He's the first option almost always. And Robert leaves Gary Payton to go basically deny Kobe the ball. Second option is Shaq going to the rim for a lob, kind of like last night with Castle, like you're throwing a lob to the rim. Mm-hmm. GP didn't like either option. And so then I'm still standing at the free throw line, and I see open space. And on offense, space is good. You go to space on offense. And so I ran towards the space. Ball comes out. I know I had to catch the ball late, if that makes sense. And I'm as a baseball player, you probably get like, there are times where you have to meet the ball out, and then there's times where you have to let the ball come to the glove, depending on if you're trying to place the tag or whatever you're trying to do. And so I had to catch it late because there wasn't enough time to catch it early and then still turn and get the shot off. So to answer the question, the play was for Kobe and Shaq, always. Those are going to be your first 2 options. My little left-hand self was open because the play wasn't for me, and they didn't pay attention to me, and I made them pay for not paying attention to me.
That a baby. That's how it's done.
All right, I like it.
Like it. Always pay attention to D-Fish because he will make that shot. Well, Dodgers last night didn't seem to get that done at quite the D-Fish type of fashion. Unfortunately, they dropped the game 2 of the series, 9-8. But here's the thing. Shohei Ohtani got the start. Not Shohei's best outing, but make no mistake, not a bad outing either. In fact, if he just made one more solid pitch to get out of that inning, he would have gotten out at 7 complete innings with only 1 run given up, earned run. Instead, he gives up a 2-run double to end out his outing in the bottom of the 6th inning. He gives up 3 runs in the game, moving his season ERA to 1.06, which, as we all know, is terrible. It's just terrible. Embarrassing that he no longer has an ERA under 1.
Oh, it ain't right. Send him back down to the minors.
I agree. I don't even know why they're even letting him pitch. Why don't we just give it a giveaway, like have a raffle, let a fan do it.
Give him back to the Angels.
Oh, yeah, go back to
Alex
Anaheim.
will be happy.
Yeah, she will. No, so listen, the Dodgers played actually perfectly fine last night. Unfortunately, it came down to some of their young cats. And their young cats, as we talked to Dave Roberts yesterday, and of course, if you missed that interview, go back on the Odyssey app or check it out on YouTube. We played it earlier on the show today as well at 7:30. We're talking about this next man up mentality that the Dodgers have. It kind of bit them on the ass a little bit last night because Ohtani leaves the game with a nice 3-run cushion. Unfortunately, it was the bullpen that gave up the game. Kyle Hurt comes in, sadly gives up some runs, 3-run blast to Tyler Callahan, which, by the way, that was his second home run of the game, making it 2 career home runs for Kyle Callahan because Tyler Callahan homers off of Shohei Ohtani early in the game, and then later this 3-run go-ahead home run. Then, of course, another home run given up by Jack Dreyer. So next thing you know, Dodgers down. Now, Ohtani, of course, hits a 2-run home run, gets him within 1, but they eventually drop this game. The final matchup is tonight, Mitch Keller versus Robleski. And by the way, Robleski was mentioned in that interview with Dave Roberts because I was asking about some of those names. And look, Justin Robleski's having an unbelievable year. And he immediately responded, yeah, Ro ain't getting paid right now. So it's going to be an interesting night tonight for the Dodgers. And the question that we teased, what adjustments do the Dodgers need to make? Don't lose. Just don't give up runs late to the Pirates. Nothing else to change. They're the best team in Major League Baseball by, in my opinion, a wide margin.
Yeah, I don't know about adjustments at this point other than, like you said, don't lose, but some of the losses are due to the unavailability of their talent.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on that IL right now, man.
Yeah, so I mean, if anybody, I guess, wants them to make adjustments because they see that the Braves or the Brewers or somebody have a better record by 2 games or 3 games. I don't know. I guess you can. I get it. If you want them to be the best team in baseball by record, from start to finish throughout the regular season, that's a different standard. And I think we've seen in sports in recent years, teams with the best records end up with the best record. They're not necessarily chasing the best record. Mm-hmm. It's just more so the combination of luck in terms of health, consistent performance, and that's how you kind of end up with the best record. And but the teams with the best record don't always win the championship. I mean, OKC in basketball.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it the last couple of years, even with the Dodgers. Like, they didn't necessarily have the best record in baseball, overall. But it's about winning those playoff series at the right time. And even in the World Series, they did not have home field advantage. Mm-hmm. And had to go to Toronto to get it done.
Big time. And it was awesome to see. And by the way, the Dodgers, the reason why the Dodgers don't need to make any adjustments is quite simply this. I mean, the Dodgers right now have the number 1 ranked bullpen in Major League Baseball. And that right there was what gave up the game yesterday. Their number 1 ranked bullpen. Now, Tanner Scott's had a couple of rough outings as of late. He had nothing to do with last night's game, by the way. Blake Trinan's been doing a really good job. But they're also without Edwin Diaz right now. They're a very high-priced closer. And keep in mind, the other reason why this Dodger bullpen being so impressive right now, they're currently rocking a 3.17 ERA. Why is that impressive? Because the defending champions last year, when they won the World Series, well, they had a league average 4.27 ERA. So they have a much better bullpen as of right now than the team that won the World Series last year. Not to mention their starting staff, despite missing Glasnow and Snell, is far better than the starting staff that they won that World Series with 2 years ago because they were pitching by committee. So it's going to be an interesting battle for other teams to take on these Dodgers because, again, as much as everyone wants to point out at the Ohtanis, which Ohtani, obviously, let's put him in a box on his own, the rest of the Dodgers' money is not what's winning these games for the Dodgers. It is these other names that, frankly, are not household names. Andy Pages, Miguel Rojas, Dalton Rushing, and now with Will Smith going back in the IL, we're going to see some more Dalton Rushing, and frankly, I don't think that's a bad thing. This kid's playing his ass off.
They're doing it the way, you have to do it, whether you're in a league with or without a cap system. You must draft and develop your players in order to be able to sustain success long term. Just riding, great free agents or veteran players is going to be difficult. It's tough to stay healthy. The regular season becomes mundane, no matter who you are, no matter how great you are, no matter how much you get paid. The regular season becomes mundane for most teams and most players. Like, it's just the routine of it. So you can't have, older veteran guys that you still require to have to show up and carry the workload every single day. And so having some of those guys that are on, rookie deals, guys that aren't getting paid as much, they really add a tremendous amount of value even to superstar teams. And the Dodgers, because they've developed their players so well, then they can have a guy fill in and maybe isn't equal to, you're not equal to Ohtani, you're not equal to Mookie Betts, you're not equal to Teoscar Hernandez, et cetera, but you're just as capable. And that's really what allows them to still win almost 100 games a year.
Well, guys, it is that time. We mentioned we're giving away some Sparks tickets. It's that time to give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN, the seventh caller that calls in. That's right, the seventh caller that calls in to 855-97-LA-FAN will get themselves a pair of Sparks tickets. Give us a call, get your name in there, and get out to see the W over at Crypto.com Arena. Coming up. Did LeBron James just tell us who the GOAT is? What? Well, he's going to give us his opinion, and then we're going to give you our opinion right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1 The Fan LA. D. Fish and Decker with you guys for another hour in your LA commute. And, of course, take us on the go wherever you go on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. And you can definitely watch us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. And I got to say, Raj, Dom in the chat makes a real good point, my guy.
Okay.
We are nearly 3 hours into this wonderful 4-hour extravaganza that is D. Fish and Decker, and you haven't brought up anything about the aliens that has been taking place, because apparently it is being said here, and I quote, whistleblower and lawmakers claim Pentagon knows far more about UFOs and extraterrestrial life than it has revealed, and you haven't mentioned anything about it.
Yeah.
Who's paying you?
You're right, I haven't. There was a certain basketball game on last night I felt took precedent over that, so I haven't had as much room for that. But worry not, it is on the rundown for tomorrow.
Good.
In terms of the early things, because we will get to the bottom of this. Like I said, this is the show of record, and me and Derek Fisher believe in aliens. We believe that they live in the mountains, like that said, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. Don't you worry about it.
They do not live in the mountains. They are not here. They absolutely exist. They just don't exist here. You people are crazy. That being said,
Derek and I disagree.
Yeah, we disagree on that part.
You guys can't just sit here and be like, look at Wembanyama. I get it. It's his nickname. But at the end of the day, is he the GOAT? No, because LeBron James has already said who the GOAT is. I would like to give you a little quote, D-Fish, that LeBron decided to give us, and I quote, "But I think Mike will say the same thing. Rest his soul, Kobe will say the same thing. Magic will say the same thing. Bird will say the same thing. Shaq could say the same thing. The late, great Wilt, Kareem. I don't think none of us are going to say that someone else is the GOAT. If there's a general manager and he's eyeballing all of us on the baseline with the number one pick, it's going to be hard not to take me, champ." I like it.
Yeah.
I like it because you know what? Forget about him, what the headline, the little splashy headline. LeBron says he's the GOAT. No. How he describes this is perfect.
Yes.
You know why he's the GOAT? Because he thinks he's the GOAT. You know why Mike thinks he's the GOAT? Because Mike thinks he's the GOAT. You can't be the greatest of all time if you don't believe you're the greatest of all time.
That was the point to everything that he said.
Yeah.
Was like, yeah, I'm taking me over everybody. That's what, to be honest with you, that's what, in some ways, we're fighting with younger people now, younger athletes, is like, yeah, you have to believe in you more than anybody else.
Almost delusionally.
Yes, it has to be irrational to some degree, not entitled, right? But irrational in terms of the belief you have in yourself, the work ethic and the conviction that you need to have in order to become great at anything you're trying to do in the classroom, on the court, on the field, etc. Like, you have to have an irrational level of belief in yourself that then brings the work ethic and the discipline and the commitment along with it. That's how our systems are wired. So when we see ourselves as great, we want to be great, like then our system knows how to start to align the steps and the things needed to get there. And a lot of young athletes are struggling with wanting to be great, seeing what great looks like, but expecting it and feeling entitled to certain treatment from coach.
Oh, yeah.
From college coaches, from on social media about likes, scholarship offers, like all of these things that, like, you don't get that stuff automatically just because you showed up. Like, there's a certain amount of time and effort and work that goes into that. So for LeBron to say what he's saying right now, he's believed that for a very long time. But guess what? The work ethic has come right along with it.
That, which is huge. I mean, one can't come without the other. And I'm glad you brought up that word, though, entitlement, because that's where I think we've always run into the problem with the guys that have that almost delusional thought process of, I'm the greatest. But again, it's such a, I always try to tell people, it's such a filter system. Every level you move up to, everyone is that much better. And trust me, that guy that you're going to take on was the greatest of all time at his last level too. High school, yeah, you were here, now you go to college. Now you go to college, now you're here in the minors or the G League or whatever. Now you're here, and now you get to another echelon in that level. It just filters out more and more and more. And I've always kind of described it as this one thing because I also know all of these players deal with the same thing that I dealt with, that anybody that's driving around right now in their car in LA dealt with. There's also that creeping in imposter syndrome aspect of it too. It's like you're dealing with two sides of your psyche sometimes. You're dealing with the side of, I'm the greatest and I know I'm the greatest. And the other side you're dealing with, but I also know I'm not the greatest, and that can seep in a little bit and really cause chaos in one's mind.
That's what happens to a lot of, I think, young athletes is that the imposter syndrome, I feel like it's more real now because the social media and digital content aspect of it, like you can look the part more than we ever have.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
So like you can wear the same shoes as somebody that actually is the guy. You can buy the same arm sleeve. You can get the same hair. You can, like, everything about somebody that's already doing it. You can look the same. You can show up the same backpack, the same jersey cuts, the same, like, and so then there's a belief that like you're them, and there's some cool parts and aspects about that, right? It's brought the athlete journey closer to people's lives.
Absolutely. It's peeled back the curtain.
Yeah,
it's shown
right
people
there.
what it takes. Yeah.
But just because you wear the same shoes doesn't mean you get to do the same things, right? You're not Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
Wearing Kobe's shoes does not make you Kobe Bryant.
Sure doesn't.
There was he felt entitled to a certain level of opportunity to be the greatest version of himself, but the amount of work that he put in to be that, bro, it's not even close. That there's on less than one hand the amount of people that would align in their work ethic in terms of the shoes, Mamba mentality, all the things that, but you can be an imposter and look the part. You can wear the shoes. Mm-hmm. You can have the same jersey number, everything, but you're not that. And so to me, LeBron saying, yeah, bro, I'm choosing me over anybody. Well, guess what? He can say that. But if you're 15 years old, you cannot say that. Like you can think it, but you're 15. It's okay. Like, no, the coach doesn't have to treat you as though this is not possible without you.
Yeah, that coach ain't getting rich off you either, buddy.
That's not what this is about, bro. It's not. So there's still a level of humility that you need to have with that irrational confidence, right? And some of the guys we're talking about, there's a humility still to them that existed. They feel like they're the greatest player to play their sport ever, but humility is baked into it because none of that they didn't feel entitled too early, right? Mm-hmm. Like that type of work ethic doesn't align. That's not synonymous with entitlement. Entitlement means the perception of what entitlement is that you expect or want something that you haven't actually worked for quite yet.
Yeah, you're given something that you were not earned, but you think you deserve it anyways. Right. Yeah.
And the guys we're talking about, the women we're talking about in terms of great sports, athletes, etc., there's not a lot of entitlement in their energy because they're the first ones there. They're the last ones to leave. They work as hard as everybody or harder. They care the most. They're some of the best teammates. Like, you listen to people talk about Steph Curry. Listen to people talk about A'ja Wilson. Listen to people talk about the greatest players like in these sports right now. Shohei Ohtani is a phenomenal teammate.
Yes, loved.
Even though he might be the best baseball player to ever walk the planet, he actually gets water for his teammates. So again,
he's making $700 million.
Yeah. So again, let's miss each other with the entitlement and this idea that because you're whatever, that like you're above doing the most basic everyday things for yourself and for others around you, especially if you play team sports.
Yeah, and by the way, you mentioned the shoes thing. I heard a story a couple years ago about Kobe taking on Jordan, and he was apparently wearing Jordan shoes. I heard a story like he lost to Jordan, and Jordan said a statement to him like, "You could wear the shoes, but you'll never fill them." And apparently, Kobe went on like a tear on practicing. Apparently, that sounds very similar to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it sounds very similar. And I'm not even in that conversation with those guys. But I couldn't wear the shoes, right? Like Kobe was like an evolved version of Michael. So him wearing the shoes was like an homage to Michael. I knew I wasn't near anything close to Michael. But the competitor in me I couldn't wear the shoes necessarily. And so, yeah, man, we could go on about this stuff forever.
And I have a feeling we will. And we will. Guys, we had a Game 4 last night, and we got to talk about it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Okay, Raj.
Okay,
Raj.
Raj. Interesting. Raj right now on the new 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Deck. And question for you, Raj, why are you playing that song?
For one, because we West Coast as hell, because we LA sports radio.
Bet your ass.
But two, the orchestrator of this here song, Dr. Dre, will most likely be in studio next week at this time.
Let's go.
All righty then.
Dre. That is not a get.
Dr. Dre, sir.
Dude, that is not a get. That's the get when it comes to the world of hip-hop.
Yeah, so make sure you're tuning in at this time next week. Tune in all damn week, obviously.
Yeah, what are you telling me next week?
Make
Tune
sure
in right now.
Make sure you guys let me know which day that's going to be so I can make sure I show up, okay?
Yeah, finally. Finally, we can get Fish
got
to be
perfect
professional.
attendance so far. No, he's got perfect attendance.
Yeah, you
But
say that now.
Hey, guys, let's take care of some business. For one, the best comeback of all time. We had a poll earlier. Of course, that was the top 5. You can listen to it on the podcast if you need to go back. Best comeback of all time. The Knicks last night. Rocky Balboa. Of course, we like that one. That was good. Was that Rocky 3? All right, against
Rocky
Clubber
3
Lang.
specifically.
Yes. Patriots versus Falcons or the Mighty Ducks. And 50% of the people say Rocky. No. They say the Knicks last night.
I mean, it's hard to ignore. It's hard to ignore that game last night because what a game it was, D-Fish. Yeah. And, of course, we currently have another poll going on right now, so you guys can get on @TheFanLA because here's the question on the poll. Who's to blame for the Spurs' loss? Oh, yeah, who's to blame, D-Fish? I know you love that question. Was it Wemby's 3 throws? Was it too many threes by the Spurs? Was it Fox's rush shot or was it Fox's turnover? As of right now, based on your votes, and voting is not done yet, too many threes is the top answer. And D-Fish, what do you think of that? Because last night the Spurs decided, after a monstrous front half of the game, making all them threes, putting up 76 points in the first half, having a 27-point lead at that point, a lead that was as high as 29 points. Second half, those threes just weren't falling down. And I remember very vividly, after like the 5th straight possession of them trying to make threes, I yelled at the TV, for the love of God, stop doing that, because I was watching that stupid score just dwindle down, and I knew what was coming, D-Fish. I just knew what was coming. I even texted the group chat that I knew what was coming, especially when it got to 15 points.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough balance to feel in the moment of a sporting event to like completely change course. Like it's like
amazing,
especially when you feel and see that what you're doing is working really well. And I think especially for this Spurs team and Coach Mitch Johnson, part of why they're here is that they're young and they're brash and like there has to be a level of kind of freedom given to a young team in a so that they don't overthink the moment.
Okay.
Right? That's where you actually get into trouble. That's why when we talked about manager Dave Roberts, like some of managing and coaching is getting out of the way. It's not micromanaging.
I love
it's
that.
Not trying to tell them what to do every single time they get into a difficult situation, because their ability to make the right decision in a moment has to become something that they own as a player. It's not always going to come from the sideline or even another teammate. You as an individual player have to get to a point where in a situation when it's time to make the right play, do I need to try to impress everybody with my arm, or do I need to just hit the cutoff guy and make sure we hold this guy on second base?
Yeah, it's not about the best play. It's about the right play.
Correct. And so, but it's almost required that you go through some of those experiences to learn. And a lot of times you have to fail, unfortunately. You have to try to make that long throw instead of hitting the cutoff and have it cost you a run and then cost you a game. And then you remember it 30 years later, and it's like you spend the rest of your career ruining that play. But then after that, you realize, like, man, you know what, bro? I'm going to just keep it simple. I'm going to hit this cutoff guy, and I'm going to make sure that we just keep them from getting extra runs. In basketball, you're developing that same mentality. do I need to shoot this three right now, or is it okay for me to pass this one up? Because it's more important that another 20 seconds of clock runs out because we're up by 12 already. We don't need 3 points. We need less time on the clock. And so it's like it's a battle of ego, will, quick thinking, critical thinking. It won't always come from the coach, but yes, maybe a quick conversation or mention to guys about getting to the rim, making sure we're touching the paint still. That's one of the really popular things in basketball now is, like with our team in high school, it gets to a point sometimes where I have to say, bro, do not shoot the ball unless we get 2 feet into the paint first.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can shoot a three. But if you do not get 2 feet in the paint, do not shoot the three. Even if you're wide open and nobody else is around you, it's that important for us to move the ball a few times first.
Love it.
And that's hard to do at the pros, but that's what it takes sometimes just to remind the guys of like,
keeping it simple.
Like in football, you can't get away from the run game too much. You can't just pass the ball 67 times.
No.
Like you still got to mix it in just so your play action.
And you gotta control the clock at least a little bit at some point. Which,
Correct.
by the way, I would have loved the Spurs to have done at some point of that game last night. Dear God. You know what I really love about what you just mentioned is the idea of coaching and knowing when not to coach. Did any one of your coaches give you like a very like overly simplistic thing? Because I got one that immediately made me think of Pat Murphy, manager of the Brewers. He said, you're going to play left field this year. I'm like, dude, I haven't played left field since I was 10. I don't know how to play the outfield. What am I going to do here? And he looked at me, he's like, here's what you do. He threw me an outfielder's glove. You catch it before it hits the ball and you throw it to somebody else as quickly as you can. That was the only outfield advice I got in my professional career. To this day, the best advice I ever got.
Very simple, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all it takes. It's what it is. I mean, shoot the ball when you're open. Mm-hmm. If you're not open, pass it to an open teammate.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
It's that simple.
Yeah,
man.
We complicate the game, that we play. It's not the game itself that's complicated.
Yeah.
We complicate it.
And boy, it felt complicated last night. And listen, it seems like the hero of the game was very clearly one man. And it was not the man we all expected it to be. We were all expecting Jalen Brunson to hit that three. I know I did. I know the moment that ball got in his hands with 4 seconds to go, I immediately yelled out loud, well, this is over. This is gonna be it. And then, of course, as that brick came off that rim, I'm like, never mind, Spurs get it. Cue in OG Anunoby. And a great call from, of course, ESPN television right there. It was everything about that play made me think, man, maybe this Knicks team is a team of destiny, man. It seems that way because everything has seemingly, when I say everything has seemingly gone their way, things have gone their way, not without its hardship, to say the least, because they've had 3 massive comeback victories so far in this series. But OG making that shot, right off the Brunson play. We discussed it earlier, but really seeing how that court just opened up for him, he getting in there in a sea of black jerseys and just one white jersey getting that tip, especially with the speed that he got into there. Like, touch on that. How did he even make that tip? Because it looked like he even jumped too early and still got it.
Yeah, he went right away. So the Spurs, they ran the action, got the ball to Jalen Brunson. Wemby's guarding Brunson at the top of the floor. He slides over towards the right. The Spurs have decided there's no way we're letting Jalen Brunson play one-on-one, even though Wemby's guarding him. So I don't know if Mitch Johnson sent De'Aaron Fox over by, there's a quick call or a word that triggered De'Aaron Fox to go, or he just trusted his instincts and went. Jalen Brunson decided the game is on the line. There's no way I'm passing this ball. Mm-hmm. I don't care if Wemby's on me. I don't care if De'Aaron Fox is running to me. I'm shooting the ball.
And he got a pretty decent shot
Pretty
off, too.
decent shot. It was right on line, just a little short. I'm sure the fact that Wemby was in front of him forced it to be a little short. But Anunoby recognized that De'Aaron Fox had left him And so he had 4 or 5 freeway lane to just run straight to the front of the basket. And a lot of players are coached and trained and taught to do that now in the NBA more than ever in terms of offensive rebounding, crash rate, etc. And to Anunoby's credit, he timed it up well enough that he was able to jump and hang long enough with that right arm extended all the way up and get his hand on the ball. And even though I saw him tipping the ball, it didn't look like it was definitely going to go in, because it wasn't like some offensive putbacks or tipbacks are right in front of the rim where the hand is up and you're just able to push the ball into the basket. Like Wemby had one earlier in the game. But Anunoby's was he was still 3 feet back from the basket. And it still was able to hit it. And bro, to your point, it felt like this is just what's supposed to happen right now. The Knicks were going to win this game no matter what. They just took us through the roller coaster ride of being down 21 first.
And the roller coaster ride goes like this. Game 1, Spurs lead the Knicks by 14, and they win. Game 2, the Spurs lead the Knicks by 12, and the Knicks win. Game 4, the Spurs lead the Knicks by 29 points, and the Knicks win. You could really make an argument, a very, very realistic and honest argument, that the Spurs should have already swept this series. But no, they're down 3-1 going into Game 5 in San Antonio, which of course will be played on Saturday. Looking very forward to that matchup. I'm hoping we're getting to Game 6. You know me, I'm hoping we're getting to Game 7, in fact. But that play by OG after the game, he did speak to the press, and man, he really, amazingly, right after the game ended, he gave an immediate on-court interview. Maybe the most poised on-court interview from a guy that just made a game-winning shot. Here he is in the press conference after the game.
Went up. I was free. There was no one boxing me out. So I just went in there for a tip dunk and ended up just tipping it in.
Simple. Easy. They gave it to him. It was simple, and he got it done. And on the other side of this team, of course, we've been kind of throwing it out to the listeners, 855-97-LA-FAN. Give us a call on what you think. Is this the greatest comeback, or is this the greatest collapse ever? And, if you're a Knicks fan, yeah, it's the greatest comeback ever. If you're from San Antonio, this was not a comeback. This was a massive drop ball letdown in epic proportions. And a lot of eyes are on De'Aaron Fox, and I do think rightfully so. But I do want to kind of adjust that attention back over to Wemby. Because as much as we can point out that De'Aaron Fox, the punting of the ball into the stands for that one turnover, another turnover, we passed the ball to an invisible player that went into the stands as well. Not to mention, man, that missed layup that was blocked by OG. And again, OG not even getting credit for the even better play, 10 seconds left in the game on that blocked layup that he went for De'Aaron Fox. It's the Wemby 2 missed free throws is something that I really have vividly etched into my memory right now. And it wasn't the bouncing off of the rim. It was the look on Wemby's face. It was the first time I think I've ever seen Victor Wembanyama doubt himself. It really looked different. Not necessarily deer in headlights, but not the supreme confidence we've come accustomed to when it comes to Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, he almost looked puzzled. If that's the right way, it was, to your point, it wasn't like, oh man, I don't believe in myself anymore. But it was a kind of puzzled look, as though all of the things that had led up to them even being in that situation where they're only up 1 point, and then now this, that was kind of the look. He was like, okay, bro, we were just up by 29 points. Now we're only up 1, and now I'm missing free throws too. This is not the way I envisioned this going.
It almost felt snake bit. It really felt like somebody cursed this team. And yeah, I know you WWE fans are yelling right now, Danhausen did. Stop it.
I have no idea what that means.
Is a WWE wrestler who initially cursed the Knicks early on in this year. He tried in the playoffs, and the Knicks lost early on to the Hawks. So all of a sudden, a few people were like, Danhausen, please uncurse the Knicks. So he did. He took the curse off, and then they went on a 14-0 run. He's been at these games, this WWE wrestler, and they're making a huge thing out of him uncursing the Knicks. And because of his uncursing of the Knicks, the Spurs are apparently horrifically cursed.
Interesting. Okay, that's breaking news.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff, man.
For me, at
least. Rod, you've seen this, right? You've seen the Danhausen WWE wrestling thing, right?
I didn't see this one.
You haven't seen this. It's been all playoffs long. It's actually been, to WWE's credit, they've been capitalizing on it, as they should.
That's on the dark web that Cody.
I'm telling you,
I don't necessarily surf that as much as he does.
I'm not even a wrestling fan anymore, and I see it everywhere. Give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. Have you seen Danhausen curse and uncurse the Knicks? Because apparently I'm the only one in the room that has.
Yes.
But let's get over to those calls. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Oh, gee! Like, you won me money! Dude! Oh, my God, I'm about to pass out from yelling. Oh, my God, damn, I'm driving. Well, let me calm down. Ooh, headache. Brain freeze real quick. Dude!
Unreal.
What in the world was that? Look, number one. Dak, I'm the complete opposite of you. When I saw Brunson take that three, I'm like, oh crap, they done blew it. He's too far. The dude looked like he took it from the from the logo, too far away. I knew it was going to be short. It was not a bad shot. He had two defenders on him. Somebody's open. But you know what the Spurs did? Because other than choke away a 29-point lead, and other than their coach Mitch Johnson not calling a timeout that they desperately needed. They freaking didn't defend. They didn't watch the inbounder. The inbounder darts to the ball, sees it coming off. How OG is able to get this ball, and his momentum is pushing him forward for him to get a whole hand on it, and not. D-Fish knows this. Deck, you play ball. I know you play some basketball. People that hoop, y'all know. When you're moving at a super high rate of speed, then you jump in the air. Your momentum can do nothing but push you forward. This dude is doing nothing but going forward, and he's able to get a whole hand on it and not hit it too hard. And it goes in the hole. I mean, I lost it last night at work. I won me some money. I'm excited. I can't believe, like, to me, how do you shoot? Chuck said it last night inside. How do you shoot 8 straight threes, Spurs? How do you do that? Not call a timeout, Mitch. I'm going to do it. If Pop is coaching that team, I think they win. I just really think they win. That inexperience from the coach down to the players cost them that game. That was a huge the Atlanta, New England. Yeah, no, that's my team. But this right here, oh my God, dude, I'm so excited.
Unbelievable series.
I can't believe. It's been incredible. And Spurs fans, somebody check on Miss Beadle, because I know somebody check on your friend Deck, because I know she is sad and mad.
buddy, I gotta tell you, Michelle Beadle is not contactable today. She has turned off her phone. She's deleted her socials.
In fact, she was going to appear on the show Were They Winning, so I think it was kind of planned out.
So I was going to have Michelle call in today if they won. Let's just say I didn't text her last night.
Probably a good idea.
About from the third quarter on. I've had a feeling she was in full panic mode, as she could have been. But, you know, the Great brings up actually an interesting point. What do you think would have been different? And I apologize for how I'm asking this, but how do you think it would have been different if Pop was coaching this game? Would decisions been a little different? I know Mitch Johnson's a little bit of a younger coach, still kind of learning it on the fly, and I highly doubt Mitch Johnson knew he was going to be in the finals at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I get the thought and the question, but that's just, I mean, that's pie in the sky. Like, that's like trying to have a GOAT debate.
Yeah.
And actually come to a sensible answer, you know, with different people, you know, with different perspectives. All coaches coach differently. You know, obviously Pop is one of the greatest to ever do it, regardless of sport. You know, his decisions would have been different from the beginning of the series, you know, so the whole series would have been different, which then means maybe we're not even in that situation last night. You know, so it's always tough to try to reduce it to just, you know, if this person was in this situation or if that player, you know, was in this situation, this would have happened. It's not that simple. And again, you know, a lot of this is still like players still have to have a sense of what's happening in the game as well. Like, calling a timeout every time a player needs to know something doesn't work. It's why there's only so many timeouts.
Yeah.
Like, if literally having to call a timeout every time to tell a player, hey, man, you know what? It might be a good idea to try this. Then that means your team is not going to win it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like it's having the feel in the moment that needs to be developed and enhanced and to happen. And, it's going to be, it hurts for them to go through what they're going through. But yeah, Pop coached the team in San Antonio when they lost to the Heat. The Ray Allen step back three off of a free throw offensive rebound. But no, we don't question Greg Popovich's coaching ability because somebody didn't box out or somebody didn't do this, or Tim Duncan had a 3-foot drop bucket that he missed that then led to the Heat winning the title that year. But we don't question whether Greg Popovich, had the ball in the right hands of this guy or this guy didn't get as many touches in it. That's all because we need something to click on now.
Well, we always need that. Yeah. We need something to click on.
So, so it's not that simple. The Spurs are still a very formidable opponent, and, they win Game 5. And trust me, the conversations we're going to be having on Monday morning,
they're going to be interesting.
As we get prepared for Game 6, it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be real interesting. We look very forward and honestly hope that absolutely happens. But you heard what we think. What do you think? 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Coming up, Matthew Stafford, defending MVP or luckiest man in the world? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan, D. Fish and Decker. And what's a siren? What's with the siren, Raj?
Because this is supposed to be a dual show with you and a co-host, but we got a fine coming
Those
up.
of you that are watching on YouTube, go to the widescreen. Oh yeah, D-Fish is not back yet. That is factual. D-Fish is out grabbing a coffee. I think it's Starbucks across the street on Wilshire. He'll be back short. Actually, D-Fish is walking right now.
That internal clock. Well, I don't know how the hell he's going to make a shot with 0.4 seconds left,
Raj,
but he can't tell when we're back from the break. I've had
this
enough.
Is not on D-Fish. I'm actually going to go a step further. This is on you, Raj.
No.
And this is why I'm going to tell you it's on you. And I got D-Fish's back. We ain't doing this. It says right here, plain and simple, we come back at 31. It's not even 31 yet. It is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. D-Fish is back on time.
All right, Raj.
You're a monster, Raj. Why are you bringing us back early? Why are you making me work more?
D-Fish, before you guys pay off the tees, I just want to know how the hell you can make a shot with 0.4 seconds left, but you can't be back from the break on time.
Okay, Raj. I see what we're doing. I see what we're
America
doing.
can see it. YouTube can see it. You can't lie to the people.
I told you D-Fish is a hostile work environment.
Which of our listeners, watchers, subscribers call Roger Crook?
I don't remember, but all of them now.
I agree now. I've been holding out.
Someone hacked the computer.
Crooked ass Raj over here.
I've been like, nah, Raj, nah, man. Yeah, it's real. It's true.
Dom says, thank you for your service, Raj. All right, guys. Well, we did have a tease out there before Raj rudely interrupted the show with his horrible takes on his tardiness, but... Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Stafford, defending MVP, Super Bowl champion, just one of the highest paid quarterbacks of all time, and also, according to this report, the luckiest SOB to ever be under center, apparently. I want to immediately just say real quick, I don't agree with this report, and I will tell you why. Raj, it's very funny, because this report is so great because it gives interesting stats and then torpedoes its own report within one paragraph.
It contradicts itself. And who are we talking about? What report is this from?
So this is a report.
Pro Football Focus.
It's from Pro Football
PFF.
Focus. And this is what it says. And I want to let you know, it's basically saying how great Matthew Stafford is, except is he as great as we think? Because based on some advanced stats and metrics, his 2025 season ranks as the third all-time as like one of the luckiest seasons ever because of the pass rate that he was throwing downfield should have had a much higher interception rate. He finished with roughly 7.3 fewer interceptions than the average quarterback would have with his expected throw rates. So that's an interesting stat. According to this stat, he should have had way more interceptions last year than he did due to the type of passes that he would make. However, it then goes on to say that this trend has been something that has existed for Matthew Stafford for the past two seasons, but Stafford also has a stat that he also possesses. It's the net luck score, and this is actually going back to 2017. His luck score is by him making the exact same passes, and he has plus 17.1 in the luck score, meaning he throws into these dangerous areas and defenders don't intercept them as much because of reasons. What are those reasons? Maybe it's the way he throws the ball. Maybe it's the speed that he throws the ball. Not really sure. In fact, the only quarterback that has a higher luck score is another fellow future Hall of Famer, Aaron Rodgers. So I do appreciate that they're putting together this wonderful stat saying, you know, he's not as good as you think because of the expectations of the interceptions. He's not throwing interceptions. So I don't care what's expected. What is happening is he's winning MVPs and getting paid a ton of money and being the talk of the town in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's better to be lucky than good, right? It's better to be both good and lucky. And Matthew Stafford is both.
And it's good to have him here. I can't stress it enough. And listen, the proof is in the pudding. We watched him come over here from Detroit. Now, the narrative of him in Detroit was poor Matthew Stafford. This guy's just the best who's stuck with like a terrible team and an organization that just won't build around him, yada, yada, yada. And the it really was seemingly proven overnight because he comes over to the Rams and wins a Super Bowl immediately. And since then has only had success. And right now going into this next season, which could be his second to last season, could even be his last season, depending on what happens, he's going in with the shortest odds of any team in the NFL. Oh, also, their deficiencies was the spots on defense, of which they've completely plugged up the holes and then some.
Yeah, I would say the defensive side of it, they've gotten figured out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're still waiting on some potential news, I guess, that would shore up the defense even more. But
do you think it's coming? Do you think if we were going to put like a D-fish mod, like a meter from 0 to 100%, D-fish, what is the percentage you think Aaron Donald's coming back on defense this year?
Yeah, it's pretty high right now, just because the it's not just sources in the neighborhood.
No,
this is like.
It's coming from inside the house.
Yeah, I mean, like the general manager, the coach, it's
Aaron Donald's his own Instagram page.
Yeah, I think there's a significant amount of reality that this comes to fruition at some point. But again, there are certain dates that they're probably working around as well in terms of contracts, what he can sign for, how many players they have on the roster going into, in terms of OTAs, into training camp. Does he need or want to participate in training camp? Does that give them some time to cut some players, which will then free up a little bit of money and prorate the salary, all these things. But I don't know. I would say 70 and up at this point.
Well, I would actually agree with you. And here's what you mentioned the money. The thing why I think the money is going to end up working to at least get him in the door. Myles Garrett did get a little extension with the Rams, and he kind of moved the money around a little bit. And it is fairly team friendly in the short term, specifically in the short term. So maybe Myles Garrett probably worked a little bit with the team and be like, hey, man, you're talking about getting Aaron Donald too. I've been in Cleveland. I don't know what the playoffs are. I don't know what a Super Bowl is. Aaron Donald's going to help make it a lot easier for this cat to win a Super Bowl.
Agreed. I mean, we've talked about that partnership and collaboration aspect a lot with superstar players, regardless of the sport. The Dodgers are aligned with Shohei Ohtani on his goals and aspirations as a player individually, and how those things can still align with what the team needs from him in order to be successful. That went into why the contract was structured the way it was, because he wants to win, not just win Cy Youngs and win MVPs, but he wants to win World Series trophies. We've talked about it. We don't know it as intimately as we do in Los Angeles here, but the Spurs are aligned with Victor Wembanyama and his goals and aspirations as a player, wanting to be the Defensive Player of the Year and the MVP, wanting to win world championships, etc. We've talked about it, in terms of LeBron. Historically, Magic, Kareem, Kobe, Shaq, etc. Like, that's a part of sport. And so, in football, being able to rework those deals, you talk about extensions. We can talk about Patrick Mahomes as well.
You mean that Royals owner?
Woo!
$500 million.
But they reworked this deal that I think in the short term is it just continues to allow the Chiefs the flexibility of building a great football team around him. So he doesn't just want the money. He doesn't just want the touchdowns. He doesn't just want the MVPs. He wants to be one of the greatest ever, and he knows winning has to come along with it. And the Rams, I'm sure, probably are having similar conversations with Matthew Stafford in terms of, his extension, but only doing it for 1 year to continue to have that flexibility for him and the team. And then Myles Garrett potentially reworking his deal that allows maybe a little flexibility in terms of if there is an Aaron Donald ad, or maybe there's another transaction that the Rams are thinking about that's a little bit maybe quieter, doesn't involve a player of Aaron Donald's caliber, but it could still help the team in the short term. And Myles Garrett does not need another dollar in his paycheck. He feels like it could help the team winning the Super Bowl here in his first year with the Super Bowl in Los Angeles. man, that's rare air right there. So
completely,
it's worth the sacrifice.
I do think this is a team that is built in a way that can buck the system. When I say that, I'm talking about when it comes to preseason odds, because they are an overwhelming favorite now. So much so that they are currently sitting with plus 550 odds to win the Super Bowl before the preseason even hits. Defending champion Seahawks, they're plus 1,000. The Bills, plus 1,000. Half the odds, half the distance to the goal, shorter odds for the Los Angeles Rams to win the Super Bowl. But here's the thing. Since 1995, only 4 teams with the shortest odds have actually won the Super Bowl. So it's anything but a sure thing. But there is some aspect of a mentality of this team, and Sean McVay on this team, and Les Snead running this team, and just the caliber of talent and the players and the guys that have been there on this team. I'm looking directly at Matthew Stafford. And now if you bring back an Aaron Donald, that's another aspect of that championship caliber quality being re-injected into this team.
Just combination of, guys that have individually achieved and accomplished at the highest level and know what it takes to be great and to, operate in a mindset of excellence. But then also guys that have won titles, as part of championship teams. And that's something that, we're even seeing in the finals. Sometimes the guys that are great but that don't have that championship experience, it catches up at different points. And the Rams have a football team, and they could continue to add to it, of guys that are great individually, but also guys that have won Super Bowl titles, and it's a pretty good combination to have.
Absolutely dig it. It's going to be a fun year. You hear what we think. What do you think, guys? Get in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at TheFanLA. Of course, that poll is still going. Make sure you vote on it. Who's to blame for the Spurs' loss? Was it Wemby's 3 throws? Was it too many threes? Was it Fox's rush shot? Or was it Fox's turnover? We want to hear from you. Coming up, it is that time. Brock and Alex joining the show for a little bit of crosstalk right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And D Fish and Decker live right here for our 4-hour extravaganza. That is D Fish and Decker, and hopefully you're joining us live on the chat in YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at the Fan LA. But more importantly, let's introduce our friends.
No, hold on.
Oh God, what has happened now? What is that? What has the crook done to you now, D Fish?
I'm still me and Raj. I'm still looking at Raj.
What happened?
He set me up coming out.
He set his ass
He
up.
set me
Explain.
In dirty fashion.
Did you know about it?
Oh, I did not know about it.
Okay.
Did I
Do
know
tell.
about D-Fish? Dude, I do not like that she's
Do
trying to get me in
tell.
here.
So
What happened?
we have these immaculate rundowns
Yeah.
that Raj does a great job of putting together.
And I mean really specific with the time on it, too.
You know, we're going in and out of the breaks. Okay, you got the live read. Boom, boom, boom. So it's 9:28. Hey, how much time do I have? I'm going to just run out real quick. Oh, yeah, no. We'll come back at 31.
Yeah, it says it right here, 31.
Walk back in, 9:30.
Yeah. So you're early.
A whole
Cody's
60
already
seconds.
on.
No.
Yep.
And
Raj.
Raj
Fine. Anyone's late, you get fined.
And Raj is in there playing a siren saying, we're finding this guy. And I'm sitting here like, no. And then we're on the YouTube chat. We do the wide angle, and it's just me at the table by myself.
You can't lie to the people. Now, Alex, and Brock, I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
How the hell can a man make a shot with 0.4 seconds left, but he don't know when to come back from break for the show? That's what the math ain't math to me.
Sounds like he was giving false information.
Yeah.
Wait, what's
You
his
set him up
nickname?
for
Crooked
failure.
Raj?
The crook.
Crooked ass Raj.
I-
Get a new name.
I tried not to get on board with it. But
Used to be the hype
your
man,
hands are tied
but
now.
now he's just a crook.
I don't know. With the bridge giving you a hard time, there's
Alex,
Raj.
Alex, I'm telling
That's on
you,
you.
it's a hostile work environment. Raj
okay,
is...
now I'm sorry. Now let's continue
Deep
with
breath,
our
deep
crosstalk.
breath.
Crooked Raj.
hi, Brock and Alex.
Strikes again.
You guys, I just found out I'm an ice queen.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was the only one.
You're getting everybody sick.
No, I'm not getting everybody sick.
Getting
You guys,
everybody sick.
I love a freezing cold room, and I didn't realize that everybody, my co-host, is in a double sweatshirt and a shirt on top.
To be fair,
I got my
Other
jacket ready.
studios have complained. So
You're
I don't
ruining.
know.
You're
I
not.
just
You're
turn up
ruining the
AC.
fan and the wave. like everyone is mad at you.
That I make it too cold. I will not apologize.
I was gonna say, to be fair, you've never hid this fact. Like,
No.
if you were changing the thermostat and not telling anyone, that's one thing. But you have made it very.
Walks right in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hot
I
right
mean,
now.
She
It's
walks
warm.
in on our show and changes the temps.
Well, you can feel it now. I can feel it starting to change.
I
a
know
little
it's
bit.
awful. And
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh my goodness, this
Woo!
woman. You know you grew up in Southern California, right?
Yeah. You know what? I am so blessed that I have a partner that is the exact same as me. We're both like icebox. I have
What is
60,
wrong with him?
like AC at 60 blasting year round. I love it. I love it.
that's kind of nuts. Okay.
I
Insane.
love
You're-
it.
you're-
I'm starting to see it now.
So tell me,
Mm-hmm.
last night, June 10th,
Yeah.
a night that will live in infamy.
Yes, it will.
Whether you're a Knicks fan or a Spurs fan, where were you when you watched the most insane basketball game, maybe of our lifetime?
I was getting ready to put my daughter down. Like, she was falling asleep in my arms to the point where I should have been in the rocking chair putting her to sleep. And I was like, honey, this is getting too close. You're staying up with me. And it was like one of those, I couldn't cheer too loud because I didn't want to like wake her up again from falling asleep on my shoulder. So it was one of those like, don't drop the baby, don't wake the baby, but like jumping up and down in insanity. I mean, that's
Crazy.
a moment that's going to be talked about for generations to come.
I was personally looking for the guy who told De'Aaron Fox, "Hey, buddy, green light for the last 5 minutes. Don't pass the ball to Victor at all." That's what I was doing. I was trying to find. No, I was sitting there watching the game, and there was this tangible moment, I would say, when they were down 17 points, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this, where it clicked. Oh, they're gonna win this game. Like from 29,
got the 23 for me.
You knew right away.
I'm like, guys, I've seen this story. I know what's coming.
Every single
Insane.
Spurs loss, they were winning by double digits at some point. I think I have that correct.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually
14, 12,
Yeah. Let me pull it up right
20
here.
Oh my god! And what's so crazy is There's an argument that the Spurs could have swept the Knicks, and there's an argument that the Knicks could have swept the Spurs. Like, this is one of the most outrageous series I've ever seen. My heart breaks for San Antonio, but what a game.
Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. My heart ain't breaking yet because I firmly believe it's coming back to MSG.
Damn. You're like my homie who was like, after game 2 when they lost, I tripled down on the Spurs in 6.
I definitely didn't do that. I definitely didn't do that.
Triple down. Where were you
I'm
guys?
a responsible gambler.
Where were you guys when this happened, Fish? I mean,
I was at home. Yeah.
Did you have a feeling, like as a player, when you're seeing it unfold?
No, because, it's a game of runs. There's momentum swings. It wasn't like when it got to, less than 20, I was like, oh, they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
I feel like it was the under 10, like 99-90, and they took another 3 off like one pass, and I was like, yeah, no, this is not gonna go well because they continued to take the quicker early shots, with 5 minutes to go in the game, and I'm like, don't necessarily take the air out of the ball, but don't take the first available shot always.
Where does Mitch Johnson fit into this? Because as a viewer, you are sitting there saying, why are they playing so fast? Why are they not slowing the game down? But is it just because that's how we run our offense, so that's how we're always going to run it? Like, why are they putting the shot up 7 seconds into the shot clock?
Yeah, it's a difficult balance with playing to win and not playing not to lose.
Okay.
Right? And so... And in particular with a young team where they're trying to do something that like nobody actually expects them to do when the season started, right? Like, so part of why they're here is that brash, confident, like young swag that Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper have. And if you try to box that in too much over the course of the season, then you don't get this version of who they are. Like, Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle have walked into Madison Square Garden and played better than everybody on New York's team other than Jalen Brunson.
Right.
You don't get that if you're trying to keep them on a leash all the time.
Okay.
So, but sure, like there is a time where you don't have to say play slow, walk the ball up the court, but there is a time to say, man, we got to touch the paint this time down the court, Or you try to maybe call an action that involves, like we used to run an action called 4-pass.
Okay.
And the 4 passes were going to happen no matter what. It was literally just to make sure that all 5 players touched the ball down the court.
And you're sitting there as a player, you would rather hear we have to make sure all 5 guys touch the ball instead of hearing coach say slow the game down.
Correct.
Like one sounds a lot better than the other.
Correct.
I see.
Got you.
Correct. Because you don't want players overthinking playing basketball. Like it's still a sport. It's like there's times where it's 3-0. You're never swinging on a 3-0 pitch.
I
right?
never did.
Right. But there's literally times where that ball is coming over the plate like 42 miles an hour.
It's the pitch to hit.
You can hit a home run. You know it.
Dude, the worst part of you and I talked about this, those things that stick in the back of your mind. One major league at bat I had against, Madison Bumgarner.
Ooh.
He starts me 3-0. I know he's throwing a fastball down the middle, but I was just called up last week, and he has a no-hitter right now. I can't swing at this pitch, or a brawl will start. So I let it go.
No.
Strike 1, next pitch, another fastball. I foul it back. I, at this point, have faced Bumgarner like 20 times. Like, he's not going to throw me another fastball. He knows me. Fastball gets by me. Strike 3. I have thought about that at bat for 10 years.
So it's that, right? Where it's like in basketball, we don't necessarily have a 3-0 type scenario necessarily. You could argue De'Aaron Fox's play with trying to go get the layup was a worse decision than maybe like those threes early in the clock were like 3-1, not 3-0. So 3-1, it's like some guys have an eye where they can take that pitch still. And other guys are like, bro, if this is close to my zone, I'm swinging.
I was that guy.
Like, I'm swinging.
You know what? I take back everything I've said today about De'Aaron Fox. I am De'Aaron Fox.
You are De'Aaron Fox.
We are all De'Aaron Fox today.
It's like, it happens. And, yeah, after the fact, it's like, Oh yeah, no, I just hit into a double play. And it's over, and we lost. And
I mean, hindsight, but like then those moments are sometimes like the most iconic moments.
Correct.
Like even Brunson, like missed the shot. If OG's not there, like we're having a different story.
Correct.
Different conversation
there,
this morning. Like, I can't believe he just took that.
Why did he shoot the ball 30 feet out? You know, Wemby's in front of him. They were double teaming him. He should have passed it to OG. He was I take that back. Everybody in New York would have been happy with Jalen Brunson shooting the ball, no matter what.
Oh, fair. Yeah. But objectively, it wouldn't have been accepted from other NBA fans the way that Madison Square Garden would have.
Some people would have had something to say. They always do.
Well, those Knicks fans celebrated responsibly last night by, harassing the Spurs team as they try to get back in their hotel and throwing eggs at Wemby. So great job, Knicks fans, last night.
I didn't see that.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you don't want to go anywhere, everybody, because Brock and Alex mid-morning show is next right here on the new 97.1, where D-Fish and I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. D-Fish. My man.
My dude.
All right, guys. Kick rock. See you tomorrow. Enjoy some sports.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. Happy World Cup.
Hey.
It is here, you guys. We are just 2 hours away from kickoff. Mexico against South Africa. And then we got South Korea and Czech tonight at 7. USA's first game tomorrow here in LA at SoFi. If you're watching, you see flags. All the countries' flags. Not all of them. Some of the countries' flags. I think mine are over on that mic stand.
Every country that has ever existed on this table right now.
But why are there only 10 here? Yeah, no, it is going to be a time. I've just been watching videos of fans like just going insane and crazy. I think the team that you traded away yesterday,
yes, Scotland,
they came up on my feed. So their home base is in Boston right now, and it's the first time they've been in the World Cup for decades, like over 2 decades.
It's been that long. Wow.
Yeah. And so fans are like, this is a religious experience. So the kilts and the bagpipes and the drinking has just taken over Boston. And the Boston police have put out like a no tolerance policy to all the fans. But they've been really respectful, just like the stories and all of them together celebrating and raging in the streets has just been hilarious. But also,
it's been
like,
the best part of this whole
Boston
thing.
telling sports fans not to drink.
Pretty hypocritical.
What is that? That's like Snoop Dogg when he did that commercial and he was like, no smoke. And everyone's like, is he giving up smoking? Snoop, this isn't you. Are you okay? Blink twice. Are you being taken over by someone? No, that's like Boston, like, hey guys, like no drinking. It's like, really? Come on.
But actually, though, now my favorite part of this entire World Cup so far has been the crossing over of cultures that typically don't cross over, right? Like, has someone from Scotland ever visited Boston? I'm sure they have all the time. But to have thousands all with a one-track mind and one goal, it's going to be electric. And I love how major cities like Boston get to experience this.
Mm-hmm.
College towns like Lawrence, Kansas, who are just Team Algeria now. That's where the Algerian team is staying. And the entire community has just rallied around them because school's out, so there's no sports. And when there's no sports in a college town, things get really quiet.
Yeah.
But the fact that for this summer they all have something to get behind, it's so cool.
It's their Team B. We were talking about this morning with our boss, our coworker Andrew. When you have certain teams that might not be doing great, you pick a B team. So a lot of these U.S. cities that have these countries coming and staying in their cities, I mean, like, by default,
you gotta embrace
that's
them.
going to be your B team that you're celebrating, opposed to just USA that's kicking off tomorrow. And dude, you guys, the U.S. men's national team was going crazy last night. Watching that Knicks comeback win, they were all together. Tyler Adams apparently is a huge Knicks fan. And they just lost their minds. They did like a dog pile on the big couch. Like, boys, use that as motivation.
There you go.
Anything is possible, because that Knicks comeback is going to be talked about for generations to come. That where were you, Mo? We were talking about it in Crosstalk. What were you doing? I was supposed to be putting my daughter to sleep. She was sleeping on me, and I was like, we can't miss this. We can't miss this. So I felt like all those like viral videos you see of like fans freaking out and screaming, but like I couldn't scream. I couldn't freak out. So it was like silent. Oh my God. This is happening. Oh my God. Because, like, you know, again, when you don't have a team in the finals, you just root for insanity. And that was absolutely insane. The largest comeback in NBA Finals history.
I am still trying to come to terms with what that was. My initial instinct is to feel bad for the Spurs because they blew it, and because I am a Wemby is my B player when the Lakers aren't in. I just root for Wemby now. And that is as embarrassing of a collapse, like you said, that the NBA has ever had. But when I woke up this morning and I started seeing not clips of the Spurs being disappointed, but of the Knicks celebrating.
Dude.
I'm pretty sure I saw a video of a shirtless Timothée Chalamet running through the subway. Like, I was like, okay.
I mean, he took the Entertainment Tonight mic in the hallway because there were so many celebrities there. I mean, like Taylor Swift was front row with a Stevie Nicks shirt on that she made. And obviously Timothée Chalamet has been there. Adam Sandler has been there.
Larry David was going crazy.
All I could picture was that Curb episode where he's sitting courtside and he trips Shaq and his foot's out. I'm like, Larry, I mean, this could very easily, like, Curb is very much a reflection of his actual life.
Yeah.
I was like, please, Larry, like, just if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be you accidentally.
It was so cool to get the other side of it and just the celebration that probably is still going, honestly.
Oh, for sure. I don't think they slept. I'm excited because we are actually getting someone who was like right in the heat of everything last night. We've had him on a bunch. Alex Monaco, he works for MSG. He was in Central Park for that watch party, and he actually shared on social the final seconds of the game, the missed Brunson shot, the OG tip in, and then literally it looked like Central Park was shaking. Absolute insanity. But you know what I thought about today? Because I've been listening to Pitbull, you guys, as my pump-up song.
Mr. Worldwide.
On my drive into work. He's on a playlist. He's on my Avicii playlist, but he is taking over that playlist. And one of the songs that came on, this is for everybody going through tough times. Believe me, been there, done that. But every day above ground is a great day. Remember that? We're just going to tell Spurs fans that today. It's tough. Knicks fans have definitely been there before, but
I told you this yesterday, and I want to tell the world. I once got free tickets to a Pitbull concert, and I was sitting there with my friend, and we said, well, we have nothing else to do for the next couple hours. Let's just go. Dude. One of the greatest shows I have ever seen. Pitbull brings them out. Pitbull puts on a show. He's going to be up there in a tight-fitting suit that costs $10,000, and you're going to see a bunch of mothers going nuts.
Dude.
It is so much fun. I will always love Pitbull.
And do you know what they do now? All the women go in groups, and they wear these bald caps. They go as Mr. Worldwide, and it's these bald caps with sunglasses and suits on. It is just...
I love Pitbull.
It is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so much excitement from last night, you guys. As I mentioned, happy day one of the World Cup. New York going absolutely insane right now after last night. The U.S. men's national team was going insane watching that. Your German gentleman is just absolutely blowing
He's a celebrity.
Up.
He's an actual celebrity.
He is.
Him and JJ Watt, I guess, are going to hang out at some point. This guy is going to be on Good Day America pretty soon.
Oh, it's happening. Oh, is he going to be aren't you going to Germany's game
in Houston?
Yeah,
I
on
am.
Saturday. Is the game Saturday or Sunday?
It's one of those days.
Okay.
But I'll be there.
You're flying out. You're like, I'm flying out.
I
I know what's happening, you guys. We know what's happening. We're going to dive a lot deeper into that Spurs-Knicks game later. As I mentioned, we have boots on the ground in New York. Alex, who's going to be joining us a little later in the show. But let's get to last night's Dodgers game. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
You mean the Spurs weren't the only collapse?
That was the first fall apart game of the night. And you know what? That was tough because Ohtani wasn't perfect, but he left the game with a lead. And when you have a guy like Shohei Ohtani that just gave it everything he had there, I mean, there was a lot of things that went right in that game. Yeah. Obviously, more things went wrong for the Dodgers, but Ohtani left with a lead. Ryan Ward hit his first career grand slam, and it felt like the Dodgers were going to be able to get away and get this game from Pittsburgh. But unfortunately, as we've seen a few times this season, the bullpen just had a late game meltdown. And it's crazy because even after all this, this was Shohei Ohtani's worst outing of the season, giving up 3 earned runs, and his ERA, is now above 1, still 1.06, which is insane. But for Ohtani and this season and the standard that we hold him to, that was a tough outing for him.
It was. And if you had to pinpoint specific events, you look at Max Muncy in the 7th inning when Vesia came in to relieve Shohei. The ball just rolls right through Muncy's glove. It's as if there was a hole in his glove, and an extra run scores because of that. And you don't know what would have happened if you go into the 9th inning with a tie game instead of being behind. Of course, you have probably the worst outing that Kyle Hurt has ever had. It's on the entire bullpen, but Kyle Hurt definitely was the worst of it. But there's also a standpoint of, and I go back to the NBA Finals game last night as a comparison. Initially, I felt the gut punch for the Spurs because I'm rooting for Wemby. But then on the flip side, I thought, well, the Knicks just erased a 29-point comeback, and that is incredible. So my gut still hurts for the Dodgers because they're actually my team. Wemby is my B player.
Yeah.
But the Pirates put on a hell of a show. And Tyler Callahan with his 2 home runs, Brian Reynolds with that robbery of Shohei. There's absolutely no excuse for the Dodgers to lose that game. But I remove the embarrassment level from it because sometimes your opponent, no matter where they sit in comparison to you regarding talent, it's just their day. And there were some incredible moments that the Pittsburgh Pirates had. It's on the Dodgers that they lost, but I do also see it as the Pirates took advantage of a window and just had the game of a lifetime.
They did. And, Kyle Hurt probably takes a lot of responsibility for this. And he spoke after the game. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I didn't get ahead. I think I fell behind every single hitter, didn't throw one first pitch strike. That leads to damage, and I just didn't execute. And, I had some guys 3-2. I didn't execute there either. Just missing a little bit, I let a few go. Sped up a little bit. There's always tomorrow, so I'm just ready to get back at it.
And that's the thing with baseball. Like, you got to have a short memory.
Right.
Be a goldfish. Okay? You get a couple hours after the game to think about it and dwell in it, and then you have to let that go. There's another thing that, I was thinking about, too. This was the first time this season that Shohei Ohtani was pitching to Dalton Rushing. Now, obviously, Will Smith is still out with neck stiffness, but that relationship, that pitcher-catcher relationship is huge. And there are certain guys that will only pitch with certain catchers. And again, they've worked together last year. I'm sure a ton over spring training. They're familiar with each other. But to have this be the first outing and the first outing they've worked together this season and have it be the toughest one of their career, it kind of makes you wonder. And there were a couple questionable pitches that could have been challenged. I don't like living in the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Should he have challenged those pitches? But you have to think that factors in as well.
It does. And the broadcast did a great job of highlighting those 2 pitches. And if either of those 2 pitches end up being reversed for a strike, then that 2-run RBI that happens in the 7th inning right before Shohei gets pulled doesn't happen. And like you mentioned, Will Smith working with Shohei, you can sit there and say, well, a catcher is just a catcher. They know what pitch is coming, and they've worked with the pitcher before. Obviously, it's all going to be the same. Not exactly. When it comes to framing a pitch, when it comes to just a feeling for the strike zone, which I believe statistically Will Smith still has the best success rate challenging on the ABS system. Small things like that. So Shohei had a bad day by Shohei standards, which is still a better day than most. But even still, there were so many opportunities for this game to fall in the Dodgers' favor. I know Max Muncy is kicking himself. I know that, like we heard, Kyle Hurt. Actually, let's run through this 8th inning. He walks the first 2 batters, gives up a 3-run home run. The next batter singles. Then it's a wild pitch, so the batter who just singled is now on second base. Now, Rushing ends up getting that batter out at third base when he was trying to steal. But that stretch, right away it is not Kyle Hurt's day. And you can hear it in his voice in that audio clip post game that we just heard. Mentally, he was just not there, and it was never there. And I'm not saying he was in there for too long. I am saying a guy like him who has been in premier moments, whose introduction to most of Dodgers fans was a marathon of a game in the World Series. You are just expected to have more fortitude in those moments, but all you can do is learn from it going forward, because they may need him today for all we know.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't want to say the Dodgers wasted an Ohtani game. There was just a lot of things went wrong for the Dodgers, but also you got to tip your cap to the Pirates. They took advantage of every single opportunity last night, and you know what? New day. New game. Short memory for all those Dodger players, because you can still go out and you can win the series tonight. But when you come into a game, you were talking about that kind of mentality for a player, because we've all been there. The mental game in baseball is such a big part of the game. You usually say 70-30, mental opposed to how physical, how in shape you are. Baseball might be higher than most sports. So when you come in as an athlete, as a professional athlete, when you're coming into a game and you already if your mind goes there and you're gone, have you been able to bring it back mid-game, or is it almost just I gotta tap tap, take me out?
Right. It's one of the toughest things I have found, and maybe this is specific to football only, that someone else has to take you out of it.
Yeah.
That a teammate had to walk over to me in between plays or after a series and say, kind of physically shake me or say something that would mentally shake me out of this trance that you're in. The same way that you hear players say they black out during their biggest moments.
Yeah.
There's also kind of a blackout that happens during your worst moments, when you know this thing is spiraling, everyone is staring at me, and no matter what I do, I feel like I'm a step slower and I'm not thinking fast enough, and everything is happening at 1.5x speed and I'm moving at half speed, right? And it's a situation where, yes, someone can come visit the mound, whether that's a catcher or Mark Pryor, the pitching coach. But I feel baseball is unique in that every single play starts the same exact way, right? I was a defensive player. If I had a bad play and gave up a tough pass, the next play may be a run play. The next play may be a throw somewhere else. I could have opportunities to get my sea legs back, if you will. But when you are a pitcher, there's no room to breathe. Other than somebody visiting the mound, the play starts with the ball in your hand. And like Kyle Hurt said, he was not able to find a first pitch strike throughout that entire inning. And it just starts to spiral and spiral and spiral. That wild pitch was about as wild as a pitch I've seen this season from anyone. And that was the moment of, I don't know if he's coming back.
You got to yank him at that point. It's tough because I've talked to so many pitchers, whether a starting pitcher, middle relief, late relief, closer. And the ones that have said the best performances and the best stretches they've ever had in their careers are when they're out of their head and they're out of their mind and they're not even thinking about it. Even when I spoke to Blake Snell during his Cy Young year down in San Diego when he was with the Padres, I talked to him mid-season when we were there covering the game. And again, he was in the midst of a Cy Young season. He's like, I'm just playing a lot of video games, playing a lot of golf. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not obsessing over what is happening right now. And when you're in the middle of a performance and you just can't get yourself out of it, and that's all you're thinking, you are hyper focused on what's happening. You're almost digging yourself deeper in that hole in that situation. Right. So yeah, you're right. I think it does take, and which is why I think I've shared this before. When the pitching coach goes out and talks to the guy on the mound, most of the time they're not even talking about pitching. They're like, "Hey, what'd you have for lunch today? You like chicken wings? You like drumsticks?
Think of anything but what you're doing right now."
What's your favorite dipping sauce? Oh, I forgot. We got to get you ranch. So yeah, it's just. That's a tough one.
It hurts.
Short memory, new one today. But you were talking about it takes someone to talk to a player in a bad moment to take them out. I wonder who's doing that for Fox today on the Spurs. Ooh. Because, buddy, that is just a heartbreaking play, decision, and moment for the Spurs fans, the team, losing the biggest lead in finals history. We're going to dive into that when we come back. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because we are giving away Sparks tickets. Top of hour 2, I think that's where it's happening. Top of hour 2.
All right.
All you got to do is be the 4th caller. We are celebrating the Sparks anniversary, 30th anniversary of the first ever Sparks game. So you're just going to have to call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 at the, I say in about 35 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm just preparing you for that moment. You know what moment we were not prepared for?
What's that,
Last
Alex?
night. Whew! That Knicks win, the largest comeback in NBA Finals history, a moment that's going to be talked about for generations to come. Like, that game, every coach or parent is going to be using that as an example to never give up. There is always a chance to come back. Being down 29 at the half, a game-winning tap-in by OG, like the Garden losing their minds. And the thing was, no one's like, we're not focusing on the star of the team, Brunson, taking the shot and missing it. And like OG just happened to have perfect timing in a sea of Spurs to just like rise above and tip it in above everybody else. Like, iconic.
I was wrong yesterday. I was dead wrong. I said if the Spurs come out hot, they can take MSG out of the equation.
Dude, they came out so hot.
And they came out as hot as they possibly could. They did take MSG out of the equation, but little by little, the Knicks just scratched and clawed and scratched and clawed and did not give up. They would have had every right to say, you know what? Let's go ahead and focus on Game 5 because this game is lost, and God forbid Brunson goes out there and gets injured when we're down 29 points. Like, there's a lot of ways where this game just gets tossed to the side and cast out, but Mike Brown and this team, hats off to them. But we do have to talk about, and you hinted at it, De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
So here is the age of the Spurs starters. Devin Vassell is 25, Julian Champagnie is 24, Victor Wembanyama is 22, Stephon Castle's 21, and Dylan Harper, who rotates through, is 20 years old. He's just a rookie. De'Aaron Fox is 28 years old on a starting roster that has an average age of 23.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox is there for the exact moments that we saw yesterday. He's the vet. He's the guy who is there for, hey, when things start spiraling and these young guys feel overwhelmed, you got to take the ball and control everything and make sure everyone gets back on track. So the fact that the vet whose responsibility is to settle everyone down looks the most panicked and is making the worst decisions, it's scary. And I feel for De'Aaron Fox, but at the same time, this is your job and you did not do your job. And because of that and many other reasons, no one player blows a 29-point lead, but he blew a 5 minute from 5 minutes remaining. If you had to point to one person, it is De'Aaron Fox, and he has to live with that. Obviously, in the post game media availability, he was pretty defensive, and I understand why. He has every right to be emotional about it, but there are some tough conversations happening in that locker room between now and Saturday.
It's just hard because hindsight. Everything is 2020, you know, like it's like, I can't believe you did that. Like, why would you give them an opportunity to get the ball back when you're only leading by 1 point? And there's so many, again, like we're sitting here, armchair experts talking about the game. Like, this is not what you should be doing. But when you're in that moment, and he probably thought like, okay, I can give us a lead. We're going to have enough time. This is the right thing to do in that moment. And those are moments that either make or break you on both sides. Yeah. Even with, like we talked about it with Jalen Brunson taking that shot that he missed, trying to shoot over Wemby.
Yeah, from 30 feet.
If OG wasn't there, we're having a completely different conversation, and we're not focusing on Fox's situation. Obviously, that wasn't the only play that led to this, and those aren't the only two plays at end, but people only remember the last play, the last moments of the game. What were the game-shifting situations? And those were the two game-shifting situations. And Shay, we have the sound from that last play, that last call. Let me take you back there. Take a listen.
Brunson gets it, fires up a three. Shot no good. The tip, it's gone! It's gone! It's gone! With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead. OG Anunoby, and it's 107-106.
No timeouts left. They have to get it in. Harper lobs it inside. Castle hasn't lost it. That's it. It's over. The greatest comeback in NBA playoff history. The Knicks pull off the miracle comeback and lead it 3-1.
Like chills. Like, again, it's not my team, either of these guys. But when you witness history like that, like the largest comeback in NBA history on both sides for the Spurs, that's going to stay with these players forever. Like, we could have evened the series. Like, this was the Spurs game. Like, from right out of the gates, they were absolutely controlling and dominating this game. They silenced Madison Square Garden, which ain't an easy task. No. And what we've heard for decades is when the Knicks are playing and when the Knicks are in the playoffs and when the Knicks are in the finals, it hasn't been since 1999, that place is rocking. And the Spurs came in and made a statement.
Everything they did was exactly what the game plan said. They got Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble early. Karl Anthony Towns, through the first couple games of this series, has defended Wemby better than anyone has defended Wemby in Wemby's career so far. And it was a huge reason why Wemby was struggling to get his rhythm in those first two games. They got him in foul trouble early. He sat most of the first and second quarter. He was not a factor, which means Mitchell Robinson had to play a position, out of position rather, and he's a tall 7-foot guy, but he's not an athlete. He cannot handle Wemby. Ariel Hook-Purdy, who has not even played in these finals, had to get legitimate minutes last night. He comes in when they're up by a lot of points, and you saw Cat, knowing he wasn't able to go back in because he already had 2 fouls in the first 4 to 6 minutes, standing with him, like giving him the game plan before he checks in, because this guy has been sitting on the bench for the last week and a half, right? That is the ideal scenario for the Spurs, and they took advantage of it for the first half, but the second half came around, and it was just an entirely different game. I bring that up because if you are the Spurs coaching staff, you're sitting there saying, what more can we like? We executed the perfect game plan. We were up by 29 points, and we still lost. And the hard part now is they have to flush away those feelings because they have to. In no way are the Spurs giving up, but emotionally, I don't know how you come back from that.
Yeah, that's tough. I can see them like maybe winning one more, maybe winning on Saturday at home in San Antonio, but coming back, this I almost hope that for like Knicks fans in New York and just everything that they've been through, it's just hard because again, it's like you talked about the average age of all of these guys on the Spurs. They are young. They don't have the experience. And moments like this, again, if it ends up being a gentleman's sweep, and that was the one game that really decided this entire finals, that stays with you for your entire career.
It does.
Do you rebound from that?
Not quickly. No, this is an emotional toll that say the Spurs drop this next game. This is an emotional toll that will sit with you for an entire offseason. And for De'Aaron Fox, if he never makes it back to the finals, this unfortunately will be one of the first things that you think of, right? And I'm not going to say it's unfair for him, who's had an incredible career. Very few NBA players get to still be playing high level as a starting point guard at 28 years old. But the stakes were so high, And whenever you have a historical moment like the Knicks, Jalen Brunson and Cat and OG Anunoby, well, really not Cat because he got in foul trouble, but they get to sit there and always be remembered by every Knick fan as the guys who were the face of the team that surmounted a 29-point deficit in a half of basketball. On the flip side of that is currently these young Spurs players, especially De'Aaron Fox, are the face of the team that blew a 29-point lead against the New York Knicks. The young guys have plenty of time to accomplish things to where this gets pushed down. But think of Chris Paul. Think of Doc Rivers. Think of guys who have accomplished incredible things, but first time you think of them, you think, he blew a 3-1 lead, and he didn't really get this done. He didn't, it's not the most important thing that they did, but there are certain benchmarks like blowing a 3-1 lead or blowing a 30-point lead, 29-point lead. It just sticks with you.
It's crazy because if OG doesn't tip that in, we're talking about Josh Hart today. And Josh Hart joked about it in his post-game presser, just saying, like, OG saved him from a lifetime of regret, is what he said. A lifetime of regret. And if you're not an athlete, and again, I didn't play at a professional level, but you have to be obsessed in a sense where you either use these moments to motivate you and fuel you. Some guys and women, it will destroy you. It will literally take over your entire life, your mental game, and only the strong ones can use it as fuel to be like, I never want to feel that again. I got to do everything in my power to get back to this moment. And it's crazy to like have two guys in very similar situations. One is on the losing end of it, and that's who we're talking about today. And Josh Hart, like, he just got lucky that his teammates, go buy OG a nice little gift there.
get him whatever watch that he wants because he deserves it. And and to that point, Victor Wembanyama missed 2 free throws in a crucial fourth quarter moment.
Can't do that.
There are so many things to nitpick with hindsight, but for the first time this entire season, the Spurs looked immature. The turnovers, the panicking, the refusal to play your own pace of game instead of falling into the Knicks trap. The Knicks are at their best when they're playing at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And the Spurs looked like the moment was too big. And unfortunately, the guy who looked smallest in the moment was the veteran who you put in your starting lineup to control and limit these exact scenarios.
Like, it's crazy. And again, they still have to win one more.
Yep.
But the Knicks haven't won a championship since 1973. Like, we weren't alive.
That's so nuts.
I want to say most of us, like, working on the show, I don't think any of us working on the show were alive. And we've heard about it and we've seen it. And you can tell by, like, the different fan bases and the celebrities that were there in MSG last night, because you had like the OG ones that have been there, like a Spike Lee from the beginning. You get Jerry Seinfeld, you got Larry David in there.
Ben Stiller was there.
Adam Sandler.
Sandler was there, yeah.
And then you have like that next gen of like Timothy Chalamet, like just losing his mind. I think he was tarps off in the street, and
he was in New York.
Yeah, he was in the hallway like with the Entertainment Tonight mic, just losing his mind. We saw Rihanna and Rocky shooting hoops in the streets. Taylor Swift was courtside with Stevie Nicks' shirt, just losing her mind. I think
it was cool to see.
It was just wild.
They are going to throw a giant rope around the Statue of Liberty and pull it to the ground if they win this thing.
It's so funny.
In New York.
It's so what Tracy Morgan said: if they win, the Statue of Liberty is going to get pregnant. Cardi B said the Statue of Liberty is going to start walking. Like, the city is going to literally be shaking. We have Alex Monaco from MSG Network joining us in the next hour, and he was covering the watch party in Central Park, and it literally looks like the whole park is shaking. He was filming that final moment. It is insane. You know what? I'm happy when I get to witness historic moments and magical moments like that. I have so many friends that are Knicks fans, so I'm happy for them. Only when it's not against our team.
It's not against
I'm rocking my Lakers shirt today, because you just like, you want to be a part of the party, but like, I got to be rooting for my own team. Anywho, that's wild. We're going to dive into that much more throughout the show. But coming up next, do you care, LA? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, and save that number because in the next hour, in about 15 minutes, we're going to be giving away some Sparks tickets, and all you got to do is call in. But right now, it is time for Do You Care LA? Producer Shay.
Get those
what do we got
shoulders
today?
The shoulders are moving, Brock. You stole the words out of my
Before
mouth.
you said that, he literally was like looking at you, swaying a little bit back and forth.
Come on.
All right,
check it out.
baby. What do
Check
we got?
it out. I'm feeling myself right
Do you
now,
hear
LA.
the, wait, do you hear the shake in his voice? Stop.
Do You Care LA, the segment where I get to ask Alex and Brock if they care about certain sports topics around the world. We're not just talking about LA, but don't worry, guys, there are some LA topics today. I got a sad one for you guys to start with.
Uh-oh.
I know we've been
Okay.
talking about the FIFA World Cup.
We have.
And this referee, he's been in a little bit of a controversy. I don't think it's a controversy because I think it's just a screwed up situation for him.
Yeah.
Somali referee Omar Abdul Qadir Artan was denied entry at Miami International Airport, and even
Heartbreaking.
though officials in Toronto and British Columbia said he would be welcome to referee in Canada, it's probably not going to happen because the FIFA structure requires match officials to report to Miami for centralized training and daily preparation no matter what. So all referees are going to go to Miami for the training, and then they'll go out to wherever they have to go.
It's like whoever was having a bad day at the Miami airport just ruined a man's dreams. Like, this is insane. He, one of the best referees chosen by FIFA. You spend your entire career to get to this moment. Like, think about it. Like, the players dream about getting to this moment. Officials dream about getting to this moment. Broadcasters dream about getting to that moment. This is the pinnacle of sports. It's the biggest moment of his life, and they did everything right by the books. And it was just someone having a bad day at the airport going, nope, not going to let you in and send you back home. And it, like, I will say the one thing that warmed my heart is there was video of him arriving back home in Somalia, and he was being like celebrated like a hero.
Okay, that's
and cool. There were crowds there lifting him up and everything. So I'm happy he at least got like that moment. So there was like a little positive of a really unfortunate situation. But this is just like the fact that the U.S. and FIFA aren't able to make this right without any evidence of like why he wasn't allowed in is just absolutely ridiculous and uncalled for.
It's a bucket list moment, as you mentioned, for players, for fans, for officials, for broadcasters, for everyone involved. And the fact that his Somali community embraced him when he came back also shows how many were rooting for him and supporting him when he went overseas. So yes, they do not get the moment, and he does not get that moment, and it's frustrating because there's a lot of international events that maybe people haven't heard of, maybe an international bowling tournament or a rugby tournament. It's the World Cup.
Yes,
you know why he's here.
This is the biggest event besides the Olympics.
Yes, like you know why he's here. And it was a choice to take the brutal bad morning you've had and pass it on to someone else. It is unfortunate. Shay, are there any happy ones?
There's some happy ones. Don't worry. I try to get the bad ones first, and then we can go into the happy ones. Again,
you're one of those people. Let me start with some bad news and bring you up
and
to
then
some
it's
happy.
like middle news. So yesterday I said it depends if you like LeBron James. Well, today it depends if you like Patrick Mahomes because that man just got another historic payday.
Nice.
He is deserving of it, but we'll go into it if he's deserving of it this year.
Okay.
The Chiefs are adding 2 years to Mahomes' deal, tying him to Kansas City through 2033, a total value of $504.75 million. I'm 26 right now. I'll be 33 then. That's a big deal.
Is that?
I feel like it's a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
I feel like it's a big
that man deserves all the money and more. The fact that he was like dropping out of the top 10, obviously he took a homey deal with his contract. Back then it was like, oh my God, this is insane. Biggest contract ever. But the fact that he got locked up for that many years, knowing how much the market shifts is like, that was the hometown deal he gave the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes deserves to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL and should have been for the last 5 years, but that's not the way these contracts work. So do I care? Like, yeah, give the man his money. Like, especially someone like a Patrick Mahomes who was like changing the game and changing the way we saw quarterbacks.
Yeah, and the timing may feel weird because he's coming off that knee tear, but you could argue that Patrick Mahomes has meant more to football in the past decade than any other player.
Yeah.
Like even during Tom Brady has played in that time. Odell Beckham has played during that time. Like there have been players who have won both on the field and from the celebrity standpoint, like, which is why I use Tom Brady winning on the field and Odell being the celebrity when he had his moment in like 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
None of them ever surpassed Mahomes. Like this past year was the only time that Patrick Mahomes was not the most famous football player for the past 7 or 8 seasons. Like, it's easy to forget. So why do you give him this much money? Do you expect him to be playing at the level that he was playing 2 years ago in 2033? Maybe not, but on one hand, he did the Jalen Brunson. He took what was a lot of money on paper, but really was helping out his team to make sure Travis Kelce and at the time Tyreek Hill got paid. But also, but if you are the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm curious what the value of the franchise was before Mahomes was starting and what it is now.
Oh, no.
I would love to see how much it's
What the
increased.
value is once Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift started dating to what it is now, because they got an entirely new fan base of young girls and women who weren't even football fans who now came into the NFL. Taylor Swift alone added over $1 billion of revenue to the NFL. And the fact that she is now going to be married to a man on the Chiefs definitely got a more, like, she had to have added like that $1 billion value, like, right to Kansas City. And you know what? When you're thinking about timing, we were just talking about the Bears and them moving the team. We're also forgetting that Kansas City is moving out of Kansas City.
Yeah.
And that was announced this year. And so maybe this is like, hey guys, don't worry. We're still keeping the face of the franchise. Like, we're still going to be great. You got to stick with us for as long as we have Mahomes, even though we're moving. So, like, everything is timing, and it just feels, yeah, they had to do this.
Cash them out.
They had to do this.
Congrats, Mahomes.
They will definitely make money off of this move, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have something to confess.
What?
Uh-oh.
This isn't gonna be a happy one either. I'm sorry.
Why?
Do you care, LA?
Oh.
Serena Williams' tennis comeback could get cut short.
Well, yeah, we know that.
So Williams won her first doubles match since the 2022 U.S. Open, but her partner Victoria Mboko had to withdraw from the HSBC Championships with a knee injury. Serena is still expected to play next week at the Berlin Open, while her Wimbledon future remains unclear.
So she's like, this one might be done because of her doubles partner being out, but she's going to play in the next tournament. So we're saying this wasn't a one-off, is what you're telling me. Okay.
So she hasn't specified if it's going to be singles or doubles, but as I sit here and you look at both Williams sisters, Serena lost her partner after the first round. Venus lost her doubles partner before the tournament even began.
Didn't I say this? Didn't I say this? We needed a sisters reunion.
They have not played together since, I believe it was the 2022 U.S. Open. They got bounced the first round, but it's not about them winning the tournament or even playing well. It's about the Williams sisters playing together for the first time. Must-see event. They would have to move it to the biggest arena that Berlin has to offer. Make it happen, Williams sisters. Come on.
Has there been anything else about her GP, the row shot that she's been taking?
Now that she has effectively been eliminated by proxy due to her partner, the articles and comments have died down since she's not going to be competing. But I'd imagine it will ramp up before the Berlin Open, because if I'm an opponent and I feel like it is unfair, I have every right to
I mean, it's just a weight loss
it.
drug.
Yeah.
What are, like, I don't know. Like, there's so many weird drugs on the, like, no performance enhancing drugs for a professional athlete. What was the weirdest one that you remember? Because sometimes it's like vitamins too that you don't know.
Deer antler spray is still the weirdest one for me.
What?
I'm not sure what it does, but it's more common than you think that people get caught with it.
Like, spray it on their hands, or like,
I think it's an ingesting thing. I think you ingest it. Yeah.
What?
I don't know how it works, but I've seen it pop up
Deer
2 or 3
antler
times,
spray?
which is 2 or 3 times more
You put
than
it
I
under your
thought I'd
tongue.
ever see it.
You what?
You put it under your tongue.
And what does it do?
It's a dietary supplement.
Wait.
Testosterone booster from Nick.
Oh, it's a testosterone thing. Okay.
That's a common thing.
Not common, but not uncommon.
I just said reindeer. What did we say? What was it again? I was thinking of antlers.
Deer antler spray.
Okay, deer antler spray. I was like, reindeer antler spray.
I
Makes
have
you
seen
fly,
that
baby.
pop.
Makes you fly.
I have seen that pop way too many times. I like reindeer antler spray. I would probably try
Right?
that.
Let's just keep it to that. Makes you fly. So that was a dietary thing. So, like, the row one shot's a dietary thing. Makes you lose weight. That feels like it should probably be in the same category.
They're going to have to make a decision
I don't know.
soonish,
I think that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. We're giving away Sparks tickets, you guys. When we come back, you just got to call 855-97-LA-FAN. Don't go anywhere. That and more Dodgers when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. You can hear us everywhere on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the conversation, get in the chat. We also, we want you to call into the show, and we really want you to call in right now because we are about to give away some Sparks tickets. WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to crypto on Sunday, June 21st, when the Sparks take on the Liberty. From special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways, it's going to be an unforgettable night, you guys, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Sparks game from June 21st, 1997. You can get your tickets at lasparks.com/1997, or you can call in right now and win. All you got to do is be caller number 4. Call in 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Call in to get those Sparks tickets, baby. We're giving them away every day. Once again, call in 855-975-2326. Good luck. It's going to be fun. I've loved the winners that we've had this week, all talking about bringing their kids to the game, which is going to be fun. To any kids that were at that Game 4 Knicks win last night, talk about like just a different perspective than your parents ever had.
Core memory.
Of just an insane, like first, like the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history, iconic moment of just being a part of that energy that we've always heard about the Garden can have, but we've never actually seen or been able to witness. And so many times you're like to people, like, act like you've been there before. In this situation, don't. Like, go ham, go crazy. Like, you're in the finals. Like, this is insane. I absolutely loved seeing the unhinged energy that we saw last night.
I love that you bring up the younger generation because it's funny when a team struggles for a certain stretch and then all of a sudden rattles off consecutive years of success and the gap in fandom. Like I compare it to the Detroit Lions who didn't make the playoffs for 32
plus
years.
Yeah.
But if you are 10, 11 years old from Detroit and you just got into football in 2003, your experience is, oh yeah, I root for a team that just makes the playoffs every year, and when we don't, it's a disappointment
for like a handful of years.
Yeah, whereas if you are a 60-year-old Lions fan, you're like, no,
you don't
young
understand.
buck, you don't understand. My team was terrible for a very long time, and this means so much to me. So I love that you bring that up because anyone who is, I don't know, we'll say 20 years or younger, knows the Knicks as a team that, they used to be bad, but as far as I've been following the sport,
they've been okay.
Yeah, they've been all right. Now we've made it a championship, whereas you see Ben Stiller on the side, on the sideline, on court side.
I mean, that's the sidelines.
Yeah, you're
Those
right.
are the sidelines.
It is sidelines. Ben Stiller, Larry David said, no.
No.
Timothy Chalamet, you have no idea how much this
He's
means
what,
to
like
me.
young 20s?
Probably, yeah. He can't be 30.
I imagine if he's dating Kylie Jenner, who was also there and going ham with Taylor Swift, who was also courtside. Love to see it, wearing her Stevie Nicks shirt.
Love
it
the
was
Stevie Nicks shirt.
And it's so funny. You mentioned Larry David. Literally all I can think about is that Curb episode where he trips Shaq. And like, could you imagine if something like that happened? Because the fans were like on their feet and almost on the court. And that's the craziest thing to me always. Like, no matter, like, obviously you grew up watching basketball and you see the courtside seats. It is insane to me how close fans can be to the game.
It's actually shocking that I hate to put this energy out there, but it's shocking that that's still a thing. It's shocking that something hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
So, well, you know what? One thing that does come to mind is when Dame Lillard made a game winner against Golden State. This had to be years ago. And he fell on, like, it was like, I think he got fouled or something, or got pushed, and he fell on the lap of somebody courtside, and the guy shoved him. And Dame, to his credit, resisted urge to absolutely obliterate this man who's half his size. But it's shocking that that's kind of the only recent example I have.
Oh,
I mean,
I think about it all the
fans always say
time.
things, but, you know, like, was it game 1 or 2 that the guy ran on the court and took a selfie with Wemby?
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully.
Like, that can happen. Like, it's literally like Our desk is more room between the seats and the court. Like, it is insane to me. And like at the end of that game, obviously seconds left after OG tipped in the ball, after Brunson missed the shot, like that place went wild. I keep getting all these videos on my algorithm of different perspectives, whether it was the game entertainment DJ that was watching and like freaked out, and then we had the broadcasters like trying to hold it together that were the national broadcast because you can't pick sides but are freaking out and like but not saying anything into the mic, and then go right back to being composed. Like, job not finished yet. Like,
there you go.
You got to keep going. Like, it's just so cool to me. I love the behind the scenes human aspect of everything and just the energy and the vibe. It was hyped in ways that like everybody feels like it wasn't like you have like obviously in Taylor Swift, Timothée Chalamet, two of the biggest names in both of their careers, just Rihanna out in the streets taking shots, like celebrating and jumping around with the fans. That's one of the things I love about sports so much. And especially the World Cup, you guys, kicking off in an hour. In 1 hour, we have the first match of World Cup, Mexico, South Africa. It is going to be insane, you guys. Just the pure love and joy that sports bring everybody together, where it doesn't matter your status, what you do, what you believe in. It's just everybody coming together for the love of the game. And it's something so beautiful and rare that we don't see in life with very many things. But sports have the ability to do that, to bring everybody together.
I'm right there with you. Whether it's uniting your city or uniting your country in an international aspect with the World Cup, of course, it is special. And I initially was sad for Wemby and the Spurs, but it's impossible not to just live vicariously through the celebration of Knicks fans, of course, until the Lakers get back there next year.
That's why I'm rocking the Lakers shirt. I want to be excited about basketball, but I can't wear or rock any of the other team's gear. So, just rocking my own Lake Show. I can believe, I can dream big. Big off season for the Lakers to hopefully get back here. And just to see how the Knicks have been able to figure out, come back in games. I mean, all the games that the Spurs lost, they had a double-digit lead in.
Every single one. Which, you know what? Like,
all the Western Conference teams watching this finals, like, it's got to give you a little bit of hope. Like, okay, this is the blueprint of how we can shut down Wemby and the Spurs.
Yes. And if you are the Lakers or a Laker fan and you're looking for a sense of optimism, again, look at the rosters around Wemby and look at the roster around Kat and Jalen Brunson. This isn't some big three situation. This is a crop of role players who have stepped up when their name is called. OG Anunoby, by no stretch of the imagination, was expected to be a finals hero.
No.
But you can find players at favorable contracts that can contribute the way that he has. And quite honestly, if you're the Lakers or really any team in the Western Conference Finals, if the Knicks win on Saturday, you're not entering next season being afraid of the Knicks.
No, you can't.
In no way. It's exciting because you know how close the Spurs were to not even being in this situation. So you're not afraid of the Spurs, although Wemby is a terrifying human being.
Yeah,
but
an alien.
But the Spurs are showing youth and immaturity. So you're not afraid of them going into next year regardless of what happens. And by no means are you afraid of the Knicks going into next year regardless of what happens. Like the window of opportunity is open for a team like the Lakers who, if entering this playoffs, I don't know the next time the Lakers will be playing championship basketball, but as we sit here during the finals, both of these teams playing well in stretches, playing bad in stretches, I don't see why the Lakers can't be there next year.
Oh, I'm with you all the way. So I'm excited for this. We have Alex Monaco from MSG Network joining us in about 30 minutes, who was in Central Park covering that watch party that absolutely just shook the city. If you weren't in MSG, like, that was one of the main hubs all the fans were at. So yeah, we're going to keep talking about this all day, as well as the World Cup. But let's get to the Dodgers right now. Shohei Ohtani coming off it's hard to say. The worst outing of his season raised his ERA above 1, now at a 1.06, which again, like any other pitcher, you're like, that's insane. That's a like incredible ERA, but he had sub 1 through the first 10 games of the season, if his first 10 starts. But it was the first time we kind of saw, okay, Ohtani struggled a bit. Mm-hmm. And that's okay. But like as we've seen before, when Ohtani struggles on the mound, he picks it up in other places, and he was doing great at the plate.
Yeah. So he got his home run robbed, but then of course he strikes back in the 9th inning with having the 2-run homer. However, I'm officially at the place where I'm worried about the Dodgers pitching. If this blister is a serious situation, which the blister is a more serious situation than they want us to believe.
Oh, always.
And I went back to his last 3 starts. So May 27th, Game 3 against Colorado, they win the game. That was when Shohei could have continued, but he was at 100 pitches already through 7 innings, so they pulled him. He was having trouble with his sweeper the entire game, and that was, remember, the first time, at least for me, I've really heard Shohei screaming and cursing and visibly frustrated. His next start after that, June 3rd, the win against Arizona. In the 3rd inning, he was really struggling with a certain pitch. I assumed it was a sweeper, but I didn't check. And in the first 3 innings, there were 4 batters who had to jump out of the way or they were going to be hit by a pitch. So 4 near hit by pitches in 3 innings. It was a control issue. And then yesterday, we finally get the report from Kirsten, who says in between every single inning, Shohei and the pitching staff are looking at his blister, they're checking it, and we saw him on the mound kind of biting at it and picking at it.
That's not what you want to do, because then you can open the blister.
Somebody please tell Shohei that opening a blister and then placing a dirty baseball right on the open blister is the worst thing. You're going to have to cut it off if it gets infected. But I'm officially at a point where I'm worried. I just can't gauge how worried I need to be. Not just about Shohei pitching, but about the pitching, the starting pitching roster rotation. Because if Shohei is in a place where, hey, let's just sit him for a couple weeks for this blister, Robleski and Sasaki, who hopefully has turned a corner, and Yamamoto is, in my opinion, is not enough.
Yeah, so you're talking about how they're saying it's not an issue. Like, Shohei's direct quotes last night are, no issues with the blister. I don't think it's been affecting my performance. Just the last couple at bats where I wish I got some of the calls my way, but it just didn't turn out that way. That's the part I wish I could have been able to change a little bit. So we talked about this earlier. This was the first time this season that Shohei Ohtani was throwing to Dalton Rushing. And the relationship, the pitcher-catcher relationship is huge. You have some guys that just vibe differently with different catchers, and it's not like they know each other. Like, they worked together last year. I'm sure they worked together during spring training, but this was the first start this season. And a season that Shohei Ohtani had a sub-1 ERA and been absolutely dominating. So I think you put a couple different factors into this, and when he's saying, I wish a couple different pitches went my way, there were a couple calls that could have been challenged. There were a couple pitches that could have been challenged that weren't challenged. And it's tough because obviously this is new for everybody this season, the ABS system. And with Rushing, working with Ohtani, I don't know. Do they have communication of like, okay, call this one, challenge this one, I've seen this? That I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
I know it's team
he's
specific.
definitely frustrated about it, and he called it out in the most Ohtani way that you could have. I wish a couple of the calls went my way. That is right there like, hey, you should have challenged a couple of those.
Especially with it being such a high-stakes moment. Obviously, Dalton Rushing did not know that a 2-run RBI was going to be ripped moments after, but you have to imagine that Will Smith, being the ABS champ that he's so successful when he does challenge, probably challenges one of those 2 final balls before the 2 RBI hit.
Yeah.
And it's a situation where if you are Shohei Ohtani, you're never going to publicly or privately blame rushing, because you're going to sit there and say, well, I'm the one holding the baseball. I have to control where I place this thing. But at the same time, I do feel that as a concerned Dodger fan who wants the best for the team and the players, I'm past the point where I can hear them say the blister is not affecting things. I would prefer acknowledging it and talking about how it is being managed. Like, don't tell me something isn't a factor when in between every single pitch you're biting checked. And you're getting it looked at. Like, say, okay, it's a factor, but it's not as bad as it looks. I would rather hear that than the complete dismissal of it being in some kind of issue.
Well, you want to know some good news?
Yes.
He's in the lineup tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave Roberts gave us that little nugget at the end of his presser last night. So normally Shohei Ohtani would have the night off after a pitching and hitting night, but he will be DHing in the lineup tonight. But right now, you guys, we got a winner. Maddie, you are caller number 4. You are going to the Sparks Liberty game on June 21st, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have we been to a Sparks game before?
I have not.
Oh. Love this. We're creating new fans. Who are you going to bring?
Well, I love it. I'm a girl dad. I've got 3 daughters.
Yes!
And it is Father's Day.
Oh, I love that so much.
So, I'm the head coach of our girls softball team up in North Venice Little League. I'm a super proud dad. The problem is that I'm going to have them pull their names out of a hat and see who goes.
Wait, Maddie, let me see. Let's see if we can pull Maddie so we can bring all 3 of his daughters to the Sparks game. I'm going to go to bat for you. I'm going to see if we can make this happen. You got it. You got to be able to bring. You have to be able to bring all the daughters. I'm the oldest of 4 girls, and my dad always had. We had season tickets to the Dodgers, and he didn't have enough tickets every single game. And let me tell you, as one of those daughters, when I didn't get to go to one of the games, it's heartbreaking. So I want all of your girls to be able to experience this moment. So
Maddie,
I'm going to see what we can do.
I think this is simple. Okay. You say you are a softball coach of these girls. Who has the best batting average? Whoever has the best batting average right now gets to go with Dad to the game.
You know what? It might be Millie May, my baby. She's pretty tough.
Oh,
there we go, Millie
May. Let's go. Oh, Maddie, congratulations. Thank you so much for listening and calling in.
You got it.
And good luck.
I got to tell you, you guys are jamming. It's so great to have you in L.A. I'm 3rd generation West L.A. Venice.
Let's
I'm
go.
a Dodger. We had season tickets to the Kings my whole life. Wow. And I'm really proud of you guys. You're doing a heck of a job. And it's been great to have you part of my day. So thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. We really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Love that. That's rad. All right, Maddie, you're going to the Sparks game. That's so fun. I've loved meeting all of the callers because, again, not everyone wants to call in and talk about sports, but we're getting to meet new fans through this giveaway each day.
It is so cool. And for anyone who has not been to a Sparks game, I will say this. What they have done maybe in the past 2 years is it's not similar to an NBA game. Obviously, the game is the same, but the atmosphere is so different. I would honestly compare it to a Vegas day party. Like the DJ is jamming.
Okay, so that's what Nikki was saying. We had Nikki K, who is their sideline reporter, came on this week and was like, "You guys, you don't understand. It is a vibe.
It's cracking.
It is a time.
It is so much fun. It is a family-friendly Vegas day party. That is the best way I could describe what a Sparks game is.
Family-friendly Vegas day
party.
Lights
are going crazy. DJ's going crazy. Yeah. People are dancing. It is so much fun. And Maddie and his daughter are going to have a great time.
Brock, when's the last time you've been to a Vegas day party?
Okay, it's been some years. But I have a lot of memories.
Can I get you hammed at a Vegas day party? I have a feeling this show's going to end up in Vegas at some point. And I have an alter ego. Her name is Cece. We call her College Curry. She only comes out to play now every so often. She's really spicy. But she absolutely dominates a Vegas day party. I'm a day partier way over an evening partier these days.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
I would say from 21 to... aged 21, not year 2021. From the year 2021 to 2023.
Yeah.
I had my brother and I'm going to drag him into this. We had a run in Vegas to where our jerseys are in the rafters somewhere. They are They are in Mandalay Bay has our jerseys
The
in
Marine
a rafter
Brothers
somewhere.
are here, you guys. Let's go.
Do I come out of retirement like Serena Williams? Maybe one day.
That's what I'm
Maybe.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Do you have like a Vegas name, an alter ego name?
Not for the video.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
just
you tell
kidding.
me
Absolutely
off the air.
not. I don't.
Okay.
That sounded so nefarious. Of
No,
course
I was
not.
gonna say. I was like, me and all my girls, we all have like, is Ann coming out tonight? Is Cece coming out tonight? Is Betty coming out tonight? We just have these like alter egos that are like, are we having that kind of a night? Are we having an inside night?
I love that you checked.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, we got to know. I got to know the mindset before I go into all these things. Oh, it's going to be fun. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. When we come back, is LeBron really staying in LA? We're diving into that next. Don't go anywhere.
Something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw after the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just didn't know if you caught it.
that was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
You don't say.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in that comment section. We want you to be a part of the conversation. Now, during that break, I just keep watching all the different fan reactions from that OG tip-in. And this last one was Jerry Seinfeld, just like, he's got to be one of the OGs, right?
Yeah,
that was there the last time that they were in the finals in 99.
Yes.
73.
That was like the Seinfeld heyday, right?
Yeah, like he was probably alive the last time I'm trying to think. I was like, my mom was born in 56, 73. Yeah, he's definitely like, he was probably there, at least like alive and living in New York when that went down. But it is just absolutely insane. And it's just, I love I love championships. Obviously, I love it more when our teams are in it. It makes it like so much more emotional. But just the vibe from the fans, the city, and we're about to experience that on a world level with the World Cup kicking off in about 30 minutes in Mexico. We got SoFi, Team USA here tomorrow, which is going to be insane. Our drives home my drive home is going to be insane because I drive through past SoFi to get home.
Oh, that's right.
Because I think they're like opening the gates at like 1, something like that.
Ooh, they're getting
and it's already,
there, yeah.
It's going to be mayhem. I think you told me yesterday there's no tailgating, which made me a little mad.
So I did do a little bit more research. So
Okay.
it's not a SoFi thing, it's a FIFA thing.
Oh.
FIFA has let it be known, maybe on the behalf of the various stadiums across the various countries.
Because soccer fans are
tailgating
insane.
is not a thing.
Okay, so probably got to be in a bar.
And
like, if they allowed drinking in the streets. Okay, I understand this now because like when I studied abroad in Florence, Italy, on game days, they didn't sell alcohol after a certain amount of time at the grocery store. Like you could only get drinks and beer and wine if you were in a pub. Like it wasn't, because again, like you can kind of walk around Florence with drinks and like soccer fans go crazy, you guys, in the best way possible. Like it is beautiful chaos, a little dangerous in certain cities on game day, like with how outrageously crazy and drunk some of these fans get.
The first Chelsea game I ever went to was Chelsea-Tottenham, which is considered a rivalry. And my brother and I were just visiting London, and we're walking down the street. I'm like, hey, let's grab a drink. This bar looks packed. Looks packed.
Uh-huh.
And we walk to go in, and the bouncer's like, whoa, who are you rooting for? We're like, we're just here to see a game. He's like, well, Tottenham fans are in here. If you're rooting for Chelsea, you have to go over there. And I was like, oh, y'all got beef for real. Like, this is no joke.
Oh, yeah.
It's
like,
crazy.
I love that. And you know what? I will say, because I've been saying, like, I need to pick a team.
Mm-hmm.
And when the U.S. women's national team was training, because you all pick cities of where you train, as we're seeing now, like a lot of these countries have picked different cities throughout the United States and in Mexico. The U.S. women's team trained at the Tottenham Hotspurs facility.
Oh, there we
so
go.
we were there a week before we kicked off the World Cup in France. And when I say I have never seen a more beautiful facility in my life,
So
you guys, it is insane.
the Premier League clubs and I would say F1 facilities are the two nicest just sports-related structures I have ever seen.
They had fields that would be heated, that came up on risers, that went down and away. The rose gardens that you drove through to get it felt like royal. It was like you were driving. Insane. Like there were rules, like you're not allowed to step on that pitch, don't get near that pitch. Like it blew my mind in the most beautiful way, but that's their football.
That's what it is.
It literally is their football, but like our NFL, but think about taking it like times 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
You know what? Now that I think about it, the no tailgating rule makes sense because there are so many venues and one team could play in 4 different venues. So say SoFi, where you're in a neighborhood, but there's tons of space before you reach the neighborhood.
Yeah.
There's some arenas and stadiums that are going to be used where they don't have that luxury, where people live in apartments across the street and you can't be tailgating across the street. So I bet it's just to make it easier so that somebody visiting from Colombia or Croatia has just one general rule. I mean, they're all going to break the rule.
Yeah, language barriers.
But I guess it does make sense.
Well, I told you, Scotland, the team that you traded away, in our picks. You guys, we did a blind draw. We didn't get to choose them. We picked out of a hat. But you picked Scotland, and you traded them away immediately.
For Senegal.
Yeah, so their home base is Boston, you guys. And Boston had to put out a gentle reminder to all to all the Scotland fans that there's going to be a zero tolerance policy of them drinking in the streets, because apparently they have been there for a week plus in their kilts and their bagpipes and drinking in the streets, and it is an insane party. And I said this off the top of the show, you guys, Boston telling fans to like control their drinking is just like when Snoop Dogg told everybody like no more smoke, and we thought he was giving up smoking, and we're like, yeah, right, Snoop, that's your whole brand. Boston, that's like half of your personality.
Imagine it's so funny. Imagine being someone, and I'm sure there are quite a few, being someone who truly doesn't know that the World Cup's happening because it's just not in your realm, or you're not a sports person. And you just wake up in your Boston condo one day, and you're like, is that bagpipes?
Yep.
And you look out the window, and there's someone in a kilt just walking down the street, 8 beers deep. Playing
so
music.
The last time Scotland was in the World Cup was 1998. They've waited longer than Knicks fans. You guys, they waited longer than Knicks fans' last final was 1999.
Let them drink. They've
Dude,
been waiting
Scotland's
forever.
last World Cup appearance, 1998, for a country where like this is like the heart and soul of everybody, soccer. Yeah, so just imagine how insane they're going.
The Scottish are taking over Boston.
You guys, it is
How about
so
that?
fun. It is so fun. Okay, well let's get back to us. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Did I hear that we have a live caller, David from LA? What's going on?
Hi, I'm just calling to weigh in on the whole thing about no tailgating
Let's
at the
go.
World Cup.
Let's hear it.
What do you think?
I think World Cups are supposed to bring a lot of revenue into, the host country. It's supposed to benefit local businesses, and I think a lot of people would have benefited from tailgating. But I think the no tailgating thing is to drive more fans into the official FIFA fan zones and stuff where, that doesn't necessarily benefit local businesses.
Yeah, okay, David, you're being the voice of reason here.
David has an MBA or something.
I was like, in
David's
my
a man of
mind,
business.
I am like the joy and the fun of people being able to get together and just celebrate out in the streets where there's more space and things like that. But yeah, no, I can definitely see that too. Obviously, the FIFA is all about money. If you've seen any of their resale values, David, we appreciate you calling in. Are you going to any of the games, or do you have any watch parties? Or where are you watching the game?
I'm watching the first game because I was born in South Africa, so I'm going to watch the first game with a friend of mine. Mexico, South Africa. I'm on my way there right now.
Let's go.
Okay, David, who is a player that we need to look out for? Who are you expecting for South Africa to make an impact today?
I don't know that I have an answer for that. Any of them.
All right. We are pulling for South Africa because of David.
Are you, David? Thank you so much for calling in. We love it so much. I understand. Again, there's so many like reasonable factors as to why there is a no tailgate policy. Obviously, the mayhem, I think, is number one in whatever city they're at. But also, yeah, the revenue side of things where you want to... The bars that are close to the stadiums, the hotels, everything, like this is their chance to cash in on it all.
I did some Googles thanks to David bringing
some
in his
Googling.
logic. And FIFA doesn't take a direct cut from in-stadium beer sales, but one of their biggest sponsorship deals that they bring in are with brewing companies. So if you make a deal with, we'll say, Bud Light.
Yeah.
And Bud Light is sold in the stadium.
Yeah.
I'm sure part of Bud Light giving you $1 billion to be the official sponsor is, hey, you have to make sure people buy our beer inside the stadium. So I'm sure that is part of it. It is less fun, and let's not kid ourselves. People are going to break this rule.
Dude.
But I do understand why FIFA needs to make all the money that they think they need to make.
Nah, I'm all about the celebration outside, which I'm excited, you guys, because in about 5 minutes, we have Alex Monaco, who's been in the middle of all of the Knicks outside celebrations, outside MSG. He was at Central Park. I'm trying to think, was he at Radio City Music Hall at one point?
Yes.
He has just been kind of like the face of the fan watch parties, which there's something so special and magical about that if you can't get into the game, especially with how high these ticket prices are, whether it is the NBA Finals or it's the World Cup. I mean, the World Cup right now, they're dealing with, I saw it yesterday, I think the president was asked, like, what are you going to do about, like, obviously all the other issues with the referee not being let in, a lot of team officials from different countries not being let into the U.S., which is absolutely ridiculous, but ticket prices.
Yeah.
And they have like over 180,000 unsold tickets because they are so high. What'd you call it? Blue Dot Fever?
Blue Dot Fever is when a touring musician isn't selling tickets the way that they expected to sell them. So they come up with an illness, which is their version of canceling the show while saving some pride. And if you look on a Ticketmaster map, an unsold seat has a blue dot. So they call it Blue Dot Fever.
So, yeah, obviously they can't have Blue Dot Fever, but fans are noticing, the media is noticing there are a lot of unsold tickets because of the price. Put it down.
Bring it down.
Get booties in the seats, you guys. It all kicks off in about 20 minutes. South Africa in Mexico. It's going to be insane. But coming up next, we have the host of MSG Network, Alex Monaco, who was in the middle of that Knicks insane watch party in Central Park last night. Don't go anywhere. We got him coming up next right here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And last night was one of those moments when you were watching the NBA Finals of a where were you moment for the biggest comeback we've ever seen in NBA Finals history by the Knicks. But our next guest, we know exactly where he was. Alex Monaco from MSG Network joining us live now. That was one of the most insane moments, but you being in the middle of the watch party in Central Park, take us into that moment and describe what it was like.
Let's go, Alex. What's up,
Yeah.
Bob? Thank you for having me. Shout out, Shay. Oh, man, I just told Shay I have not gone to bed yet. We are on adrenaline. I can't wind down. Every time I wind down, I throw on highlights and I'm right back up. But I was in Central Park with 5,500 diehard screaming New York Knicks fans watching on Jumbotrons. And even Mother Nature came through. It was supposed to be rain. Did not give any rain, and we were rocking. It was an all-time moment. Absolutely. Where were you? And we were at a all-time Central Park outing. Dude.
Alex, the Knicks erased a 29-point deficit, point by point, minute by minute. At what point could you feel that the fans around you were starting to believe that they were actually going to win this game?
It's interesting because, you know, I'm with an incredible team, a production team that puts on an event within the show, essentially, within the game, rather. And so I got some buddies at this point. We're going on this journey together, and a couple guys, I'm just like, yo, if this is within, and this isn't my thinking, this is just some optimistic Knicks fans, if they're within 20, it's not over. And obviously, I'm an on-air gambling talent, so we're sitting there at Broadway Intermission. We're taking a look at the live board, and yeah, needless to say, we're eating at Keen's Steakhouse tonight, thanks to an all-time ROI.
Wait, I gotta know, what were your bets last night? And were you doing live betting when they were down to come back and take this one?
Yeah, I threw up one slip. 15-1, nice payout. It wasn't as high as I saw it. Knicks got up to plus 16.5.
Yeah,
on the spread. But yeah, we were firing some darts. But it was, again, I've seen this team. They've had live betting value in all four outings. The Spurs have had leads in all four outings. So, you know, live betting, without getting too much into the nitty gritty of it, is, you know, more than half the market. So yeah, you read, you react, you adjust. But what, 90-75? I think off the top of my head going into the third. It felt like it was a Knicks ball game down 50.
Yes, I know. It was weird.
Alex, there was, there was someone that we talked to maybe last week, a week before, who had this crazy idea that maybe they should throw some money on OG Anunoby being Finals MVP. Yeah. Do you know that person?
Oh, we're gonna go to Keen's Steakhouse tonight.
Dude.
We're going to Maui. We're going to Maui,
dude.
Because that's 60-1, and I did do it on Kalshi. Otherwise, you got to go to Jersey to place those kinds of bets, and I'm not hitting the NJ Transit just for that.
Yeah.
But I will say it's aging. I could already cash out for a profit. But yes, OG Anunoby, an unbelievable basketball story, by the way. Recruited at a moment where he wasn't even the guy that Indiana was going to watch. It's just a perfect story for the perfect two-way player, hard-working, and he embodies the city, a hard-working city that's been waiting for this moment as much as him.
That's so crazy. I mean, that moment, too, to have it be Jalen Brunson miss the shot trying to shoot over Wemby, and OG just like the hand of God above all the Spurs just tipping it in is just iconic. So for fans, maybe LA fans, Laker fans who, want to be invested in the game, betting is the best way to do that in any sport. What are some things they should be looking at for Game 5 and betting on and maybe keeping their money safe for?
Well, it's an interesting question because I'm obviously emotionally wrapped up in this, and I got Knicks I got the 4-1 exacta as well, so it rounds out nice if they end up closing it out. But I would just say look at the Costco sample of the playoffs when the Knicks, who have closed out 3 consecutive teams on the road, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, all on the road. Atlanta gave up by half, maybe even the first quarter. Philly didn't even bother to show up. And Cleveland did fight a little, but long story boring, all those teams were ready for Cancun before the third quarter. And so I'm sitting here going, all right, how much of a gut check, how much pride does this Spurs team have? I'm willing to bet on they are completely warped. No pizzazz, no. I mean, I don't know how you bounce back as your core guys who can't even rent a car and haven't been in this scenario. I don't know how you bounce back. I just don't. It's starting to look like it's bigger than basketball over here in New York City. And I just did a hit for MSG. This is how cool the city is. I just went to a donut shop to do a feature because they made already an OG Anunoby custom donuts with the tip. Shouting out the tip with an espresso shot. Shout out my guy Steve. Homie's Donuts in Soho. I mean, this is what New York is right now.
How many espresso shots have you had today? Because you said you haven't slept yet from last night.
Yeah, full disclosure, 2 cold brews, 1 espresso.
I'm impressed. I'm so impressed.
Alex.
We'll be taking a nice siesta after this hit.
There we go. Alex, where does Jalen Brunson, assuming that the Knicks pull this off, where does he rank amongst New York sports legends? Because I'm starting to realize it's much higher than I initially thought.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough for a non-New York. I'm still a San Diego kid, Brock, so it's tough for me to weigh in on that. I want to yield it. To answer the question, though, he is on the Mount Rushmore after this championship, presuming they finish the job. I don't know how he's not one of the 4. I mean, if you're just picking a guy, a sport, if we're doing that in the world of the 4 men male sports, if that's where we're going with the Rushmore. But there's so many decorated athletes. Also, I mean, we got the Liberty cooking too. Who knows where that dynasty will be at the end? But yeah, Jalen Brunson, no question, in the conversation.
Alex, you just mentioned it. Like, I feel like New York Knicks fans are already thinking about that title. Like, it's in the bag. So what is the vibe in New York like right now? Are people acting like they've already won it? Or is it that, okay, job's not done yet, we got one more?
Ironically, Alex, the city, to their credit and their patience, is completely embodying the Jalen Brunson way. What is there to celebrate? Now, I don't mean that in the sense of that we're not having joyous night to night, no question. But as far as any mention of the Larry O'Brien, no. I would say the diehard New Yorkers are taking the exact same approach as Jalen Brunson has spoken on, as Mikal Bridges has said, 0-0 yet again. We're not celebrating. We're enjoying the moment, but we're not celebrating until the job's done. And we've seen this moment, and this is a heck of a heavyweight dance. So if the Spurs decide to punch back, I mean, it's just job's not done yet. It's a very physical series, but I would say, the temp of the town is optimistic.
Yeah,
absolutely belief in an all-time high, but still a little superstitious, little Jalen Brunson MO, if you will, for making sure the job's not done yet. We're going to celebrate when it's over.
And Alex, the vibe for New Yorkers right now has to be a tricky situation. Of course you want to win the championship as quickly as possible, but is there some tiny, the smallest sliver of New York saying, maybe we just drop this next game so we could win it here at home?
I've heard a little murmurs on the streets this morning of that. But that is not me. And I would say the majority of diehard Knicks fans are on my side with that take. No way, no how. No need to play with your food. Don't need to get cute. Bury them early. Hold court. Almost like a Bundesliga well-coached club. Get the goal, park the bus, get the result. Shout out the World Cup. Come on.
Okay, Alex, before we let you go, you let us know what the vibe was like at the watch party. We've seen you at watch parties outside of MSG. You let us know that you haven't slept yet because you've been so hyped and you're taking a little siesta right after this. But take us through what it's like walking through the streets of New York this morning.
It is irrelevant that it's 90 degrees and humid like Florida right now. It feels like Del Boca Vista, but the vibes feel like South Beach if you're picking up what I'm putting down. I mean, it is absolutely the happiest moment of my 5 years in the city. It is just so fun. The best part, too, is rolling around, and I've actually been rolling around with Steve Novak, shout out the legendary Discount Double Check, and just whipping around on city bikes and just saying, let's go Knicks. It's the coolest part. Anyone wearing Knicks gear, anyone engaging, which is 90-95% of the city at this point, in this run, it's euphoric. I mean, it's probably a where were you win moment that we're just still in it, and we don't even know how magical. It's just a magical run. I mean, I can't even really put into words. There's so many moments, too. And now we got another one, 29-point comeback. Best comeback in the history of the finals. So I don't know how much better it can get in New York right now.
Alex, iconic. Keep sharing all of your videos because we get to live through those moments. Congratulations.
Get some sleep.
Get some sleep. Get a good steak and keep making those good bets.
Thanks, Alex.
Hey, thank you guys. Make sure I'll be back at Radio City, so check out the pregame, postgame on MSG and our guy Bill Pito, the Jalen Brunson of our show.
We love it. Alex Monaco, thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely insane, you guys. Hour number 3 coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Don't go anywhere. World Cup kicking off in a couple minutes, too. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and happy World Cup, you guys. We are about to kick off match 1, Mexico against South Africa. The huddles are happening. They just gave the lineups live on Fox. Brock's got it up on his iPad, so we'll keep you updated when any big thing happens. But
looks so fun.
It's here, you guys. I just got chills talking about that. Like, the stadium looks packed. Like, this
Estadio Azteca in Ciudad de Mexico.
Oh, I was like, wait, where are we going with this? What are you saying? Like, I know Spanish, but like, I didn't understand that you just said. I like to say I speak Spanglish. Like, I studied, and again, my pronunciation is off. So if I say this again, like, you guys don't at me. Estudia para 7 años. Like, I studied for 7 years, but I can understand it, but like, I don't, the conjugations, like everything else, it ain't there.
When you get into the weeds of it, it can get a little trippy sometimes.
Here we go. Kickoff, first whistle.
World Cup
3,
has
2,
officially
started. Let's go! Happy World Cup, everybody. It is officially underway. Mexico, South Africa. Right now, we got South Korea and Czech tonight at 7. USA game 1 at SoFi, 6 p.m. kickoff against Paraguay. And FanFest all over LA. I kind of like, again, got my algorithm was showing me a lot of the Coliseum, the inside. I didn't realize it was on the field inside the Coliseum, the FanFest.
So
almost
cool.
Like festival vibes where you're down on the field and they have a bunch of different stages, a bunch of different big screens where you can watch the game. They
So
have
great.
interactive games. They have food. They're going to have concerts. It's fun. And you know what? I did a different drive home. I did like the beach drive home yesterday.
You were feeling good.
Shout out. Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, take the scenic route.
Okay.
You know, it like calms the anxiety. Like, you feel good about everything. I don't care if it's going to take me 10 to 15 minutes longer. But my hometown of Manhattan Beach had banners up for the World Cup. And I was like, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking
Juice is
about,
flowing.
you guys. What game are you most excited about? I know we picked our teams in like a blind World Cup thing that we
Yes.
did.
I am excited to see France, even though
I got France.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I'm pointing, you guys, if you're watching, I'm pointing because my flags are in the far mic flag up. You can't see them. We can see yours perfectly, but you can't see mine right now.
got France, Colombia,
see.
and Austria. I drafted Senegal, Switzerland, and Argentina. I'm excited to see France because even though our buddy Bill Reiter of DMAC and Reiter, who will be on right after us, be sure to stick around to listen to them.
Yeah.
He cannot stand Kylian Mbappe, and Kylian Mbappe has gone from young superstar on the rise who has already accomplished everything a player can accomplish before the age of 23 to villain in record time. Yeah. And so I'm just interested to see how that dynamic plays out. Something about rooting for a villain is fun, and I don't know why.
Okay.
I hope that doesn't say anything about me, but I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, you're an athlete, but it's crazy because you've seen different athletes like throughout careers who have had success early, and you can go the Mbappe route, which I don't have the background information of how that actually went. I know they were very heated about it. Or you can go the Kobe route, who won his second title at 22, and that's that photo, that famous photo. I have it on a shirt where you see him just like holding the trophy, sitting in, I think he might have been in the showers and just like contemplating like, well, what's next?
What else am I supposed
Like,
to do?
no. Like, how do we get to the next one? What's more? Because I asked Steve Fish about that moment. And it's crazy when you think about even last night and game 4 of the finals and Wemby, a 22-year-old, leading this Spurs team. And the average age, they're like
23 years old is the average age.
Yeah, it is a young team. So it's so impressionable moments like this. And you have the choice of how it's going to impact the rest of your career. Are you going to let it motivate you to never feel this again and get back to this moment? Or if you win at such a young age, are you going to take the Kobe route and going to go, well, now I just got to be great forever. Like, this one doesn't matter. Now we got to think about the next one. Or like an Mbappe where it's like, okay, now I'm king of the world. I get whatever I want. And you go the diva route of things. So it's so interesting. I'm so curious. Again, obviously game 5 in San Antonio for the Spurs and Wemby on Saturday, which
Wemby's kind of. So it's always tougher now than ever covering sports to gauge what a consensus is because everything is so algorithmic. I never know, is this what people collectively feel or is this just what Twitter is telling me via my algorithm?
Yep, usually
but
that.
Wemby has he's speed running his villain era. Like,
what do you mean? Oh, he has now become a villain?
Like, he's already a villain.
No, I think the head, like throwing Brunson down and not getting the flagrant 1 call.
Yeah.
I think that like skyrocketed him to the top of like everyone was like, oh yeah, no, he's just like an alien. It's like crazy and magical to watch him play because we've never seen anything like it before. And he's 22 years old and already doing like incredible things. He's in the finals. Like he has the Mamba mentality, which like us as LA fans can really appreciate because it's just like degaff everything else. We heard him talk about it in the Olympics. Like I feel sorry for all of my opponents. Well, which ones? Anyone that I play against.
All of them.
So we're kind of seeing that side of Wemby that I don't think we saw before, and maybe it's because he's young and, you know, it takes some time to establish yourself in that light in the league.
Yeah, I knew Knicks fans were going to turn on him because you're going to turn on anyone who your team's facing. But yesterday I was shocked how many group chats, individual texts, and just conversations of people who are not Knicks fans and just fans of basketball who have firmly turned on Wemby. And just 3 months ago, he was because of the Brunson thing.
Just because of that, okay.
Mostly because of the Brunson thing, and because of the. Okay, so the visiting the Shaolin warrior monks, the very confident quotes from a 20-year-old, the trash talk that you see on the court, all of that is endearing until an event happens where people now turn on you, and now all the things that you used to be celebrated for are now seen through a negative light. Now it's why are you going to
his swag
to China and trying you're trying too hard to be different. Now it's he's always been a dirty player because he elbowed Naz Reid and now he shoved Jalen Brunson. No, Wemby,
I love this.
The turn on Wemby is the quickest I think I've ever seen from a young superstar.
I mean, he's also under the biggest spotlight. Like
the
the world was watching, the sports world is watching the finals. And if you had heard about him, but you hadn't necessarily seen him, I mean, there's a lot of positives you can take away from this finals. But also, I think the biggest negative is they've had a double-digit lead in every single game that they lost. Last night being the biggest blown lead in finals history, 29 points. That is insane. That is hard to come back from. So when I say how you react to situations, positive or negative, kind of define the rest of your career. Whatever happens on Saturday, what Wemby does next, I think is going to be the most important thing for him.
I think that's totally fair. I do. The story of Wemby right now is you are too young to have already been established as the next guy, right? Usually you have a finals run, you get knocked out, and then the following year it's, hey, you have to be careful about that guy. I think he's up next. But the fact that a 22-year-old, even before the playoffs even started, like, hey, Jason Tatum, sorry, this isn't your time anymore. Hey, Kyrie Irving, this isn't your time anymore. Hey, like that whole class of players that were kind of in waiting for LeBron and Steph to move on. You know, your Tatums, your Jaylen Browns. It's like, no, it's just Wemby now. It's just Wemby.
I mean, we keep talking about, well, he's so young. You guys, Kobe had 2 championships by 22 years old.
Yes, he did.
Title number 3 at 23 years old.
Yes, he did.
So, I'm just saying. The great ones establish themselves early, and the championships and the records are what matter. And how you respond to that is what matters.
It is. And Wemby has a chance now to, one, do something that could also cement him in history. To you are still in this tournament and you can still rattle off 3 wins in a row.
Yep.
And so he still holds all the cards, but I selfishly love a villain. My favorite version of LeBron was in Miami with the Heatles, and he embraced being a villain.
Did you say the Heatles?
Yeah, the Heatles.
That's a thing?
They were the Heatles, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Which is weird because there were 4 Beatles and they were a big 3, so I don't know why.
Oh, the Heatles.
Yes.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah,
I was
Heatles in regard to Beatles. Yes,
Got it.
yes.
Okay.
But
Okay,
there were only
thank you.
3 of them, which is kind of weird. I just realized that. But
Did
we have a
something
goal.
just happen?
Mexico scores
Yeah,
the
we got
first goal of the World Cup. Congrats to Mexico. How many bars
Dude,
around LA
I was
right
like,
now?
it's facing Brock, you guys. It's not facing me. In the what minute? In the 8 minutes.
Eighth minute.
8 minute 45 seconds. Around then, Mexico scores the first World Cup goal of the tournament. Yeah, Shay, were you watching that?
Yeah, this has been very one-sided 8 minutes. First off, guys. Okay. Yeah, Mexico has had a couple chances already.
Oh,
and
was that a nutmeg?
Oh, this was the easiest goal I've ever seen.
Look at this. I think it was through the goalie's legs. Hold on. Was it a nutmeg? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, that can't happen.
Oh, you can't get nutmegged
that's so
for the first goal.
embarrassing.
Yeah, that's bad.
The goalie's going to have a rough day today.
You're in the one spot where you are. and it go. Oh, that's so bad. You guys.
How many bars around
Brutal.
LA are,
okay, so
are
how many
upside
goals?
down
How many
right
goals
now?
are they going to score?
Oh,
now
God.
that we've seen this little bit of sample size, you guys, if
I'm
you're
gonna
just
give them 4.
Okay, if you're just tuning in, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Mexico and South Africa just kicked off about 10 minutes ago, and around the 8:30, 8:45 minute mark, Mexico scored the very first goal of the World Cup, but it's been very one-sided, and we just got a little replay of that first goal, and it was nutmeg shot through the goalie's legs. So, yeah, if that's any indication of how this is going to go, Mexico should absolutely dominate this game. Probably around 4 goals.
World Cup is here. It's official.
It's so exciting. Oh, no, okay, that's something else. I was like, they're getting it called back. I gotta concentrate. We gotta lock back in here. Also, you guys, today is a fun day because Dodgers are still in Pittsburgh, which means we get early Dodger games. We have a 3:40 first pitch. Justin Roblensky. Oh, lineups are already out, you guys. I think you.
That's pretty early.
Yeah. Well, game 3, I guess. So let's run through this right now since Dodger lineups are already off. If you were listening to us earlier, we did know that Shohei Ohtani was going to be in the lineup tonight. Dave Roberts was asked about that after his outing last night. And you know what? I think this is actually going to be a really good mental reset for Shohei Ohtani with how yesterday went, because it wasn't a bad outing, but it was, I guess, the worst of his season so far.
Yeah.
He still has, what was a
1.07
ERA.
Yeah.
So Ohtani is leading off tonight at DH. Andy Pages batting second in center field. Freddie Freeman third at first base. Mookie Betts batting cleanup at shortstop. Max Muncy at fifth. Kyle Tucker at sixth. Ryan Ward in left field. Dalton Rushing still behind the plate. Alex Freeland at second base. So Dalton Rushing getting all this time. Has it been official yet? Has Will Smith gone on the IL?
There are reports that they were thinking about it, but it's not official yet.
Latest injuries. Okay, nope, it just says TBD. So he missed,
This is the 5th consecutive game, I believe, that he will be out. So,
they're saying he will be placed on the 10-day IL, but that was from yesterday. So June 10th, they were saying he was going to be placed on the 10-day IL. So we'll let you know if that actually when and if that happens, but it's just neck stiffness.
Right.
Are we talking about when you sleep wrong and you can't turn your neck? Is that the neck stiffness that we're talking about here?
The neck is one of those things where it's not like a sore ankle where it's more black and white. It's, hey, can you do this or can you not? If you can't, what's the timeline to come back? Your neck could be tweaked in the slightest of ways and say, I'm never going to walk again.
Dude,
this is the most painful thing in the world.
I've sneezed a weird way before, and I've been taken out for a week. I got to do a whole body turn to look at you. I can't just do the neck turn. The first week here, because we're sitting at an angle, and to look at the camera, you look straight ahead, but to look to you, I need to turn. And I didn't figure out the turn angle, which is why I turn my whole body now if you're ever watching the live stream, because my neck could not take the keep my body straight and look over at you. It's just so weird, and you don't think about it, especially as a catcher.
Yeah.
The catchers are the only other player that's involved in every single play of the game on a baseball field. And if your neck is off, especially with how much like up, down, squatting, looking, left, right, and you have so much weight on your head from the helmet. I forgot about that too. The catcher's helmet's got to be heavy on top of that. So it's not just getting your neck right. It's like, can you support pounds?
The idea of one having to squat down for 2.5 hours catching 95-mile-per-hour pitches, two, the idea of my neck is stiff and I got a guy trying to steal from second to third and I have to pop up, whip my neck to the left and fire a baseball. That sounds like one of the most painful things in the world.
Throw off the helmet.
Oof.
I know. There's
Fifth
a
consecutive
lot.
game for Will Smith, but we understand.
Brutal. Okay, well, I'm excited, you guys, because we have MLB Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale joining us next. And I got a lot of questions for Bob. And I think a lot of fans have a lot of questions of, are the Dodgers going to make some moves around the trade deadline? Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next right here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And right now, it is time for our next guest, MLB insider for Odyssey and USA Today, Bob Nightingale. Thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, sure. My pleasure.
Now, Bob, the Dodgers have been plagued with the injury bug early this season. They're still first in the West, though, tied for first in the National League. And they've kind of had that next step mentality, and they've done well with it. But now with Glass now on the 60-day IL, the bullpen struggles. What should the Dodgers be targeting, if anything, at the trade deadline?
Well, everybody always looks for relievers. They could add another, back end reliever. That way you don't have to depend on Diaz being the Diaz of old, just in case he needs a little bit, take his time coming back. So really not much. I mean, they're still so deep. It would be cool to get Skubal, and I'm sure they'll, make an offer for him. Yeah, but do they have to have him? They don't. So maybe just some tinkering, not much, really.
Bob, if you look at yesterday's loss, it's easy to sit here and say that Kyle Hurt got shelled and that's why the Dodgers lost, but it was a team loss. Is there anything specific outside of the pitching that the Dodgers really didn't show up for yesterday?
No, not really. I mean, you score 8 runs, you should win. So, offensively they're fine, and they said they're going to get guys back, and they just put, Will Smith on the injured list. So, he'll be back in hopefully just 10 days for him. But yeah, there's not there's really no need for adding position players. I mean, at some point, you got Tommy Edman coming back too. So I think they'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, when you score 8 runs, you should definitely win.
Yeah, Bob, this is the first time in Ohtani's career we've really seen him kind of be load managed in a similar way that we see in the NBA. And it started out with he wasn't going to hit when he was pitching, and then he was going to have the day off after if he was hitting or pitching. But this is the first time we're kind of seeing Dave Roberts let him back in the lineup after both hitting and pitching last night. Do you think this is going to kind of be a test moving forward or a one-off?
No, I think it's a test. I mean, he's been doing it. I know he did it in Arizona a week ago, where he did both and was in the lineup the next day. So I just think they watch him closely and make sure he's not fatigued, and checking with him. Are you okay? Obviously he's doing it as a DH, so it's not like he has to play the field. So I think he's working out just fine, and I just think it's up to him. He wants to keep doing it, and as long as he's not struggling at the plate, either days he pitches or day after, might as well let him keep going.
Bob, what are your thoughts so far on Alex Freeland, Ryan Ward, Alex Call, young guys who have been thrown into the fire and expected to deliver for the Dodgers so far this season?
No, they've stepped up and done a nice job. The Dodgers have probably the number one farm system in baseball. It was just with some scouts the last couple of days in Las Vegas watching the A's, and they kept raving about the Dodgers, just how many players they got coming. Whether on the mound or position players. So no, those guys have done a nice job stepping up in there.
So speaking of their farm system, what would a trade look like to get a guy like Skubal, and what would the Dodgers have to give up? Would it be like a haul from the farm system? Would it be a combo of maybe one of the young guys that's done well, that's been up in the big leagues this year, and combo that with the farm system?
Yeah, it'd probably be at least, one pitcher, not a position player, probably a starter. I'm not saying Emmett Sheehan, but a back end starter from the team, and maybe two of their top 10 prospects, like a River Ryan. A lot of people are paying attention to what he's doing right now at AAA. So it probably cost them two of their top 10 prospects and a pitcher that's already in the big leagues right now.
Bob, Justin Robleski takes the mound later today here in really just a couple of hours. What are your thoughts on him so far this season? Obviously, you're going to be overshadowed a bit when you're in a starting rotation that involves the likes of Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani, but seems like he came out the gates pretty strong this year so far.
He really has. That's why, we talk about a Skubal trade. I'm not sure they would trade Robleski the way he's pitching. I'm sure, the Tigers would ask for him, but done a really nice job, filling in. And that's been the benefit with the Glasnow going down and Snell going down again, is that these young guys are having a chance to show what they can do in the big leagues. And I think they've been, very impressive. The good news, too, is when Snell and Glasnow come back, then you can kind of ease their workloads, because obviously they haven't pitched as many innings before. So they're going to be a little cautious the second half.
And speaking of impressive, obviously Shohei Ohtani's outing last night, considered his, quote, worst outing of the season, and he's still just above a 1 ERA, 1.07, but he was sub those first 10. And he hit a home run at the end of the game at the plate last night. So after a night like that, are we still kind of just running out of ways to properly describe what he's doing? And do you see him still kind of reaching a new level?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable what he's done on the mound. And, the big test will be, can he continue it all season long? We had the 1.12 ERA by Bob Gibson there in 1968. If he can pitch to, a sub 2 ERA or a particular sub 1.5 ERA, he's probably going to win the, MVP again, no matter, what he does at the plate. So, no, I think he's even raising his game to a different level. And I certainly think that the Cy Young is kind of the carrot for him, that, hey, I've never won a Cy Young award, and I can be the best hitter and the best pitcher. So he's right there in the mix for it for sure.
Although he had a pretty decent night last night, Cal Tucker has certainly not been the best version of himself so far. What do you expect to see, you say, from now before All-Star break? And how can Kyle Tucker get back to being the best version of himself?
Yeah, a lot of times when you see a free agent switching teams and always getting big money, as much as, Kyle Tucker's getting per year, they struggle. It's just internal pressure, not so much outside pressure, but just you want to prove that, hey, you were worth every dollar. And so you see it all the time where players relax a lot more the second year. I would think, second half he would start to relax more because they're winning with him struggling. And, you're in Los Angeles, you're not in Philadelphia, New York or Boston, where you may begin, booed heavily. It might be different if the Dodgers are struggling, but being in first place like that, gives them a lot of rope. So I think you'll see a better version of Tucker as the season goes on.
Bob, someone who has not been struggling is Andy Pages. He's really kind of been the MVP for the Dodgers this season. What has he meant to their success in a room full of superstars?
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, when people talk about the Dodgers, buying free agents and this and that, well, here's a homegrown kid. Sign him as an international free agent for, less than $1 million and become a true superstar. So it's unbelievable what he's done. I mean, certainly he'll be at the All-Star game, and you're absolutely right. I mean, he could be challenging for an MVP. Because usually when you look at MVP candidates, you want to look at winning, teams on the players on winning teams, and he has been their best all-around player, particularly if you don't count Shohei as a two-way. But yeah, he's been unbelievable.
Bob, the Braves sit above the Dodgers in regards to best record in not just the NL but the MLB. Is there any non-Braves team that the Dodgers would be worried about, say the postseason were to start today?
I would think Philadelphia again. They got to make it. Philadelphia game Fitz last year, and they were young pitcher that throwing here in Game 4, or else they would have had a Game 5 in Philadelphia. But just when you can throw, those pitchers at him, Christopher Sanchez, he's probably the leader right now in the clubhouse for the Cy Young Award, just a little bit more than Ohtani, and then they can throw three big guys at you. Lazardo's there, Zach Wheeler's there with them. So in a short series, anything can happen, and they have a great closer in Duran as well. So I would put Philadelphia in that mix with Atlanta. That would be scary and could potentially stop the Dodgers from winning a third straight title.
Bob, the MLB cap and floor conversation has been floating around again. How real is this push, and how concerned should fans be about this labor fight and a potential lockout?
Yeah, I mean, it's real that they want a cap, and they're trying to, they want to convince particularly the younger players, hey, there's be more money in the pool, and the middle class won't get squeezed out. So they're telling teams, hey, 6 teams would have to spend less money, but 12 teams would have to spend more. And I'm sure in the coming months they'll come up with proposals that will have the minimum salary, being around $1.2 million, that sort of thing. Right now it's at $780, maybe less than qualification for free agency, adding more players to the salary arbitration pool, that sort of thing. And we'll see. I mean, the CBA expires December 1st, and then it really doesn't matter until spring training. Remember, in 2021, it was a 99-day lockout, and you're still able to squeeze all of the season in. Just the spring training was shortened. So I think the only people that would really be nervous, this early, would be the folks in Phoenix and the folks in Florida, as far as
spring training
and tourism and that sort of thing, as far as losing some big-time money for those states.
And, Bob, the big thing for the MLBPA is they do not want a cap at all. Is there any world where this disagreement gets figured out with a cap still not being a factor, or do you see the MLBPA eventually acquiescing that to the management?
Well, I mean, it is possible. I mean, if they say, okay, I mean, obviously the money isn't a deterrent. Too many teams are way over it. The Dodgers and the Mets, in particular, that they just shrug their shoulders. Okay, we'll pay more luxury tax. If you start saying, okay, you're going to lose, you won't have a draft pick in the first round or a draft pick in the first 2 rounds, then I think it would cause get attention. I'm not saying that the union would agree to that, but make it harsher restrictions without a cap. And right now, I think it's just a word, salary cap. I mean, I think right now, if Major League Baseball owners said, okay, the salary cap's $1 billion, I still think the union would fight it and say, well, we don't want that, anywhere near us. So, other people say, well, it's worked in the 3 other sports. In NBA, there's some, big time salaries there. So we'll see. And I don't, that's where it could get hairy. Next February or March, threatening to shorten spring training and, possibly missing some games if if it keeps going, then the big test, of course, would be if the lockout's still happening once April rolls around and players miss their first paycheck. Then what happens? Do they still stay strong? Do they say, well, wait a minute here? That sort of thing. The same as the owners. They'll be losing their TV money.
Owners are really losing millions of dollars during spring training. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a little game of chicken. Bob, we appreciate you so much coming up. Love your insight always.
Thanks, Bob.
Sure, my pleasure. Take care. Bye now.
See ya. I mean, he kind of like calmed my nerves a little about that. He's like, people should be worried, or like spring training. You're like, okay, so like maybe we get it figured out like by the start of the season, but then everything gets pushed back because you got to remember, guys still need to have that spring training 3-4 weeks to get into game shape.
Yes. I mean, imagine, you know what? Let's use the Dodgers as an example,
Okay.
right? Alex Freeland, Ryan Ward, Alex Call.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way the Dodgers would be able to rely on those three as much as they have this season without a full spring training, right?
Oh, yeah.
So there are so many teams that, you don't want injuries to happen, but you know that they happen. And when guys get thrown into the fire, you don't want this to be one of their first live reps. You want as long of a spring as possible. So it does affect things greatly.
Yeah.
However, that issue of we do not want a cap, we want a cap, one of us has to acquiesce. I think that's what makes this different. It's not a matter of how much money or how little money. It's a 1 or a 0. It's gonna be a massive issue, and I'm just curious to see who backs down first.
Brock, your vocabulary is beautiful.
Well, thank you
I just
so
gotta.
much.
I mean, I understand like just from you using acquiesce in a sentence. I don't think I've ever used that word. Explain to the audience. The
Back
definition.
down. Someone
There
has
we
to back
go.
down. Yes.
There we go. Did you score really high on your SATs?
I don't remember my score, but I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was.
I
an
feel like
ACT
you had
guy.
to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I did do pretty well.
Yeah,
However, 5th grade, I lost the spelling bee, and if I was old enough at the time to know what the word appeal meant, I would have appealed. My word was which.
Did you not know about the T?
They didn't use it in a sentence.
Oh, so you didn't know which?
No. That's cheating.
I'm like, which?
And so I spelled the wrong which, and then the other person just spells the different which, and then they won.
Oh,
I will
that's
never get
tough.
over that, as you can tell.
Oh, that's tough.
As you can
I
tell,
get that.
I've
I'm
not got over that.
dyslexic, so I could never be in a spelling bee. Like I am also I'm dyslexic. I'm a visual learner. I need everything out, which is the running joke in my family. They're like, Alex, you like talk on TV for a living and you read for a living, and you're dyslexic. I'm like, tell me I can't do something, and I'm gonna figure out a way to do it. That has been my like my entire like life story. We love it, and we love Bob Nightingale coming up and giving us a little bit of ease. Who knows? Like it's gonna be nasty no matter what, and we are definitely probably heading towards a lockout. And we are watching World Cup right now.
Still
Mexico
1-0.
against, you said we're saying South Africa wrong. It's the Republic.
Yes, so we were talking about how one of my favorite things about the World Cup is learning how countries refer to themselves.
Yeah.
I've always just referred to it and read South Africa.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at RSA. I'm trying to figure out what that means, and then I look up Republic of South Africa.
There we go.
I guess that's
Republic of South Africa.
I guess that's what we're supposed to be
down
called.
1-0 to Mexico right now. It's still that first goal. Oh, opportunity right here. Nope. Okay.
Close header.
Yeah, so we'll keep you updated if there's any more action going on in this opening match of the World Cup. This is so exciting. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, it is time to spill the tea. I'm excited because I have no idea what the tea is today. So we're all finding out together, LA. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. We would love to hear from you. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 to just talk about sports, something we've talked about, something that you got on your mind that you want to, share with all of us. But it is time for Brock to share something with us. We are getting close to his coffee time, the 1 o'clock hour. So that means it is time for Brock to spill the tea.
Yes, it is time, and today is all about cinema. I'm doing myself a movie tonight. I'm going to see Disclosure Day, the new Steven Spielberg movie.
I'm so excited.
My wife, my cousin, and his wife. It's going to be a lovely evening. But I also realize people don't know how to act in movie theaters anymore. And this is the summer of movies. So people need to learn how to act. We got Disclosure Day today. We have the Odyssey in July. We have Spider-Man in July. And then later in the year, we got Hunger Games. We got Avengers. We got Dune.
Wait, Hunger Games is coming back?
Right? I didn't know this.
I thought it was done.
So did I. But apparently it's back, and it's going to be a big deal.
Okay.
What happened is COVID ruined our ability to interact in private public spaces. What I mean with private public spaces is on a train, on a subway, in an airport, in a restaurant, a place where it's a public space, but you are expected to have private moments.
Yeah.
If people 2 tables over can hear every word me and you are saying at a dinner table, that's rude of us. They're trying to have a private public moment. So, stop bringing your phone into movie theaters. And why I blame COVID is because what happened is for 2 years, people got used to being able to do whatever they wanted on their phone while watching movies and TV shows. That's why people are FaceTiming randomly in a quiet coffee shop or blasting music on the bus, because in their head they're thinking, well, this is just what I do now. And I'm actually trying to show some grace and be nice. Like, I understand how we got here. The amount of times people pull out their phones in a movie to send a text, to scroll through Instagram. You're not at home anymore. You're in a movie theater. Today is a short, quick one, but it drives me crazy because the summer movie slate is officially here. Act right in movies. Be respectful to other people. And that is the tea for today.
And that's the tea. You know what? It's so interesting because, there's a couple people in my life that are unaware of being in public surroundings. And it's so tough because you just want to be my biggest, is get off speakerphone in public.
Yeah.
That is what are you doing? We all don't need to hear your conversation.
Private conversation,
please stop. Put your headsets in, put the little, if you don't want to wear the AirPods because you're concerned about the frequencies, do the wire ones, whatever you got to do if you don't want to put the phone on your face. I do not want to hear your conversation. No. Get in your car. You can have it on speaker in your car. But it's because I haven't been to the movie theaters in a bit. I'm on the other side of COVID kind of crushed me in movie theater situations. I like being in the comfort of my own home. I'm also a germaphobe and sitting in seats that I know have not been cleaned and washed in a long time, just kind of
But if you went to a theater, you would respect.
Oh my gosh, phones away.
Everyone around you.
I put the display light all the way down because that's the thing too. I got really in. I used to not have my phone on night mode. I didn't know that was a thing. I was bright.
It's bright
white. I want it as bright as possible. And then when I had a baby and I would still be on my phone while I was trying to put her to sleep, I was like, oh no, turn that as dark as possible. And now I'm my phone is so dark. The display is so down, unless I'm editing or posting a video, then you got to turn it all the way back up. But to be in a dark room, and if you're actually going for the experience to the movie theaters, that is ridiculous.
Movie theater
etiquette.
Keep
your phone.
Bottom.
So the last movie I went to, I got to go to the premiere Project Hail Mary.
Great movie.
Dude, that was, again, another alien movie, but in a really fun,
such a good movie.
That was so good, and it was in IMAX.
Ooh,
and I hadn't been in a while, and love me a free movie.
Special.
Love me some popcorn. That was such a rad experience. I am so excited for Disclosure Day. If you guys listen to the show or listen to any of our crosstalks, you will know that I am a huge Alien believer, and I love all Alien content. real and not so real.
Maybe not so real.
when you're watching Ancient Aliens. That was like my sleeper TV show for years. I'm like I need like silence and like no distractions because I'm so overstimulated all the time.
Yes.
Like after like having baby and all that kind of stuff. But like, yeah, I used to fall asleep to Ancient Aliens like every night. And I love all the crazy outlandish claims. But I also like Steven Spielberg was talking about it. I saw a couple interviews because they just had the premiere.
Yes, this week sometime, yeah.
Yeah. And he was saying, I'm a longtime believer. He's like, I'm a longtime believer of life outside of our planet. And maybe it is here. And I just, because you have to remember, like he changed our childhood through E.T. And this is like he hasn't done an alien movie since then. And again, I don't want to spoil it. Don't you dare. No spoilers on the show, okay? Because I really want to see it.
I promise.
Because you're going tonight?
Going tonight, 8:45 p.m.
Damn.
Yes.
That's going out late on a school night.
It's kind of late, but it's worth it.
What's your normal bedtime on school nights?
Much earlier than that. Usually we're in bed by 10. But for a Steven Spielberg movie, we will have to do it. You will get a kick out of this.
Okay.
The Odyssey is coming out in July, probably the most anticipated movie of the summer. There we go, Shay. We're seeing it at, I believe, 9 a.m.
Wait, what? You already have your tickets?
Yeah, we already have our tickets.
Oh, so you're like an avid moviegoer.
We go very often.
So
yes.
I love movies, like obsessed with movies, TV shows. But again, like I watch them all
you like
at
them
home.
At home. Yeah. Completely fair. The Odyssey is definitely like when Christopher Nolan makes movies, it's definitely an event.
Yeah.
So you have to get your tickets early, especially if you want to see it in IMAX or a 70mm screen.
Yeah.
The 70mm screens were sold out months ago, but we were able to get IMAX tickets.
That actually makes me really happy.
Yes.
That gives me hope because
the theaters are back.
Do you know theaters are also showing the World Cup? I know there's a couple movie theaters that are actually like you can go in, maybe AMC. I don't want to give shout outs at the wrong places. I got to look into this.
There's going to be people showing up ready to watch the game at the wrong theater.
But I know that like some theaters are showing World Cup games.
That's great. That's a great idea.
So what was the last? Because you also just saw another movie that I haven't seen yet that you recently just saw.
Yeah, what were we just?
What did you just say?
What's the problem is. This past weekend, I watched 2 movies. I watched The Abyss, which you would love.
Okay. Haven't seen that yet.
I'm actually not going to say anymore because I can't explain why you would like it without spoiling it.
Yep.
But I watched Jaws to get in the Steven Spielberg mode.
Like OG?
OG Jaws.
Like old school
and
Jaws?
You know what's funny? I realized I never saw the ending. What I thought was the ending came, and then the movie kept going. I was like, oh, wait, Did I don't know if I have either. Did I not finish this movie? Yeah, I was completely shocked and disappointed that all this time I had not seen the end of Jaws. But
okay, so since we're on a movie talk, what is your like an all-time favorite movie or like a movie that like changed your life?
A Goofy movie.
Okay.
A Goofy.
Explain.
Shay, I heard that a Goofy movie is the perfect animated film. It has the music thanks to Tevin Campbell, who plays Powerline and recorded 2 incredible songs for the movie.
Yeah.
But it is a story about father and son, and any young boy can realize how much their father sacrifices for them and how they tell that emotional, really heavy narrative in a very fun way was perfect. Any young boy needs to watch a Goofy movie.
That's so cute.
Go watch Goofy movie.
Mine is Almost Famous.
Oh,
it changed my life, and then I was like, oh yeah, I need to marry a musician. That needs to be my lifestyle. And I did. I did. Like a couple years later is like when I started becoming best friends with my husband, and then been together 20 years. So you know what? I talk things into existence. That's what we do here. Hour 4 coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's amazing, Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
You don't say.
Doing, my guy.
Oh, Dak, what's going on, man? It's been a long time, man. I love that you are paired up with D-Fish, man. I love the duo. It's fantastic.
Just legends, my guy. Just legends.
No doubt.
How is it over there in
we do.
Pittsburgh,
And when a
man? I mean, the
superstar
game
does
last
call
night,
the show,
you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or if you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in the chat on the live stream. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We have had ourselves a day. We've digested, I think, and are ready to move on to Game 5 on Saturday from the NBA Finals. That was a wild night. But now that the World Cup has officially kicked off, I think that's what helped us kind of like move on and switch gears. It was like, okay, New York, you had your moment. Now let's see if you can continue it. We have switched over to Mexico and South Africa, which kicked off at noon, and Mexico is up 1-0 at half. Yes. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a little more after seeing how much they dominated those first like 10 minutes.
In the 8th minute. They've had 2 shots on goal since then and have not been able to cash in, but clearly they are the aggressors, and it's just a matter of I say if. I'm sorry, when, not if. I'm still sitting on a 4-0.
Okay.
4-0 final score because they are getting the opportunities. They're just not finishing. But 4-0 Mexico. Firm prediction.
All right, that's going to be a fun one. South Korea and Czech tonight at 7. USA's first game at SoFi here in LA kicks off tomorrow at 6 p.m. That's going to be wild. I am so excited for that. So many watch parties all over LA. I'm excited just to drive home and see all the different, because we're going to see a lot of Mexico jerseys around town, especially on the drive home. Everyone coming out of the pubs later, right around when we get off the air, which is fun timing that we're on while it's happening so we can talk about it. But also, I don't know, I love being in the mix of those crazy soccer fans, which is going to be absolutely amazing. We'll dive into that a little later in the show. But we are also hours away from first pitch. Justin Roblensky taking the mound for the Dodgers, going up against Mitch Keller. First pitch at 3:40 in Pittsburgh. And if you were listening earlier, Shohei Ohtani in the lineup, back in the lineup after pitching and hitting last night, which we were kind of under the impression that moving forward, he was going to usually get a night off after his two-way play, but not the case today. And you know what? I'm happy about this because I think after what happened last night, the best thing to do for a baseball player is short memory. You guys are playing almost every single day. Let that go and just keep moving forward.
If they won yesterday and had already secured the series, do you think Shohei gets the day off?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that's what my gut says as well. The very short answer from Dave Roberts yesterday when answering questions as far as whether Shohei was going to be hitting today, there was a twang of we need to get our get back, right?
Yeah.
There was a twang of today did not go the way that it should have went, and tomorrow Shohei is hitting because we are leaving here with a win tomorrow, come hell or high water.
I mean, the thing is, Dodgers are doing just fine. Mm-hmm. They're first in the NL West. They are tied for first in the National League. But as we saw, Ohtani is still dealing with that blister on his pitching hand. I'm curious, Nick, our video guy, former baseball player, how much does a blister affect when you're holding the bat in any way? I'm trying to imagine it. I'm like, does it come into effect at all?
It definitely can. If it ripped open, it's even worse.
Okay, so that's a factor too then. So like if we knew he was dealing with a blister, and they were checking on it between every inning, is that something we should keep an eye on?
He's pitching too, isn't he? So
he did. So he pitched and hit yesterday.
It depends on which hand it is and
it's
how
his pitching hand.
Oh, then yeah.
Yeah.
So it's his bottom hand when he's hitting.
Yes.
Yeah. So it just depends on his pain tolerance.
So it's a pain tolerance thing, and a blister also is a thing where, based on where you get it, it significantly impacts how long it will take to heal. The fact that it's, from what we can tell, on the side of his finger, every time you bend that finger, the healing process starts over, right? So
and we saw him picking at it too. We're like,
don't do that.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Ohtani.
A baseball field is not the place you want to have an open wound of any kind.
No, but also the rub, the effect, everything. We've seen a lot of pitchers miss a significant amount of time due to a blister that, once it opens. If the ball's rubbing on it, you don't get... Yeah, so that's just something to keep an eye on. Both Shohei Ohtani and Dave Roberts assured us yesterday, it's not a big deal. But every time someone says it's not a big deal, but we see you messing with it throughout a game, I'd like to think, it's definitely a deal.
And
you're trying to divert my attention, but it's definitely something. But the lineups are out, so I'm going to run through Dodgers starting lineup. You got Shohei Ohtani leading off, Andy Pages in center field, Freddie Freeman batting third, Mookie Betts batting cleanup, Max Muncy batting fifth, Kyle Tucker in right field batting sixth, Ryan Ward getting his first grand slam of his big league career yesterday, so he's heating up. Dalton Rushing still behind the plate batting eighth, and Alex Freeland batting ninth. So a couple things to kind of point out here, obviously with Dalton Rushing behind the plate, that means Will Smith is still dealing with the neck stiffness. That is a significant amount of time and games he has missed. So I think that is a little more serious than we've kind of been talking about. I don't know if this has been updated yet, but it was saying that he will be placed on the 10-day IL. I don't know if it's happened yet.
I don't believe it's been officially filed, but it has been reported. So I think we're just kind of waiting for the paperwork to go through. But every reporter that I follow has said that they fully expect him to be on the 10-day IL.
I'm on like MLB.com, Dodgers injury list, so about as official site as you can get. An injury, it just says stiff neck, expected return TBD. Okay. But last updated yesterday that he is expected to be placed on the 10-day IL. And that's tough as a catcher too, because you are the one that has that relationship with every pitcher. You are the one calling the game. You are the one making sure they are calm, collected, and confident. And he wasn't behind the plate last night. And that was the first time we saw Ohtani with Dalton Rushing. And that was, it's hard to say worst outing of his season, but it wasn't his technically it was.
Right.
But that was
his worst outing because technically one of them have to be.
Yeah. So that's tough.
It is.
That's that you need your guy back there. I just hope again, it's not as bad as we think.
Yeah, for Will Smith too, I feel okay, so on one hand, I'm excited for the opportunity that Dalton Rushing has because this is now his fifth time that he's started in place of Will Smith. They've kind of had this rotation. I would say Will Smith 3 games to Dalton Rushing's 1, especially when Roki's pitching. But this is the first time this season that Dalton Rushing has been the catcher for this many starts in a while. I will say, while Will Smith had cooled off at the bat quite a bit, I would say almost for 3 weeks now, and Dalton Rushing may not have been lighting it up, but maybe a little more consistent of a bat. So I'm excited for Rushing to make the most of this opportunity. However, as we mentioned with Kyle Hurt, one of the most important roles of a catcher is just be a calming presence to a pitcher when things are moving a little fast for them, when they're getting frustrated and they just need to be reset. And Will Smith is essential at that. I mean, I don't know if he's ever raised his voice before. He's just a cool, calm, and collected dude and a fantastic catcher. Dalton Rushing is not that. Dalton Rushing is a live wire. Dalton Rushing is cussing out people. He's cussing under his breath. He's screaming.
Dude, you saw that slide into second base.
He is making...
That is old school baseball. That is the league has done everything they can to ban situations like that. With your sliding into a player instead of the bag, hurting, injury. I honestly, I'm here for that, old school mentality, though, in the style of play. It's just, this is his opportunity,
Yes.
And again, tonight, this is also good because him and Roblinski, he's caught, I think 9 of his starts this season. So they're comfortable together.
You know what? We were just talking about villains.
Okay.
Dalton Rushing is doing everything he can to be the villain. And
the Dodgers are the villains of the league.
The Dodgers are the villains, but people realize when they're playing the Dodgers, there's actually no one here to hate. And then Dalton Rushing raises his hand and say, I will be the sacrifice. I will give you so many reasons to hate me. He's this agent of chaos. Game 1, like you said, the slide that nobody wants to use the word dirty because once it's out there, you can't remove it. But it was not a clean play. The 7th inning, though, later that game, he makes his own decision when he's rounding second base as a runner to go to third base. Doesn't check with Dino. He just goes for it.
Love that.
And it works out. And that that I feel is the perfect balance of Dalton Rushing. Is sometimes he does things that's going to upset a lot of people, but you also see why, as a young player, he's trusted in these scenarios, because he's going to roll the dice on things. Sometimes he's going to be right. Sometimes it won't. But there's also moments like yesterday, he's at bat, and I don't know if you saw, but he takes a hack. He may have fouled it, and he lets go of the bat, and the bat flies toward the Dodgers dugout and almost hits a cameraman. Like, Dalton Rushing is just always at the scene of chaos. He's just
unhinged.
He is unhinged.
I'm here for it, though.
He's that catcher, and he needs to learn how to be a calming presence for his pitchers. Hopefully.
I mean, maybe with an Ohtani. I mean, again, that was the first time that they had
worked together.
This season. But okay, so we had Bob Nightingale on earlier, and we kind of talked to him about, the state of the Dodgers, where they are right now, and looking ahead to the trade deadline, if there are any big moves that they need to make. And he really pointed out the young guys on this team, and we've talked about it a lot. And that is the main reason that I don't think Dodger fans need to be freaking out for any reason right now. Like, yes, they have a lot of expensive big names on the IL right now. Like, that is a crowded training room at the moment that just keeps getting more crowded now, with Will Smith being in there with the stiff neck, which is why we're talking about Dalton Rushing, because he's really getting those opportunities. But when you look at these young guys, like take Ryan Ward last night, like he has made an impact. Obviously, they didn't get the win, but first grand slam of his major league career. And when you come on a team that is absolutely packed with all-stars and superstars and MVPs, to be able to make an impact like that, what does that do to a young player's confidence?
Tons, because on one hand, you know that this organization has faith in me. Now, no disrespect to... I actually don't want to bring the Angels into this. So
do it.
Okay, no disrespect to the Angels, but say you're a young player and you get your opportunity and you get called up for the Angels. You're happy for your moment, but there is a limit on what this actually says.
Okay.
Right. If you get called up for the Dodgers, this is the best team in baseball. They have won back-to-back World Series. If they are calling me up, I get the confidence of knowing I can play anywhere.
Yeah.
If I can play here, if this team can trust me and put me in these moments, there's no team in the MLB that will not trust me in these moments. So it's a different level of confidence boost that you get when it is the Dodgers. And as we keep saying, these guys keep responding. Time and time again, they keep responding. And when you look to your left and it's Shohei Ohtani, probably the best player to ever play baseball. You look to your right, it's Freddie Freeman. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. You look over there, is that Blake Snell getting rehab? Wow, he's a Cy Young one, right? You look around and you are surrounded with so much talent. That adds to the confidence as well. And as we know, baseball is a sport where you need to have everything going on between the ears more than any other sport.
Yeah, and especially when you look at guys that are actually leading the team right now, we're talking about this too. Like the MVP of the Dodgers right now is Andy Pages, not one of those superstars. And it's just exciting to see guys like that be able to make such an impact.
It is. We have a penalty now. Okay,
Mexico. I was like, everyone's looking at me and I couldn't see the screen.
We have a goalkeeper hyping himself up. The score is still 1-0.
Okay, paint the picture.
We are in the 50th minute. Team South Africa is forming their wall.
Okay, so it's not a PK.
It is not a PK.
It's outside the box.
It is a free kick that is like 6 inches outside of the penalty box. The official has cleared out of the way. I cannot see what number the player is. The shot is up.
It's blocked.
And it is blocked.
Okay.
And it is now out of bounds.
There we go. Who was taking? Okay, so Mexico had the kick.
Yes, and it was abysmal.
Yeah, right out of half. Okay. Oh, do we get a down 10 players? Oh, was there a red card?
I missed that shade.
Was there a red card? Okay, tell us what went down. I'm like, what just happened?
I missed that.
Yeah, so the Senegal player, or not the Senegal player, the South Africa player, he came up behind him, and the minute the Mexico player went into the box, or right before the box, he got slide tackled from the back, so it was a red call. Yeah, it was from behind.
Yeah, that's tough.
It wasn't as crazy
Like-
as you would think it would.
Like,
when you see the
doesn't
red card.
deserve a red card
But
in
no
game
matter
one of
what-
the World Cup?
Yeah, but no matter what, because it was a slide tackle from the back in the box, it's going to be a red card.
Okay.
South
well,
Africa playing with 10 for
Yikes.
the remainder of this match.
Yikes. Okay, so now the score should probably bump up a bit
4-0.
if it's going to happen.
I am still parking on 4-0.
Brutal. As someone who I was the person doing the slide tackling, that's brutal. If you're just off by a little, I didn't see it. I wish I saw it so I could actually comment on it. But now we have a corner kick from Mexico coming in. You guys, World Cup is here, and I love walking through the office. I saw a couple Mexico jerseys around. I think Bill's wearing his Argentina?
He has his Argentina Messi jersey on. He is
Okay.
a massive Messi fan.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
lived
yeah.
in Barcelona for a little bit.
All right.
So that led to Messi.
Oh,
but
he
no,
lived there? Is that why he's so obsessed? Or he just vacations there a lot?
He lived there for, I want to say, a year. He will be here in about a half hour joining us. You can confirm that.
Yeah, Bill, we're talking about you.
I'm pretty sure he lived there for a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is.
So do I say, like, when I studied abroad for 6 months, I lived in Florence for half a year?
I
or
feel
it's like you studied there. I studied there.
It's like an Angels of Anaheim thing. I lived abroad while I was. I lived in
But
Florence.
I did.
While
I mean, I
was
did
studying
live there.
abroad.
I had a home.
It is a fact.
Yeah.
It is a fact.
I wasn't in a hotel. Like, I had a home. It's like one of my favorite. It's also like my favorite place to visit in Europe. If you guys have never been, Florence, Italy, like chef's kiss. The art, the food, everything. Insane. Yeah. So still 1-0 Mexico. Game 1 of the World Cup. We're gonna dive into a little more World Cup when we come back, guys. Who is your favorite? You can call us at 855-97-LA fan. 855-975-2326. What are you guys doing for the World Cup? Where are we watching it? What are we eating? What are we drinking? Let us know. Give us a call. 855-975-2326. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show, so you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You can also get in the comment section on the chat if you're watching the live stream. We are having a time, you guys. Happy day one of the World Cup. We are watching Mexico against South Africa right now. South Africa is playing short. They got a red card, so they got 10 guys on the field. Mexico is up 1-0 right now. We're at the 60-minute mark in Mexico for game one. I mean, it has been wild. I've been watching all the watch parties on social, and they went crazy.
I love
crazy when Mexico won. Also, you guys, we did a blind World Cup pick selection where we picked a favorite, a mid-team, and what was the star one called? A long shot?
Yes, a long shot.
A long shot.
Yes.
And then yesterday, after that, we had to go into another room and try to match our teams with the flags.
It was a time.
I'm going to say I went over. I put up some donuts here. And I was close, you guys. And I'm curious if, again, I think my France one was hiding because the only red, white, and blue stripes that I saw were horizontal opposed to vertical. So I just grabbed that flag, and the way it was sitting on the table, I think I saw it in a different way. Both of my flags, I even got...
You have a tough stretch of flags.
I even got my Colombia one. The flag was the exact same colors and style. Just the one I picked had an emblem in the middle.
Ecuador's flag and Colombia's flag are the same. It's just that Ecuador has a crest on it.
Do I get half points?
And then the Austria flag, I will also cut you some slack because I would argue if you poll 10 random people, 4 of them know what Austria's flag looks like.
I knew. And Netherlands is the same, and the same color. They're both the same color schemes. Just, you guys, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I'm not good at not winning things all the time. Meanwhile, my partner here went 3 for 3.
I did get lucky. One, because I took AP Geography. Thank you, Coach Hayes, for setting me up there. I knew what Senegal looked like because I just thought they have a really cool flag. So whenever I first saw their flag, I thought, I'm going to remember what that flag looks like because that looks really cool. Then I had Argentina, who won the World Cup.
Everyone knows Argentina.
Most recently.
Yeah.
So I knew that one. And then
because their jerseys are also the same color.
Yes, and they have some sweet jerseys.
Yeah.
And then Switzerland. So initially I was getting Switzerland confused with Sweden, and I was going back and forth. But then I remembered Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, that's the logo.
Has that cross on it.
It's literally the logo.
Of course it's Switzerland. So I picked countries that were easy to spot.
Okay. Well, I got to shout out Bill Reiter again because he got Mexico wrong. They're playing right now.
I love that he's down the hall right now listening to this.
Our flag, the USA flag, that's probably the most common flag that we see, especially around LA. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. But you guys, I am so excited because the World Cup kicks off at SoFi, Team USA, tomorrow at 6 p.m. And I don't know if you were following any of the U.S. men's national team social media, but they were watching that Knicks comeback last night. Tyler Adams is apparently a big Knicks fan, and they were going ham. And I just got to say, boys, you got to use it as motivation. Anything is possible. Go and win the group. One small goal at a time. It has to happen.
It will happen.
It will happen? You're
pressure,
saying that very confidently.
They're going to respond to the pressure. So I follow a decent amount of soccer, nowhere near to the level that our buddy Bill Reiter does, that we're going to be hanging with in about 20 minutes. And he laid it out pretty favorably. So typically, when you think of the U.S. in soccer, you think of women's because they dominate quite a bit.
Back-to-back World Cup champs.
For the men's, it is not quite the same. Why this year is expected different, and why this year there's a sense of pressure, really, for the first time in a long time, is one, the grouping. They're in Group D with Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. And it is unique because this U.S. team, how they may not have a ton of household names to the average sports fan who only follows soccer during the World Cup, but they have 18 players who are playing in non-MLS leagues. So the MLS does not rank up with like La Liga or the Premier League, and we have a lot of players. Yes, as I wear my LA United jersey. But because this team has so many players that are established overseas, and they have a favorable draw with Group D in their pool, there's actually expectations. And I think it's fun because typically men's U.S. soccer
has been a disappointment.
It's just kind of, I hope everyone has fun. But this time it's, this is fun because there's expectation.
That can't. I mean, the frustrating part, though, is like friendlies leading up to the World Cup this year have not been to the level, I think, of expectations. So as I've learned, and it's tough because I was very fortunate to be covering that Women's World Cup team that won the back-to-back World Cups. And again, they went into it like with a lot of doubt of like, I don't know, like last minute, the vibes were off with the team. This was when they were at the Tottenham Hotspurs facility that we were at, and they kind of just like came together and they had a team bonding moment. They had a team bonding week where media wasn't allowed, and they just, all of them were together like, we got to figure this out. And what I've learned covering championship teams, whether it doesn't matter what sport it is, there's three things that these teams all had in common.
Okay.
And it was, first, every player on that team has to buy in. Like, ego set aside, you have to listen to your leaders, whether that's your coach, whether that's your captain. Everybody buys in.
That's such a great point because when you combine like, this is basically the ultimate all-star game, right?
Yes.
Like, but everyone on these teams, at least the majority of these players, are superstars in their city or their country, and you get, say, guys like Mbappe, who is from one place, played in multiple countries, and is a superstar in multiple places. Like, I'm the man everywhere I go. But I'm now surrounded by a bunch of guys who are also the man where they go. And not in Mbappe's case, because if you let Bill tell it, he doesn't know how to humble himself. So we'll switch back to the U.S. But if you are on Team USA, there is a sense of, hey, this isn't about being the man. This is about Team USA having an opportunity to go far further than we are typically capable of doing. And as I sit here, Team Mexico, as Alex has pointed out, is now up 2-0 in the 66th minute, and LA is going crazy.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. This is great. So, okay. So as I said, there are three things every championship team has. And this is like, I've covered World Series. I have covered World Cups. I have covered Super Bowls. I've covered Stanley Cups. And all of these championship teams had that same thing in common, where everybody bought in. Right? Everybody put their egos aside and everybody believed in the common goal. And then that kind of goes into the next of everybody, like, just with all of their heart and soul knew they were going to win. Yeah. It's beyond a belief. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're going to win, to where you're thinking it into existence and you're talking it into existence. And then the third is everyone was having fun. There was a lightness to these groups, and there's the everyone coming together, believing in one common goal and putting their egos aside, the undoubting belief of, oh yeah, no, we're going to win this. We know we can do this. And then the funness of it all. And remembering that what you're doing is on the biggest stage possible, but it's also a game. And if you can find the joy in that, I've seen locker rooms just absolutely just unite in a way, the way you walk in, you're like, oh yeah, they're going to win.
Apologies, because I'd imagine it is the same, if not very similar, but I don't know for certain. When you were covering the Women's World Cup, from a day-to-day schedule, could you explain, and I say apologies because I'm assuming it's similar to the men, but could you explain from a day-to-day standpoint, because it's not like you're playing every single day, and often you have games that are hundreds of miles away, thousands of miles away. It's not like how the Dodgers go play the Pirates, you know. So what is the day-to-day schedule that you followed when you were out there in France?
I mean, so I was following them for the entire year. So I was like, that's the craziest thing too, is, you know, that these players are battling to get these spots and secure these spots years in advance. So, but once you go out and you kind of have that, as we're seeing, all these teams had a home base, and that's where the training started about a week before your games start. And some of these teams, like, you're waiting, like, games start today, but group play is what throughout I don't have the full thing in front of me, but like throughout the week.
Right.
So every day it's just kind of like keeping yourself in a certain kind of mental and physical shape. So there's practice every day, sometimes 2 practices. And depending how far apart you are to game day or your home base, or maybe you go places a day or 2 before to kind of get ready for it. Every day was different. And again, you can only really plan for the group stage and then hope for the best after that, because you don't really know where you're going to be depending on where you end up in the group. And again, like whatever team you're facing out in the knockout stages. But it is such a unforgettable experience to be a part of a world event. Again, just because the entire world is coming together and the fans are all coming together. And
what makes it so cool is, so we'll compare it to March Madness, right?
Okay.
March Madness is a big deal,
but it's all
So the comparison I make is regarding to atmosphere, right? Like when you reach the Final Four in March Madness or any long tournament, it's sold out, it's packed, it's crazy.
Yes.
What I love about the World Cup and what we're seeing already is every single game has a championship atmosphere. Every single game has a feeling of pride, of life or death, of yes, we still have 8 games to go if we go all the way, but this game right here is the only thing in the world that matters. And I love that about the World Cup. Every single moment feels like this is it and nothing else matters.
But it is too, because world events are so different. Yeah, when you're talking about March Madness, like you have pride in your school, but this is like every single person from that country is coming together. And this is what makes sports so beautiful and so special, is that it unites everybody together. Different towns, cities, countries, regardless of your beliefs, everyone comes together for the love of the game and to cheer on your country, which is why the World Cup, the Olympics, these world events are so unique and so special. And we don't get them very often, every 4 years. So this is so rad as we're watching Mexico and South Africa get the World Cup started. Mexico up 2-0. And then we got Team USA getting things started here in LA tomorrow at SoFi at 6 p.m. This is going to be madness. Do we have anyone here going? Like, I know, you're going. You're going
I'm going to Houston, and I found out the game is on Sunday. It is Curacao and Germany.
Okay.
Germany among the favorites.
So what time are you getting back here? Oh, it's a 10 a.m. game.
Yes. So I will leave Saturday morning, and I will be flying back Sunday night.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be fine.
Easy peasy.
It's can't wait to hear about it.
I
want you to find the most famous man that's already emerged from the World Cup.
I got to track Freddie down.
Freddie, the German gentleman that you started talking about last week or beginning of this week.
We invested early as a show. Yeah, he was at, I want to say like 2,000-ish followers, and now he's at probably 200-something thousand.
Oh, no, way more than that. And if you guys are unfamiliar with what we're talking about, one of our favorite things that we've been following is Europeans and just other countries coming to the United States and experiencing the United States for the first time. Because I don't think we have necessarily been a destination for a lot of Europeans, and the cities that they're in are definitely not where you're going on vacation. And Freddie is from Germany, and he was doing a road trip
from Florida
to Auburn.
To Tennessee, to Auburn, Alabama, and now after this first match, I think he's on his way to Houston.
Yeah. And you guys, he has been hitting every major fast food. He went to Argentina's game at Auburn and just said it was the most insane, crazy football experience he's ever seen in his life. He was like eating Chipotle, watching
Chipotle and
that
Wendy's.
Knicks comeback. Like this man has governors and mayors actually tweeting back at him. National shows are talking about him in their A blocks. Like, he has become, I think, the beloved figure of the World Cup. And I imagine he is going to be at that game you are going to be at on Sunday. So if you see our man
tracking him down.
The German gentleman.
The German gentleman.
I'm putting it on you. I
will find Freddie.
You got to make this happen.
I will find Freddie. Attempts are being made as we speak. I will track Freddie down, and I will let him know we have proof that we were supporters of you before any of these front runners hopped on board.
I'm so curious because he doesn't show his face in any of his photos, and he has,
which is smart, I guess.
Yeah. And I forget who he has as his. It's like
Ronaldo.
Okay, I was gonna say. I was like, I knew it was. Was it Messi? Was it Ronaldo? Okay, yeah, as his default photo. But we're so excited. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, D-Mac and Reiter are joining us for a little crosstalk. Our little soccer experts. I say little. I'm big soccer experts. Sorry, boys. All right, that's coming up next. And Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, you can see that we officially have a full table with D-Mac and Reiter joining the show. And that's also why I was snorting coming
You did snort.
back. I did, you guys. I am a snorter, and I can't help it. What did you say just now?
I believe it was about the Czech Republic,
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
said you're Czech, and I said I'll have to I might be. I'll have to check.
I'll have to check it.
I'm out of here. Check, please.
You guys,
And then I refused to laugh at
Yeah.
you. We all made eye
Well,
contact.
no, they asked what game was tonight, and I said South Korea and Czech at 7. But they actually, we've been talking about the name changes that countries have been doing, and it's
Czechia.
Czechia. And I was like, I should know that. I'm Czech.
I will cut you some slack there.
Okay.
I only know this because a friend of mine taught English in Prague. It went from Czechoslovakia to Czech Republic to Czechia in a pretty brief window, generationally speaking.
Prague
so
is still Prague, though.
Yes, Prague is
Prague.
Have you
Prague
been?
is still Prague.
Then it changed
Prague's
that. I
so
love
fun.
Prague.
Prague is so
It's
sick.
one of my favorite places.
It was like the first place I went to where I had like heritage when I was studying
Oh,
abroad.
cool,
We
yeah.
were talking about this. So you lived in Spain, or did you like study abroad in Spain?
I spent 2 summers renting an apartment and living in Spain. Does that count?
That's what I was asking.
2
So I was like,
months?
I studied abroad in Florence for 6 months.
I
Does
did this
that
as an-
count
I
as
did this
like
as an adult.
living
That definitely
there?
counts. I think 6 months. Mark, because you go to
Living
school there.
Yeah.
I'd count it.
I did
Studying
5
there?
months in London as a student, but
Okay.
the Spain thing felt more because I took my wife and kids. I worked from there.
That's definitely living
you
there.
relocated.
Just
Yeah.
for 2 months, yeah.
Just for 2 months.
I feel like if you pay rent
Because
once,
the kids were out of school.
You know what I'm saying? Like
So
you
we-
pay
kids-
1 month of rent. 1 month of rent, you
Yeah.
live there.
You live
like
there.
period. I think that should be the
That's
rule.
fair. So
you know?
did like the European
like that
summer.
rule.
Because
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Europeans
I
just
like
like
that
Hotel
rule,
doesn't count.
Like
you know?
European, that's what I said. I wasn't
Yeah.
in a hotel. I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
like
yeah.
a house and a key. But like Europeans, like they do it right in the
Oh, it
summer.
was great.
They go and they spend like a month plus in places.
Work is optional.
I feel like East Coast kind of does that too.
I will say this: I had a job, and I don't
Yeah.
have that job anymore. So maybe that's I don't know, correlation.
Fair. But East Coast does that too, right? Because everyone goes to like
New
the
York's
Hamptons
weird like that.
and like they have like vacation.
They go to Florida. They
Yeah.
go to the Hamptons.
New York empties out. You
Yeah.
get into every restaurant, and you can find street parking for the 3 months in
Okay.
summertime, and it's also 190 degrees there.
Oh, yeah.
The concrete
No,
is
thank
so
you.
hot.
Smell is not great either, since they're still on that whole "hey, let's just stack up our trash in the street" thing.
I got used to it. I liked it.
I could never
Yeah.
get used to it.
That's so funny because I've been seeing like obviously with the biggest comeback in finals history that we saw the Knicks do last night.
He
like
called it.
everyone. Wait, what?
He made his wife
D-Mac.
record a video to prove it.
Wait,
Yeah,
when?
what?
At what point?
That
At
he
what
wants to play
point
on the
during the
show.
game?
When they were down 29, I looked at
At half.
Gene. Yes. Well, I think they were 27 and a half and 29. It was something like that. It's like Knicks are coming back, baby. I can feel the magic at MSG.
There's a video of her confirming it, and she looks like she's been taken hostage.
yeah. I'm trying to get her to call him the show. Yeah. Well, obviously, anytime you make a pick before the series,
Yeah.
you're gonna blindly try to will your team, even if you don't believe you're just gonna say it.
What was
So,
your pick?
I had Knicks in 6. I got Knicks in 6, and I also had the Knicks winning the first 2 games in San Antonio. And I'm not trying to I'm not a Mr. Victory Lap guy, by the way.
Okay.
That's
Yes,
definitely
you should be.
No,
Oh my.
no, I'm
What do
not.
you mean?
Bill thinks that every time I call something right, I bring it up, but then if I'm wrong, I don't own it. And I
Well, why would you bring it up if you didn't get it right?
exactly right.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's your job to call him out.
By the
for
way,
it.
I do that job well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I predicted Mexico would win 2-0. There'd be a red card against South Africa. And
Did
Lori,
you?
Lori,
Bang!
Lori can confirm that.
There we go. We'll have
I'll
Lori
get you a
call the
video.
show.
I'm gonna call BS there. What did Brock say? 4?
I went aggressive. I went 4-0
Well, they also scored like in the first
I don't
10
hate it.
minutes.
in the 8th minute.
The red-
I was riding with the vibe. I got caught up in the moment, and I went 4-0.
What is
It's
it now?
2-0 in the 83rd minute.
The red
Okay.
card,
But
though,
South
made it
Africa's
positive.
down
be-
to 9 players now. There was a
Wait,
second
there was
red card.
another
What?
red card?
They're down to 9 players.
What
now.
happened?
Wow.
What did I miss?
Shay, did you see what happened?
Shay, did you see what happened? Producer
Shay's
Shay?
over there chilling.
Love me
Are
the
you-
drama of
Yeah,
a
I
red
know.
card.
Do we know what happened on the second red card? Were you watching?
I'm looking now.
Oh,
I'll let you guys
no.
know.
This
Okay.
town's got to be on
Yeah.
fire
What were you
right
doing?
now.
Producing the show? You should
Yeah.
be watching the World Cup.
By the way,
Wild.
I haven't checked the standings, but I believe one of us is winning.
Why?
The 97 won the what do you
Because
mean?
you're the only game that's played so far?
Stop the count.
Only
Right?
game that has
I
happened.
don't know. I'm just doing
Out to the
standings.
early lead, right?
By the way, this is how it works. This
Yeah.
is, in soccer, it's called. You guys have games in hand, but the standings are the standings. They're a lot. You know, you played.
So,
That's
soak
the table
so
right now?
Soak it in.
It's the table.
Soak it in today.
Feels good.
Soak it in
Glow while you
today.
can.
Maybe
I'm excited to watch my
tomorrow.
teams.
Who
Like
do
that
you
extra.
have? Who do you have?
I have Portugal, Japan, and I have Ecuador. So I'm hoping to have that extra rooting interest.
Okay, our,
you know what I mean?
our
look thrilled,
Ecuador
man.
and Colombia flags are like. I got them so confused because they're the same, except for
I got a little crest
yeah,
situation.
You got a little
Yeah.
crest.
I totally
might have been
failed
worse.
our flag competition.
Well, no,
got
I
Mexico wrong.
think yours is the worst because you got Mexico wrong.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Like that is
I
the
was there.
second most popular flag you're gonna see around
Got
LA.
it. Anything else?
No?
All right,
Yeah, what's your jersey? What jersey are you wearing?
I'm wearing Argentina.
So would that be the only flag that you would have recognized?
I mean, I can't. I've told people that you could do Trivial Pursuit for $1 million and have me name one of my 2 kids. They're Madeline and Henry, and I would panic and go Gary. I just a weird trivia thing. I don't understand what happens to me.
On the spot.
Oh God, Gary! No,
damn it!
My firstborn Gary.
So okay, you're kind of our soccer expert-ish here.
Yeah.
Are you?
I'll lean into it.
He definitely is.
So now that kickoff has happened, the World Cup has started, who are a couple teams that fans should be keeping an eye on, and maybe pay attention to those games
deep cut,
if you're.
I mean, Spain. I know that I'm a Spain homer, but
we know that
they have the most exciting player in the world. So
Yamal. Okay.
He's 19. He's incredible. I would have made a Wemby comparison, but that doesn't really feel apt the day after Wemby played like that.
Yeah.
Morocco, I think, is a really sort of interesting team. If you want to root for an African team who has a chance to do some damage. Watch Mbappe not run and cause France a World Cup
I knew it was
Stop!
coming.
I have France. Okay, he's just an Mbappe hater, and he needed to get any kind of punchline in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For you guys, honestly, I think keeping an eye on how they managed Dembele and Mbappe is interesting because they both play the same role now for their respective teams.
Okay.
Mbappe's more talented in theory, but Dembele's been more successful the last couple of years.
Okay, for those who have not watched a minute of soccer since the previous World Cup, what is the current status of, we'll say, Messi and Ronaldo?
So Ronaldo, see, now making me be mean. Ronaldo is washed, but won't admit that he is, and can be sort of a locker room cancer. And I think Portugal is 4th or 5th in the world, but I think he's an issue. Messi's really interesting. He's played at a high level at MLS. That is not a high enough level to compete in the World Cup. And so either he's going to roll out there and there's going to be enough magic that he's still Messi and it works, or he's going to be able to do that for only 30 minutes, which would make him a super sub. And I'm very curious if his legs don't hold up, say through the group play, do they have the courage, does he have the willingness, and he's a great teammate and guy, to be a super sub rather than a starter?
Okay. And my understanding is Ronaldo was a starter for the friendly. Is he still at a point where he's starting for Portugal?
I would not have started him in the last World Cup, which might have been wrong, but yeah, I think you can't sit him.
You can't.
He's kind of LeBron
he's
in terms
drawing
of
the ticket.
in charge of the team, right? So much historical greatness, and he's great that he gets a lot of latitude, but I don't think he's good enough.
So that was going to be my question. So we'll use Mbappe as an example. Had all the success in the world early, and it's hard to argue that it hasn't gone to his head and dictated how he treats and acts to people around him. Ronaldo has, in my opinion, an endless resume of proof of being not a great teammate, but there is still that level of, maybe not respect, more so worship from Portugal. So why is Mbappe being called out, but Ronaldo seems to kind of get the pass?
So do you know how they're like in the LeBron Jordan GOAT debate, there are people who are insane for one side or the other and can't see straight?
Yeah.
The same thing is true with Ronaldo and Messi. So if you've been arguing forever that Ronaldo's better than Messi and you're now wrong, it's hard for people to let that go. Whereas Mbappe hasn't got. And the other thing I think is really interesting is the game has changed so much in the last 8 years. Guys like Mbappe and Ronaldo, guys who don't run and don't press.
Yeah.
That was okay 8, 12 years ago. Modern soccer, modern football, it's not okay.
Okay.
And so in some ways the game has moved to a place where these superstar, it'll almost be like if the NFL didn't need quarterback play at a significant level 10 years from now, but you still have guys expecting to be paid like they're quarterbacks.
Okay.
It's such a weird, so you have to adjust or you get left behind. I think that's happening to Mbappe a little bit. Okay. Ronaldo had his glory before that happened.
Okay. This is fascinating
I know.
breakdowns right here. I love this.
Class is in session, everybody. USA. Okay,
I can do that flag.
No.
You got one.
You better.
Start the stripes.
So there was video of them watching that Knicks comeback last night. Apparently Tyler Adams is a big Knicks fan, and they were freaking out, and they were all coming together. And when I covered the Women's World Cup, there was like a moment where, there was doubt, could this group do it, when they won back-to-back in France in 2019. And they had this like team bonding moment of getting everybody together, and they were at Tottenham Hotspur's facility for a week without any media.
Great stadium, yeah.
And then we showed up, and I was like, oh, something feels different about this group. They feel like they're together. Could, something like that, and experiencing and watching and banding together, watching that Knicks comeback, bring this USA team together and give them a little bit of motivation?
Yeah, maybe. And I think that could do it. And I think, it's a long tournament if you get out of the group stage, but I think getting off to a great start on Friday.
Yeah.
Just like playing it at a level that the optimists think they can. You play
The
in the NFL.
optimists.
Are there teams that get off to a hot start and go, oh, we are actually good enough to play at an elite level, and it makes them play at an elite level?
There is a feeling of why not us? When you are overachieving, you look to your left and your right. It's like, well, on paper we're not supposed to be this good, but why can't we be this
Yeah.
good? And you just start believing it. Yeah.
That's what America needs. I mean, like, there are guys that play in Europe enough that if everything kind of coalesces, I don't think it will, but they could be better than we think. And I think if they can get out of the gate quick and believe it, maybe there's some magic you're talking about.
Last thing, just to set the table before the game, is it safe to say this is the most expectation the U.S. men's have had in...
Hell yes.
I think maybe ever.
I think it's the golden generation with all the European.
The look on D-Mac's face.
I'm skeptical. I want to be proven wrong. Trust me.
Let me ask Landon Donovan. Oh wait, no, he doesn't speak to me because I once handed him all my plates because I thought he was a waiter.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Where?
Fishing with dynamite.
No, you didn't.
I've been drinking.
Dude.
Turn Landon Donovan into a busboy, dude. Nice.
You're just going to get jumped one day by a bunch of athletes and
Thank you
celebrities.
for spending your midday in LA with Brock and
It's like
Alex. We'll be
PTI,
back
right, at the
tomorrow.
end?
Don't go anywhere. T-Mac and Reiter are coming up next right here on 97.1 The Fan. Bill.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, DMAC, and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. A lot of things to get to on a day or after a day of collapses. We will talk about that NBA Finals game in which my partner predicted to his wife, has evidence, the comeback.
Might get a call, might get a surprise call. Who knows?
I'm a little skeptical. Slightly skeptical.
That the call will happen?
Yeah, sure.
Or that the call was made?
that your call occurred.
Okay. My wife would never, under any circumstances, lie on my behalf. I could be on trial for an insane thing. Wouldn't lie.
Are we going back there again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a story.
There we go.
855-97 LA Fan. So we'll get to that utter collapse by the Spurs, historical levels of ineptitude with a potential finals on the line. That series now 3-1 to the Knicks. We'll get into the biggest obstacles that the Rams face this year internally, their own issues that maybe could, in theory, stop them from capitalizing on what is a remarkable roster, a great chance on paper. We'll talk a whole bunch of was that my brain? Was that real? We'll talk a whole bunch of Tom Brady and whether he is able to turn this Raiders team around. You and I are unified on this. This is your thing, but I'm here. We are going to talk a lot of Raiders on the show. A lot of Raiders fans.
The Raiders.
Do it one more time for me, because I love
the
it.
Raiders.
It's so good.
My shout out to Chris Berman, the legend.
Chris Berman, he's a legit star from the original ESPN days.
Oh yeah, I mean that show, they're still doing it. The NFL show where he goes to the highlights and you got the old school football sounds. Chris Berman's the best, man. I watched every single NFL Sunday with him growing up. Just got
sounds of childhood.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, he's someone that just kind of brings it. It's kind of one of those like living legends in the game that's still kind of doing it.
DMAC and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. The guys are giving me a hard time for just sneaking in the DMAC and Reiter. Apparently yesterday I go, he's DMAC of DMAC and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Got to sell the show, got to sell the brand, got to let the people know.
I want people to know that there's a brand new sports radio station, the only one on the FM, the only one that actually talks LA sports on the regular, the only one you should be hanging out with. And it's, 97.1 The Fan. It includes DMAC and Reiter with DMAC and Reiter. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the two characters on the show.
Those are the two guys?
Yeah, those are the two guys.
I'm one, you're one.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
We can also stream the show at The Fan LA. All right, so absolutely brutal yesterday, that Dodgers game, and it felt like, and I will own this. I will say, I know you are happy that I am wrong. I wanted Shohei Ohtani to pitch deep into the game. I wanted that seventh inning. I wanted the qualification, and it did not go well. The Dodgers had that game well in hand. Those of you listening probably know they ended up losing 9-8 and blowing a very, very strong lead. I'll say this. I'm going to defend myself a little bit with what happened, and we can kind of get into it, and you tell me if I get a pass for my Shohei should pitch the seventh, because there were a couple ABS challenges that were passed on, including one we're going to let you listen to now thanks to our friends from Spectrum Sportsnet, where in the clip, you're not going to see it, obviously it's radio, but Shohei goes to challenge and kind of almost taps his head in the challenge motion, and Dalton Rushing puts up his glove to say no. This is that moment, and you'll hear very quickly after the consequences of perhaps not challenging that called ball.
And ball three.
Shohei wanted to challenge that. May have been right. Yeah. Oof. He's had two pitches this at bat that were both on the edge. That called balls but were strikes.
That's into right field, down the line and fair. One run is in. Mangum coming behind him. The relay home from Freeland is late. It's a 2-run double.
That is the moment that knocks Shohei Ohtani out of the game in classic, gracious, respectful fashion. I couldn't do it. Shohei salutes, with no sarcasm, of course, the umpire who did not properly, perhaps, adjudicate some of those balls and strikes. Ohtani finishes the day 6 2/3 innings that I wanted, three earned runs, 102 pitches. ERA climbs to 1.06, which is crazy how high that number seems. That's how ridiculous his standard was. He did have a 2-run home run in the 8th, but wasn't quite able to get it done. And Dave Roberts did talk after the game about why he gave Ohtani a longer leash than we've grown accustomed to.
I thought he still had enough in there to keep going. There was a walk in there. There was some soft contact. That kind of the squibber off that bat, that infield hit, gets a strikeout, and then with the low at bat or low at bat, got behind, and then he went after him, and then he hit a double. Fortunately, we got out of that inning. Gave up another one, but got out of that inning, and still felt we had the game in hand.
See, Dave and I are connected now. We both want Shohei to go too long, and we both mispronounced Brandon Lau's name and then corrected ourselves at a certain point. And then lastly, and I'm very curious your take on this, D-Mac, because Dalton Rushing came in for it, yesterday, I guess, with the day before that challenge, so-called air quotes, at second base. And there's been a lot of angry Dodgers fans who are saying to Dalton Rushing, who the hell do you think you are to tell Shohei Ohtani he can't challenge a pitch? This was what Dave Roberts had to say post-game again after that Dodgers loss about the young catcher, in effect, shaking off in a key moment the greatest player in the history of baseball.
And that's one of those things that, from the side in the dugout, you put it in the hands of the players. And I think both of our catchers have been very good. And I guess I haven't looked back, but I did hear that a couple of those pitches to Lau were strikes, and they would have obviously flipped the count, and you never know. But, I thought Dalton's done a good job with all of our pitchers, and so it just probably in his opinion that it wasn't worth the challenge, but it's not an exact science, and I think we had one challenge left right there, so that might have been something that caused a little bit of pause. But, yeah, it's the game of baseball.
Sliding doors moment. Kyle Hurd eventually gives up 4 runs in the 8th, and after the game, lastly, Shohei Ohtani. And you tell me, D-Mac, if this feels for Shohei kind of something that's interesting or no. He said, quote, this is Shohei through an interpreter, quote, I usually let the catchers make that determination. He's talking about the challenge. But looking back, I think situationally how important it was that at bat. Looking back, I think I could have done a few challenges.
Yeah, I'll just start there with his comments and what he said, and that's typically the case. It was the first time that Dalton Rushing had caught Shohei on the year. Dalton Rushing has not been as good as Will Smith when it comes to challenging calls, but that's a situation in that moment, knowing what Shohei is going after, where you have to trust in Shohei and let him go out there and make those calls because it absolutely sabotaged his start. Of course, his ERA is over 1. It's just a massive ERA at this point. Of course, I'm only joking. It's still elite. But if Shohei wants any chance of pursuing and contending and actually winning the Cy Young, he has to get out of that 7th inning without giving up a couple of runs. And if you look at the first pitch, if you look at Lau, by the way, just the Lau Low situation, Lau is on the Pirates. It's pronounced How or Now. But then you also got Nathaniel Lowe on the Rangers and Josh Lowe. It rhymes with slow. So
sometimes it's hard to know.
It is. But now you do. And now you know. And with Lau, during that bat was the first pitch. I mean, it was a 98-mile-per-hour fastball on the outside corner. Then a few pitches later on the 2-0, Ohtani catches the corner there. He was paying corners like Bob Ross to try to get out of that inning. It looked like it was going to be successful, but not challenging it there. Makes it a 3-0 count. Then on that 3-1, that forces Shohei to have to throw a fastball because Shohei had already let 2 runners go on base. He issued a leadoff walk to Callahan. Then Magnum, he reached on an infield single. Then he gets those back-to-back strikeouts to Triolo and Horwitz, but there was no margin for error. That put Shohei in a position where he has to throw a fastball, and these are big league hitters, so we know what happens next. He gave up the couple runs on that double right there. But if I am Shohei Ohtani in that situation, and you've made it very clear that you are going to go all in on this, he should have just said, you know what, forget that. This one's on Shohei. Like, Shohei, tap your head, bro. Like,
too respectful? Too much
way too
courtesy
respectful
to Dalton Rushing?
Way too much courtesy, especially because Dalton Rushing had erroneously tried to challenge one earlier in the inning.
Erroneous on all counts, sorry.
Right? So, exactly. So, if I'm Shohei, that situation, you got to just go out there and trust your instincts. And Shohei was actually right about one earlier in the game, too, that Rushing was wrong on. So, I trust Shohei and his eye and what he knows on the mound versus what we've seen from Dalton Rushing. And here's the other thing, too. As great as Christopher Sanchez has been, as great as Jacob Mizorowski has been, Shohei Ohtani has been the very best clutch pitcher in all of Major League Baseball this season. You know, I bring my facts to the fight. He has a .93 opponent's batting average against. That's better than Sanchez's 169. That's slightly better than Jacob Mizorowski's .95. So the look you saw on Shohei's face when he showed some courtesy to acknowledge the umpire when he got pulled out of the game, it was because he knew he was going to get a punch out. He would have struck out the side, and that ERA would still be sub-1. So I guarantee you Shohei's upset about it, whether it's to himself, whether it's to Dalton Rushing. But, hey, the bottom line is they got a couple runs in. The command hasn't been great, and it was reflected during that game and at parts of that inning.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. We see you guys calling in. We see the lines lighting up. We are going to get to those calls. So if you want to join the queue, which is a really fancy word for the line. I don't know why I said queue. That sounded dumb. 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. D-Mac and Reiter. You're D-Mac of D-Mac and Reiter. So here's something I was thinking about. You made this joke yesterday, I think, that you keep thinking about me. I keep hearing your voice. So I'm watching the game,
hey, Bill.
And I'm thinking, I'm Doug. Hey, Bill, I'm Doug. I was thinking about the game last. I was watching it, and I got home after the Knicks game, and I rewatched some of the highlights, and I was thinking about sort of what happened, and your voice quite literally popped into my head, where you have talked a lot about the historic level of this Cy Young chase, and you and I disagree to a degree on what degree Shohei should be pushed. And by the way, 1 for you in the ledger, 0 for me after yesterday. And I both credit you, and I'm disappointed you didn't just come at me and call me a moron.
Want to set the stage.
It's coming? Okay.
Yeah.
I will say this about the historic Cy Young race. I was thinking about your point on that. To win this thing, for anyone to win it, it's going to be in the margins. You're going to have millimeters that separate maybe 2 or 3 guys from being the Cy Young Award winner in the National League and finishing second or third. That third of an inning that Shohei could not complete, that third of an inning that raised his ERA to 1.06, that third of an inning that Dalton Rushing and or the umpire and or Shohei for not overruling the young catcher, those are the kind of moments that might separate Shohei from winning the Cy Young, and to your exact point, maybe needing to even allow him to pursue it at a certain point versus actually getting that hardware.
Exactly. Like we've talked about, the margin for error is so thin. And on top of everything else, why did they come out and check on Shohei? It's because of the blister. And he has said that it was not infecting him at all. He said after the game that it's not the reason why.
Do you believe him?
No, I don't. I think that the blister is impacting. I'll tell you why. Well, you look at the pitch mix last night. He wasn't favoring that splitter or that curveball. He threw just 4 splitters and 8 curveballs. If he has the full arsenal, that's when he's at his best. So I think that has impacted him. I don't think it's the biggest of deals, but I don't think it's the best version of Shohei. We've seen that last couple of starts, and you mentioned that, right? Trying to qualify. And we'll say it again and again. It's very simple to qualify for the leaderboards. You have to pitch as many innings as your team has played. And let's say, Bill, he did qualify. Let's say he did.
He's so close.
Finished. So 67 2/3 innings compared to 68, right? If he had gotten out of that 7,
yes,
he would have qualified. But, Bill, he would have qualified for what? 1 day. That's it. Enjoy your 1 day of qualifying, because the
math
truth
is the math. You got to keep up with it.
You do. So that's the thing. So I think that yesterday we saw where, hey, sure, if you got a 70 or 80% version of Shohei, is that better from what we saw from Kyle Hurt and Jack Dreyer? Probably. And we saw what they did later in the game where the Dodgers blew a 6-1 game. But I think that at this point, can we just accept the fact that this charade where they're faking, the Dodgers are faking like they're giving Shohei every chance to win a Cy Young? This is a charade at this point. If they were serious about giving him every opportunity to win a Cy Young, the Dodgers wouldn't operate on a 6-man rotation. He would be pitching every 4th or 5th day, like Christopher Sanchez, like Jacob Mizorowski. So guess what?
No, I reject that.
Okay, well,
they can still win. I believe in him.
Hey,
by the way, can
the U.S. can win the World Cup too, right?
Can I talk to your friends in your group chat real quick?
Okay.
You just went at the Dodgers.
Okay.
I'm not the reason that Doug has such strong opinions. I got accused. Am I allowed to bring this up?
Sure, why not?
I got accused of turning you into a hot take artist by one of your boys.
And the funny is, I've been a hot take artist.
He's a big boy. He does whatever he wants to do.
I've been a hot take artist my whole life,
Right.
but here's the thing. I think that yesterday, though, we definitely saw where an individual Ward, I think, was, and yes, he had the talent to get out of that. If you challenge those calls, it would have probably got out of the game. But also, those 2 guys got on base, right? But I think yesterday we saw where there was more of a focus on an individual award versus a team game. If I was the manager of the Dodgers yesterday, I think they win that game.
Oh, my God.
And I'll tell you why.
Yeah, because
I take Shohei out after 6.
Yeah, bringing Kyle Hurt.
You bring in Alex Vesia. You put them in a different situation. The bullpen is an issue, right? Everything has a different butterfly effect to it as far as when you're facing the top of the lineup and things like that, and putting them in lanes, as they call it, to be successful. But I think that at some point you're going to see, and I've talked about it, and I mentioned on the show, we talked about the Academy Awards, right?
So happy.
Another one I got for you is the 1976 in the 49th Academy Awards for Best Actor. You had Jack Nicholson, you had Sylvester Stallone for Rocky, you had Robert De Niro for Taxi
Is this
Driver.
a marathon thing?
Right? No, this is the thing where in any other year,
I got you.
Let's say it was just Mason Miller, right? I'd be like, dude, let's rock, right? Let's say it was just Mason Miller, right? Let's say The Miz and Sanchez had 3 ERAs. Let's go. We can go for this thing. But if we are being honest with ourselves and we're not being delusional about this.
I'm being honest. I'm not delusional.
I'm saying that the odds of Shohei winning the Cy Young and pursuing that are not worth what it could look like in the postseason. I'll tell you one more thing, too. Let's say he goes just 6 innings, right? That 7th inning could have been one more inning that we see in October. Because this year, more than ever, I think the Dodgers need Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher. Last year was different. This year, they need him to make starts in October to win the World Series.
He has a blister. Swinging a bat can impact a blister. Do you want him to hit less over the next few weeks if that's what it takes?
It's totally different because you have batting gloves.
I'm just saying, what's your temperature? I mean, I'm just trying to take your perspective. You want to just play for October.
Absolutely. It's always about October.
I get it, but you have to play in June, July, and August to get there.
You do, but yesterday was a good example. So you bring up that point, right? So the cool thing, too, is yesterday, Shohei really should have had 2 home runs, right?
Oh, that's crazy. That's real. Yeah.
You look at the first inning where the Dodgers really didn't have an opportunity, but later when Reynolds just absolutely robbed him of a home run there.
That was a hell of a play.
And it would have been a 2-run home run to left. And then later in the game, we saw him hit a home run to bring it to 1, a 2-run shot later in that game. So that could have been a game where Shohei hit 2 home runs, went 6, gave up 1 run because he did give up the home run early in the game, but instead he had 1 home run, gave up 2 runs in the 7th, ends up 3 total, and it had a big impact on his ERA.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. It's phone call time, 855-97. LA Fan, one quick thought before we get to these phone calls. I will just say, I know you know, but just to remind us to keep pinching ourselves. Basically, it was an Ohtani disaster class by the standards of what we all expect and want. He still had a quality start, 6 2/3 inning, 3 earned runs, and he had a 2-run home run. And I'm putting this in air quotes. The disaster of that game raised his earned run average to a horrific 1.06. That is not a bad baseball game. Shouldn't be a quality start and a 2-run home run. I mean, it's just the level of greatness of this guy is warping, and I love it. How we assess and judge him, whatever the right or wrong sort of perspectives on Cy Young and load management and how you manage him. 855-97 LA Fan here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D-Mac and Reiter. Let's go to Mario. Mario, where are you listening? How are you listening? And thank you for hanging, dude. You're on the air.
Hey, what up, Bill? What up, D-Mac? I'm calling from La Habra. How are you guys?
Good, brother. How you listening?
What up, Mario?
Hey, what up? Yeah, through my phone on YouTube.
Love it. Thanks for hanging. What do you got? What are you thinking?
Of course. Well, you guys kind of already touched on it, but I was just going to add that, look, all right, the GOAT is asking you for a challenge. Like, come on, my man, Dalton Rushing. You give it to him. Give the GOAT his challenge. It would have been a different game. So what I'm trying to say is that if that 7th inning he would have gone unscathed, then the 8th inning would have been 8 by Vesia, right? And let's face it, her and Dreyer did not have a good game. But, they would have had still like a 6-1 lead or 8-1 lead or whatever, and would have gave up some runs and would have won the game. So I kind of blame this one on Rushing. I mean, he's still learning, but, your pitcher's begging you for a challenge. You give it to him.
That is a hell of a phone call. Mario listening on his phone, on YouTube, at The Fan, LA, and La Habra. Thank you for hanging. Can I, sometimes you'll pull wisdom from certain places, like you just did with the 1976 Academy Award nominees. Is that
Here we go.
Yep,
right there.
I'm going to read you Mario's quote there, and then I'm going to reframe it. as I want to do. The GOAT is asking for a challenge. Give it to him. That applies to yesterday's ABS challenge. It also applies to the Cy Young Award. The GOAT is asking for a challenge, Doug. Give it to him. He wants to win this award.
Yeah,
the GOAT is asking for a challenge.
And that's
give it to him.
Certainly. I mean, Dalton Rushing
certainly
should.
you want him out of the challenge.
What?
No. The GOAT is asking for a challenge. Give it to him. Not just as the ABS. I'm reframing it as the Cy Young Award.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Wait, did you change your mind?
No,
you got
my
over
nine's
here?
the same. Yeah, I know. Okay. My mind didn't change, but I see what you did right there. It was clever. It was creative. I respected it. Where the GOAT wants the challenge to pursue the Cy Young for sure.
I can do it one more time.
But I would
Did
say
I do it badly.
No, that was perfect.
It's like the flag challenge we'll talk about later. I screwed that up too.
I was enraged by Dalton Rushing once again. But look, you're certainly right that if you make your superstar players happy, that's fine. You give them an opportunity. But I'm just here to tell you that it's a tight. Right now, when he goes out there, it's a tight rope walker over the Grand Canyon. Right, he cannot mess up. He cannot give up those couple of runs and expect to be a contender for it. So I think the next thing becomes, hey, at what point do you maybe recalibrate the approach there? It's one thing to let Shohei make every single start. It's another thing to put him out there. How about this?
Not yet for me, but a couple more outings like this, and I'm probably gonna.
You're gonna, instead of your England flag, you're gonna wave your white flag.
I'm gonna raise this flag right here. It's a white flag. See, it's doing its thing.
I will say though,
talk to me.
When it comes to Dalton Rushing, who has not been great at the ABS challenges here, and this is the very first time that we've seen that between those two, as far as being a battery mate. First time he's caught Shohei. You got to have a plan going on. And typically the Dodgers, they let the catcher make the challenges, but that was just a terrible, terrible sequence there that could have pushed Shohei out of the Cy Young race. Like, as crazy as that sounds,
no, it's real.
Dalton Rushing may have cost Shohei Ohtani a chance to continue pursuing the Cy Young, because .70 is very different than a 1+ ERA in a year where this is the most competitive Cy Young race that we've ever seen.
855-97 LA fan, 855-97 LA fan. I don't agree with Doug, and he doesn't agree with me on Shohei. Dylan Hernandez, excellent columnist now for The Athletic, covering the Dodgers, doesn't agree with Doug on one of D-Mac's most, I think, important things he has put into the Dodgers verse. We are going to do a little, even though Dylan's on the show, Dylan versus Doug next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
That can make things interesting for the Thunder, but we'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like, you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about, in sports, there's so much conversation about eras. And we were just having a conversation about, Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth. And in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to, obviously, in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry. They've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building. It's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point.
Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Speaking of injuries, Dave Roberts has talked to the media before tonight's game out east. Will Smith referred to his injury, quote, as an inflamed disc in his neck. That is not good.
That's not good, especially when they kind of downplayed at the beginning. They were saying it was due to sleep, and then clearly this is a bigger issue. Dave said yesterday that it was impacting his swing. His offense has already been down. Chucky Robinson, as we talked about on the show before they made the move, looks like that was the move.
Yep, you called it.
So we'll see.
In fact, Dave Roberts said Chucky Robinson will start Friday in Chicago, then again Tuesday at home to give Dalton Rushing breaks. But Roberts said he wants Rushing to catch Ohtani on Wednesday.
So that's good. I mean, he's going to be out. Might as well make that a thing because we don't know. Will Smith has been one of the best catchers in baseball over the last 4 or 5 seasons, but has had some durability issues. And Shohei has to get on the same page with Dalton Rushing in the event that they're going to be battery mates long term. So they were not on the same page yesterday. He shook him off. Shohei shook off Dalton Rushing multiple times. You had the miscue on the challenges. So that's definitely something that I think needs to be addressed.
I'm glad you didn't call him his receiver. I really am. Like that.
I'll retire that.
D-Mac
I doubled down on battery mates, though.
I didn't mind battery mates.
Yeah.
Did you see me sort of like process it, though?
Yeah. Battery mates is your pitcher and your catcher combination.
I'm okay. I'm here for that.
The receiver is just weird because it's like we're not going to call wide receivers wide catchers, like in the NFL. Like we're not going to be doing that, so might as well not cross-reference it.
D-Mac and Reiter 97 won the fan. The lineup is out. We already knew that Robo, Justin Robleski, going tonight on the mound. It's Ohtani, Pages, Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Tucker, Ward, rushing Alex Freeland. So pretty standard stuff that we've been seeing.
Pretty standard. I think that they feel good about it. You're going to have to rely on some of these younger players, right? I think one of the coolest things that we would have talked about had they have won would be Ryan Ward hitting a grand slam, right? And Alex Freeland getting opportunities. So they're going to have to lean on some of these guys during these periods and these stretches where either some of the veterans aren't producing. I'm looking at you, Mookie Betts, who I could talk about a miscue for him a little bit, which was not happy about. They helped lead the loss. And then also, you need these guys to step up to see what they have.
So I am properly traded Dylan Hernandez to The Athletic in large part because everyone works for The Athletic. He works for the California Post. I feel like the California Post are becoming frenemies of the show. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
For me.
For you?
I'm not speaking for you. You looked like you had trouble with that one, like I did Battery Mates.
I think California Post and The Athletic, I mean, for us, we can get some information, but we can put our own context and analysis on things what the people really want.
I took a shot of them yesterday because they misrepresented a LeBron James comment.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm the LeBron hater, huh? Okay, cool.
They're fishing for it for sure.
All right, so Dylan Hernandez, outstanding longtime Dodgers columnist, reporter, but well-informed opinionator on the Dodgers, has a column out. Forget Tarek Skubal. Dodgers have to trade for bullpen help, and I will not read you the entirety of the column, but it makes the case that you are wrong. He's not in any way referring to you, by the way, but it makes the case that you are wrong and that the Dodgers should actually address their bullpen. Now, I have sort of no dog in this fight. I'm very curious your view, for my money, is the best Dodgers person out there, of this idea from a well-regarded person, Dylan Hernandez, that it's not Skubal that the Dodgers should be going for, it's bullpen help.
So my response to that would be, first and foremost, find me 1 year where the Dodgers don't make a trade to bolster their bullpen. I mean, last season they went after Brock Stewart. It didn't work out. They didn't go out there and trade for Mason Miller or Johan Duran. Both those teams didn't make the World Series. Then you look at a couple years ago, they went out there and got Chris Martin from the Cubs. I mean, you can go all the way back to a time when you had Kenley Jansen, but you had Morrow and different bullpen pieces. Now, here's the thing what the Dodgers don't do. They do not, and they will not, go out there and trade valuable assets for a closer. This actually, and I'm a big fan of Dylan, good friends, fellow UCLA Bruin, but I hate this idea beyond belief because guess what? The Dodgers spent $69 million this past offseason to get Sugar, Edwin Diaz, who's already one of the best relievers and closers in the game. He is going to come back. They're expecting for him to be elite. Oh, how about the year prior? What'd they do? They dropped $72 million on Tanner Scott. Yes, last year he led the league with 10 blown saves. This year there's been an improvement. They feel better about that. And then here's the other thing. The Dodgers only will ever, under any circumstances, pay, as I call the hotel minibar prices at the trade deadline if it is for an impact player that can significantly increase your chances of winning the World Series. A closer doesn't do that.
That is so... Can I ask you a question? I don't want to offend you, though, on D-Mac and Reiter.
Offend me.
That is such a good line. Did you, the first time you used it, the mini bar, did you think of it spontaneously? And there's no wrong answer. I'm just curious your process. Or were you at your house and you wrote it down? That's so good, dude. I try not to giggle or make any noise when you're talking because the content's so good, and you pulled a giggle out of me, and I felt like a loser.
Look, I mean, I'm just, so I'm driving around the car. I'm in the shower. I spend a lot of time in the shower. Have you seen that episode of Kramer?
I'm the same way.
In Seinfeld.
So, okay, here's my shower thing.
Yeah.
I do all of my thinking about my finances and my money and what my wife and kids are spending in the shower. So if I take an hour shower, Lori's like, all right, we're not eating out for 3 weeks.
Dude,
that's where I do all my thinking.
My cue to get out of the shower is it starts getting cold. Like however long it takes for it to get cold.
That's weird.
Like it's got to. Yeah, no, I'll get like Uber Eats ordered to the shower.
So you're in the shower.
Delivery.
You think of this line. Do you have a notepad right there?
It's so funny, man.
You're like, hey Siri, write down trade deadline minibar.
That's funny, man. That's funny. But the truth is, I mean, honestly,
the truth is,
a lot of times it's about just being around people like you. You know what I mean? And if it rubs off on me.
You didn't hear me. Anytime someone says this is the truth,
I can't. Honestly, I just let it fly, baby. I just let it fly. I really do. Top of the dome.
That was good.
Let it fly. But I will, sometimes I'll text myself ideas for this show. They're kind of more ideas, but
right.
I did want to.
Line, though, it was fire.
Well,
fire emoji.
My man, appreciate you, bro.
My man.
But I will say this.
D-Mac and Reiter.
I will say this as far as this whole thing that Dylan is talking about. And one thing I wanted to point out to you, and I know you know this very well, is just look at last season as an example, right? You used 4 starting pitchers in Game 7 to win that game in extra innings. Shohei Ohtani was your starter. You had Blake Snell. You had Tyler Glasnow. And your ace, at least one of them, was out there to finish things off and went 2 1/3 innings, right? So Tyler Glasnow has been used out of the bullpen, and he's not a traditional reliever, but look at Roki Sasaki. The way he's pitching this year, he came out of the bullpen. The Dodgers would rather get the quality player that they feel like can significantly increase their odds and throw a starter into the bullpen and have some protection. And then after that, well, then you can get really interesting with it. Then you can get creative with it. Then you can find guys to count some outs. And I want to read this quote from you, too. I've never dropped it on the show, from Andrew Friedman. I have this saved in my doc if you want to know. From 2021. From 2021.
You're deep cutting.
I'm deep cutting you on this one because I want to get your thoughts on this and tell me how you think it applies to the idea of going big. We had Keith Law on the show yesterday saying maybe 2 top prospects and maybe then some to get Tarek Skubal versus you make a bullpen move.
I want to hear it, and then I'm going to quote someone equally impressive on baseball as part of the argument.
I love it. All right, here it goes. So this is Andrew Friedman on the idea and his sentiments towards pursuing top-level talent when they become available, back from 2021. He said, it's about trying to add impact talent and meaningfully move the odds. For us, there's such a finite number of them that are available that when you're able to line it up in your minds, we're aggressive to pounce because it just doesn't come along that often. So what he's saying there is the Tarek Skubals, there's probably 3 of them on the planet. So if they ever become available, it doesn't matter what we need. It doesn't matter about the health of our rotation. The Dodgers know that Tarek Skubal, where he pitches now, is better than even some of the guys they already have. So it increases their odds, and they also have the prospect capital to go out there and get it.
I love it. I'm going to quote the one person who might be better at baseball in this town than Andrew Friedman, Doug McCain.
You're crazy, man.
What? Parades over prospects. And one of the points you've made continuously, and I want to thank Dylan Hernandez, because we've become best friends, for helping us bridge a disagreement we have, or a different way of sort of looking at Skubal and whether or not he should be acquired. And you think go all in, and I'm a little worried the price could be too high. You've made the point. Keith Law made the point. I'm going to quote you on parades over prospects. The reason the Dylan Hernandez thing, I think, doesn't hit for me is having talked so much Dodgers with you here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1, the fan, the voice of LA sports, is because the Dodgers have such a great farm system that they can go get Skubal at whatever prices, even a price is too high for me, say, and they can go get bullpen help. I mean, they have such a robust. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
You're right. That's such
Which
a
I know
good
you're
point
saying,
there.
like,
That's a great point. Like they are going to add some arm. Will it be an elite arm? I don't think so. I mean, you look at the prospect capital that the Padres had to give up to get Mason Miller. They gave up so much down there. Was it Legoland, the San Diego Zoo, Blink-182, Tony Hawk, the Tony Gwynn stat? They gave.
You went Blink-182.
They're from San Diego. My point is, it was a massive haul to go out there and get Mason Miller. What do the Dodgers use prospects for? To get the Max Scherzers, the Trey Turners,
and
the Mookie Betts.
And Diaz is coming back. I mean, the most important addition for the Dodgers at the trade deadline, you've said this might be a guy that's already a Dodger. He just needs to get healthy.
Exactly, and they have the depth to go out there and look internally at some options. Now, to Dylan's point, is the bullpen growing to become an issue? I would say it is, because guys like Jack Dreyer aren't as good this year as they were last year. Kyle Hurt, he has really, really struggled. He's really hurt the bullpen in the last couple. I did not do that intentionally, by the way, saying he hurt the bullpen. So don't even give me a boo. Give me a boo. I will take the boo.
Is that a boo?
But give me a boo.
I know you're asking for a boo because you want cheers later. That's over.
That's not.
They got rid of that.
But I will. If I know the Dodgers like I think I do, and I think I know them very well, I don't even think they're spending any time even putting together trade packages for an elite reliever. They have their heart set on, hey, if we're going to go big, because the truth is the roster as it is already great where if we can get a kill shot in Tarek Skubal, we will, but if not, we'll stand pat.
D-Mac and Reiter, if you have a take on whether the Dodgers should prioritize a starting pitcher like Skubal or bullpen help, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Yesterday's Rooter hero of the day was Sam Medina, who does a hell of a job on this show. We are going to find out who today's Rooter hero of the day might be. Nomination time next year, D-Mac and Reiter.
The Los Angeles Dodgers to championships and going for a third one as we speak in a row, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, Dave Roberts joins D-Fish and Decker. Doc, how you doing, my guy?
Oh, Deck, what's going on, man? It's been a long time, man. I love that you are paired up with D-Fish, man. I love the duo. It's fantastic.
Just legends, my guy. Just legends.
No doubt.
How is it over there in Pittsburgh, man? I mean, the game last night, especially seventh inning on, absolute offensive barrage. How was that?
It was unbelievable. You know, Skeens is he's one of the game's best. And, you know, with those guys, you sort of just got to wait them out. And we waited him out, got him out after 6, and then the barrage, as you said, happened, and we came to life. And so that was good. To a game that Paul Skeens starts and you get a team win, that's a good day.
Coach D-Fish here, man. We really appreciate you joining us, man, especially as you get locked in for the second game of the series tonight. Talk to us about, like, your experience as a player and how, as you transition into managing and coaching, how that's really influenced how you lead your guys now.
Well, I'll tell you, Fish, you know, it's like I love playing. Playing and actually I enjoy managing more than I did playing. And I say that because playing, you got a very micro look at life and performance because a lot of it is about you and your individual performance. And, yeah, you want the team to win, and you were a point guard. I was a leadoff hitter, so you're setting the table for guys. But still, you're still looking at individual performance. As a manager, you have a chance to set the culture, really impact lives, and get a different, wider lens. And so when we win championships, I can really now appreciate how many people were involved in winning versus, you know, you both know when you play, you only think that everything revolves around the players. And that is the most important piece, but you just have more of an appreciation for everyone else. So for me, honestly, my body feels better now that I'm not playing too. So that's another bonus. And I sleep a lot better too.
Of course, we are being joined right now by the great Dave Roberts, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Doc, you know, you mentioned you like managing more than you liked playing. What have you learned during your tenure as a manager of this team? Because, you know how it happens early on. You lose late in the playoffs, and everybody's calling for your head. And then you get past that, and everybody's like, what? That wasn't me. I never would have said that about Dave Roberts.
Right. Yep. I'll tell you this, though, and honest admission, I will say that I've learned, because I think that it's like with anything, you're trying to learn the job as you do something new. And for me, I took too much to the analytics in the postseason early. And I think that it's like, I really do believe that the analytics has a place in the game. I really do. And to be fair, analytics have been part of the game forever. But now you just have words and ways to quantify it more. But I think that for the long haul, the marathon of a season, the long game, it is by far it's the way to go. It is the long view. But I think in to win 11 games in the postseason, it's just about people. It is, and I think that you got to get uncomfortable. It's not always going to look right, but I think at the end of the day, to win championships, you got to bet on people, and I think I've done a much better job of that, in recent years.
Coach, talking about championships, your team going for a three-peat, a third straight title, and how have you guys framed that in the dugout?
Back and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, accident or injury. Visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. Speaking of a call, this could be the greatest call in the history of calls.
We got a call?
We have a call. Gene, unbelievable. Gene in Manhattan Beach. I believe this.
I know Gene.
Yeah, you do. Doug's wife. Gene, what's up? You're on D-Mac and Reiter.
Hi. Yes, I'm in Manhattan Beach right now, literally in the middle of my workday. So I'm doing this as a massive favor to my husband, and I wanted to call to let you know first and foremost that Doug is he can tell the future or something, because last night when we were watching the game, he said to me, this is probably the first quarter when they were down, the Spurs were down, or the Spurs were up, sorry, but the Knicks were down. He said, I guarantee you, calling it right now, that they are going to come back and win. So this is just coming to his defense that, he is not always right, because it's usually me, but he was right this time. And then in addition to that, I know that you have said before that he has always done his victory laps. He is certainly doing one here. So just wanted to come to your defense on that, because he has always been this way.
Gene, thank you for calling. I live in Manhattan Beach. Gene, thank you. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's good to hear you guys. I'm going to go back to work now, but otherwise it's amazing to listen to you both. I'm listening on the Odyssey app, which actually makes it really cool and easy for me to do. So, good to connect with you, and officially actually extending the invite. Since I'm always here in Manhattan Beach, it'd be great to meet with you and your wife sometime.
Lori and I would love that, and I need some DMAC tips. You know what I'm saying? I need some advice on just best practices.
Got it.
All right, Gene.
Yeah, for sure.
All right on. Thank you. Actually, Lori did say we got to get together with DMAC and his wife, but I was like, I'm a little worried that we're such best friends that when Lori sees it, she's gonna be like, what the hell? What's going on here?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll just focus on you the whole time. But no, I really want to meet Lori too, though.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a good time. What would end up happening is probably Gene would show up, then I would flake, and it'd just be the three of you guys, right?
I'm gonna nominate. So it's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day nominees. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. I'm gonna nominate your wife for calling and claiming.
Claiming?
Yeah, that's a claim.
Yeah, paying her off.
No, that's love right there, dude. That's a woman who loves you.
That's where we're just speaking the truth. She's testifying.
I'm not saying it's a false claim. Why did you automatically assume that we all thought it was a false claim?
I know how it gets down.
It's just an English language word, baby.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Gene is nominated for calling in and to your defense. But she did say also, can we give a cheer for Gene for saying that you're a victory lap guy?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of looking at Burr saying, all right, man, let's...
The best part about you is you get so much stuff right, but you don't settle there. You'll try to take victory laps for stuff you didn't say. You said the opposite. It's amazing.
That tracks. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Gene.
I'm going with...
Are you blushing?
No, I do blush. I'm a big blusher. But I think in this situation, I think I'm solid. But
okay.
I'm going with the Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld connection, sitting courtside, the way they were yesterday. That was awesome to see Larry David there at a New York Knicks game. In that game in particular, it felt like I was watching an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. It almost felt like it could have been a little plot there, right, where he's talking to to like Josh Hart or something before the game, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not too hot on dunking. If you can jump that high, why not just drop the ball in? It hurts your wrist." And then he doesn't dunk and he misses it, and then Larry looks at him like, "It doesn't feel like it could have been a scene there."
It does.
Yeah, I don't know why I write a script to occur, but yeah, I did.
There's something about the darkness of human nature that when something terrible happens to a team, like I just run to X to see the horror that people are unleashing on San Antonio, even though I wanted the Spurs to win. And the best thing I saw was a picture of Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld with, you know how to get the lead. You don't know how to keep the lead. And really, that's the most important part of the lead.
Yeah, that was so good.
So
yeah,
good.
I saw that one too. That was it was so. I mean, the
I
celebrity
actually
crowd.
created that. Lori can call in later and confirm.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was me. I was that Twitter account.
Oh, were you?
It's my burner account.
That one went super off yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
Lori, if you're listening, it's 855-97 LA fan. All right, so it's the obvious one, but OG Anunoby, I mean, that is the tip that could change the entirety of Knicks history. And that Jalen Brunson shot was bad, by the way. That I know we're going to hit this in a few minutes. I won't do the segment for the segment, but OG Anunoby.
Going OG?
OG.
Okay, I'm going with the Spurs fans that are brave enough to wear Spurs gear in New York, because it's gotten ugly. I saw a video where there was Knicks fans with a lighter trying to set Spurs fans' hair on fire.
Why are you laughing? You did it earlier, too.
I don't know why.
Before the show, why are you laughing about people being set on fire?
I don't know why you think I think that's
My
funny.
God, you've done it twice in a day.
He's on fire.
No.
Like the NBA Jam sound. No,
dude.
I don't want to see that.
I preferred the death penalty joke you did yesterday.
I'm just saying. Like,
my God.
It was crazy. I mean, these poor Spurs fans, Bill,
Well.
I mean, they're in New York. They're watching their team in the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden, and they're getting their jerseys ripped off of them. It's not funny at all.
Trying to fit in.
These Knicks fans don't
Trying to
deserve
fit
nice
in.
things, man. Do not stop jumping, stop beating up Spurs fans, but to those Spurs fans that aren't afraid to go into New York and rep their team, even though you're down 3-1, even though it's not looking good right now, I got to give them some love.
To quote you, that's nasty work laughing during that nomination.
You made me laugh, dude. Come on.
I didn't do anything. You brought up bravery. I'm going to bring up another brave man. And, the brave don't always win. Sometimes the brave lose. Dave Roberts found the bravery to understand the importance of Shohei trying to win a Cy Young Award. And even though it backfired, it didn't work, and some people, I won't say who, Doug McCain, loved it, I'm going to nominate Dave Roberts for his bravery and his commitment to this moment of history.
I respect that.
Thank you.
I respect that. And I think, for me, I'm going to go with Ryan Ward. First Grand Slam. He's waited so long, Bill. I mean, he's been in the Dodgers farm system forever, since 2019. So they've waited on him, and I'm wondering, did they wait too long? Is this guy for real? Did the Dodgers find something in Ryan Ward? He's 28, hitting Grand Slams. So, hey, I don't know how much longer of an opportunity he's going to get for this team, but he's making the most of it so far.
He is absolutely on fire.
He really is.
He has been amazing. No, dude. No, dude. I can see you. I know what you're thinking.
What am I thinking? I'm terrified now.
You're crazy, bro. I asked
Wemby was not on fire.
I asked the guys earlier, like Mitch was in there from the morning show and Bursch, and I just walked in. I just had a conversation with you, and I was dazed as always. And I just go, who's crazier, me or D-Mac?
Oh, you're completely unhinged, bro.
Yeah, that was kind of what I got, though. I was like, really?
Yeah.
More than this guy? All right. So we got OG Anunoby, Dave Roberts, your wife, Jean. We have Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. We have Spurs fans who have braved the Knicks fans. And anybody else we're missing? Oh, you have Ryan Ward.
Yeah, Ryan Ward in there. Going him. Going Ryan Ward for sure.
You're speechless.
Yeah.
Ryan Ward. Got no more words.
Let's
Ryan
go.
Ward's so special. I got no more words.
He's taking it.
I am very excited to do a segment with you later in the show when we play you back from yesterday, by the way.
Oh, please.
That's coming up. It's going to be great. Day of collapses. Dodgers, whatever happens there. And we do have to talk. Let's, in some depth, we're going to talk, D-Mac and I, Spurs, Knicks, what it means, and a possible problem from this series for the Lakers. Yep, that's real. Next year, D-Mac and Reiter.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that,
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey, the
force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay, I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
You don't say. Welcome back into the show. Oh, boy. Doug McKay and Bill Reiter, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. That Spurs collapse is one of the most brutal, incompetent, unforgivable sports letdowns that I have ever seen in my entire life. And I know you were loving it because as your wife Jean called in, just told us, confirmed, I never doubted you, you predicted it. And I guess I'm the only person in America outside of San Antonio who was rooting for the Spurs. I was at Arthur J last night, where apparently I eat every night.
They take you a bed there.
I got to stop going.
Yeah.
Man.
It's like your basic. Arthur J's not a restaurant for you. It's based your kitchen.
Can I borrow $8,000?
I got you, man.
In unrelated news.
Yeah.
And it was cool. You've been there, right? Have you been to that spot?
Yeah, it's good times.
Yeah, it's like a fancy schmancy steakhouse. Everybody in the restaurant portion came over to the bar, and it became a sports bar. People were so wrapped by this comeback, by the Spurs being up a record number of points at halftime and somehow giving away the game. And obviously at the end of the game, this battle, Jalen Brunson they're down a couple points. They're down a point, takes a bad three-point shot, and it looks like that's going to be the Spurs, and they're going to get away with a terrible second half. And OG Anunoby kind of comes in unblocked, goes up, and has the greatest tip if the Knicks win this thing, maybe in NBA history. And everybody's screaming and going crazy, and it was absolutely amazing. Other than me, I really wanted the Spurs to win. And I love Wemby, dude. I love the guy. Here's his line. Can I give you some of the stats of darkness here? And we're gonna give away WNBA tickets in a minute, by the way, at the end of the segment. Can I give you some of the stats of darkness here? You ready?
Let's hear it.
Well, stats of beauty if you're a Knicks fan.
Yeah, exactly.
You made the
This
prediction.
music's in my ears. I love this. Can't wait.
9 of 25 was Wemby in that game. 2 of 8 from the three-point line. He was 2 of 9 from the field in the fourth quarter. De'Aaron Fox was brutal. Mitch Johnson, the head coach, looked like he'd never played basketball or coached basketball before. The Spurs are the only team in the history of the NBA. In any game, this isn't a playoff stat. It's not a final stat. It's the only team in NBA history to score 76 or more points in the first half and 30 or fewer in the second half. And Wembanyama, can I just read you his fourth quarter and then we can just trash him if you want to, who is one of the most talented players we've ever seen, who is now given away, and the Spurs have given away 2 of these games in the finals. It should at least be 2-2. He missed an alley-oop layup. He missed a tip shot. He made a free throw. He missed a free throw. He missed a floater. He missed another shot. He missed a short two-pointer. He missed an alley-oop. He missed 2 jump shots. And then he missed both of those free throws at the end of the game with $1:50 left or whatever it was. That's one of the worst performances in a finals from a person who is that talented I've ever seen.
It absolutely was. And that has been the story heading into this finals. Can we get Wembanyama on the GOAT trajectory, right? It felt like, it's going to be a Wembanyama coronation, that he's going to win that first title at 22 and that he's going to make a run at being the greatest player in the history of the game. Well, the Knicks, they trailed by 17 points with less than 9 minutes to go.
Oh my God, it's crazy, man.
Entering yesterday's game, teams were 0-96 when trailing by 17-plus points in the final 9 minutes of in a regulation game or in the finals. So now teams, of course, are 1-96, and the Knicks are one of those teams. And how did it happen? Everyone's talking about De'Aaron Fox, and yes, I want to talk about that blunder here.
Oh my God, he was bad the whole game.
He was.
Series.
He was terrible. And that play at the end was one of the lowest IQ basketball plays you're ever going to see. But you're only as good as your best player in the NBA Finals. And Victor Wembanyama had a chance to really, really put his foot on the throats of that Knicks team and put them in control. And what happened? It was that moment where he is looking at the Knicks and he's saying, I'm in your head, right? I'm in your head. After that, he goes 4 for 17. And he just, again, did not make the right play. He was getting blocked. And I look at this as another reminder. In this day and age, man, in 2026, it's all recency bias. And I was starting to get disgusted after that series against the Thunder where Victor Wembanyama is, he's the GOAT. Is he already the GOAT? You had Max Kellerman saying maybe he's already the GOAT.
You don't even give that guy credit. Don't even put his name out on the streets.
But don't you hate that? It's like this recency bias thing we do now, right? It's like, whatever is good today is the best that it's ever been. That's not always the case. Why don't we let this guy maybe win a championship? Why don't we let this guy maybe win an MVP? Why don't we let this guy maybe win a couple of champions and a couple of MVPs?
He could be the GOAT, and he could be a total bust. How he responds to this, what follows? I mean, they had a 27-point lead at halftime. And I am going to be wrong in my prediction, but I was convinced, obviously, that they were, I guess everybody but you thought they were going to win that game. And had they won that game, they win the series. And this is the thing I want to bring up. Jalen Brunson was much, much better, largely in this game.
He was.
Both of these teams have played scared. The Knicks came back and they shot a bunch of threes, but both of these teams for the entirety of the series have played like they're scared money. Neither of these teams have played, I think, particularly impressively. The weight of New York not having had a championship, an NBA title in half a century plus is part of it. And then on the Spurs side, it's a combination of being young and just incompetence. And if you want to go Victor Wembanyama as villain number one, that's fine. There's the clips of De'Aaron Fox's game yesterday and the turnovers and the terrible shots. And you're referencing there was, I think, 13 seconds left, and he's got the ball and he's got a breakaway. And it's World Cup time, so it's a soccer term. Sometimes you just got to go to the corner. It's like all that Fox had to do was either get fouled or dribble back out, pull a U-turn. You wanted a new stat the other day, didn't you? Like the Wemby U-turn. Was that you, or was that somebody else on the station?
I think that was me.
That might have been Derek Fisher. I might just credit you with what D-Fish said. He goes up, tries to score, turns the ball over, and gives the Knicks another opportunity. He was terrible. Also, Mitch Johnson, who's the head coach, who's handpicked by Popovich, who's a part of that culture. Did you see his post-game press conference? He looked like he had been hit by a train. And he looked like he had been hit by a train about midway through the third quarter, even the fourth quarter, as that lead got slowly whittled away. You almost, I know it's basketball, not football, you almost could have taken a knee and had won that game. You have a 27-point lead. You have a Knicks team that is on its heels. You have a player in Jalen Brunson who entering the game has forgotten how to shoot. You have all these celebrities sitting around there who, by the way, it's hard to sit, I'm told by guys, I haven't played, but like when I was covering the NBA, it's not always fun when guys are playing and they look up and the most famous and beautiful people on earth are there. Part of what made Kobe amazing, what makes the Lakers amazing when they're great, but makes it hard to win here, is you look up and there's Jessica Alba, and that's the thing, and there's Justin Bieber, and there's last night Taylor Swift, and there's Jack, or there's whoever, right? Like, it was a who's who of American culture, especially New York American culture, and you had punched the Knicks in the face, and they were crumbling, and all you had to do, because the Knicks were just going to be like, I guess we're going to shoot threes now, right? There becomes almost a weird counterintuitive chill when you're getting destroyed and you're down 27. It's like, how can it be any worse? Where you actually loosen up as a shooter. They were inevitably going to make 7 runs. Inevitably, the 27-point lead was going to be 21 or 22 or 18. All you had to do for the Spurs is take a breath, get the ball in the paint to Wemby. Don't treat this like it's a shot clock every time that has to go to 0, but the clock is your friend. Take your time, run your offense, be competent, don't turn the ball over, do your thing. You win by anywhere from 10 to 30. The fact they couldn't do that is a reflection on De'Aaron Fox, on Victor Wembanyama, on Mitch Johnson. I know sports are unpredictable, and I understand that these things are going to happen. Like, I feel bad for the Falcons. I was at that Super Bowl when Tom Brady led that team back, and there were some mistakes that were made. This is a different level, though. This wasn't a great taking history by the helm and just pulling his team to a miracle. This was the Spurs abdicating any kind of competence or basketball know-how in the final, 24 minutes of a game that would have made them champions had they simply been a C- of a basketball team.
Exactly. And what really blows my mind, Bill, is this. So how did the play unfold, right? How did it develop with De'Aaron Fox, right? He is able to get the ball, and the Spurs, you're up 106 to 105 at that point of the game. And clock is winding down. It gets punched away. Castle is able to get a deflection. And
he's been good.
He has been really good.
He's the one guy.
He absolutely has. But let's say, so De'Aaron Fox, he said after the game, which for some strange reason, he was having a tone like it was like a preseason game or regular season game. Bro, it was the NBA Finals on the biggest stage at MSG. Here's the thing. He said that he thought that he could win a foot race with OG Anunoby. But let's say that ball goes in. Let's say that layup goes in. You still give the Knicks a chance to make a 3 to send it in the overtime.
Go to the corner flag.
Exactly. It is one of the lowest IQ plays in the history of sports. I never thought that I could see a moment or a play as dumb as I saw from J.R. Smith in Game 1 of the 2018 Finals, where it's a tie game, and he runs it back to ask for a timeout. This tops
when LeBron killed him with his eyes.
Yeah, LeBron, the famous meme. If De'Aaron Fox should do time in federal prison for that mistake, it was absolutely terrible. That's what I'm thinking if I'm a Spurs fan today.
Wow.
If I'm a Spurs fan today, I'm saying that moment cost us a championship because I think the Knicks are going to finish the job at some point in the series.
Wow, what a bold prediction.
Well, at least
Okay.
I'm like,
Do you want credit for that one too? Can we write these down? Because this is gold.
hey, I'm just saying.
You
man,
think the Knicks up 3-1 coming off that? You think they can win the series?
Well,
huh?
I need them to lose one more because I got Knicks
Oh my
in
God!
6.
Stop it. That's why I hate predictions. Because dude, who cares?
No, I don't care. But
you care so much.
But I do think that the big picture here, though, is it is so wild to me. Sometimes, look, for example, like remember when Nick Anderson missed those free throws for the Magic against the Rockets in '95? Let's say Shaq finds a way to win that title, right? Does he stay with the Magic? Does he not become a Laker?
Sliding doors.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm
butterfly effect.
Look, I'm not. This is not a hot take. I'm just gonna say, I've covered enough of these things. I covered the. I mean, I was desperate to go home because I was on the road for 3 months in a row. I covered the Warriors' collapse against Cleveland. Do I think that the Knicks are going to win the series? Of course I do. I still think the Spurs can win. I still think the Spurs can win. I don't think either team has played well. I don't think either team has played good basketball. And so it looks like it's going to be a race to the bottom here rather than a race to the top. If Wembanyama figures it out, if Jalen Brunson continues to figure it out, he had a very good game yesterday. I mean, the Knicks only need one. But I don't think the Spurs are done yet. I don't know that Mitch Johnson has the gravitas, has the ability, has the calm, the cool, the experience to get this message across to the guys. But they are going back to San Antonio. And if you win that game, if you win one more, if you make it a situation where the Knicks have to come back to New York to close the thing out, anything can happen. Of course I think the Knicks are going to win. The Spurs have been the better basketball team. I know it's a crazy thing to say. They've been the better basketball team, and then they've punched themselves in their own private parts multiple times. So I like you. I think the Knicks are going to win. That's also my bold prediction. But this has been such an upside down series. It's been so bizarre. It should be both teams clearly should have lost both their games at home. That I think any kind of craziness can happen.
I think it's a really good point you make where you look at just the games in New York. The Spurs are essentially the better team 6 of 8 quarters, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even more if you want to truly make that case. So if you take care of business in San Antonio, that puts a ton of pressure on the Knicks back at MSG, and then that would potentially set up a Game 7 in San Antonio. But it's one of those things where if you're the Knicks, you've come too far just to come this far, right? You are so close to winning your first NBA championship for your city, and this championship for New York is going to feel like 10 or 20 championships, right? It's going to be just a massive celebration in the Big Apple. It just feels like the magic is there. It really feels like the magic is there for the Knicks, and there's going to be tons of pressure. Mitch Johnson's going to have to answer questions. How's De'Aaron Fox respond from this? And I'm very interested to see how Wembanyama respond.
I'm gonna go deep into the stats here, and so the eye test tells us that De'Aaron Fox subtracts from the sum of all basketball excellence. Right? He has been so bad, and you said it, lowest basketball IQ play maybe in history. And by the way, that's the one we're pointing to at the end of the game where he gets the ball and he tries to win a foot race and he tries to go up to the rim. He turned the ball over multiple times. There were multiple examples of De'Aaron Fox looking like. Did you ever watch X-Files? The smoking man in there,
Scully and Mulder.
There's a side scene where he basically, the reason that the Miracle on Ice happened is he patted somebody on the shoulder and basically drugged the Russians. It's part of his little subplot.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox looked like the smoking man or whatever the guy's name had done the same thing to him. He looked like he had never played basketball before. Here's the data on this, and I think it's interesting. The Spurs, this is per 100 possessions in the finals. The Spurs are almost 12 points better in the finals when Victor Wembanyama plays alongside Dylan Harper as compared to De'Aaron Fox. So when Wemby and Harper play together without Fox, they are 12 points per 100 possession better than when De'Aaron Fox is out there with Wembanyama. To put that in perspective, that would basically be one of the best offenses in basketball to one of the worst. Wembanyama and Harper have a plus 10.3 net rating when they're together. Wembanyama and Fox have a negative net rating. They're a bad basketball team. They're bad offensively. They're bad defensively. It is very clear that you have to sit De'Aaron Fox, especially when he's out there with Wemby, that he needs to basically be a rotation piece that doesn't get a lot of minutes. I don't know if Mitch Johnson has the stones and the ability to do that because Fox is the guy they paid and Harper is the guy that has blossomed and he's young. This is not a hot take based on yesterday. The data says it, and the horror of Fox's game yesterday says it. You have to sit De'Aaron Fox. That guy needs to play 9 or 10 minutes next game.
I agree. It's not just because you brought up those incredible stats that paint the picture of the reality of it, but also, too, I think, from a perception, how he respond to it. I mean, but here's the thing, though. He's a max player. He's going to make a ton of money. I think you're in a better spot with guys like Harper and Castle, and it's going to be tough for him to bounce back from that moment that he had. If I'm Mitch Johnson, I think his ultimate coaching could possibly be, can you have that moment that is going to haunt Spurs fans, that's going to haunt Victor Wembanyama, that's going to haunt De'Aaron Fox for the rest of their lives? Can you find a way to use that as fuel to have him be the reason why they win Game 5 or win Game 6? Because here's where De'Aaron Fox is, and I hate that this is this way, but we know that it is. When you get that kind of money, when you sign up for this, you subject yourself to where if those moments happen where you choke, right? And the Spurs did that.
I thought you were joking. Sold that.
When those moments happen, those are going to stick with you unless you can overcome them. So if I'm De'Aaron Fox, like, I can't sleep right now. I'm doing everything I can to get out there. And if I'm Mitch Johnson, I think this is where he's either going to emerge as maybe the next Eric Spoelstra, right? Or one of these great young coaches. How you handle that situation. Can you get the best from these players and have them flush that terrible loss and get back to work? I do think that you're absolutely right. It does feel like the series isn't over, but that's good. Can you still get these guys to believe they can win a championship?
Well, the other thing I find, D-Mac and Reiter here, 97.1, the fan, the other thing I find fascinating about where we've gotten with Victor Wembanyama. And by the way, I'm not right. I think the Spurs can win the series. I don't think they will. I think Wembanyama can be just fine as a player for a long time. I think he can still push himself into the GOAT debate. But it's a question now. How people respond to failure is a real thing. And we've talked a lot about it. I love this topic. I think failure is the most important creator of all-time greatness on the face of the planet. But it breaks most people. And we have been spoiled in L.A., and Knicks fans have not been, which is why they're reacting the way they are, with Shohei Ohtani, with Freddie Freeman's home runs, with Kobe doing Kobe things, with Kirk Gibson doing what he did, or Hershiser. Not everybody has that medal. Not everybody has that excellence. James Harden is a punchline now, but there was a time where people that were smart at basketball made the argument at his prime that he was one of the greatest offensive threats in the history of the NBA because he was talented, right? Because he's a massive talent. Maybe this is going to go one of two ways for Wemby, and I think one of them is really, really bad for LA. And this is a point Bursch made. One way it can go is that it breaks him. Because it's not like that he lost. He bricked free throws. He missed layups. He emotionally crumbled. You want to do the choke sound again? He did.
That was real, actually.
And that breaks some people. And, well, he's a human being. Human beings are complicated. It's a complicated deal. We're going to see what happens. But if it goes the other way, because I remember when I covered LeBron in Miami that first year when he choked away that series and he gave up on some defensive plays, and he talked to me about this when we still talked. He went to a dark room for like a week, and he came out a totally different competitive animal. All of the greatness that LeBron has experienced in his life as a winner, as the best or second best player in the history of the game. By the way, I've never seen a player play in the finals at any level approaching what LeBron did a few of those seasons in Cleveland. They all stem from the darkness and the failure and the feeling, the emptiness he talked about from losing the finals in 2011. Wembanyama can go the Harden route. If Wembanyama goes the other route, if they lose this series and he blames himself like he should and he stares into that abyss and what stares back is something that creates a monster, as Bursch put it, a competitive monster to match that talent, we could look back at the thing that broke Wemby in 2026 is the thing that broke LA for the next 10 years. Because if this guy gets a Kobe level of, I'm going to kill everyone who's in my way, gets a Jordan level of, Jordan pretended he got cut from his high school team, but whatever. He was always looking for enemies. If this turns Wembanyama into a monster, the biggest victim is going to be LA because I don't know how you get through that. If I'm a Lakers fan, I'm almost rooting for the Knicks to be bad and the Spurs to somehow get to a Game 7 and then for them to kind of win so that Wemby at least there's a chance it doesn't unleash something more fierce in him that coupled with his talent makes him unstoppable going forward.
That would be the fear if you're a Lakers fan. But
I'm worried about it.
It does sound like what you paint a picture of is this origin story of a superhero, right? Someone that has to have those moments that inspire and take them to another level because they never felt that pain, the pain of losing on the biggest stage in the NBA Finals. They always say that failure is the rough draft to greatness, right? Is this the rough draft for him? No, it is the NBA Finals. And I look at it as maybe for me, in the totality of his career, there's no guarantee, especially in this era with the aprons, and it's much more difficult to build a dynasty right now. I think that if Wembanyama doesn't win a title now, I think that it'll be the difference between him probably being a top 10 player of all time versus a top 20 or 30.
I think that's crazy.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I think that's insane, dude.
Well, then where are the titles coming from?
You're going to get blamed for losing a title at 22 years old? If you win 5 more?
Magic, where are these guaranteed titles coming from?
Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed, but you can't guarantee he's not a top 10 player because he loses this title.
Well, I mean, we have to, but it puts the wheels in motion on where's the next title coming from, right?
Maybe.
And we've had 7 different NBA champions in the last 7 years.
All I'm saying
the
is
NBA is designed for parity now. Unless he gets 5 or 6 titles, he's not the GOAT.
Maybe. Or maybe he has, this, as I said, the same reaction LeBron had in 2011. And I'll push back on this a little bit too. The Thunder and the Spurs are actually constructed and have a lot of assets still in a way that if anybody's going to break this sort of parity, different team year after year after year after year after year, it's one of those two teams. If you gave me a $100,000 bet that the Thunder and the Spurs combined would win 4 of the next 10 titles, I think I would take it. I would take those 2 over the field. Really?
Guys are going to fall back to the pack. I mean, you have to hit on every draft pick. You have to maintain those assets. And also, too, he has to stay healthy, too. But look, Magic Johnson at age 20 was dropping 42 in a finals game 7. Kareem won at 24.
I agree. I will say this.
Kobe at 22 was winning.
If Wembanyama were currently playing with Kareem, I think things would be going a little bit better for him. Like, the weight of that, you know?
This Knicks team, they don't even have a top 75 player within a 10,000-mile radius.
What are you talking about?
This current Knicks team.
Like of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, so let's not act like this is even a juggernaut Knicks team.
Oh, dude, they hadn't lost a game in 55 days. That's a pretty good Knicks team.
They're a good Knicks team.
Top 10 offensive and defensive rating.
Of all sports, I really think that in the NBA circles, you look at your greatest and your superstars. And for me, it's like, maybe let's pump the brakes a little bit on what... I mean, putting him in the same conversation as the Shaqs, I don't think he ever gets to prime Shaq territory.
I think that's wow. I am no more comfortable saying he is the GOAT than I am saying he can't be. I just think there's so much time to go. Look, and not everybody can win, but somebody can win WNBA tickets right now. Because the WNBA's biggest celebration, DMAC, as you know, is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st, from special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways to an in-game performance by Warren G. It's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game on June 21st, 1997. Get your tickets now at www.lasparks.com/1997. I wanted to have it be caller number 27 for the 27 points, but I'm not going to do that to Bursch because there'll be so many phone calls that you have to answer. So how about caller number 2 for the number of free throws that Wemby missed down the stretch to cost the Spurs potentially a title? And if my partner's right, any chance of being a top 10 player of all time. Caller number 2, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. We are going to send you to the WNBA's biggest celebration, and even if you don't win, don't worry, you still get something really cool. It's the Dodgers pregame segment / show next here on DMAC and Reiter.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
money. By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball? There's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to, like, you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity will come.
And you know him, you love him. He is arguably the best manager in Major League Baseball.
The show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. He is Doug McCain. I am Bill Reiter. Thank you for hanging out. The phone number, if you want to call us, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's wild what you said last segment. That you think you already are going to write off Wemby as a top 10 player of all time is wild, dude.
So do you think that to be a top 10 player, you have to have 3 or 4 championships?
Yes.
I think that LeBron's missed championship opportunity against the Spurs back in 2007 was different because he had a long time in a different era of getting stars. I just can't see him running off 5 or 6 championships after losing one.
If he becomes the third best player of all time, he could.
Look, I think that his floor is so high, right? Because of the defense, I still need to have him get a go-to shot. I still need to be able to have him score. The truth is, that's his tragic Johnson moment in Game 2 where he choked. I mean, he did.
Yeah, I know, dude, but like, he's so young. But
why are we giving him so many?
You've done a 180 because I remember I came on the show.
I have done a 180
on D-Mac and Reiter where I said I made fun of somebody on X for or not made fun of. I laughed because someone said, has anyone told Wembanyama that if he doesn't win this NBA Finals, he can't be better than Michael Jordan? And we all went, haha, because it's just such a, dude, if the guy if he goes 1 for 20 in the next game and they lose, and then in 3 years he wakes up as a monster and wins 5 straight titles, you're probably going to be on the radio with me on DMAC and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan talking about how he's already a top 10 player. It can happen.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't think it will.
Got it.
If he stays healthy for 15 years, everything's on the table for him. But I do think that I want to see him earn things. I mean, the recency bias thing kills me. You see wild stuff all over the place with this kind of stuff.
I have a longer, so I understand that you have to give these things some time. And part of the reason I'm not entirely writing the Spurs off in this series is I've just covered enough of these series over the course of my career where people go, this thing's over, man. And then and then teams win games and momentum happens. And so on a career of a 22-year-old, take that times 1,000, times 10,000.
And I agree with you. I don't think this series is over. And I think partly is because this Knicks team is all over the place. I mean, they almost want you to have a lead so they can be at their best towards the ends of games. But let's get Wemby get that championship, and then we'll start to have conversations. I think that
that I'm here for.
There's a part of him that it's getting
that I'm here for.
He's 22, right? He's 22, right? But this is a different era where 22, especially against the Knicks team, like this is a championship he needs to win. And I still think if it was
he's so good. He's so good that I think it's not a matter of if it's a matter of when. Banyama.
There we go. All right, that's great.
I had to do it because I know we're not doing it. But that one was in there, and I did it. By the way, congratulations to Robert and Cerritos. You won a pair of tickets to the Sparks Liberty game at Crypto.com Arena on June 21st. Celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Sparks first game. Grab tickets at lasparks.com/1997. Where are we going? We can't go to Arthur J because I've been there so much. Where are we going? Me, you,
No. We're
Jean.
going to Arthur J for sure. I want to know how many of, I'm going to do, maybe it'll be like a social media thing. I'll go up to all the waiters and everyone that works there and be like, what's this guy's name? I want to know how much they know about you.
There'll be a few.
I want to know how good of a tipper you are.
I tip well.
Yeah, I could see that.
I tipped, I don't know. I tipped 25 to 30%.
There you go. That's all.
Is that strong enough?
That's really good.
As kind of a standard thing. All right, here's the deal, though. You are a Dodgers and just LA media star, but I've done radio a little bit longer. I don't know if you know this. It's always the case that the person whose name is first on the show has to pay for the dinner. So I'm down for Arthur J. I just want you to know that's the rule.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think
No, I looked it up.
Is that how it works?
It's in the manual.
Because
what's the name? DMAC and yep.
Yeah.
I'll take three fillets to go, please. Can I get a jug of the Brannigan's boots?
I'm gonna be like, hey, only water, dude. Only water, because I know you got the old fashioned bill.
Probably.
Would it? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Thankfully, with this job, I've gotten to a place in life where I can afford to take my mom out and pay for half. Right? I think so. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know about the whole thing, especially with you. That'd be a lot. I mean, might have to finance it a little bit.
That place ain't cheap. We have 4 finalists, 4 nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Would you like to hear them?
I would.
I already know who's going to win. Your wife, Jean, who's going to win. OG Anunoby, who probably should win. Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld, and Spurs fans in New York. Because your fans get in the chat, bro. At the Fan LA on YouTube, where you can actually vote, your fans get in the chat.
Hey, well, they're your fans too.
I love it.
Yeah. Hey, they're our fans. They're our fans.
Thanks, guys.
Mine is yours. Yours is mine, right?
All right, so Dodgers are going again. Obviously, brutal outcome yesterday. One thing that I'm excited about, and you have referenced this, is maybe somewhat under the radar how great Justin Wroblewski has been. He's at the mount. He's taking the mount tonight for LA. Right? This afternoon? What's the right term? Should I say night since it's East Coast? Hit me with the right talk.
I would go an afternoon game. It's an afternoon affair.
Who's his receiver today?
Who's his receiver?
It's so dumb. Why are people saying that for catchers?
Yeah,
I just want to try it out.
It's a night game. It's a night game in Pittsburgh, right? I mean, it still goes with the night territory.
I'm with you. Singing. I'm gonna start singing the night song at you. Night moves.
Not moves.
I love Bob Seger.
Bob Seger guy?
Yeah, I love Bob. I saw Bob Seger at the Forum.
So every day we find out about another Seger that you love. Because yesterday my friends were like, I got a text and they're like, bro, your guy really loves Corey Seager.
I love Corey Seager, dude.
Yeah, like, dude, what's up with him Seags?
Not so much him. Dude, that swing, man.
I'm
left-handed.
Oh, okay.
And he swings left-handed, right? He's a lefty at the plate. So I was just,
And you love the hit tool.
I love the hit tool.
I know you did. Awesome.
You have any thoughts on Wrobleski?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So think about Justin Wrobleski.
I mean, I'll talk Seager with you. Want?
We will definitely talk.
Wait, who's
Seager.
the other Seager I like?
Bob Seager.
No, but two makes
We're
better?
two. Yeah, we're two.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would say think about Justin Wrobleski, and I think a big thing for him is I doubted him, and I will definitely take the L a couple weeks ago when I said, hey, I'm starting to think that maybe Justin Wrobleski is going to be on the decline because of a couple bad starts. Last start, he really got it together. He gave up 0 runs on 6 hits and 6 innings of work, 4 strikeouts against the Diamondbacks. And when we did our All-Star balloting, kind of the first look at the All-Stars, what blew my mind when I was crunching the numbers was like, if you looked at Yamamoto's and Wrobleski, you wouldn't know how to tell them apart. Like ERA and strikeouts and innings, very similar to each other. And I think what Wrobleski is doing right now, and to kind of go back to that piece that we talked about with Dylan Hernandez and the California Post and the bullpen, is I think he is almost semi-auditioning for a spot to be that A1 swing guy. And what I mean by that is they're going to have him come out of the bullpen, but it will be in a different role in that I can't just go just 1 inning. I can go 2. I can go multiple innings. And I think that, sure, he wants to get those starts in. They're using him right now in that 6-man rotation. But big picture, that's going to be his role on this team is coming out of the bullpen.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. We have some pregame updates from Dave Roberts from Pittsburgh. First one, Chucky Robinson as my partner. That's you, the D-Mac and D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan. As you predicted, Chucky Robinson will catch Roki Sasaki tomorrow. Dalton Rushing will catch Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then return to Robinson on Tuesday. And Robert says hopefully by the off day next Thursday, the conversations of Will Smith's return will be in order. He also noted, Dave Roberts, he does not believe D-Mac that Smith's neck inflammation is, quote, a serious thing, end quote, and wants to prioritize healing it right now for a beneficial future.
It's a hard reset, and I think that they took into account that the bat hasn't been where it was last season. Numbers are down across the board, but he's had some knick-knack injuries throughout the years, whether it be getting hit by balls when he's behind the dish, maybe causing some head injuries, things like that. He's had some tweaks, so they know the long game for Will Smith, and they trust him. And if I'm Dave Roberts and I saw the performance of Dalton Rushing last night, I don't know if you would trust Dalton Rushing at this point of his career behind home plate for a team that's going for 3 straight titles. So I think that if you
turned on him fast.
I'm not turning on him.
Wemby can't be great, and Rushing must be.
You're like,
Axe.
I'm
trying to keep up.
You're claiming that I'm rushing to judgment,
but
I'm not. No,
wow.
I'm not.
Wow.
But here's the thing.
Wow.
Boo, please. But I will say this, that the biggest key to his success is the bat. But for Will Smith, he needs this because he's played a lot of baseball last couple of seasons. He hit the game-winning home run in the World Series. But if he's not right, you start to use other things. You start to just concede where you're looking for different ways to try to have success. So I like the reset for him.
Last note here, Brock Stewart is in the live session portion of his rehab. Will begin rehab stint soon. Dave Roberts tells the collected media in Pittsburgh, and Tommy Edman is, quote, nearing the end of his rehab stint. It is D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. How will Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator for the Rams, adjust his system and or Myles Garrett with that addition, given the fact that Garrett's always been in a 4-3 and it's a 3-4 that Shula runs? We will tell you, or he will tell you, and then we'll tell you what it means on the NFL Report next year on D-Mac and Reiter.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what he did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know
banger.
you caught
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's amazing, Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
You don't say. Welcome back into the show where we have upgraded the music. That's good stuff. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Martin, who's filling in again tonight, Martin Weiss, was great, but I thought he was really good. Big fan of yours.
Crushed it, man.
Big fan of yours.
Hey, man.
He was like, that was cool.
Martin's the man, dude.
He gave you a chef's kiss.
Did he?
I think so.
Yeah. No, he little chef's kiss. Maybe he agreed with me on Wemby. I don't know.
I caught about. I mean, unfortunately, in the sense of traffic, not in the sense of hearing. Unfortunately, about 90 minutes of. It took me a long time to get where I was going yesterday. His show. I thought it was really good. Yesterday.
Yeah, we need more. We need more dudes like that who are just keeping it 100, as we like to do on this show, right?
The moment he gave you a chef's kiss, your entire body language shifted.
Did it really?
You were like leaning toward him. You were just like you were like, thanks, man.
I feel like you were a body language expert analysis person in a second life.
I try to be.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question before we get to the end? You know what? I'll save it for later. But I have a
tease. I want to know.
Question later.
Okay, let's do it.
Do you want to do the Doug?
Let's get
NFL report.
The NFL report.
I'm Doug.
I'm Bill.
And I'm Ryan. And this is the NFL report. We're talking about all things going on in around the league, focusing in on Rams, Chargers, and some Raiders as well. First off with the Rams. So earlier this week, when asked about working Myles Garrett into his defensive scheme, Chris Shula drew lofty comparisons for Myles.
We're still going to have our principles, whether it's stuff, but we're going to let him do, what he does best, and we all know exactly what he does best. So, you're not going to take Michael Jordan, LeBron, all those guys and pull them out of their comfort zone, and we're going to work with him and put him in the best spots that we think for him and the defense to succeed.
Are you I know we're going to hit this a little bit later, but level of concern, Myles Garrett in the 3-4-0? A little?
For him, not a big concern, but I will say that we have to see it in Chris Shula. I think I'm just what I'm more interested in as far as the Myles Garrett piece of it is how will Chris Shula use Myles Garrett to free up other guys. So it definitely is a part of it. But I think, look, Myles Garrett's Myles Garrett, man. He's going to eat,
He is
bro.
Michael Jordan or LeBron. I love that
really
comparison.
Is. I do too, man. I mean, at his position,
yes,
absolutely accurate, absolutely fair.
Well, could Myles Garrett have a teammate taking home some hardware this season? FanDuel Sportsbook released their odds for Comeback Player of the Year. The favorite is Patrick Mahomes at plus 200. Then it's Jaden Daniels, then Kyler Murray. At fourth, the fourth best odds, Aaron Donald plus 1,400.
The fact he's on the board means that Vegas very much thinks he's going to be playing as a Ram.
Certainly. I mean, I think until he comes out and says, hard no, I'm going to keep dreaming, I'm going to keep manifesting. And the fact that he's on lists like that, I'm like, dude, even me, who's very skeptical, very pessimistic when it comes to things like this.
Are you pessimist?
It feels too good to be true. It's like, wait a minute, we get Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald
in
a
ask me right
2-week
now,
stretch?
he's coming back.
You
ask
feel
me
it?
right now, you have
Heart
to
of
pick
hearts?
yes or no, it's a yes. I feel pretty good about it.
You do?
Don't you?
If you feel good, I feel good. If you like it, I love it. So I think
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss, man. So I will say this. The fact that this is the very first time in all these years that Aaron Donald has not just immediately said, no, I'm good, don't have the passion. The fact that he is communicating with media members, like this is not Aaron Donald type stuff. And that's what makes me believe it's a very real possibility. And I think that the 97 The Fan billboard pushes over the top.
You think that's the difference maker?
The absolute difference maker. I think that and maybe getting Myles Garrett, but it's pretty close.
He goes, man, Myles Garrett's here, and the voice of LA sports are using that voice to ask me to return. Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss, baby.
Boy, that was a great.
Well done.
That was a good chef's kiss. You committed to the bit.
I did, man.
Did you just kiss the microphone?
I kind of did.
Did it
bro.
taste bad?
We're gonna get a room with this microphone.
Well, speaking of microphones, the Chargers had Mike McDaniel mic'd up at OTAs, and he gave Quentin Johnston this praise during practice.
To not see you be comfortable at the top of a stick until August because you have so much drive phase and weight that if you really utilize the drive phase, it's not going to be as clean and 90. Okay. And that's what I want. You'll tighten up the turn as it goes, but that your drive phase right now is going to f the league up, and I just want to protect that at all costs.
Dude, I love Mike McDaniel. We're aligned on this, right?
I feel like you could do that impression. It feels like that's in your wheelhouse. With Quentin Johnston. I mean, that was really interesting stuff. We're absolutely aligned, though. McDaniel, I think, he's a quirky guy. He's a different guy.
He's a weird cat.
He's got that genius vibe to him, right?
He's really
got that.
does.
And he's motivated, too. After what happened in Miami, it looked like he was going to be the head coach there for a long, long time. Now's a great opportunity to work with a great quarterback, a guy who has a lot of arm talent. And
you love that arm talent. You love that arm talent.
And then Quentin Johnston is another guy that could be a difference maker. So I think the Chargers are one of the biggest sleepers in the NFL. I think their variance is as high.
You had them doing something that's never been done before in history, winning and losing the same game.
Oh, man. Yeah, I will take the L on that one, guys.
I haven't seen a photo of. Is he still straight Miami Vice? Is he still with the vibe that
That's
he
a
had
good
in
question.
Miami?
He looks exactly the same.
Is he wearing the shades?
Yeah.
And yeah,
He's so
he's got
tan
it.
and the neon and just the
He wears the joggers. The joggers, with the little cuff.
It's
and
a good look on him.
Expensive off-white Nike shoes. Like, yeah, he's a baller.
I will try. You're the imitation guy. I will try to work. Why'd you laugh?
I
love that compliment.
No. I can't wait to see. I feel like you got a McDaniel in you, bro.
I'm gonna work
I really
on
do.
it. I have to listen to a lot of McDaniel. I can do a Mark Mangino, but it doesn't really land anymore. No one knows who he is.
Lands with me.
Billy, I gotta tell you something. Your friend D-Mac is one of the better hosts I've ever heard.
Shout out, man. Kansas Jayhawks.
It's crazy when he called, though, and told me he loved my work, but reading every day, and I've written 2 years.
Wow.
That was awkward.
It's like the Doug McCain school of, right? Fake compliments.
Yeah, yes.
Man, shout out to him then.
I gotta tell you, I taught D-Mac everything I know.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's the only one I do.
One more here. Clint Kubiak has had much success employing 2 running backs the last couple seasons in Seattle, but the Raiders didn't draft Ashton Genty to just be a complimentary back. Genty was asked by Raiders media this week if he would be fine with splitting carries in Kubiak's offense.
Look, as who I am, obviously I want to be in the game every snap, but I think it is beneficial to have another guy that can come in and continue to wear the defense down and play at a high level. So super excited, to team up with Mike, and he's been doing a great job, putting his head down and working. But, of course, naturally, you don't want the rock. You know what I'm saying?
It's 18 weeks, though.
It is. It's a long season.
Dude, I love this. I love the guy. I love the game. Dude's cool.
He is. Ashton Genty, Kubiak. The Raiders are feeling weirdly competent to me.
We're gonna hit this. We're gonna hit this at 5, right? We're gonna get into our confidence level in the guy running the Raiders.
Yeah, Tom Brady, and we know that they're such a big brand, but can they have success? But lots of young talent with Genty, with Bowers and Mendoza. The Raiders could be something, man. But Genty's a dude.
Well, how's their arm talent?
Pretty solid.
You know what we should do?
Herbert's.
We should do an arm talent rankings where you just do but it can't be. It can only be arm talent. It can't be like success or just only arm talent.
You are speaking my love language.
Straight arm talent.
You are speaking my love language. I would love to do that.
It's D-Mac and Reiter's Arm Talent, sponsored by D-Mac's
The Arm
Heart.
Talent Show.
Do you get the sponsor?
We could.
Sponsored by D-Mac's Heart.
Yes.
It's your heart. It's your love language.
I'll throw it out there. I'd be definitely down.
Who is the best quarterback that you can think of off the top of your head in 15 seconds with the worst arm talent?
Ooh, I would say Blake Bortles.
Okay. No, there's not one guy that doesn't have good arm talent that's like, that guy was a really good quarterback.
Oh, that was actually good.
Yeah,
that was good. I would say probably, bad arm talent. Maybe.
How about clock talent?
Clock talent. Josh Rosen.
Okay, Josh Rosen. Clock talent. You know what? We're getting into the Rams. A little pessimism. What are the biggest obstacles to the Rams' success this year? We'll break them down next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
They have.
Whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film. They can go pull up the video. And that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the an athlete and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity will come.
And you know him, you love him. He is arguably the best manager.
Welcome back into the show. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, you can text injury help to 40222. I don't understand the pushback I got from Brock and from Alex during the crosstalk on just pointing out that I'm currently at the top of the 97.1 The Fan World Cup Challenge standings. By the way, is Mexico, who won 2-0 today, are they not at the top of their group? Am I supposed to pretend that soccer's not soccer?
Count your chickens, man. Count your victories.
I'm not counting a chicken.
Yeah. You're good. I'm not mad at it.
You want me to count them? I got aggressive.
I feel like an Edwin Diaz thing was about to pop up.
Did I just crazy eyes you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry.
But hey, they won 2-0, I believe, right? What was the final score?
Oh, look at you with the nil. I see you. I see you.
You want to be like, American, he won 2-0. I mean, I don't know.
You really sold the acting there on the Fan LA. The Fan LA, if you're watching on the stream, you can see it. 855-97 LA Fan. By the way, we're going to cell phone in about 20 or 30 minutes. I got fished. I got on a text message. I have a response from, I texted Landon Donovan's number yesterday. I have a response. And, we're going to let Doug listen to Doug, and we're just going to see what that's like. So, what's the eye roll,
I didn't agree to that segment, by the way.
Yeah, D-Mac and Reiter, surprises, where surprises happen. But right now, we're going to do the top 5 things that could fell the Rams this year.
We are. Let's get into it. So,
I'm waiting on bed. Yeah.
Boom.
That's why. I know. You looked at me like, let's get into it. Why are you pausing?
I love it.
Might be. All right, so this is your list that you put together, and so this is not one of the main concerns, and we're going to go through these 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and sort of walk through what they could be and how to address them, because in order to get where you want to go, you have to know the things that can stop you from getting there. This is not on the top 5. It's an honorable mention. It almost made the list, and we hit this a little bit, but it's not a Myles Garrett concern, but he's been in a 4-3 in Cleveland. Chris Shula runs a 3-4, and you made this point. The defensive coordinator for the Rams, no excuses, which is the same thing as a lot of pressure.
Absolutely right, Bill. If Chris Shula isn't head coach Chris Shula this time next year, we know that something probably didn't go right for the defense for the Los Angeles Rams. But you're absolutely right. The defensive alignment and how they used Myles Garrett is going to be a big question early on, because the Rams, they're a team that they go from a 3-4 to a 3-3-5, and Myles Garrett, he's in the 4-3. That's what he's done his whole career. He rushes from that wide 9 with his hand in the dirt, right? It's going to be a different situation, because the Rams, they've asked guys to kind of rush the passer from standing up. That's not where Myles Garrett is at his best. But like I said, the day they got him, trying to worry about where Myles Garrett's going to fit in is like worrying about Superman trying to fit in with the Justice League. But having said that, Chris Shula is going to have to use Myles Garrett to free up the linebackers, to free up how you're going to use Trent McDuffie, because Trent McDuffie, their other All-Pro addition, he's someone that has been using schemes where he's on the outside, but also you can use him in the slot. But he has to have success because he's got all the talent. Last year, Bill, the way we looked at Chris Shula was, he's overachieving because he doesn't have the elite talent. That's not going to be enough this year. Last year, the Rams were very predictable, right? You had your cornerbacks 8-10 yards from the receiver, not a lot of aggression. This is going to be different. He's going to have the ability to be more aggressive and hopefully be a big strength. The Rams could be a better defensive team than an offensive team because of the talent. Chris Shula, he's got the ingredients. He's going to cook the meal where it's an elite defense.
A lot of pressure. Pressure is a good thing. Pressure is a privilege, but a lot of pressure on Chris Shula. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. Sometimes when I say something, you make a face. And sometimes when you say something, I make a face. I made a face when you did your Superman Justice League thing, and I want to explain to you, it's not a criticism of your take, of your point. Do you watch Invincible?
I have.
Okay, so then that's every time that you say that, I think of I don't want to ruin it for people that haven't seen it. It's a dark superhero cartoon that you should 1,000% watch. It's amazing. But have you seen the end of the first episode?
No.
Oh, okay. So I don't know how to say this then. Basically, Superman doesn't always fit in with the Justice League in this dark sort of alternate reality superhero thing. So that's why I made the face. Not because of you, but because I was just thinking in that one show. You want me to just tell you?
Yeah, let's do it.
The Superman character turns out to be evil. You don't know until the end of the first episode and kills the entire Justice League.
Dude, that's crazy.
They're all knockoffs, but it is worth watching.
That is wild, man.
And I was at my house watching it, and I screamed out loud.
Dude.
So when you
go in villain mode.
Dude, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean man. Well,
I'm dark.
At some point you got to switch it up for Superman. That's what they did.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
Number 5.
That guy is loud. He likes the numbers. Number 5, America. This is your list. The things that could trip up the Rams. Aaron Donald. Number 4 on the list in Vegas on the betting odds of potential comeback player of the year. Are you more worried about a distraction, or are you more worried about level, potentially, or both?
Well, schematically, he'll fit into this system, and he'll probably be an elite pass rusher if he comes back. Even an 80% version of what he used to be is still an all-pro level player. That's how good Aaron Donald was. But I don't want this to be a cloud that hangs over this team for much longer. I think they need some clarity about Aaron Donald. The last thing I want to see is there still be a chance that he comes back, but the Rams start the season, and every single practice, every single week, Sean McVay gets asked the question, where's Aaron Donald? Where's AD? Is he coming back? And then you get journalists and media members asking the players, have you talked to AD? Have you texted AD? Like I've said on the show, come back before the season or don't come back at all. I really think that that's what's best for Aaron Donald. Sure, he would still help this team in a million different ways, but they're going for this all-time great Super Bowl run. I think now is the time for AD to make it known.
And this is one of the greatest football players in the history of the sport. He's a true Ram. He's friends with Myles Garrett. I would imagine that he understands whatever the appropriate timeline is for Aaron Donald to make a decision, not just for Aaron Donald, but for the Rams. I would imagine they've communicated that, they know what it is, and he'll meet that standard.
He will, and I think that's the case for him. He holds himself to such a high standard, and he did say a couple years ago that you can't just win one Super Bowl and walk away, that you want to experience that again. So my question is, as this glow from the Myles Garrett addition, the aftershocks of it start to wear off and we're kind of past that, is he still feeling the same way? Is he still trying to find that fire? Like right now today, wherever Aaron Donald is he looking for reasons to come back? Or is he looking for reasons to maybe say, hey, I'm fine in retirement? That's what I want to know.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. I got a buddy who made a lot of money, who just happened to make an incredible amount of money. And he retired at a young age. And by the way, and I'm not just saying this because you're my new best friend. Before this show, which I love doing, I would have retired in a heartbeat. I've had jobs I've liked and jobs I haven't liked, but I've never had a job where I would go to work every day if I won $100 million. That's not actually true now. I really like doing this job, but it's very weird and amazing to drive in. I like this job so much, I don't even mind the traffic. Because I'm in a good mood coming to work. My buddy, though, retired when I was in a job I didn't want to be in, and he couldn't take it. He just couldn't, for whatever reason, the way he was retired for a year and a half, and now he's a full-time job and he works all the time. And he's 40. He's older than me. He's 49 years old, and he works. I have another buddy. Some of these Manhattan Beach people have a lot of money, who retired at 44, and he is living the dream. So this is an individual thing. A big part of this too is deep in his heart. Does Aaron Donald like being retired? Does he like, I don't know what he does. Does he golf? Is he gardening? Is he cooking? Some people are built for retirement at an early age, and some people aren't. And if he's not, if there's a part of him that's like, I don't know, man, maybe Myles Garrett's the thing that pulls him back, not just because the Rams are really good, but because Aaron Donald's been looking for a way to get back into the game. Because I know people like that in the real world.
For sure. And I think that's the big question. Does he want to be a dad? Does he care about that kind of stuff as far as prioritizing family life and some of the sacrifices that your family has to make when you're pursuing your career, his future first ballot Hall of Fame career? Or is it kind of one of those things where he's like, man, everything is setting up for a perfect run at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles with the Rams. We can go out there and make history. I'm gonna run. I want to throw you. I want to see if you agree with this. For me, okay. I got my percentage on. Okay, go with sport. No, okay. Tell me if you agree with my percentage chances that he comes back as far as when. Right.
Okay. What are the categories?
So I've got coming back during training camp. During preseason essentially.
Yep.
I've got 70% he does, 30% he doesn't. That too high? Is that
I think
too much wish casting?
I think for the whole training camp.
Yeah, but not the whole thing. Just at training camp to where, from a physical standpoint, you can get him back before they leave for Australia to take on the 49ers.
I'll go 70-30 on that. I think it'll be later.
You think it'll be later?
I don't think it'll be day one.
See, I get the sense that I believe my thing goes down the later we wait. So I have 60-40. He comes back and doesn't come back first half of the season. That still gives him a better chance. And then after the bye week, it's 50-50 for me. Because I think you get so late, things change.
So I am much more pessimistic. I think he reports day one training camp? I don't. But I think he's going to play. So I think it's shortly thereafter he comes in, and I think he shortens it a little bit. If he's not there by the time they get on the plane to Australia, I think for me the numbers are well over 50. He's not coming back.
So that's interesting. So it's the same path but less dramatic.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's a steep drop off in my confidence and faith that we see Aaron Donald as a Ram if he's not in training camp.
I think he's got an encore too. Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. What is the percentage chance that he would go to training camp as part of a decision-making process where he goes and he's like, I don't know yet, but I'll know before that plane trip to Australia?
I think Aaron Donald, he's so intentional that if he made a decision, he'd make the decision.
Because how do you test it at that level?
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard Brock talk about it, but training camp's going to be the first place where he can really test the pain.
And that's the thing, too. I mean, does he feel like there's been enough time removed? Because you hear these athletes talk about it. There's a big difference between 1 year and 2 years, and now he's got multiple years on that. So I think for him, it's, can I still do it, too? Like, does he want to go? That's the thing, too. Like, for me, it's like, if you are still knocking dudes out and you have the heavyweight title belt, do you want to keep knocking dudes out, or are you just going to give up the belt? I don't think he wants to give the belt yet. I think he wants to kind of continue to knock dudes out. And I think he still has that ability to do it, but only he knows because he's strong enough. But did he lose any speed? Did he lose some ticks off the fastball would be my big question.
And you're talking about the pain that he can administer. I'm also talking about the pain that he can withstand and he can take. I mean, pain tolerance management is part of the deal. I'm going to reframe this to you. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. I love this conversation. What is the percentage chance that Les Snead, that Sean McVay would allow Aaron Donald to basically say, look, I'm obviously interested. I want to come to training camp, but I'll let you know at the end of training camp if I want to do this?
I think based on how happy Sean McVay looked when they brought up Aaron Donald, I mean, get someone looks at you like Sean McVay looks when you bring up Aaron Donald, right? That smile on his face. I would say that there would entertain any possibility to bring back Aaron Donald.
Come back, dude.
Just
see how
come
you're
back.
feeling. See if it feels good.
See how the body feels. See how you wake up the next day, right? I mean, if things change. I just don't think that Aaron Donald would want to go through the, oh my goodness, the internet's broken because I'm coming back to be like, LOL JK. Right?
It's real. Yeah. I'm interested in the balancing act between being very definitive about what he's doing and very intentional versus the only way I can see if my pain tolerance still can take this sport is by doing the sport to a degree, training camps to a degree, before the season starts.
And I think that's the best point, just because the reason why he's considering it is because Myles Garrett is there, which could take some double teams and triple teams off of him, which can reduce the physical toll, right? Let's say the Rams went out there and traded for an incredible offensive player. Would he want to come back? Probably not, because the pain, like you're talking about, would still be there. So it's the Myles Garrett angle that is leading to all of this.
I love this topic. D-Mac and Reiter, we're doing the top 5 things that could get in the way of the Rams being Super Bowl champions and trying to talk them through, address them, maybe give a little advice if, Les and Sean, as we call them on the golf course, never met them, are listening.
Number 4.
So this is kind of broadband that you put, but wide receiver worries. And am I more worried about Puka than I'm worried about Puka? I'm worried.
The off-the-field stuff.
Yeah, and just the off-the-field stuff combined with final year of rookie deal, and if they don't get a deal done, if they decide, you've made this point, that they just want to, make sure that he is worth that investment and just see for another year, does it impact his sort of approach to being a football player?
It's definitely one of the big questions that I feel like only a handful of people know the answer to. And those handful of people are Sean McVay, Les Snead, Puka Nacua, and maybe his close family. Where is his head at right now? Because I'm not calling him Antonio Brown. I'm not. But yesterday, I did see some interviews with Antonio Brown the first couple of years, and he was the most likable guy. Talking about how much he loved Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh. All of a sudden, he got that big hit from Burfict. Wasn't the same since. I'm not saying that's going on with Puka Nacua, but we have seen receivers and players in this league go from, they look like all-team guys, no issues, to having a ton of issues, and then it fades pretty quickly.
I did a 30-minute interview with AB once, and he was such a great dude. And then I bumped into him at a thing and went to be like, "Oh, thanks for that." And he was a different dude.
He's just completely changed.
Yeah, it was weird.
So that's the question I have. I think that based on what Sean McVay,
did Shohei Ohtani just hit a home run?
I think he did.
It's another day, and Shohei Ohtani is just doing Shohei Ohtani things.
I mean,
1-0 Dodgers.
This could be. I mean, he almost hit 2 yesterday, hit 1, and the Big Show went big fly. You gotta love it, man.
Can I get a cheer for the Big Show went big fly? I know that he wrote it down in the shower, but
but yeah, you gotta love it, man.
So Puka's a concern. I mean, it's not like Devontae Adams is a lock to be a superstar. What is your level of more concerned about Puka or Adams?
I would say more for Adams to me, if I'm being really absolutely honest. I really do. I think that there is a world where he has hit somewhat of a wall in his career. The days of Devontae Adams being the Packers version are different. I mean, I did a deep dive on Devontae Adams' production for the 2025 season a little while ago, and from a drop rate, he had a 11.3% drop rate. That was his highest since 2015. And you look at yards after catch. Remember when it was, yak yards after catch, 2020 had 660. He usually had 500 every year for his career. Last year, he had 161 yards after catch. That's just 2.3 yak yards per reception. So what he really has become is a red zone threat who is great at that and solved a lot of the Rams' problems in the red zone, did have those 14 touchdowns, which led the league for receivers. But when it comes to getting separation and making contested catches and the catch rate and things like that, there has been a drop-off of production from Devontae Adams. And I always say this, Bill, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. And the Rams said, Devontae Adams is fine. We want to bring him back. What they do, though, they explored trade talks for A.J. Brown, and they also entertained the idea of drafting a receiver. So the Rams told us, they kind of showed their cards this offseason that they thought they wanted to upgrade the wide receiver room.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. I love that one. Let's get to
number 3.
This is one that has been somewhat burned into the soul and the heart and the mind of Rams fans, and you really sort of put a special emphasis on this, even though it's number 3, special teams.
So special teams was a disaster last year. I mean, it was a Chase Blackburn situation where he was terrible, and you just mentioned golf, right? That's what we call Les Snead and Sean McVay on the golf course. One thing I heard last year about Chase Blackburn and the reason why he didn't get fired was because he was such a likable guy on the golf course. Like, I literally heard that.
Come on.
That they kept him on because he was so likable, and where he would hang out with the people in the organization was the golf course. And the Rams had the worst special teams unit in the NFL. You had block kicks that led to losses. You saw that in the Eagles game. You saw them go off of their kicker and bring in Harrison Mevis, who I know you'll love his nickname. It's the thicker kicker, right?
I do love the nickname.
But we also saw, too, in the NFC Championship game, where Xavier Smith, he fumbled a punt that led to a Seahawks touchdown that made it a double-digit game. So, yeah, the Rams highly emphasize correcting their special teams unit. They brought in Bubba Ventrone from the Cleveland Browns. They're committed to Chase Blackburn. They're committed to Harrison Mevis, and they're looking to get past the Chase Blackburn era. If the Rams had a C-graded special teams unit last year, they would have had home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Yep.
They probably would have won the Super Bowl. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the case.
Bingo. 100% right.
2. Number 2.
That threw me off too, bro.
Numbers. Protecting Stafford. And obviously the A.J. Jackson news is problematic as a part of this.
Absolutely. So we saw a couple years ago when Matthew Stafford was just getting punished, had a spine injury at one point, was contemplating retirement. Last year, for the most part, they kept him clean. They kept him vertical, and it's a big reason why he won the MVP, right? I mean, when he has time to carve up defenses, his arm, his mind, it's as good as anyone in the NFL. And now Alaric Jackson, their left tackle, who, based on PFF, based on all the metrics, he was the 11th best left tackle last year, Bill. They paid him $57 million, and based on those allegations, we talked about him a couple days ago, there's a good chance that he probably gets suspended anywhere from 6 to 8 games, and that is a part of the season where the Rams are taking on the San Francisco 49ers in Australia. You're taking on the Broncos and the Bills and the Eagles. You're going to have some tough opponents. So the offensive line is good, but it's not like they've invested a ton of money or invested a ton of draft capital in that either. So protecting Matthew Stafford, that's pivotal.
Number 1.
All right, so this is your number 1 here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan of the things that could get in the way of the Rams' massive, understandable expectations. Betting favorites to be Super Bowl champions obviously have added Myles Garrett, and not just Myles Garrett. That is, they are a formidable and fearful team on paper. And the expectations, the idea that it's supposed to happen, that it needs to happen, the commitment that they've made, the bullseye that they're going to have on their back every single game. And you said this earlier before the show, they're going to get everybody's best. They're going to get everyone's absolute attention and effort, because there is going to be a feeling of kind of like when teams play the Dodgers, we are playing the obnoxious team with all the resources. Well, it's different how they're constructed, but it is an embarrassment of riches in terms of what the roster looks like. And you just noted, you've got San Francisco in Australia, which is kind of a weird, hard-to-figure game. Skip the Giants game. But then you have at Denver. Then you have at Philadelphia. Then you host a Buffalo Bills team. Josh Allen just did a long interview with my buddy Ty Dunn over at Go Long on Substack, golong.com. You should check it out. It's really, really, really good about how basically he feels like this is his year. I mean, you're going to get everyone's best shot, and some of the teams you're playing early on have really good shots.
They do. And Sean McVay mentioned it at the Myles Garrett introductory press conference, and that is that who were we talking about this time last year as the favorites? Does anyone remember? It was the Eagles. It was the Ravens. It was the Bills. Are we talking about them at the end of the season? We weren't. It was a team in the Seahawks that I believe, top of my head, were 60-1 to win the Super Bowl. They weren't considered to be favorites in their division, and they won. So expectations are sky high. Since 1995, of the past 31 preseason favorites, only 4 went on to win a championship. So that's a 12.9% chance. So the higher probability is that the Rams won't win a Super Bowl next season. And it was the 2016 Colts, the Patriots of 2018, and the Patriots of 2023, and then those Chiefs teams. That was 4 times in the last 20 seasons where the favorite heading into the season went on to win the Super Bowl. So, yeah, if there's one organization that I trust to manage those expectations, it is the Rams. But it does feel weird to not be that team that's going to sneak up on teams. The Rams have the bullseye on their back. They have 7 primetime games. A lot of expectations, and how they manage those expectations are going to go a long way to determining if they hoist that Lombardi trophy.
DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We have had here on the show Analogy Gate, and we are going to get to the bottom of it next year. Oh, yeah, buddy, on DMAC and Reiter. to the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by the DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, that's calldowntown.com. I have a little bit of a silver lining for you here. Maybe.
What is that?
Do you like silver linings?
I like them.
Positivity guy? Get you on the positivity train?
Glass half full.
Choo-choo, get on here.
Yeah. Choo-choo.
Choo-choo.
Chugga,
That got weird. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, I don't know why.
It didn't land the way I thought it would.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker was the only Dodger yesterday to have multiple hits. Had a 2-out RBI single in, I think, the fourth. And you told me that I just disrespected him by not sharing with the people, because I missed it on the old TV, that he just got it looks like a two-run double. Drove in a couple guys, 1 for 2. So maybe he's starting to swing a little bit better bat, quietly under the radar of under the sort of cloud of the Ohtani collapse.
There's been some good swings, as you mentioned, some better at-bats, and just he needs to have the success, right? He needs to get the results. I mean, Dave Roberts said a couple weeks ago, like, we're past the, hey, I'm the new guy on the new team, and that grace period, that honeymoon period, I think is over. Like, he's got to produce, or that contract is going to be his biggest nightmare. Obviously, probably not, because he gets a lot of money from it, but as far as how he's viewed...
I'm in for that nightmare.
Yeah. Exactly.
Where
do I sign up for that nightmare? I love this $60 million nightmare. But these guys care. I mean, like, these guys do care. They hear that stuff, and he knows that if you're doing the storylines for the Dodgers this year, his lack of success is a big one.
It is the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. It's D-Mac and Reiter. Thank you for hanging. And if you want to watch us on the stream, we'd love you to push the bell button and the like button for us so we can get that content to you at The Fan LA. At The Fan LA, you can also call us if you're listening, well, anywhere, but including in the car or hanging out on the FM, 855-97 LA Fan. So yesterday we had a disagreement, and you basically I said that you stole somebody's analogy, or you credited somebody's analogy, then took the credit, and you said, no, I didn't. And I said, yeah, you did. And you said, no, I didn't. And I said, we're going to play it back. So we're going to do that. This is yesterday with Analogy Gate.
I mean, I look at the analytics. I once had a coach for the team tell me about analytics. Analytics is almost like GPS in the regular season, right? It'll get you to a certain spot, but in the postseason, sometimes that road is closed, the bridges, you have to go offline with it.
That's amazing.
So you kind of have to treat it a little differently. I got to take this off-road, even though it feels weird. I go down this dark street, right? But I want to get to my spot. That's how I look at the postseason. And the cool thing about Dave Roberts is...
A coach said that to you?
Yeah. You want to know its name?
Tell
me I'll tell you if you tell me the Spurs party story.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Have you thought about working with that guy on analogies?
It was funny. I think that was actually mine, but I used that to explain to him, but he agreed.
No.
Yeah.
But you can't now say I came up with it. You just said the coach told you.
It was collaborative.
What do you mean? How is an analogy collaborative?
We collaborated.
Did you storyboard it?
We did. We fleshed it out.
What are you talking
52
about?
beats.
Dude, not only... Dude, you offered me the name of a made-up person because it was your analogy. What was his name, Mr. Rogers? What are you talking? What was that, man? No.
Oh, we're still here. Okay, I thought we were still listening. So basically, what happened there was this. So, you're not providing the backstory of you guys both in agreement about the marathon, right? So
that's the worst analogy I've ever heard.
So just to give you guys kind of real quick. So basically, I was saying as we were debating Christopher Sanchez versus Shohei Ohtani, and the fact that Christopher Sanchez is going to pitch more innings, still have a really good ERA.
Please don't do the analogy again.
Okay, basically,
we did an analogy and we thought it was stupid.
Okay, Shohei gets to run less than Sanchez in a marathon, but. So the reason
we made fun of your analogy and hurt your feelings.
Didn't hurt my feelings at all, but it maybe a little bit. But okay, so they didn't love that one. So when I was bringing up the GPS one, that was one
that was good
that I have presented. But I didn't. I thought that if I told you it was so. Here's my point.
So you lied.
No, listen.
All of LA.
No. Let me finish here.
Okay.
If I had said. So if I had done the marathon one and said that the coach told me that one, you'd be like, "Oh, that was a great one."
No, I wouldn't. I would say it was stupid because it was stupid.
So because it was me, you shot it down. So I thought in that situation, That was
Shohei Ohtani's like a hot dog vendor. See, like when he gives the mustard, he shouldn't get the Cy Young. I would be like, no, that's dumb.
So that was a
Whoever
conversation I had with a coach, and I presented that coach with that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's like how it is, right?"
That's not.
But so I used to do with my friends.
You're crazy, man.
So my friends back in the day when I would do freestyle raps, right? I would do freestyle raps, and they would tell me they were trash. Like, oh, that's not good. Da, da, da. But then I would do raps. I'm like, dude, you hear that new like? And I would like do you have like 50 Cent or whatever like. And I would do a rap for them and say it was from a rapper, but it was really for me. That was great. That was awesome.
You're bringing some baggage from your damaged rap moments in the past.
Essentially.
But I can't.
But you get it, though? So if
the marathon was bad, bro. The marathon analogy was bad. And the other analogy was great. And had you said, this is my analogy, I would have been like, that's great.
I still think that you would have said
you lied to L.A.
No, I was
the
real.
city we love.
There was truth to that. That was a real story.
I'm reading this. It says it says the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports, not the lies of L.A. sports.
You're out of your mind.
I'm looking at the paper.
You're crazy.
Right, can I tell you? That's fine. You're bad at analogies sometimes, but really great at them other times. Can I tell you how I'm a total moron? Let me find this. You ready for this?
Stand by that one.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so dumb. Oh, by the way, also we did a social media thing where we had to pick the flags of the teams we got, and I picked out the Brazil flag for the Mexico flag.
That was insane.
And I got the England flag wrong. The new social media person.
Were
Lindsay,
you blindfolded?
She literally goes. She goes, "Are you this stupid?" She didn't say that way. She goes, were you messing? Were you joking around? I'm like, no. And she just looked at me. How did you get? Did someone drive you here? Like, how did you even get to this office?
So my theory on that is there's so much going on upstairs for you.
That's it.
That in the moment,
exactly right.
all the information, all the facts are in there, and they're like, "Hey, the hard drive needs to be cleared."
Still
right?
real dumb though.
Right?
Okay.
You need to empty something from the recycling bin.
So we got to figure out how this happened. So I have not brought Jay Moore up on the air on the show. Jay Moore is a friend of mine and a former colleague, right? He's also married to Jeannie Buss. So yesterday I was telling the Landon Donovan story because I was live texting Landon Donovan. I got a note back from Landon Donovan, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah. The guy
read.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull that one. Let me pull that one up real quick. Hey, this is now different name. And then lighting. It's a lighting company. No longer Landon Sell. And then he sent me like a place to buy lighting.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, sorry, dude. But when we were doing that yesterday, I got a note that said, Bill, this is Jay Moore. Great show. Let me know if you ever want me on. And I wrote, Jay, would love that. How are you, man? What's new? The 213 number I have for you outdated? And he wrote back, yes. Contact D and let's get it set up. So this morning, I wrote back, don't think I have D's info. And this person wrote back, D's nuts.
No!
I got tricked.
And the setup was perfect.
Yeah, they got me. And I even waited 12 hours.
True story.
Yeah.
I was already.
you?
I was in the shower, kind of prepping what I would ask Jay Moore because you said that hey, maybe he'll be on the show, maybe even in studio.
So I sent a note to his other text, but he's Jay Moore, so he's a good guy. So this is someone who obviously knows me, right?
It has to be probably a good friend because that's a really specific pull.
Yeah, and the thing
who would do that to you?
Was this you?
It wouldn't. I would not do that to you.
Let's look at the. I should have known. I should have Googled it. It's a Minnesota number. I should have known. I don't know.
Could this be a fan of yours that's just trying to have some fun?
I mean, it could be. I don't know. They got me. So I'm. Look, your analogy was bad, and your claiming that it was someone else is weird. But you didn't get D's nutted on the
hey yo
as a verb.
Hey yo,
you know what I'm saying?
Pause. Hey yo,
I don't know. I got tricked. I already got permission.
I think that the only way to solve this is I'll bring the Dodgers coach that I had that conversation with, and he'll hopefully back me up. And then,
what are you talking about? What are you to back you up? How? You obviously gave him an analogy. He said, like, I would have. Oh, that's a good one. And then 3 years later, on a radio show, because you have damage over a rap battle or something, you're like, here's a great analogy a coach source told me. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's really good. You're like, do you want me to tell you who he is? I'm like, yeah. And then you're like, only if you tell me the crazy story of the, like, what? That was some deep lying, man. You went deep in the lie machine.
There's nothing there that's lying.
What are
that's
you
all
talking
forthright
about?
information.
You storyboarded it together.
It was more of like a thought exercise,
Okay.
a creative thought exercise. But let's get Jay Moore on the story to see if he can. Let's see if he can
this
sell
guy's,
this.
This guy's listening. Whoever it is listening to the show.
Dude, this is amazing.
Got him.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Hey, man.
Who are you?
Great job, random
Show
person.
yourself.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Be funny if it's like Brock's other phone.
I was about to say Golden Gophers.
Brock got me, man.
First team all Big Ten. Brock, not cool, man.
It's whoever it is. It's real. Whoever it is, I want you to tell me. I was like, send me a photo of who it is. I'll give you the credit. I want to know.
And it's a green texter too.
When I got it, I'm like, I should tell Jay. This is really Jay. Send me a photo.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how would anyone know to pretend they were Jay Moore? That's such a random thing to
So
pretend.
you've brought him up a couple different times
on the air.
So that's why I think that they got you because you said on the air you brought up Jay Moore.
I didn't remember that.
Probably talking about Genie Bus a couple weeks ago.
You know what this is like? This person getting me is like a marathon where if you run it, but then you don't win, then you got. It's so good, isn't it?
And Jay Moore's marathon was
what a marathon.
46 miles. And
what an amazing. In conclusion, Shohei should not have won the Cy Young Award. The end.
Shohei's doing Shohei things, by the way.
Great.
Surprise, you only point out Shohei highlights.
What?
Yeah.
You think I'm a... What's going on? Hit me with it.
So, first of all, I don't think that Shohei glazing exists because it's just pointing out whatever he does. It's not glaze, right? Glazing would be if you're like overdoing it. You can never overdo Shohei praise. But I will say that when Shohei does something, you're more likely to talk about it on air versus another player.
Whose idea was that? Was that yours or the secret source? That's a really good point. I just want to know who to credit for whatever great point it was.
It was Bursch's. It was Sam's.
All right, whoever you are, 320, good job, you. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports and LA truth. And here's a truth. We're going to get into some hardwood headlines, including the latest on LeBron and what he might do this summer next here on D-Mac and Reiter. of LA sports, accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. I've had a dinner every single night this week, including tonight.
You're eating at home? I mean,
I like to cook. I like to eat at home. It's been a social.
Is food getting wasted? Or are you just like empty fridge, or what's the situation?
No,
like?
I'm eating the food. Well, I only eat one meal.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I rock that meal.
That's right.
You
And
know
you go crazy with it.
It's like a marathon. 855-97 LA
Like a
fan.
sprint.
It's like a sprint, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like a GPS on a dark road. It was really good.
Thanks.
I think I would have liked your reps. I would have been the one friend that was like, I think it's good, Doug.
You really? I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, Biggie just wrote this. I saw an old video. Yeah.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
Deep in the psychology here. 855-97 LA fan. It's time for Hardwood Headlines. Hello, Ryan Bershinger.
What's up, guys? Yes, this is Hardwood Headlines, where we're talking all things in and around the NBA. Of course, you guys dove deep into your reactions from the latest in the NBA Finals earlier in the show. So we're taking a look at a lot of things going on in the offseason. First off here, a report citing Kurt Helin made the rounds last night, saying that LeBron and Rich Paul are asking for the max. However, this isn't necessarily new information. Helin is citing a quote from Brian Windhorst 2 weeks ago that we've already discussed, where Windhorst said, quote, "The LeBron side, from what I am told, it would like the Lakers to come and say, LeBron, here's our plan for you, or here's what we are offering. And if they're offering less than the max, here's why. Because we're going to use this cap space to sign players, and this is where you slide in."
Kurt Helin's my guy, by the way. Proud of Long Beach.
Is he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Long
He's got
Beach
that
dude.
NBA on NBC. He's had that forever, right? As his profile pic.
That's my guy, man.
Did the aggregator get aggregated after aggregating?
Maybe.
Like, what is that?
Well, he does reporting.
Yeah.
That's my
But-
dude.
No, I'm not. Man, I'm just
It's
saying.
like a marathon.
But I'm just saying, like, this is from
It's
the
weird.
Wendy story.
Should I text him?
Yeah,
And
maybe
see
you
what-
should.
Should I
Yeah.
see what's what?
But I think that
You
he
think
threw in the Rich
you think
Paul
I'll get
part of it.
fished again? Like, I'll write Kurt Helin, and then someone will write me like, hey, it's me, Andy Roddick, on my new phone number.
It does feel like they're recycling the same story. Like, we know he's going to look for the max. I mean, what else is he going to do? It has to start there, right? Why would LeBron start at anything less than that? That would be the second part of the negotiation. But, I mean, the only teams that have cap room to sign LeBron, the Nets and Bulls and Pistons. And the Pistons, they want to re-sign Jalen Duren, right? So that's going to eat up their cap space. I mean, are the Bulls attracted to LeBron? No. Are the Nets? No. He's already said he wants to play for a contender. So if I'm the Lakers, I'm calling his bluff. Did you drop the text? This is like a new thing on this show. It's just like a fluid, alive
I just
texting
texted him.
situation.
It's my dude.
Yeah.
I love Kurt Helin. If the Spurs lose the next game, does that become a desirable place for LeBron James? Go in, take the minimum, lead them to a title. And you get credit for it, right? I just thought of this.
Would he get credit for? I think
you get credit for
he would
it.
get a ton of credit for sure, but he would not be the best player on a championship team.
He just took shots at the Riverwalk, though, and San Antonio. So it might be, a tough sell. It's harder to commute. I checked the geography. It is harder to commute, D-Mac, from L.A. to San Antonio than it is from L.A. to Golden State.
I know, right? Thank you. It's facts right there. Might not know the flags, but you know the geography well.
Phil guy yesterday was talking to LeBron. He's like, Bill Reiter, you can Google what he thinks. Why are people so sensitive about LeBron's sensitivity? Like, let LeBron fend for himself, guys.
Yeah, he could do that. He's a big boy.
You know what I'm saying?
He's a big boy.
Yeah. By the way, and I said this earlier, I thought Martin Weiss did a great job. I thought he was really good.
No, he was cooking, baby.
It was good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Yes, Martin was excellent. And maybe LeBron will be making that commute to Golden State. Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area says it's improbable, but not impossible, that LeBron goes to the Warriors. He says, "I know it seems crazy," one well-connected league source told NBC Sports Bay Area on Wednesday, "but there is at least curiosity on both sides. This wouldn't even be a conversation 5 or 6 years ago, and it might not happen now. But there's enough there that we shouldn't ignore the possibility. It's mostly up to LeBron."
By the way, this just reinforces what I said yesterday. You can leverage LeBron. The Lakers. This is not a put down of LeBron. Whoever's listening, the aggregators, the people listening to the show, whatever. It's business. Business is business. Offer the guy $9 million. Offer him the room mid-level exception. Offer him whatever you want to offer him, and then go build a winning team with the guy. I have a response from Kurt Helin.
Here we go. Let's read it.
He was told, he says himself, so he has a story, that Rich Paul was going to ask for the max, but there's no way they get it. Just a starting point for talks.
So you said, right? You got to start there.
Right.
I mean, they're not going to ask for anything less than the max. The Warriors thing, though, I think this is hilarious to me. I mean, I don't think this would help his legacy at all. I don't think he'll win a title. I don't think that he's going to have anything with Jimmy Butler and Draymond and Steph Curry, and he's going to learn very quickly. Like, LeBron could go up to Golden State and drop, 50-point games for a week, and people would still come and want to watch Steph Curry do pregame shooting. Like, Steph Curry is Mr. Warrior. He is the icon. What LeBron is to the Cavs, Steph Curry is to the Warriors, but even more so because he never left. He never went to a different team.
Real talk, dude. By the way, so this is the new 97.1 The Fan. It's the voice of LA sports. It's not the voice of LeBron James. So we talk about these things from an LA-centric perspective, from your perspective, LA. If I were giving LeBron advice, my advice to LeBron, because your exact point, you're exactly right. He's not going to win anything in Golden State. If you really still want to play at a high level and compete for championships, if that's the goal, and you really are not going to accept a lower offer from the Lakers, if those are both true, go to the Spurs if they lose, dude.
The Spurs are interesting.
You get all the credit.
Now the plot lines up for that. And
you can teach Wemby. You can teach Wemby how to be a great.
And he would be celebrated for that, too. He'd be celebrated. Wow, he's willing to take Wemby under his wing. And almost he's passed the torch.
His Kareem to Magic moment.
Yeah, he could pass the torch. And we were talking about this, and you were putting some pressure on me, and I'll say it. Does this make me a bad Lakers fan? That maybe, just maybe a little bit, I would not want to see LeBron get a 5th title. Right? Maybe I wouldn't want to see LeBron have the same amount of titles as Kobe. Maybe I wouldn't want to see LeBron get closer to MJ, Michael Jordan, my goat of goats, also Kobe. It might make me a little bit of a bad Lakers fan, but there is the long-term play. And if he's going to win a title, if it's with the Lakers, that'd be great, but I'd rather have it be no titles with another team and get closer to a title with Luka Doncic.
D-Mac of D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. I did sort of think earlier when you said a part of you doesn't want the Lakers to win if LeBron's there, it made you a bad Lakers fan. I have rethought that. It makes you a true Lakers fan because most Lakers fans don't like LeBron. And that's not me saying it, Martin. That's not me saying it, Mr. Who else has been filming? I just blanked on everybody.
Ben.
It's not me saying it, Ben. It's not me saying it, Mr. Coe. It's not me saying it, Rich Paul. It's not me saying it, Adam Mendelson. It's LA that feels that way. And me saying the real thing doesn't make me a jerk. It makes me honest. And you saying the real thing doesn't make you a bad Lakers fan. It makes you a real Lakers fan. Mic drop.
I'll take it. I love it.
Well, let's go back to Brian Windhorst. He mentioned in his podcast yesterday that the Lakers could look to trade for Kel'el Ware, who's on the Heat, but especially if he is dealt to the Bucks in a Giannis trade. Windhorst said, quote, big man who can stretch the floor, high energy, block shots. There would be quite a few teams interested in Kel'el Ware if he got shipped to Milwaukee, and they were willing to flip him. If I were the Lakers and Kel'el got shipped to Milwaukee, I'd be on the phone.
I got to tell you, Kel'el Ware, Austin Reeves, Luka Doncic, if LeBron comes back, I can start to believe in that team. You have to give up picks, right? You're talking probably a first-round pick and a pick swap or something along those lines, but I like Kel'el Ware a lot.
I did too. Really good player. I think Miami has talked about kind of making sure he gets more consistent. Like, his great games are really great, and then he disappears for a while. If you made a move for him, you kind of have to bet on that. But from a attribute standpoint, what he brings, he would make a lot of sense for the Lakers.
And last one here, guys, if you're wondering what Kawhi Leonard is doing right now, he's in Greece. He attended the Greek League Finals. He was on the broadcast of the game and was asked if he would ever play in Greece one day, and he didn't say no. Kawhi said, quote, I don't know, maybe. Maybe it can be one of my kids if they can't make it in the NBA, but you never know.
He's a weird guy, man.
I
can't laugh.
Yeah, I know, it is so weird. I mean, he said he came to support Olympiacos and said it was a fun experience. It feels like this is the only way we're going to talk about Kawhi Leonard in June anymore, right? Is weird stuff like this. So he's another guy. It feels stale, it does.
Whenever I hear his name now, I think of trees.
Yeah,
I can't not think of planting trees.
You can't. I know.
Also, do you know he's an incredibly enthusiastic fisherman? He does tons of fishing. Why didn't they allegedly do a fishing thing? Then people would be like, "Oh, it tracks."
That's a really good point.
The tree thing is just so weird. If it's true, the allegations of Kawhi Leonard being given money for trees he didn't plant. It's an allegation.
Sounds like a money plan. Should have done it.
You know? Are you a fisher? Do you fish?
Family that fishes. Fishing is cool. I'm not the biggest fisherman though.
I'm a freshwater
Yeah.
fish guy. I've never fished in the ocean.
Yeah.
I'm scared of the ocean.
You are?
Yeah, big time.
Really?
Oh, I'm terrified of it.
I think so is Michael Jordan too, right?
Was that right?
Something like he almost drowned or something and was afraid of the ocean.
Yeah, it's like a marathon. D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1. We are going to talk about the Raiders and whether or not the right person, Tom Brady, is at the helm of that team next. D-Mac and Reiter.
They have the sources. They have the pulse.
And so, that can make things interesting for the Thunder. But we'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And
the final hour of D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. Show's flown by today.
Flying by.
I told you this. I have another dinner tonight. Not at Arthur
It's
J.
insane.
Different
Where
place.
is it tonight?
It's at Nick's in Manhattan Beach.
Nick's in Manhattan Beach?
Yeah, have you been to that spot?
Have not.
It's a good vibe.
Is it?
We could take the
Who
ladies
you
there.
rolling with?
So a really good friend of mine, John, moved to Texas for I don't know, John, what you're thinking, from L.A., and he's back in town, and so I never see the guy. It's the one night he's here, so me and some of the boys are going to go say what's up.
That's going to be tight.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about just doing a drive-in, like a, hey, what's up? Like, sit down, order a drink, and then leave. Is that rude?
No, commit.
You know what I'm saying?
Commit. I mean, it's a rare chance you guys even hanging out, right? It's kind of almost a goodbye situation.
Problem is, my son Henry is doing his first trip without us tomorrow. Like going to see the grandparents. Like no parents, no sister. Like it's just him with my parents. So I kind of want to go hang out with my kiddo too.
Oh yeah,
It's conflicted.
That trumps all, man.
Yeah.
Go kick it with him for sure.
All right,
or bring him.
Bring him to the party.
Yeah,
he would get down. When we were at the only place apparently I eat. I'm gonna stop saying the name of the restaurant. They should like. When I was at the restaurant I keep going to, the waiter goes, "Can I get you something?" And I go, "Can I get a Gibson Dirty with extra onion brine?" And he goes, "Sure." And my Henry goes, "Sir," and he snapped his fingers. And the guy looked at him. Henry goes, "I'll take 2." What the hell, man?
Doubling up, man.
Can't drink, buddy.
Yeah, dude. What?
Can't do it. Are you feeling okay about that? Do you want to workshop before we get to the sports talk? Are you good on the rap stuff in the past? We want to, because I would have liked your reps.
I feel like I trauma dumped on you. Do you know that phrase?
Yeah, you did.
I kind of trauma dumped on you.
I saw the pain.
Yeah, you did. My raps were good. I could have been Eminem. Could have been Vanilla Ice. But my friends thought my bars weren't tight. Right?
Do you want to call one of your friends out? One guy who really didn't come through on that.
Yeah, I would say David Sue.
David, you want last name?
Yeah, sorry.
David Sue. Are you guys still friends?
Oh yeah, so one of my best friends.
That's your guy.
Yeah.
Is he in the tech chat?
He's in the tech chat.
Okay.
He's actually in sports too. He's the manager of a boxer, Zerto Ramirez.
Really?
A prize fighter. Yeah.
I did boxing for a while.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice. We should fight. Sanctioned.
Do you box?
I boxed a couple times in college. Rushing for a frat. That's about it.
Are you a frat guy?
I mean, not really.
I'm not judging you. Yes, I am.
No, I wasn't in it.
Are.
I actually did. Okay, well, that's a whole other story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Tom Brady a frat guy?
It's a good question.
Kind of looks like it.
He looks like he would be like the poster child.
Some of the on Deefish and Decker, they were going pretty hard at Tom Brady for the old. I guess he's getting work done.
He's definitely probably had. I've seen some of those comps. What does it say? It's like, hey, you're not broke. You're not ugly. You're just broke, right?
That's very funny.
Yeah. So I mean, still, come on, man. He's Tom Brady.
I couldn't get work done. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
There's that one guy who's really popular now who does like they call it looks maxing, clavicular. Have you heard of this?
No, walk me through it.
So it's this one guy who essentially he gets all this work done, and one thing he did that he's promoted that people are against is you take a little hammer and you hit your face and your head with a hammer hundreds of times, and it changes your bone structure. He just got a nose job.
Wait. What'd you say?
Yeah, you take a little mini hammer and you hit your face with it a bunch of times.
Doesn't it hurt?
It kind of hurts, but it grows back, and apparently you have more. This guy's super popular right now. Like a lot of people talk. He's clavicular.
He shouldn't be.
Yeah, he shouldn't be. He's terrible.
He hit himself with a hammer?
Yeah, he invented the word mogging, which is like
I know that word.
Yeah, so he's kind of in on that. But Bursch, am I crazy? The guy, Sam probably knows too. The hammer thing.
Sam, do you know that? Does Sam know that thumbs up or down? Does Sam know? Bursch, do you know the hammer thing?
I've never. I know who he is. I've never heard about the hammering the face. No.
Sam, thumbs up or thumbs down when you're back on camera. Do you know the hammering thing? Hammering.
It's known as bone smashing.
That is terrible.
Yeah, it's known as bone smashing, and it's a trend.
I'm with you,
and
Sam.
you create all these micro fractures. Here's the thing, though.
Are you making this up like you lied about the analogy?
No,
The source of the analogy?
That was not.
This is wild.
But yeah, it's called. But here's the thing, though.
Okay.
We don't need it. We got perfect faces for radio.
I have a face for radio and a voice for TV, and yet, you know, face for radio, voice for writing. I don't know.
Bang!
I used to have a joke, but
yeah, I love
you've
it.
thrown me so much by people hitting themselves in the hammer with a hammer. I can't even talk.
It's a wild thing. I mean, I would never do it.
D-Mac and hammer. What?
Yeah,
That's
the
crazy.
hammer.
All right. So all right. So I'm very, very curious where you come down on this. And by the way, obviously it's not NFL season, but we're going to do lots of NFL talk all the time. We are going to be your home LA for all kinds of local talk, including the Raiders. We recognize there are a lot of you out there that even though they are a Vegas team, they're an LA story. And by the way, this is sort of condescending to Vegas. I consider Vegas to be basically a far, far out LA suburb, satellite city.
It is
Playground.
It is
backyard.
That's what we do. I mean, it is our playground, right? LA's playground, right?
We are going to own Raiders talk here in Los Angeles on the new 97.1, the Fan, the voice of LA sports. There is a sort of weird sense of optimism that is brewing with the Raiders that is sort of hard to get your arms around. And I it's sort of, I guess it depends on how much you think the quarterbacks that they have, especially one that they drafted, Mr. Mendoza. Nandalorian, is that his stupid name?
I think he tried to trademark it, right?
Nandalorian,
Yep.
what he's going to be. And that's a question mark. We just don't know. I'm not big on Kirk Cousins. The giant question is to what degree Tom Brady can be successful as the person making the decisions for the front office. He's not the GM in title, but everyone knows that it's very clear. There's been plenty of reporting. He has not been shy about the fact that he is the decision maker. He is the guiding light. He's the guy that tried to recruit and maybe almost successfully Matt Stafford in a situation that felt like it had some real traction. Last time when the Rams and Stafford were not really seen eye to eye on contract situations. I don't know the answer. I'll be curious where you come down on this, D-Mac. I am highly skeptical Tom Brady can be good at this job for a few reasons. One, most all-time great athletes are terrible coaches and general managers, and Michael Jordan's the best example of this, but there's a lot. The way it's been explained to me by people that are good at these jobs that were okay at these sports, relatively speaking, is because when you are a magician, when you're a Harry Potter, when you can bend the physics of basketball to your will like Michael Jordan, or you can bend the physics of a Super Bowl comeback against the Falcons to your will like Tom Brady, you don't understand why mere mortals can't do the same thing. You are requiring sometimes or expecting guys you draft and sign and coaches to accomplish things that no one else on earth but you could accomplish. That's one. And two, there's just a bandwidth suck when you're an all-time great. There's just Jordan was golfing, Jordan was chilling, Jordan was hanging. Tom Brady has a lot of other jobs, a lot of other things that are going on. I don't know. Maybe I'll be wrong, and we can get into Larry Bird or other examples. I'm just highly skeptical that Tom Brady's going to be good at this job.
See, I'm on the other side.
All right.
I think Tom Brady has a chance to be good at this job, and there's one specific reason why. I was talking to my friend who covers the Raiders, and one thing he told me is that last offseason, Tom Brady was all in on Ben Johnson. He wanted Mark Davis, the owner of the Raiders, to hire Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson, of course, offensive coordinator from the Detroit Lions. He turned the Lions into one of the best offenses in the history of the sport. He goes to Chicago, leads them to a playoff win. There's so much excitement there, or whatever, Gary, Indiana, wherever the heck they're playing these days, right? But what happened? Davis wanted to hire Pete Carroll, and then Pete Carroll hired Chip Kelly. So if it's true that Tom Brady had those instincts to make a forward-thinking, innovative hire where you have to know ball, you have to know the current state of the game to know why Ben Johnson is good, but the question is how much freedom does he have to make those decisions? And from what is known right now is that a couple months ago, Mark Davis has stepped aside and Tom Brady could have a more prominent role. So if that's true, that's a major point for me for Brady.
I mean, that is a hell of a encouraging sign. And I'm not coming here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan and saying with any confidence, I'm not saying he can't do it because I don't know. There's no sample size. Most quarterbacks that get drafted in the first round of the NFL draft, most of them do not live up to expectations, and many of them do not succeed. Most Hall of Fame level or better, right? Hall of Fame to sort of approaching GOAT athletes are not very good at their post-playing sports jobs. I'm an Isaiah Thomas fan. I mean, the former Piston. He's a friend of mine. It's a name drop. There it is. I like the guy. I got to know him in Miami when I was there. And he's in LA a lot, so if he's driving around listening to 97.1 The Fan to D-Mac and Reiter, this will offend him. And he will disagree because we've had this talk. He wasn't good at his job. He wasn't a good GM, wasn't a good coach. And there's example after example after example after example after example. That Tom Brady can do it isn't impossible, but the odds are against him. The odds are against him in terms of history. And I'm trying to think the best player of all time to be great at the front office, other than Jerry West.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Jerry
the
West, Pat Riley.
Yeah, but Riley wasn't that. I mean,
He wasn't a great player. I mean, he played Kentucky, played with the Lakers,
Larry
went to
Bird?
broadcasting. Larry Bird's a good example. He stepped away from coaching, then got into the front office. I'm trying to think who else.
I mean, there aren't
John
many.
Lynch for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
That's a possibility. John Elway with the Broncos.
Yeah, let's talk John Elway. And by the way,
Elway went to a Super Bowl and won one.
That's another aspect. That's another aspect of the Brady thing. I don't think Elway was actually very good at running a front office. I think he was good, and it led to a Super Bowl, at recruiting Peyton Manning, who changed the culture of the Broncos and brought sort of a mentality of excellence that those guys will tell you was critical. Is Tom Brady going to be enough of a charmer, a personality, that he can go land a difference maker when the time comes?
That's the big question, because
Stafford.
a couple years ago, you're right, they did not get Stafford, but they were close. And of course, close means nothing, right? But still, the fact that he wanted him that bad and also had the instincts to know that Matthew Stafford would have been a major game changer and had that, we talked about for the Dodgers. The Dodgers have great taste in players, great taste in executives and coaches across the board. My question for Tom Brady is, what is his level of involvement every single day? Is it, hey, I'm crunching numbers and responding to texts through people that are in the know about possibly adding talent, whether it be coaching or players? Or is it just, I'm Tom Brady, I got the shades, and I'm walking the field before a game, and everyone's looking at me like I'm Tom Brady, the big executive of the Raiders? Because the truth is, he has the most prominent football broadcasting job, or at least one of them in the game. So he doesn't necessarily need the Raiders gig to stay relevant in the game. This is, I would say, a passion project for him. And I think it's going to come down to his feel, his understanding of the game, and his relationships.
So here's another, and again, D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. I'm with you. I love your optimism. I want you to be right. I used to hate Tom Brady, and I don't know what sort of black magic he pulled off, but at some point between Deflategate and today, I'm a fan of the guy, and I don't know why that is. Maybe he's just so charming, even from a distance. He's won me, and I know other people over. So I want you to be right, and I love the optimism. Here is another thing that makes me worried and that makes me nervous, and I'm going to use Phil Jackson as a perfect example of what can go wrong. Phil Jackson is, I don't know, conservatively a top 3 coach of all time in the NBA. Is that fair?
I would say for sure.
In that range?
Yeah.
He was a terrible executive for the New York Knicks. In fact, I would often see him at Vons when he was supposed to be running the New York Knicks. Vons in L.A. There's not a Vons in New York. One of the things I learned a little bit it's been a long time since I covered the NFL, but I did. And I learned a little bit covering the NFL 15 years ago, and a lot covering the NBA for a long, long time, is that the really good executives, the ones who make good decisions, and the NBA obviously only has 2 rounds in their draft, and the NFL has 7. The really good executives are the ones who get on the road, and they watch the players themselves, and they scout them themselves. And the good GMs, the good decision makers in both football and basketball will tell you, and I'm assuming maybe it's similar in baseball, will tell you, I have to see these guys with my own eyes, as many as I can. And they have a scouting system who will sort of point them to where to look. But what happened, I won't name him, but there's a GM that I really liked who was a top assistant GM for a championship team, and he was their scout. He was out there, he was doing his thing, he was always scouting, and he got his own GM job at a different place. And I went to see him, and we had dinner, and he was always on the road, and that's how we got to know each other, because I was on the road, and I said, how's the road? He goes, I don't go on the road anymore, because he got all the money, and he got millions of dollars, and he got fired 3 years later and wasn't good at that job. Phil Jackson was bad because Phil Jackson wasn't doing the hard work. When you become very successful as a general manager in any of these sports, and you start to get big paychecks, and you have lots of money, and you have lots of fame and success, it's hard to get on a Southwest flight and fly, back to back days to random college towns and random places. I also worry and wonder if Tom Brady is willing to put in the nitty-gritty work. And look, maybe it's the travel, And I'm not pretending Andrew Friedman these days is like flying all over the world watching players, but he's got a system in place where he's got people doing it for him, and Andrew Friedman's putting it out. Andrew Friedman's not golfing 6 hours a day, right? I worry that Tom Brady is going to go more of a Phil Jackson route when Phil Jackson was an executive, not a coach. Then he is going to go some of these guys who are grinders and get out there and hit the road, put in the work, watch the tape. They're at the office or they're at some high school game or some college game, but they're out there working. I'm highly skeptical Tom Brady wants to work that hard at this stage of his career.
And that definitely is where the doubt does creep in. But let's not forget, I mean, he is a minority stake owner. He owns 5% of the team. He wants them to have success. He's also someone that's had success in a lot of different areas of his life, and he knows that if the Raiders are bad, that's going to make him look bad. And I will say this about Tom Brady. First couple of times I saw him broadcasting, I was like, this is not good. Like, Tony Romo's better.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like he was great. And I think he's the best in the game, him and Troy Aikman. I really think that he's gotten a lot better as a broadcaster. But I think what it also comes down to is Mark Davis and the ownership. What does everyone always say about the Raiders? They always say the person who's willing to take the Raiders job will take any job, right? And that's because usually, look at Pete Carroll, where any teams lined up to hire Pete Carroll, where any NFL teams lined up to take on Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator, the answer is no. The Raiders you kind of use as a, hey, I'm just happy I'm still in the NFL. I'm so happy that I have a job in this league, but it's about decisions. I mean, there's a lot of conversation and discourse about Tom Brady, and I know I said that he wanted Ben Johnson over Pete Carroll. There's also a lot of conversations about Tom Brady wanting Geno Smith over Sam Darnold, right? So ultimately, it's about player personnel and putting these guys in situations to have success. But I do think that the ownership, and it's a salary cap league, right? But the ownership of the Raiders, how much are they willing to invest in the other parts of that organization to make Tom Brady succeed? Because I just don't think that Mark Davis is necessarily going to put Tom Brady in the best chance to have the best success.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1, The Fan. By the way, Justin Robleski, I can't even talk, I just gave up a 2-run homer. See,
Did he?
I do non-Shohei stuff.
Oh, there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it looks like he got injured too. Like he's banged up here.
Was he heading over to first to cover the bag?
Looks like he was.
All right, Robo's trying to shake it off. You brought up Tom Brady's vast improvements. By the way, I think Tony Romo is really bad at his job. I think he is awful.
Yeah.
Like, I think he should actually write a public apology to NFL fans and return most of CBS's money.
I'm not a big Tony Romo guy. I'll tell you funny.
Public apology. I want it like mailed to everybody.
I always laugh at this. A couple years ago, man, you're going to do that thing where I laugh at something bad, like the fire thing with the Knicks fans. But a couple years ago when Dak Prescott, when he broke his, when he fractured his ankle, right? There was a moment where Dak Prescott, he gets really badly injured. And you know those scenes where they cut to the injury and it's very bad, like it's like dangling, right? They cut to Dak Prescott's foot. It's like dangling from his leg. And Tony Romo goes, "You got to hope it's a cramp, Jim. You got to hope it's a cramp." I'm like, dude, that's not a cramp. The dude might not walk. It's not a cramp, dude. So that's something that I'll never forget from Tony Romo. Like, that ain't a cramp, Jim.
Tony Romo is so bad at his job. Your point, though, about Tom Brady was garbage, and now he's excellent, and he put in the work. And so there's two ways to look at this. I'm going to glass half full and half empty this for you, right?
Yeah.
The half full is this guy will put in the work, and he will improve, and that reflects what he did in his football career. That's amazing. The other word I have is he is working so hard at the job at Fox Sports that is a bandwidth suck from doing his job for the Raiders. I mean, there's only so much time in the day. And I respect, by the way, you and I aren't Tom Brady. Like you're closer, but like neither of us are Tom Brady. We don't have his money. I'm not comparing us to Tom Brady. But I will say one thing that you and I do have in common is we have worked our asses off in our career. And I think we're probably both aware that we're very lucky to get to do sports for a living. But I've worked 70, 80-hour weeks multiple years of my life. You have too. We're both grinders. At a certain point, there is a consequence of working too many hours. Something has to give somewhere. So as someone who's worked a lot and talking to a partner, D-Mac and Reiter, who I know you have worked a ton, you're not afraid of putting the hours. There's a consequence. And it doesn't mean the consequence will be the Raiders, but it is a worry that I have about Tom Brady.
I think that's the biggest concern I would have is, are you burning on both sides of the candle, right? Are you going to have enough commitment on the day-to-day to make those decisions? Now, I think the good thing for Tom Brady is, yes, as you pointed out, He is a broadcaster that's on national TV a lot, right? But a lot of those decisions when it comes to player personnel are in the draft, in the summer, before the season. So that's kind of where championship teams are made. So maybe he could spread things out. But I think that's the number one thing. Is he, okay, I hate to do this. But is he more of a Magic Johnson, right? Or is he more of a Jerry West?
Magic Johnson was so bad at that job.
Yeah.
D-Mac and Reiter, dude, you make me laugh so much that sometimes you make me laugh and I'm still laughing 3 minutes later. When you did the Tony Romo, hope it's a cramp, Jim. You know who I just realized Tony Romo is, and you made me realize it? He's Jason Bateman's character from Dodgeball.
Wow, that's a really good bull, dude.
But you got me there. That's who Tony Romo is.
That I can totally see it now, dude.
I mean, I'm gonna send you so many I love Jason Bateman, by the way. He's a great podcast. I'm gonna send you so many Jason Bateman gifts now,
dude.
Just all the time.
Man, Dodgeball classic, man. Our boy Pepper Brooks, right? I mean, Jason Bateman's.
You pulled his name.
That's one of my all-time favorites.
It's 3rd and 14 here at the end of the game, Tony. Jim, they need to succeed here. Okay, thank you for that incredible analysis.
Dude, you know what? He's a big, of course, he's a big Dodgers fan.
Who is?
Bateman.
Oh, I think Romo. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can get Bateman on.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off.
Smartless is outside of the 97.1 The Fan podcast is my favorite podcast out there.
Do you listen to it?
Oh my god, bro! I'm gonna send you some episodes.
Really? I gotta bang
they're
that out.
They're all best friends. So like it's kind of like this show. It's just like it's a good listen because they're best friends and one of them like lies a lot.
Well, come on,
that was over the line. Anyway, I hope that Tom Brady can figure it out. By the way, Robo came out of the game with a trainer, and I guess, as you noted, his feet got tangled covering for first. So we'll keep you updated. It's not great news. It's not ideal. Dodgers currently winning 5-3. It's D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. We have a comment in the chat for you that we will answer about the Dodgers against the Pirates. And we will also get into the World Cup and what we've seen so far. It's day one. We have one match down. Next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
I
don't like it. I think there was one I saw through the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that, right?
Yeah, that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
But did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
okay,
no, that was banger. That was.
It's like a marathon, you know.
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
whoa.
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people looked like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a
you don't say. Reiter here, hanging out with you on this beautiful, wonderful Thursday. I cannot remember the day of the week. I thought it was Friday earlier.
Can't believe it's Thursday. I mean,
you are crushing some meat.
Pause, bro. But yeah, I mean, wow. Thanks to Sam. Thanks to everyone here. Nice little charcuterie board.
Do you want to? I'll tell you something in a second. DMAC and Reiter presented by the TTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Injury help to 40222. This is a charcuterie. I'm a sucker for a charcuterie board.
Yeah,
hook me up.
Especially when they've done that well. That one was spread out. High quality cheeses, high quality meats. I saw some pistachios in there. That was A grade. Get that one like a solid 9.
Over on the chat at the Fan LA, Speedster 2000 writes, "Why do the Dodgers always struggle against the Pirates?"
Man, wish I knew. Feels like every year the Pirates are a team that is a thorn in the Dodgers. You know what? And this is no different. I mean, right now, look at this. Another blown lead.
Bullpen implosion, dude.
Bases loaded. Oh, Will Klein got the big punchy. Oh, is he going to challenge this?
It's bases loaded, 5-4, 2 outs. And there's an ABS challenge coming, and it is a strike, baby.
Money pitch.
I do like the pressure the umpires are under now. Have we had this talk? I think we have that. I think it's improved the umpires. Now that there's consequences, I think the umpiring's better. It's not perfect, but it is better than it used to be.
It has been a massive improvement. And even if they do make mistakes, I do agree with you that they don't want to expand the zone or let things get personal to where they're calling strikes balls or balls strikes. And in that situation, if it's borderline, it's tough to really fault an umpire, especially because you're looking at hundreds of pitches a game. But it's better on everyone. I think they should have one challenge per inning. I think my only issue is that there's only 2 challenges.
You want more.
I want as many challenges you need to get the game right.
I'll say this. I do like that Manfred has created, and I'm not a big commissioner fan, but credit where it's due. The game has been streamlined to the point where it's easier to watch. It's shorter. The action is the focus. My son, who he's 13, like most kids, have shorter attention spans than people had 20 years ago, is starting to get back into baseball a little bit, you know? And I think the shortened games helps. So I just don't want the ABS thing to stretch it out too much if you're doing too much. But I guess it can be quick.
That is the thing. I mean, if you could do it instantaneously, like a tennis match is very, very quick.
Yeah.
You get right into it. You tap the head. I'm for it. I'm with you, though. The pitch clock, the faster games, it's been great for baseball. I'm not someone who's like, hey, give me less baseball, right? But the truth is I think the ball's in play 11 minutes total for an entire game, right? So it's not like it's like there's a lot of there. So I think, hey, your son's a fan. You told me your kids love the Dodgers. And
oh, my God.
Yeah.
The thing
Who's your son's favorite player?
Shohei Ohtani. And he was a Dodgers fan, and then he discovered Ohtani, and we started going to Angels games. And I won't say he was an Angels fan, but we have a lot of Shohei Ohtani stuff we had to get rid of because it was all Angels stuff. And when Shohei went to the Dodgers, it was like, okay, favorite team, favorite player. I have not taken him to a Dodgers game in a minute, though. Bad dad.
We got to get him out there.
It's far from Manhattan Beach, so it's like I gotta.
You're in your little Manhattan Beach bubble. Why don't you come out?
I know. I'm in the bubble.
To the real LA.
I mean, Gene, your wife called in from Manhattan Beach today.
That was at least 3 years ago. Let's be honest.
That was an amazing call. It was very sweet of her to call in and claim that you had, but I'm sure you did, properly predicted the Knicks comeback.
That was great. Yeah, I'm gonna call her boss tomorrow. While she's working or something. Like, what's my equivalent of calling into her show, right? Maybe she has a meeting, call in.
Just show up.
Just show up to the meeting.
Sit down with a notepad?
Yeah. Like, Gene did all this good stuff.
How are we doing on the selling of the widgets? Is it going well?
Yeah. Well, you got some new
roles
closed. Why am I being an old-timey?
Is it going well? See?
Yeah.
You know?
How the widgets, see? Man.
Oh, my God. That used to be my imitation of Manfred. Like, I like a time on a typewriter, huh? Do some technology.
Punching it out there, yeah.
Maybe we can make baseball games 8 hours long, see?
You see? Grantland Rice can write about it, see?
Grantland Rice. That's a wild deep cut. Speaking of your wife, Jean, she is one of the 4 nominees for the Reiter Hero of the Day, which we will reveal through your votes. And yesterday it was Sam versus Freddie Freeman, right? Sam on the show versus Freddie Freeman of the Dodgers. I think it was Freddie. And they tied, and the tie went to Sam Medina, the excellent. Yay, Sam! The reigning Reiter Hero of the Day right now until about 10 minutes from now. So every vote counts is my point. Every vote counts. Get on there and vote on the YouTube stream at the Fan LA for either. You got 4 choices. You got Doug's wife, Jean, OG Anunoby, Larry David, and Jerry Seinfeld, and the Spurs fans who are braving the streets of New York in their Spurs gear. That's a really good group.
That is a great group. That's one of their better ones.
I bet your wife's going to win. I predicted that she was going to win with 80% of the vote. All right, I'm going to go vote right now. I'm not going to tell you who I'm voting for, though.
I want the Jerry Seinfeld one to win.
Yeah, you know what? It's close. There's a couple that get in there. Oh, you know what? Donnie Boy 05. Sam wins every time. And someone else hit me up with, get ready to pay $45 for parking, no exaggeration. I'm not paying for parking. I'm going with you. You've got that red carpet thing I heard.
I got you.
You roll in there and they clear. It's like police escort. Like D-Mac is here. You know what? I heard that your secret, like, it's you go, I'm Doug, and then you're in the parking lot.
Get out of my way.
They had us do they assigned us all yesterday here at 97.1 The Fan 3 soccer teams each, and we have a competition. We just luck of the draw, and then they made us go pull the flags, and it's on social media somewhere. I couldn't pull Mexico's flag. And by the way, I was just in Mexico City have you been to Mexico City?
I have not.
Amazing, dude. Like one of my favorite cities in the world. I went with my friend Marcos and Bruno and Dom. I was just there. I pulled the Brazil flag. I just panicked. I got Uruguay. I got Uruguay, and then I got England wrong too.
I'm so I have to be honest with you. I can't defend this.
I can't defend it either.
I cannot defend this. Think 35% of LA is Mexican. The flags everywhere, the car flags, the jerseys.
I just saw somebody in the hallway, and I go, "Oh, you're wearing the Mexican kit because they played today. They won 2-0. I'm like, congratulations." I know what it looks like. I just panicked.
I mean, if it was like a obscure flag, I would get it, right? But Mexico.
How did I get Uruguay?
Uruguay. Were you just guessing?
No, I just knew it in my brain. It was just something happened. Something clicked there.
Okay, you know what?
It's weird.
First of all, you always make fun of me about this, right?
I don't make fun of you about anything.
Where do we start? But you always say that I commit to the bit, right?
You do. I don't make fun of you. I celebrate that.
Okay, you celebrate it. So I commit to the bit, right? For someone with your elevated sense of humor, I think that there may have been a bit angle to this. I mean, I can't prove it.
You think so?
I feel like, if it was like Nepal's flag or something really random, I don't know.
Cape Verde, I don't know.
Cape Verde, I don't think Nepal's in the World Cup, but I will say that I would have been, maybe I believe that. Maybe something tells me you
I didn't know.
You thought Brazil's flag was Mexico's.
I panicked, and there were cameras, and there was stuff going on.
We need 2 things for this studio. We need a TV so we can watch the games, and also a lie detector test.
Okay,
I just don't.
Let me tell you something.
So
you do not want a lie detector test in a room that you're in.
That's hilarious, and that would help my cause. I will say, I'm
not want that, my friend.
I'm not going to flex here, but so my team. So who are your 3 teams?
Uruguay.
You
say it better than me. We all know. Mexico and England.
Mexico.
England.
Mexico. Yeah.
England. Radio.
So I actually got all 3 of mine. I got Japan.
I know you did.
I got Portugal, which this just makes me feel. I kind of want to throw.
Can I see Portugal? I don't think I would have gone. Let me see.
Portugal
would never have. Well, you know what? The green and the red.
That's what I used. Yeah. To me, I felt because and then Ecuador.
Zero chance.
You really?
Yeah. I would have ignored that particular assignment.
Yeah, you would have. But hey, now you know, and now you are. Oh, there you go, banger. But now you. So you tell me that
lie detector test. Do you think it's a banger? It would ruin your life, dude.
Richter scale. But you don't think
Bill Reiter's a superstar? Lie detector test. No, ruin your life.
I would welcome that because you're like, wow,
Bill Reiter's my guy. Get the lie detector test again.
No, big lie detector test. Wow. D-Mac's actually telling the truth. This is actually how he feels inside. But
D-Mac, yeah.
How do you feel about is my name even Doug? I don't even know. Am I lying about that? Who knows? But how do you know for sure? Like, I mean, are you rooting? Did it feel any different today?
No.
Watching Mexico but knowing that your team.
So I said this on the air, sort of pandering, sort of not. I have a couple friends who are from Mexico, and one of them took me to Mexico City, right? And I'd never been to the country ever, let alone the city. So I can get down rooting for Mexico until we get to the matches that count. I'm very conflicted because I really like the city and I got some buddies. My best friend in LA is a huge Mexico fan. And I like, you kind of want your buddies' teams to do well as long as they're not Real Madrid. But I also recognize that Mexico and the United States of America, the soccer teams hate each other. So I'm going to root for Mexico until they get to the round of 32, and then I want them to get knocked out. That's my compromise with myself.
That's fair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How about you? I don't want Raj to get mad at me. I don't really care about any of my teams. And the minute that Cody Decker refused to trade, he's like, no! I'm like, I am... Because he has Spain.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I'm out of this thing.
He was so pumped when he got Spain. I feel like part of the reason why he was pumped
He did a flip.
Yeah. It just absolutely...
Yeah!
Spain, baby!
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay.
España!
I was like, I'm not going to get a trade with that guy.
I was sad. I was sad. I would have gone Cody Decker crazy if I got Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't. I know with Portugal, and this means that I have to root for Cristiano Ronaldo, which I don't want to be doing. And two, you were selling me on the idea. I don't know who you hate more, LeBron, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mbappe, Real Madrid.
Hold on. Go through them one at a time. Real Madrid, hate with a burning passion, hate the most. Ronaldo, hate. Kylian Mbappe, borderline hate. LeBron, don't hate.
Lie detector test. Where's it at?
I'm not going to kiss LeBron.
That's the one. If I could do the one lie detector test, we should do that. Could be a segment. The one that we would test.
Be close. I think I'd pass that on that question, but I'm not going to. Okay, it would be close.
That one would be crazy, but now I'm really even more annoyed with Cristiano Ronaldo because you're telling me that Portugal would be a better team if he wasn't on the pitch.
That's my take.
And,
I'm sticking to it.
But Bill, how crazy is that? I mean, seriously, how crazy is that? The fact that they're the fourth highest odds to win the World Cup, yet they're knowingly putting themselves in a position where they're not as good of a team because they're respecting Cristiano Ronaldo.
Dodgers got out of that jam, by the way, 5-4. And Portugal fans, like, by all means, correct me at the Fan LA. I think the Argentinian players largely they worship Messi. Have you seen the clip of when they went to play France? I think it was in the 4 years ago when they won, where they're all waiting for him, and as he walks out, they just file in behind him like he's the Godfather. That's respect on a level that's love. That is borderline worship. So they will run for Messi. Like when Messi's just like chilling and like sort of. And by the way, when Messi is chilling, he's checking out angles. He's conserving his energy. They will run for him. Every one of those other 9 guys now there's not the goalie will run for Messi. Ronaldo doesn't instill that response in his teammate. He's a mercenary, but he's not. I don't think he's beloved. And if you're a Portuguese fan and you want to correct me, tell me. I don't think I think when he was the second best player in the world, a couple times the best player in the world, he's won several Ballon d'Ors. I think they were here for it because he was that good. When he's not good enough, I don't think they're willing to put up with anything.
I think that's really interesting to me because, I mean, that shows that the team chemistry, there's a level of respect, but I don't think it's the same. It's almost like we don't want to see what it would look like if we do show that maybe we don't feel like other people. We're going to worship you and kiss your feet and make you feel like, oh, Cristiano Ronaldo. I did see that clip, though. I told you how my Instagram is all algorithm soccer now because of you. I think it hears you talk about soccer, and it's like, okay, maybe this is for this guy, but it gives me all your